The good news is that I traveled through time and space and became a character in the game that I just completed perfectly. The bad news is that I became an ordinary passerby. Blake Percival, the eldest son of an inconspicuous baron family and also an inconspicuous gangster, has always been on the road to death. First, the male protagonist caused his family to fall into decline, and finally he was even sent to the incinerator by the female villain herself. Blake looked at the female villain being sold as a slave and fell into deep thought. This woman is so scary, you must not buy her. And stay away from her, I must survive. Chapter 1, The Destitute Duchess. Will you buy this slave? Blake Percival looked at the man in front of him wearing a black suit and a gold monocle. Don't be fooled by his elegant appearance, he was actually a slave trader. A typical beast. Behind him stood a woman wearing rough linen clothes, with her hands tightly tied with a thick hemp rope, the other end of the rope being held in the merchant's hand. What she was wearing looked more like a piece of tattered linen than clothes. The man smiled that cunning and flattering smile that only businessmen can have. As you can see, the quality of this item is definitely top grade. Only you, as the young master of the Percival family, are worthy of owning it. Blake looked the woman up and down. The woman also raised her head slightly and glanced at Blake. What didn't match her attire was the woman's stunning face, skin as white as snow, red eyes, and eyebrows as dark as distant ink. His long black hair seemed to have not been taken care of for a long time and had become dirty, messy and rough, and the torn rags couldn't completely cover up the curves in the two long white legs. Although she was poorly dressed and extremely down and out, it still could not change the fact that she was once a duke. Blake retracted his gaze and looked at the businessman indifferently. You should know who she is, right? What is the intention of sending such a hot potato to Percival's house? Oh, you misunderstood me. You don't have to worry at all. No one dares to express any dissatisfaction about this. The businessman rubbed his hands together, looking ingratiating. You also know that once you have a rebellious heart towards the empire, you will suffer the punishment from the emperor. The businessman spoke eloquently and passionately. Even though I was once the head of the LaRoche family, oh, my damn mouth, I shouldn't have mentioned the damn surname. I hope the emperor can forgive my mistake. Ignoring the businessman's exaggerated performance, Blake kept his eyes on the woman behind him. Having one's family name insulted by others should be something that no noble could tolerate. What's more, he was once the head of the family, but at this moment, the woman behind him still looked dejected, with her head down and no sound in the eyes of others. She now looks so pitiful and pathetic that it simply makes people feel pity for her, but Blake doesn't think so. Are you kidding? She's pitiful. She is not pitiful at all. Don't look at her like this now. She is a woman who will massacre the entire royal family and all the nobles in the future. Even the 1-month-old babies will not be spared. Why does Blake know this, you ask? Because he traveled through time. Blake is just the name of this body, but in reality, he is an unemployed person, or more precisely, an unemployed person. Well, these two are pretty much the same anyway. They are all classified as losers in society. After struggling to survive, he finally had to make money by playing as a substitute to make a living. That he will take almost any game, no matter how hard he tries. Because of this, he is also called Liverlife Sandlang by his peers in the industry. Just now, after he had spent 3 days and 2 nights to finally pass a game called The Last Sword Master of Siaz perfectly, his electrocardiogram suddenly became smooth sailing. He suddenly died due to staying up too late, and then traveled to the game he had just completed perfectly. Doesn't this make sense? But he didn't expect that this cliched plot that made him want a curse would actually happen to him one day. This is even more outrageous than traveling to another world by chance. Fortunately, he quickly sorted out the clues and summarized the current situation into 2 pieces of news. The good news is that he knows all the perfect strategies to clear the game, and because he puts customer satisfaction first and suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, he has achieved all the endings and achievements of the game and knows everything about it. The bad news is that he traveled through time and space and became a third-rate villain. Moreover, the story ended abruptly in the early or middle part of the plot. The Blake in the game is an out-and-out dandy aristocrat, and the only title of his family, the Percival family, is Baron. Although he is a noble of the lowest rank after all, his behavior can even be described as that of a gangster, from beating other nobles to bullying civilians and buying slaves as toys. He did all kinds of evil things and his crimes were too numerous to list. They were simply abominable to both humans and gods. In the end, he was forced to drop out of the academy. Even his father couldn't stand it and expelled him from the family for the sake of the family's reputation. Blake, who had no talent at all, could only wander the streets and beg, and was eventually sent to the incinerator alive. What a despairing future. Blake came to his senses and looked carefully at the woman in front of him who was being sold as a slave. No wonder, Blake muttered unconsciously. The businessman didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Nothing. Blake pouted. I don't know if the game modeling team has any tendencies, but they made the face of such a cruel person so beautiful and attractive to it. Is no wonder that in the later period, there will be a group of players with pathological appearance control who shout slogans such as appearance is justice, down with the villain, and join the cult of Alice. The businessman rubbed his hands. Master, the Percival family's mansion is so big, I guess we need servants to clean it. You seem to know a lot about the Percival family? Sorry, I didn't mean that. Blake ignored him and continued to look at the slave with a dark look. Alice LaRoche, a woman who was once noble and cold in the eyes of everyone, an iron-blooded duchess, and the head of the LaRoche family, but because of a sudden rebellion, he fell into this state. They were reduced to slaves and even their family names were taken away, and it was taboo to mention them now. Even if she was sold as a commodity by a lowly black market slave trader, she would not dare to utter a word if he insulted her to her face. But the woman in front of him happened to be the real final boss of this game. In the game, she gives people the image of a cruel and ruthless scorpion beauty. However, she kept a low profile in the first half of the game, and only gradually revealed her true colors in the second half of the game. Most importantly, she is also the murderer who threw Blake into the incinerator. To sum up, just one sentence: you must not get involved with this woman. We have enough servants in our house, you can go home now. The businessman didn't expect Blake to refuse so decisively, but he didn't want to make a wasted trip. Master, maybe you can reconsider it. Even if it's not as a servant, it would be great to have me as a toy for your own amusement. You saw it too. The businessman went straight to her, pinching Alice's chin and forcing her to raise her head. She is a beauty in every aspect. She can definitely satisfy your desire for conquest. That's enough. Blake was disgusted by his behavior and his explicit and obscene remarks. Are you insulting the Percival family? When has anyone in the Percival family ever had fun with a mere slave? Blake stood on the high ground of morality and family reputation and accused the other party bitterly. The merchant was confused. But master, haven't you always bought goods from me before? Blake was stunned for a moment. Forget about morals and family honor. Blake has none of these, but those were all ridiculous things done by the original owner, Blake. How could they have anything to do with me? Blake took a deep breath, looked at the dirty Alice coldly, and tried his best to imitate the original owner's tone. I don't want everything. As soon as these words were spoken, Alice trembled slightly, and the nails of her bound hands had dug into the flesh. It was obvious that his words had hurt her, but Blake doesn't care about this now. He is eager to keep this time bomb out. The businessman seemed to have misunderstood his meaning and still smiled and assured, don't worry, master. I know the special nature of this item. No one has touched it before. I have been waiting for you. Faced with the businessman's relentlessness, Blake's face began to turn cold and ugly. Why is there so much noise at the door? At this moment, a hoarse and majestic voice came from the mansion behind him. Then a man with elegant and noble clothes and a facial feature somewhat similar to Blake slowly walked out of the mansion. Noble Lord Creed, I greet you. Seeing the man, the businessman's attitude was even more respectful than he had just been to Blake. This is all because the man in front of him is the current head of the Percival family, and Black's father. Creed looked at the man in front of him with disdain. The most famous slave trader in Leander. I recognize you. Why are you here? Is it me, a good-for-nothing fool, who wants to buy toys again? Creed glanced at Blake with disgust. Do you know how much effort it takes to help you deal with those broken toys? The honor of the Percival family cannot be tarnished again and again. Blake shook his head. Father, this time it's obviously not the case. Oh? Kreider's voice was filled with doubt. Obvious disbelief of the merchant spoke immediately, showing Alice behind him before Blake could, and said in a courteous manner, Master, this time is different. The goods this time are very special. Oh? Special? Only then did Creed notice Alice behind the merchant. He squinted his eyes and stared at her for a long time before he finally recognized her. Then he sneered. Oh, interesting. Creed Percival raised his head proudly and looked down at the woman in front of him with a teasing look. Even I almost didn't recognize him. Isn't this our once extremely noble Duke? Creed looked at the merchant. You're right, it is indeed very special. It seems that you have indeed brought me an unexpected surprise. Merchants are always good at observing people's expressions. Seeing that Creed was interested, he hurriedly offered his courtesy again. I just hope that the master of the family will like it. Seeing that something was wrong, Blake wanted to speak, but before he could say anything, Creed raised his head and asked, "How much is she?" The merchant held up 2 fingers. 2 gold coins. What a bargain! The head of the LaRoche family, who was once second to none, is now worth only 2 gold coins. Creed spoke very loudly, as if he wanted Alice to hear it on purpose, but to his disappointment, Alice still lowered her head humbly without any reaction, as if she had long been accustomed to this kind of humiliation. Her hanging hair covered her face, and her expression could not be seen. "Father," Blake wanted to say something, but Creed interrupted him with his hand, excitement on his face. "It's so interesting that the Duke, who was once so high and mighty, is now a slave in a baron's house. If this gets out, the Percival family will surely become famous." Blake took a deep breath and said, "Father, I think this matter needs to be discussed." Creed glared at him. "Shut up, Blake, you are not old enough to disobey me yet." "Blake, damn it." Chapter 2 Humiliation. The merchant had a big smile on his face as he left Percival's mansion with the gold coins to eye in the main hall of Percival's mansion, which was decorated lavishly and luxuriously. Creed sat in the main seat with the head maid standing behind him. Blake, who looked unhappy, stood aside, quietly looking at Alice, who was standing barefoot in the middle of the room. The other person just stood quietly in the middle of the main hall, accepting Creed's piercing and amusing gaze. Creed didn't seem to want to let her go. A year ago, our great Duke wouldn't even look at us, but what about now? Standing like a stray dog in a baron's mansion, wagging his tail and begging for shelter. Creed kept mocking and humiliating Alice. Blake knew that Creed was still upset about Alice ignoring him when he approached her to talk to him at the last royal banquet. He has always attached great importance to his family's face. It seems that the nobles in the Middle Ages always attached great importance to honor and dignity, so they would throw off their gloves at every turn. It's such a soothing thing. Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Alice lowered her head and quietly accepted Creed's ridicule. While Creed was laughing, Blake's face didn't look good. "However, you actually dared to rebel in front of our great emperor and showed rebelliousness. This is all your own fault." Creed didn't notice Rhodes' almost pleading look and continued to taunt, "Since you are lucky enough to survive, you should be grateful." Although Alice praised the emperor's kindness for surviving, Blake knew that reduced the great Duke to a slave. From being second only to the top, he was suddenly demoted to the lowest level, especially arranging for Alice to be paraded around the empire in chains. Seeing the Duke, who was once second only to the emperor and had unlimited glory, now reduced to a slave, the onlookers began to whisper. Perhaps the emperor felt that compared to directly executing her, this huge gap would be more humiliating to her, and living in shame would completely trample on her dignity. The emperor wanted to let everyone know the consequences of disobeying him. His decision seemed to have achieved good results. While sparing Alice's life and allowing her to be punished, people also praised his wisdom and kindness. But as someone who has experienced the plot, Blake believes that he is a real tyrant. After Alice was defeated and killed by the protagonist, they learned from some surviving old ministers that the LaRoche family was just an innocent victim of the power struggle. This is also the reason why Alice's tragic life story is revealed and why she launched a brutal rebellion against the empire. Obviously, Creed couldn't have known that. "But your poor retainers are far less lucky than you," Creed said with a sneer on his face. Blake shuddered violently at these words. Without realizing it, Creed had already stepped into the minefield. He clearly saw Alice's body tremble slightly. If this kind of detailed expression was not due to fear, then it could only be anger. Blake knew very well that completely angering her would do no good to anyone, and Creed was still chattering on. He was completely immersed in his own sense of superiority. They got what they deserved in Hoad Square. That was hanging. But to be honest, that was too easy for them. I think it should be. That's enough. In an instant, the whole room fell silent. Creed and the head maid behind him looked at Blake, who had shouted in surprise. Even Alice, who had been keeping her head down, stopped what she was doing, raised her head slightly, and glanced at Blake out of the corner of her eye. "Blake, what do you mean?" Creed had a gloomy expression. He hated it most when others interrupted him while he was speaking. Blake said calmly, "Father, I don't think we should continue talking about this topic." "What do you mean by that?" "We should have basic respect for the dead. Talking about such a heavy topic is not in line with the upbringing of a noble." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became even colder. Creed's expression was not very good, and it could even be said that he was on the verge of anger. The headmaid standing by was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe, but Blake stared back at Creed's terrifying gaze with his dark eyes. Alice looked at Blake and frowned slightly. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Creed looked at Blake gloomily, his voice so cold that it seemed as if he was talking to a stranger. "Blake, don't think you can do whatever you want in front of me just because you have my blood in your veins. I can give you everything, but I can also take it back easily. Father, I have no intention of disobeying you. My actions at this moment are completely in accordance with your wishes." "Oh? When did I ever teach you to talk back to me?" Creed narrowed his eyes, waiting for Blake's next explanation. "If your explanation cannot convince me, then even if you are my son, I will make you regret your reckless behavior today." Blake bowed his head slightly and made a respectful gesture. "As the head of the Percival family, you have always regarded etiquette cultivation as the foundation of your life and the core of your family's style, and you always adhere to it. You taught me the same thing. I have always followed your words as a guideline, simply because I believe that my father will lead Percival to greater heights." Blake kept his voice low and steady. After saying this, the anger on Creed's face obviously eased, and gradually, the cold and oppressive aura faded away. After thinking for a while, Creed nodded in agreement. "You are right, Black. As a noble, you must not lose the most basic etiquette and dignity." A hint of satisfaction flashed in Creed's eyes. "It seems that you have learned a lot from Sias College. I am satisfied with your performance. I hope this is not just a short-lived craze." Blake nodded. "I will follow your instructions." At this time, Alice had already retracted her gaze, and her eyes became cloudy again, but she silently withdrew her hand. Creed looked at Alice again at this time. "I have to say, I do have to take back what I just said." Creed looked down at her. "As compensation, I will mercifully allow you to stay at Percival House and work." "Yes," Alice responded, but Creed seemed dissatisfied with Alice's simple response at this time, and showed displeasure again. "Your Excellency the Duke, don't you understand your position? Now that you are a purchased slave, I don't need to teach you basic etiquette, right?" Creed's slightly hoarse voice was majestic and cold, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Kneel down, Blake." Blake looked at the other person hurriedly. Sure enough, in an instant, a trace of cold murderous intent flashed in Alice's eyes again. Although he stood there without moving, Blake noticed that the other's nails had dug deep into his flesh. Blake took a deep breath. "It's impossible to get it out. It's impossible to get it out at all. Are you disobeying the orders of your master who just bought you?" Creed looked at her coldly. "Or do you want to go back to that disgusting pig cage-like cellar with a sign hanging on it, waiting for someone to buy you?" There was a flash of hesitation in Alice's eyes. She bit her lower lip and said nothing. Final, she slowly bent her knees. The iron-blooded Duke, who was once feared even by the royal family, knelt before the 2men. This point, Blake took a deep breath. Completion. It's all over, but he also figured it out thoroughly. No wonder Alice wanted to wipe out his entire family in the end, and even did not spare those who had already been expelled from Black Eye. In the original storyline, Blake bought Alice as a toy because she was pretty, causing her to do this and that, and even using her to vent his anger when he was in a bad mood. Alice had been lurking in Black's family as a slave. In the early days, she endured Black's humiliation while secretly developing her own power and accumulating strength for a breakthrough, and then, in the final act of the game, she launched a rebellion. A nationwide rebellion. The first to suffer were naturally the Black family. She slaughtered the entire family, and she did not let go of Blake, who had already been expelled from the family. She even went to great lengths to find Blake, who had already been expelled from the family and was begging on the street. In return for what Blake had done to her before, she threw him straight into the incinerator. Blake shuddered involuntarily at the thought, but Creed obviously couldn't know this. At this moment, he looked at the woman kneeling at his feet, still nodding with appreciation and satisfaction, and his voice continued to rise. Why don't you speak? Are you feeling very unwilling? The Percival family doesn't need a mute." Alice lowered her head, breathing weakly. "No." "Then speak louder. Speak out loud who you are now. Say it out loud." Seeing this, Blake's hair stood on end and even his breathing became sluggish. He was really afraid of angering Alice, who would simply not be able to bear it any longer. Even if she was discovered, she would let her Deadpool team slaughter the entire Percival family right now. that was an organization she had secretly developed, and everyone in it was loyal to her and quite powerful. This team was not revealed until the finale, catching the protagonists off guard. Judging from the situation of Percival's family, I'm afraid that even the whole family combined would not be enough. By then, I won't be able to escape. His brain was frantically thinking of countermeasures at this moment, wondering how to save the current situation, but the next second. Oh no. At this moment, the air around them froze. Alice, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to have a hoarse voice due to not drinking water for a long time, but the two words came out of her mouth so clearly. The blacks are numb. The iron-blooded Duke, who had fought in the battlefields but never shed a tear despite swords and spears, did not show any weakness even before she was killed by the protagonist controlled by the player at the end of the game, but Creed did it. He looked at Creed, who looked very pleased with himself. Good job, you are awesome. He took a deep breath. Why not just run away from home tonight? I told Creed that I suddenly wanted to go out and gain some experience. As for the Creed and Percival families, it had nothing to do with him. It was all Creed's own fault. He just wanted to survive. Just when Blake made up his mind, Creed's next words completely nailed him to the gallows. Yes, this is the attitude a servant should have. Blake, you have reached adulthood this year, and there is no one to serve you yet. Hearing this, Blake immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Creed looked down at Alice, who was kneeling and bowing her head in front of him. She will be your servant from now on. Blake! Why did the plot return to this point? Father, please forgive me for protesting, but I think this is unnecessary. Creed interrupted him with his hand and said seriously, as the eldest son of the Percival family, you must cultivate your dignity, and having a good servant can help you show your prestige. Blake understood what the other party meant. It would be embarrassing to have a former duke as his servant. Maybe this was the reason why Creed bought her, but the problem is, he looked at Alice, who was kneeling on the ground. The first thing that happened to this servant after he had accumulated a lot of experience was his life. Thinking of this, he wanted to struggle one last time. Father, I think this matter can be put aside for the time being, and I am still studying, but Creed always seemed stubborn and not good at listening. It's decided. Let her go with you after school starts. I remember that Sias College allows servants to accompany students, right? Besides, Creed stood up and glanced at Blake. Prepare well for the competition in half a month. Her Royal Highness the Princess will be here. Don't embarrass Percival again. That's all. Also, take her to change her clothes. Creed looked at Alice, who was kneeling on the ground, with disdain, and said to the head maid beside him, walking around the noble Percival mansion every day in this rag-like thing is simply disgusting. After saying that, he turned and left, and now only he and Alice were left. Blake looked at Alice, who was kneeling on the ground motionless, and took a deep breath. Chapter 3 Waste Black. The head maid Beatrice took Alice to change her clothes. Blake returned to the room and stood in front of the mirror. What was reflected in the mirror was no longer his past appearance, but a young man with black hair and golden eyes, with distinct features and extraordinary handsomeness. That is his image now. Name Blake Percival. Gender, male. Age 18. Race, human. Strength, for mental strength, 5 magic, 2 combat ability, none magic skills, wind blade, low level, LV.1, fireball, low level. LV.1, he couldn't believe it when he saw the message box appearing above his head. He hoped so much that it was just an illusion. The strength is only 4. You should know that an ordinary peasant has a strength of 6 or 7, and when you play the game yourself, the protagonist's ability starts at 8. As for magic. As a member of the magic department of Chassis College, how could his ability be so low? Just using low-level magic a few times would probably drain him dry, right? With this number, she still wants to compete with the male lead. No wonder he is just a minor villain. A waste black. Wait a moment. Blake suddenly noticed a line of eye-catching fonts at the bottom of the property box. Please bring the story to the true ending. Blake rubbed his eyes. These words are different from the other machine-generated words. It's more like someone wrote them handwritten with a pen on paper. Is it the person who brought you into this world? But what does he mean by this? Blake looked at the font and fell into thought. What does the true ending mean? Does it mean a perfect clearance? But wasn't I a character destined to die? How could there be such a thing as arriving with a story? Is it only when he reaches the end, as he said, that he can return to the real world? Does this mean that my time travel was actually the result of human intervention, to achieve a perfect ending by changing his own death? Could this be the challenge set for him? There were too many questions. For a moment, they were like a tangled mess in his mind and he couldn't figure it out at all. Blake sat in the chair somewhat dejectedly, looking at himself in the mirror and thinking about what to do next. When faced with a difficult problem, calming down and thinking can really help you quickly sort out your thoughts and analyze the current situation. Blake quickly came to a conclusion that if this is really the condition for him to pass the level, so in summary, the problems we face can be summarized into the following 2 points. 1. Ensure your own survival and change your own death outcome. Point 2. Stabilize the development of the plot and guide it in the right direction when necessary. Although it was a simple summary, Blake knew that it would be difficult to actually achieve it at first. The first point, whatever his purpose in leaving these words, it did not conflict with his goal of living. To bring the story to an end, he must at least ensure that he can survive to the end. This is the premise of everything. And this is what he was supposed to do, but this wish is a little difficult for Blake. Blake himself is a man who ended abruptly in the first half of the story. In the story, Blake established many hostile relationships because of his arrogant and domineering style, but what can I say? Did he run into the crowd and yell, "Hi, I'm not Blake. The real Blake is dead. He's dead. Don't make the mistake. So don't try to mess with me." What a joke! While complaining, he walked to the table, picked up a piece of paper and pen, and sorted out the basic interpersonal relationships around Blake. Although he has many enemies, there are 2 people he needs to be most wary of. These 2 people played a decisive role in Blake's life. Point 1 is the male protagonist in the game, the other is Alice. The male protagonist is the direct reason why Blake was expelled from the family and ended up on the streets, and Alice was the cook who sent Blake into the oven. The male protagonist is not so bad. After all, we haven't reached the main storyline yet, but the prequel DLC of the game, The Story of Alice, the main storyline is the adventure life with Sias College as the background. There is still a long time before school starts. At worst, I can just keep a low profile as much as possible and avoid making enemies with him. But if you can't afford to offend him, can't you just avoid him? So the main contradiction now is very obvious. Alice, Blake circled her name. The key is to find a way to survive from her first. But what should he do? Thanks to our lovely owner, Creed, getting along with her may have become extremely difficult. After what Creed did just now, Alice probably wants to kill them all or that arrogant idiot, in the later period. Percival's family could not escape the fate of being destroyed by Alice, and now it seems that this may still not be changed. He looked at Percival and Blake on the paper, thought for a moment, and then drew a cross between them. Anyway, Blake was destined to be expelled by Creed in the original storyline, so he could take that opportunity to completely draw a line with Percival. In this way, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to provoke Alice like the original owner, her anger towards the nobles will not implicate himself in this way. Alice's direct death can be avoided. But what should he do then, or how can Blake, who has no talent at all, survive without Percival's protection? You have to know that in the original plot, after Blake lost the protection of his family, because of his past bad reputation and the interference of some people he had offended, his final fate was to beg humbly on the roadside. Blake, who was once again stuck in a dilemma, grabbed his hair in pain and gritted his teeth. Even if he escaped the direct death brought by Alice, chronic death would still kill him. If we can't even guarantee the most basic survival, how can we have the mind to study other things? After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with the answer, that is to achieve it by obtaining a diploma from Sias University and then graduating. This game has 5 main acts. Although Alice is the boss of the final chapter, she is usually very low-key and only starts to become active in the player's field of vision in the last chapter. In the early and middle stages, players can only get a glimpse of each other's secrets from some details revealed in the plot. According to the timeline, her strategy level was unlocked 1 month after the protagonist graduated. She and the protagonist were in the same class and would be in the second year when school started, which meant there were still nearly 3 years left. So it's actually not that troublesome. All he had to do was get his diploma safely and get away from the original Death Note before Alice launched a rebellion. Sias University is a famous school among the famous schools in the mainland, and countless aristocratic families are eager to send their children to this school. To enter ZN, one needs either overwhelming talent, overwhelming power, or overwhelming financial resources, or one of the 3. Blake belongs to the last. For such a prestigious school, the value of its diploma is beyond words. But no matter how you get in, as long as you hold a diploma from Sias University, you can live a good life and be respected wherever you are. In the words of the original world, it is equivalent to obtaining a diploma from the world's top university. By then, he could be away from Percival's house, away from Alice, away from death. Even if the Percival family is destroyed, even if there is no chance to return to reality, you can still live comfortably. This is indeed a good retreat for him. In this way, his survival problem was solved. At the same time, staying in the academy safely would also allow him to more easily achieve his second goal. According to his initial judgment, The real ending is most likely the perfect ending that he had planned for countless times. To be honest, this is not difficult to achieve due to my familiarity and understanding of the plot. The real difficulty lies in the so-called implementation. You have to know that you are not the protagonist, but a minor villain who ends up in the early stage of the plot. His identity makes him very difficult. This means that I cannot interfere with the plot directly, and I must find a way to guide it. His strategy for this is to try not to interfere with the direction of the plot as much as possible, allowing it to develop freely according to the script, and then only take action to correct it when necessary. All you have to do is play your role well. After completing all the preparations, he successfully completed the final scene of the Alice Suppression War. Yeah, perfect. So the second point is easier than the first, but there was one thing that concerned him greatly. His original plan was to simply turn this trouble away, but after several twists and turns she was bought. Does this mean that I can't easily change the direction of the plot, or that the so-called keynotes of the story are destined to be unchangeable? Blake thought for a moment. Perhaps this can be researched later, but now that he had a plan, Blake felt a little more relaxed. However, the first priority is to improve one's own stats. Xiao's graduation assessment is still very strict. Let's first take a look at how far this body can go. Blake thought so and slowly walked to the window. He chanted softly, then waved his hand toward the window. With a sharp sound of cutting the air, an invisible sharp blade flew out. Low-level magic, wind blade. It all happened so naturally, like memory etched into muscles, but Blake, who was casting magic, clearly felt a slight sense of fatigue. That is a sign of magic power deficiency. Blake made a rough estimate and it seemed that it could only be used 3 or 4 times. Then Blake did some stretching exercises and then lay on the ground and started doing push-ups, but after only doing a few dozen or so, I felt my arms become sore and weak and began to tremble. But he won't stop there. Improving physical fitness is the top priority now. You should know that magic power also increases slowly with the improvement of physical fitness. Of course, you can also take some potions that are beneficial to the growth of magic power, but that can only play an auxiliary role. Sure enough, whether in reality or in games, having a good body is crucial. Snap! Blake heard the noise and turned his head to see the broken tea set and the brown tea spilled on the ground. The young maid looked at the sweaty Blake in shock, then came to her senses and looked down at the broken pieces of tea set on the floor. In panic, she immediately fell to her knees. Yes, I'm sorry. My hand slipped. Because the servant who was in charge of cleaning the mansion yesterday fell ill, Lady Beatrice asked me to take over and clean until very late. I know this is hardly an excuse, but please forgive me this time. Under the maid's trembling gaze, Blake slowly stood up and walked towards her with a gloomy expression. She watched helplessly as the man walked up to her and slowly stretched out his hand. Knowing that she was going to be beaten, the maid closed her eyes in fear, but the imagined fists and kicks did not come. When she slowly opened her eyes, she found that the other person's hand was suspended in midair. Are you okay? Blake looked down at the maid kneeling on the ground and reached out to pull her up, but the next second, the maid ignored the hand he extended, and quickly stood up, apologizing and shouting to get the tools to clean, then staggered out in front of Blake. Blake, do I eat people? What did you say? That evil young master is exercising? Are you kidding? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? And you didn't get scolded or beaten for breaking the tea set? Isn't he planning something again? How about you stay away from him for a while? Blake was unaware of the heated discussions among the maids. At this moment, Blake was sweating profusely as he looked at the information panel in front of him. A morning of exercise only increased his strength by 0.1. There is still a long way to go. The improvement is too slow. This is because the starting point of this body is low. I am afraid that the improvement will become slower and slower in the future. It's the same as leveling up. The further you go, the harder it is to level up. It seems that while improving physical fitness, we also have to work on other aspects. Blake shifted his gaze to the ability column below. Both combat prowess and magical skills will play an important role in actual combat, also known as skills. In fact, you have to wait until your strength and magic power increase before you can learn all these. Otherwise, even if you have learned them, you won't be able to use them. But what he found hard to accept was Blake only has a low-level wind magic skill. How did he get into Xiao's college? It's probably due to Kreider's connections. Blake is now feeling overwhelmed. As a veteran player who insists on zero spending and risks his life to level up, this was the first time he felt helpless. This B panel. There's absolutely no place to start. Knock, knock. Enter. Alice, wearing Percival's maid uniform, came in with new tea and snacks. At this moment, Alice once again returned to her cold, expressionless face. Even when she saw Blake, shirtless and sweaty, she didn't react at all. She just silently put the snacks on the table, then picked up the tools and started cleaning the ceramic fragments on the floor. Blake just glanced at her without saying anything. For the next few days, Blake was like in seclusion, basically exercising all the time except for eating and sleeping. This scene also frightened the maids in the mansion, because they don't know what this evil young master is planning. They always try to avoid him intentionally or unintentionally. They don't want to take the risk of getting into trouble. Blake didn't notice any of this. At this moment, he was wiping the sweat off his face and concentrating on studying the panel in front of him. After several days of training, his strength was barely increased to 5. As his physical fitness improved, his magic power increased to 2.3. It has to be said that apart from the low starting point of this body, Blake does have certain talents, and the speed at which his physical fitness improves does surprise him, but he was actually not very satisfied with this increase ratio. Looks like we need to think of a solution. Just as Blake was thinking, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Alice walked in and bowed slightly. "Master, the master is looking for you." Alice seemed to have adapted to Percival's life as a servant. Perhaps because she was of noble birth, she quickly became familiar with some of the rules of the mansion, but she still spoke very little. I am probably the person who talks and interacts with her the most in the mansion, because the maids didn't want to get close to her. She let the newcomer Alice wade the water. Workplace bullying also existed in medieval Europe, however. This also gave Alice and himself more opportunities to interact, and after observing her for this period of time, Blake couldn't help but admire her adaptability. She actually adapted to the gap in her status very naturally, and now her words and actions are completely worthy of a qualified and competent servant. Blake nodded. "Got it." Chapter 4. Do you know that she has a fiancé? "Father, are you looking for me?" Blake came to Creed's study, where Creed was sitting at his beloved mahogany desk handling family affairs. Creed glanced at Blake, who came in and put down the paper in his hand. "Well, I heard that you seem to have been staying in your room and exercising diligently in recent days." Blake nodded calmly. "Yes, father." Blake showed no sign of panic. He knew that in Creed's eyes, his son's recent behavior was probably very abnormal. Creed didn't say anything, but stared at Blake with a dark look for a while. "Is it because you know you've done something stupid that you want to get away with it?" Blake was stunned, not understanding what the other party meant. Creed didn't say anything, but handed over a newspaper on the table. "You'd better have a reasonable explanation this time." Blake took it, and the first thing he saw was the title of the chart-topping article. Shocked. The young master of the Percival family publicly blasphemed the Earl's daughter during the dinner. It has to be said that these groundless reports always know how to attract attention. The man held the girl's hand tightly. His handsome face looked drunk, and he seemed to be trying to stuff the wine glass in his hand into the girl's hand. Although the girl still maintained her aristocratic smile, it contained a hint of resistance and disgust, and her hand that was being held was trying to break free. The black-haired man in the photo was so familiar that he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the mirror on the table. The face reflected in it was exactly the same as the one in the newspaper. "A few days ago, I asked you to represent the family to attend a dinner party, and you actually did this in public." "Blake, I'm curious, are you crazy? Did you think she was a hostess? Let's take a step back. Do you know that she has a fiancé?" Creed supported his chin with a gloomy expression and seemed to be on the verge of a rage. "I'm really going crazy," Blake muttered with twitching mouth. "What did you say?" "Nothing, father." "Nothing? Do you think this is just a small matter?" Creed was furious. "Do you know that if I hadn't given Percival's 3 iron industry chains and 1 trade transportation chain as compensation to stabilize the situation, the Malott family's private army would have arrived at Percival's gate by now? Do you want the Percival family to be buried with you because of your stupidity and absurdity?" "I'm so sorry, Dad. I have been tolerating you, but you have always been, huh?" Creed paused, a little stunned by this sudden apology. Blake bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help in handling this matter. I will apologize in person. In addition, I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again next time." Blake's tone was sincere, and he seemed to really realize his mistake. Creed looked at Blake, and the anger on his face faded a little as he was stunned. After a long silence, he said, "I will only tolerate you this last time." At the same time, as a condition for helping you deal with your aftermath, you must perform well in the competition in a few days. If you can get a good ranking, this matter can be put behind us. In addition, I will give you a reward. Blake was about to nod, but the next second, Creed changed the subject and his expression became gloomy. But if this time, like the previous times, we bring shame to the Percival family, I will take back all the rights you are enjoying now, including your qualification to study at Sias College. I will not waste resources on a guy who has no progress. Blake's heart trembled. Creed's bland tone undoubtedly dealt him a heavy blow. The meaning of Creed's words was already very clear that he was thinking of abolishing the throne. Although he is the only son in public, Kreider has many illegitimate children in private. He has always regarded family as far more important than kinship. It seemed that he had long lost his patience with this good-for-nothing son. Everything else doesn't matter, but the one thing he can't give up is the qualification to study. At Sias University, if he is unable to go to school, he will not only face survival problems, but also lose the right to observe the main storyline. This will disrupt all his future plans, but Blake still saluted politely. I'll do my best, Father. Blake was in a dilemma when he returned to the room. He ignored Alice, who was pouring tea for him, and sat down at the table. That he almost forgot about the noble competition, because this competition was only mentioned in the prequel DLC Alice's story before the main storyline begins. However, because Alice's story is different from the main storyline, it is more like a visual novel than a game. There is no need for players to do anything at all. Alice's story feels like watching a narrative film. This led to him simply clicking skip on many plots in order to get the achievement. This also caused him to be unclear about many things before the main storyline began. How much do you know about this competition? Blake suddenly looked at Alice beside him and asked. Alice was once the head of the Duke's family, so she must be very familiar with these things, so asking her is undoubtedly the most appropriate question. Hearing this, Alice looked at Blake with a strange look, as if to say, you don't even know this kind of thing. This competition is held regularly in each peerage. And the participants are basically the eldest sons or heirs who are specifically or designated by other peerages. Blake frowned. A specific eldest son or heir? Alice explained. The purpose of holding the competition is actually to examine the qualifications and abilities of the future heirs of each noble family. Inspection? Blake frowned. What happens if I don't perform well? There is no clear punishment. Alice shook her head, but the family title of the winner or the one with outstanding performance may be promoted. Blake lowered his head and thought about it. It seems that this competition is similar to the ancient imperial examination system. So this competition is really important? Well, in a way you can say that. Alice said, in order to highlight its importance and significance, even the lowest ranking competitions will be supervised by members of the royal family. Most of the time, it is basically the crown prince or princess. Blake stroked his chin. No wonder Creed values it so much. The crown prince and princess are personally supervising this. Should we praise them for appreciating talent and benefiting the world? Blake curled his lips and muttered. Alice said nothing about this, but the next second, Blake snorted and laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Not necessarily. Alice glanced at Blake in slight surprise, but Blake just turned his head and didn't say anything else. In his heart, he knew exactly what was going on. The possible future successor to the country came to the site to inspect in person. I guess every participating member would be moved to tears and excitedly praise their noble quality of appreciating talents, and this is the effect they want. In fact, this is just a means for the various royal forces to win over and cultivate their own forces in advance. After all, only by cultivating and promoting subordinates step by step from the beginning can their loyalty be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Use both kindness and severity. This has always been the way of emperors. Most of the royal families in the main storyline give people the impression of being stupid, corrupt, and cruel. Of course, there are also some with good character, but overall it didn't leave him with a very good impression. But these are not the point now. What he needs to consider now is how to keep his opportunity to study at Xi'an International Studies University. Since Creed said so, he must be serious. Wait, if I remember correctly, it seemed that Blake achieved a good ranking in the prequel. How did Blake do it? Oh, it seems that a lot of vulgar means were used. Bribed the referee, drugging competitors in the competition, even going so far as to break the rules and secretly take stimulant-like potions. The original owner really did everything he could. Unfortunately, Blake's actions were exposed before the game was over. This also made him disqualified from the competition, and his scandal also spread to Sias College. Of course, the original owner's reputation was as bad as a rat in the gutter, so this one wouldn't make a difference, but after all, he would continue to live as Black Percival. Therefore, for the sake of my own future, I definitely cannot follow the original owner's example. But Blake looked at his skill bar: Windblade, LV.2, Fireball, LV.1. I only know 2 low-level skills, one of which I just upgraded the day before yesterday. According to the settings in the game, learning other skills requires someone to teach you, or you can learn by yourself through books. These 2 points can be easily achieved at Sias University, but there is still some time before school starts. So where should I find a qualified magician to teach me? Wait, magician. Blake suddenly thought of something. Isn't there a high-ranking magician who is powerful in the Empire by my side now? Blake suddenly raised his head and looked at Alice beside him again. Alice immediately noticed Blake's gaze. Master, do you have anything else to tell me? You know magic, right? Alice was stunned for a moment, her expression froze. Master, I can't use magic now. Yeah? Blake looked at her, thinking Alice thought Blake might be suspicious, so she rolled up her sleeves to show Blake the dark symbol on her wrist. The terrifying black runes wrapped around her arms like tattoos, making people feel suffocated. It was a sealing spell performed by the 3 royal court magicians together, which completely sealed her magical veins. Unless all the casters of the spell die, almost no one in this world can solve it. All right then. Although Blake let it go, but where Blake couldn't see, Alice looked at him with a hint of vigilance and cold murderous intent. Chapter 5. You are seeking death. Go prepare the carriage, and call Beatrice to accompany me. Faced with Blake's sudden decision, Alice didn't say anything, just nodded, put the tea on the table, turned around and left to prepare. After Alice left, Blake packed up the package, which contained some simple self-defense props that could help him get out of danger if he encountered minor troubles, because the place he is going to may not be very safe. Master, the carriage is ready. Blake nodded, and glanced at Alice from the corner of his eye, frowning. Where's Beatrice? Master Creed said he had something important to ask the head maid to handle, so he asked me to accompany you out. Where are the other maids? Blake frowned. To be honest, he didn't want Alice, the uncertain factor, to go out with him. Lord Creed said he would take all the maids in the mansion to greet Duke Lanso. Blake, he sighed, forget it, I'll go by myself. But Alice stood there without moving. Lord Creed said that if you are harmed, then I will return to being a slave. Blake, Creed is a nosy guy. All right. Blake thought about it and decided that she would not act recklessly, knowing that she would be implicated if she was hurt. I'll go get ready. No need to prepare anything. Blake glanced at her and walked downstairs. Let's go right away. The wheels rolled over the cobblestone road, making a dull and rhythmic gurgling sound outside the car window. The majestic outline of the mansion gradually disappeared into the distance, and the tall spires and carved window frames disappeared in the morning light. But after driving for a distance, the car started to become bumpy, which made Blake's butt hurt. Were medieval carriages really that difficult to ride? Wouldn't the buttocks of those nobles get rotten from riding in them every day? Blake complained in his heart and secretly looked at Alice, who was sitting opposite him. The other person sat motionless, looking at the flowing scenery outside, but Blake thought it was normal. After all, the other party was a man who conquered the world on horseback, and traveling on horseback every day was much more torturous than this. His eyes moved to the sword at Alice's waist. It was worn by accompanying servants for safety reasons whenever they accompanied their masters on trips. The Percival family has also been providing sword training to people. As for Alice, although he had some concerns at first, considering that the other party was an ambitious person, he would not expose himself to hurt Blake. In the original book, Blake was always courting death, but in the early stages he was still living safely in the hands of the other party, which just illustrates this point. Moreover, given the other party's methods, if he really wanted to kill me, he would not do it himself. To sum up, it is meaningless to worry about whether or not to let the other party carry a sharp weapon. The carriage lurched into the market, and the noise instantly surrounded them. The vendors shouted at the top of their lungs, and the aroma of freshly baked bread and the rich smell of spices intertwined. The carriage stopped in front of a magic prop shop. Blake and Alice walked into the store. This is a potion shop that could not be more ordinary. Various potions and magical tools are placed on the shelves on both sides. A kind-looking old merchant is standing at the front desk, clicking his fingers on an abacus. Blake stepped forward. The businessman looked up, squinted, and pushed up his monocle. Master Black, welcome to our shop. Blake looked at him. No nonsense. Take me upstairs. As soon as these words came out, the old businessman's originally kind eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared at Blake for a moment, then looked at Alice behind him with a wary look. Master Black is a frequent customer of our shop, so there is no problem. But the lady Alice behind you, old Aiden, she's my servant now. Blake was brief and to the point. He didn't need to explain anything. Almost everyone knew about the LaRoche family rebellion that shocked the entire empire at the time, but few people knew the inside story. Sure enough, although old Aiden still had some concerns, he nodded. Please follow me, both of you. Old Aiden took Blake to the second floor of the store. The second floor consisted of rows of bookshelves, which were neatly filled with magic books for various purposes. Old Aiden walked to a bookshelf, stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out a few books. Then, accompanied by a rumbling sound, a crack gradually appeared on the wall of the house. Gradually, a door suddenly appeared on the wall and slowly opened. You too, please. Old Aiden made a pleasing gesture but showed no intention of following, and Blake looked at the dark tunnel inside the door and walked in without hesitation. Alice followed behind without saying a word. As the two walked deeper into the tunnel, the door behind them slowly closed. At the end of the corridor, there was another wooden door. Blake reached out and pushed it open. With the creaking sound of the wooden door, a room with the same layout as the first floor of the store appeared in front of him, but the difference is that this time the shelves are filled with things that cannot be searched. Blake turned his head and glanced at Alice beside him. She didn't seem surprised by this. In the middle of the room, an old man who looked exactly like old Aiden was sitting at the table looking at the documents in his hand. He slowly raised his head when he heard the noise. Welcome, distinguished Master Black, and Miss Alice. Blake nodded. Master, what kind of props do you want this time? When old Alan saw Blake, he looked like he had seen a financial sponsor, and smiled as if he had smelled a business opportunity. We have a few new items in our store that will surely interest you, young master. For example, the latest magic vine whip, tweezers that can amplify pain, charm potion that can multiply the star feathers, and itching powder that can make your lower body itch. Seeing that Alice's expression was becoming more and more gloomy, Blake interrupted him immediately. Old Alan, I need a magic potion this time. The old man was stunned for a moment, looked at Blake and smiled in disbelief. Master Blake, are you serious? If you want potions, you can go to the first floor of Ming's store to buy them. My brother can provide you with the help you need. Blake remained unmoved, staring straight at him, and slowly said, I need the expansion potion. As soon as these words were spoken, old Alan's smile froze on his face. Even Alice beside him was stunned for a moment, and then looked at him with surprise. The whole room fell into deathly silence. Blake narrowed his eyes, his gaze and tone were sharp. I know you have it here. Old Alan came to his senses, realized his gaffe, and nodded with a smile. I do have it here. Old Alan hesitated. I wonder what kind of dose Master Black wants. The one that takes a long time, or Myers expansion potion? After these words came out, old Alan finally widened his eyes in shock. Master, are you sure? Is it the kind that Mayer once developed? Meyer. A great magician whose name goes down in history, the legendary genius magician, the most powerful magician of all time, dragon slayer, astrologer, researcher of star magic. Her titles are numerous, but there are some not so positive things: a forbidden developer, a madman among geniuses, a person who violates laws and ethics. She spent her life illustrating that genius is always just a thought away from madness. Therefore, while the things she researched and the techniques she passed down had powerful effects, they were generally accompanied by huge risks. There was uncertainty in old Alan's voice as he confirmed again, Are you sure you want the one that Mayer developed? Blake nodded. Well, is there a problem? Or do you have nothing here? Yes, there is, but master, old Alan hesitated to speak, as a regular customer of our store, I would like to ask you out of kindness, what do you want this potion for? You can't use it for yourself, right? Old Alan, you've crossed the line. Blake gave him a cold look, with a hint of warning in his words. I'm sorry, Master Black. I overstepped my bounds. Old Alan hurriedly apologized with a wry smile, but there was a hint of consideration in the look he gave Blake. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Blake gave him the same feeling as before, as if he had replaced a different person. He looked at it for 2 seconds, then stood up and walked towards the wooden door in the corner of the room. Since almost no one would buy this potion, I put it in the storage room. Please wait for a moment, master. I will go look for it. After saying this, old Alan opened the wooden door and walked in. What do you think of the Tucuxian potion? When they were the only two left in the room, Blake suddenly turned his head and looked at Alice. This potion is dangerous. Alice looked at him with her emotionless eyes and gave a simple and rough conclusion. If you really want to take it, you're probably seeking death. Blake nodded, neither denying nor asking any further questions. He was very clear about what Alice had explained. The reason why this potion was banned from circulation in the Empire is because of its high risk. Logically speaking, since it can speed up the increase of magic power, many people should be flocking to it, but the fact is just the opposite. Few people drink it. As for the reason, because in essence, it is actually a condensed liquid of magic power. In other words, pure magic. Just one drop is equivalent to the amount of magic power condensed by an ordinary person in a day. No one is stupid enough to drink concentrated sulfuric acid. Once this pure magic potion enters a person's body, it will immediately vaporize into magic power, and then begin to flow madly into the drinker's magic veins, expanding their magic veins in a forceful way. Let me put it in more popular terms. If a person's blood vessels are suddenly and uncontrollably flooded with a torrent of blood, a balloon that is fully inflated will most likely burst if it continues to inflate. Whether you can survive using this simple and crude method becomes the most basic question. If the conditions were not urgent, Blake would not want to adopt such an extreme method. Even players are not crazy enough to take this, because there have been uploaders who have tried it. The result is that after drinking it, you can't stop losing blood, just like being poisoned. When I was playing this game myself, I only saw a few people taking this potion. As a result, it seems like only 2 people survived, and the reason why he specifically asked Alice, because Alice is one of them. She had taken this potion before, and survived. You think I have no chance of success? Alice did not respond directly, but just said, it depends on the willpower of the user. Judging from her attitude, it seemed that she was not going to tell me any more information. Blake sighed quietly. Chapter 6. Should I kill him? By the way, after a while, old Alan came back with a bottle of Zonzi tightly wrapped in a sealed bag. Because magic power evaporates easily, we must take isolation measures. Old Alan explained, carefully handing the potion into Blake's hands. Blake took the potion and looked at the merchant. How much is this potion? Old Alan smiled awkwardly and held up 4 fingers, 4 gold coins. Blake nodded. Point to Alice's. He took out 4 gold coins from the storage ring on his finger and threw them on the table in front of the other party. The businessman's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the gold coins on the table one by one and put them into his pocket with a smile. You are very welcome to visit us next time. But Blake ignored old Alan's affectionate smile. He took the potion and left with Alice. There was still time, and he wanted to go to the underground auction house in the black market to take a look. After the two came out, they turned and walked into an inconspicuous alley. As they continued to go deeper, at the end of the alley, an iron gate soon appeared in front of them. But this iron gate is a little different. It is lying on the ground. From a distance, it looks like a rectangular manhole cover, which looks a bit weird. There were 2 fierce-looking strong men guarding the iron gate on both sides. The black market auction house is located underground in the bustling market. The purpose of doing this is simple. It is nothing more than to use the noise of the market to cover up the shouting and hawking sounds underground. When Blake and the other man came in the auction hall where the lights were focused, the orc auctioneer on the stage was wearing a sexy and revealing dress and banging the auction gavel in his hand. The people below were holding up signs and calling out numbers one after another. Blake and Alice took the badges they were given when they came in and found a low-key corner to sit down. Relying on his status as the young master of the Percival family and the fact that he was a frequent visitor here, he was easily led in even without an appointment. Blake looked at several items in a row and found that none of them seemed to have any effect on him. This made him want to quit. Just as he was about to leave, a red feather was brought to the stage and exposed to the spotlight. He saw that the other party suddenly became energetic. This item is called Phoenix Feather. It is said that it was once an item that was left behind by the great magician Meyer when he sealed the phoenix. After identification, it was confirmed that it has the property of not being ignited by flames. The auctioneer said. But because there is no relevant usage data or clear records of its use in the history of the empire, we can only sell it as an exhibit. So we set the starting price for it at only 3 gold coins. So, distinguished guests, please bid as much as you can. Blake stared at the feather on the stage, feeling uncontrollably excited. Indeed, few people know its usefulness. It also exists as a hidden achievement in the game. And I only knew its function and how to use it by chance. Thinking of this, Blake immediately signaled Alice to raise her sign and bid. 3 gold coins. Black just cautiously gave the reserve price. It can't be too high. After all, it is just sold as an exhibit. If the bid is too high at once, it will make others suspicious. So each time he raised the price, he only added 1 gold coin on top of it. Sure enough, after just a few attempts, no one was bidding against him anymore. Let us congratulate guest number 31 for bidding on our item at the final price of 7 gold coins. The auction hammer hit the iron platform, making a clear and loud clicking sound. In the end, the feather was only called for 7 gold coins and he bought it. The feather was then taken away by the staff, and all Blake had to do now was wait until the auction was over to go backstage to collect it. Blake breathed a sigh of relief as he patted down the feathers. Then please take a look at the next lot. After a few more lots that had no effect on Blake, the auctioneer on the stage clapped his hands, and his tail shook slightly behind him. Then the staff brought up a tightly sealed wooden box in front of everyone's eyes. The auctioneer slowly opened the box in front of him. A black stone appeared in front of everyone. The coal-like stone has a little more luster than a coal lump, but is as transparent as crystal. Different from the previous situation, when this black stone appeared on the stage. The scene suddenly fell into silence. The orc auctioneer continued to explain to everyone as usual. This stone is the legendary obsidian. It is only formed naturally over many years in the extremely rare and special environment of the dark forest in the north. Therefore, it is very precious. And as long as you have it, you can effectively speed up the practice of black magic. The orc auctioneer changed the subject at this point. However, due to its special nature, we have not set a reserve price for this item, so you can raise your price at will. As the hammer was struck, no one bid for a long time. Instead, there were discussions all around. Who would dare to use this thing after buying it? It's useful for practicing black magic? That sounds ridiculous. You must be crazy. Hurry up and skip this ominous thing. Hurry up and add another lot. Blake looked at the people who were talking about this. He could actually understand their reactions. The Empire expressly prohibits the practice of black magic. Black magic is listed as a taboo not only because every move of black magic is too cruel and deadly, but also because it is highly dangerous. If you practice carelessly, you will suffer serious backlash. In mild cases, one will suffer from the pain of being bitten by poisonous ants all over the body, and in severe cases, one will degenerate into a zombie like undead. So generally only fools or desperados would come into contact with black magic. Thinking of this, Blake glanced secretly at Alice beside him. At this moment, the other party was staring at the coal-like stone on the stage, tightly grasping the bid tag in his hand. Alice has been practicing the dark arts in secret, because her regular magic veins had been sealed. She had to take an unconventional approach and was forced to learn this high-risk magic that did not require any magic veins. It is called magic, but in fact it is a very strange air. It does not belong to the category of magic. At the end of the game, she has mastered the black magic to the point of perfection, and even the 3 royal court magicians combined were slaughtered by her alone. The caster died, and as the seal on her body was completely lifted, she became even more invincible. The protagonist was almost beaten half to death by her. At this moment, looking at the stone on the stage, Alice's eyes flickered with something. She almost forgot her disguise and slowly raised the sign in her hand, a gold coin. Although Alice had already raised the sign in her hand, but it was Blake who shouted first. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene cast curious glances at him, as if they all wanted to see which idiot was so desperate that he could be so depressed. Even Alice beside him came to her senses and looked at him in surprise, but Blake had his reasons for doing so, because this stone cannot fall into Alice's hands. Otherwise she will become more difficult in the future, because in the original main storyline, Alice did not encounter this stone. If she got it now, it would definitely cause unexpected changes in the storyline. At the same time, Alice came back to her senses a little and realized the stupidity of her behavior. Almost exposed, she lowered her head and stopped talking. As expected, the black stone was bought by Blake for 1 gold coin. Obsidian is dangerous. After taking the photo, Alice on the side suddenly said, "I don't think you should buy it." "Oh?" Blake glanced at her. "Are you questioning my decision?" "I didn't mean that." Alice lowered her head humbly. "I'm just thinking about your health. Obsidian will emit harmful radiation from dark matter." At this moment, she really looked like a servant who was concerned about her master's health. In response, Blake raised his lips and said, "Well, now that I bought it, what do you think I should do with it?" Alice looked up at herself and spoke slowly. "You can bury it in the ground to isolate it, or I can help you deal with it. I see, yes. Is it really that dangerous? That's right. Then forget it. Blake shrugged. As a master, I also have to consider the health of my servants. If my rash purchases cause my servants to suffer the consequences, it would be against Percival's reputation if it got out. Alice's thin lips moved slightly when she heard that, but she finally closed her mouth silently and turned her head away. Looks like he's sulking. Seeing her like this, Blake chuckled softly. "You? So that you can get me into the incinerator faster. Do I look like someone who's in a rush to cut in line to be cremated?" The auction then continued. After a few more lots, Alice suddenly stood up. "Master, I need to leave for a moment to take care of some personal business." In medieval Europe, nobles in the court would use "take care of some personal business" as a euphemism to imply going to the toilet. Blake gave her a cryptic look. "I'll only give you time for one auction item, yes." Blake glanced at her anxiously, and his attention was suddenly drawn back to a special lining on the auction table. After leaving, Alice did not go to the bathroom, but avoided everyone's sight and went to a deserted place behind the stage of the auction house. After making sure that there was no one around, she still did not let her guard down, but took out a small magic tool. As it was activated, a red light shone from the core of the magic tool, and gradually the red light spread, until it completely annihilated her. This is a combination of an intermediate soundproofing magic and an advanced microbarrier magic. After doing all this, she slowly took out a red, crystal-like stone. She squeezed it with a little force, and the stone exploded like crystal. Then, a red summoning magic circle gradually emerged on the ground in front of her, naturally taking shape. Finally, a phantom was gradually projected onto the formed summoning circle, and gradually, the phantom condensed into a solid entity. "Oh nar." The man in the black cloak hid his face in the shadows and knelt in front of Alice, and underneath the mask was a face completely obscured by the goat mask. "You will intercept him on the road later. I need the obsidian he just photographed. Take it away from him." "Understood." He nodded and paused. "Do you want to kill him while you're at it?" "Okay, but it's not necessary right now." Alice thought for a moment and said, "If he dies now, I will be suspected. I still need the protection of the Percival family. I just need to steal the things." "Yes, master." After saying that, the black shadow disappeared directly in front of Alice. At this time, Blake was holding a sign and bidding frantically, continuing to pursue the goods behind him. In short, he was killing like crazy. Because he was familiar with the function of every material in the game, he changed his mind and decided to take pictures of everything he might need in the future. As for the wallet, he wasn't worried about that at all. The Percival family originally started out as a business family, and in terms of wealth, they are even better than some royal families. Moreover, compared with the original owner's usual extravagance, the money he spent now was nothing but a drop in the bucket. Blake is such a loser. Thinking of the extravagant life he led, Blake couldn't help cursing again in his heart. The auction was coming to an end, and when Blake had bought the last item, Alice came back. When the two came backstage after the event, the auctioneer who had just been standing on the stage was now standing there waiting for them. Behind her, a staff member was holding a wooden tray with a storage ring placed neatly on it. "Dear guest, these are all the items you bought today," she said, and then she handed a list to Blake with both hands. "This is the list of goods, you can take a look and count them." Blake put away the list and glanced at it briefly. Orc king's teeth, obsidian phoenix feather, thin clothes covered with dragon scales, a fountain pen that converts magic power into ink. He glanced at the list, said nothing, then took the storage ring and put it away. Chapter 7. Do you like to steal my things? On the way back in the carriage, Blake looked at the magic potion in his hand. Even through the sealed bag, he could clearly see the transparent glass bottle filled with black viscous liquid. It looks a bit creepy. This is the purpose of his trip. With it, he can increase the speed of his magic power by nearly 30%. For him who currently has a hard time even casting elementary magic continuously, this will undoubtedly be of great use. The prerequisite is that you have to be able to survive. He had no idea what the pain would be like. After all, in the original work, taking this will directly reduce your health points. But he wasn't too worried about that now. He slightly turned a little magic power. The storage ring emitted light, and a feather as dazzling as a flame suddenly appeared in his hand. The feathers seemed to be burning in the sunlight. Phoenix feather. Looking at the feather, Blake smiled. Alice, who was sitting opposite, glanced at the boy who was staring at the magic potion with a silly smile, her eyes dark. She was wondering if this guy really didn't know the danger of this potion, but she wasn't going to tell him. People like this who are willing to risk their lives just to take advantage of opportunities, a guy like That wouldn't last a single day in the LaRoche household. Thinking of her family, Alice turned her head to look outside the carriage, her eyes unconsciously dimming a little. After Blake put the feather back into the storage ring, he took out the thin clothes covered with dragon scales from it, took off his coat and put it on. After trying it, I found it was just right. This piece of clothing can help him resist some of the damage from low-level magic attacks. For him now, it is also a very useful treasure. Just when he was about to take something out of the ring, just then, Blake felt the carriage under his buttocks shaking violently. There was a violent jolt, accompanied by a loud bang. The sky was spinning, and the carriage the two were riding in was suddenly overturned. The force was so great that the carriage spun several times in the air before rolling to the side of the road, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust gradually settled, Blake, who was not far away, was lying on the grass gasping for breath. When he came to his senses, he looked at the horse lying on the ground in the distance and wailing, the broken carriage, and the coachman had already run away without a trace. Fortunately, he jumped out of the car in time, otherwise it would have been a bit painful. Alice seemed to act earlier than herself, and the other party had already taken action. At the moment of the bump, Blake turned his head and saw that she was already standing not far behind him. She still had a calm look on her face, her eyes looking towards the hill not far away. Blake followed her gaze and saw a person standing on the hill. He was wearing a black cloak and looked more like a black shadow from a distance in the sunlight. Without saying a word, Blake quickly turned his magic power and an invisible wind blade slashed towards the opponent. Since the other party came up and greeted me, there was nothing to worry about, but just as the wind blade approached the opponent, it was blocked by a wall of earth that emerged from the ground, leaving no trace. The attack was easily diffused. Then the black shadow leaped with all his strength and quickly came to a place only a few feet away from Blake, looking down at Blake, who was squatting on the ground. Hand over the storage ring. The other party directly stated his intention. Blake looked at him coldly. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I don't know. I only know that you took what I wanted from the auction. The man in black approached slowly. Hand it over. If you don't have the financial resources, why not just take it by force? Stop talking nonsense, hand it over, and I'll give you a way out. What if I say no? While stalling for time, Blake recondensed his magic power and prepared to release the next fireball after the opponent got closer. The damage of fireball is stronger than that of Windblade, but the skill's lead time is also much longer than that of Windblade. So now he can only keep delaying time to divert the opponent's attention to help him achieve the purpose of sneak attack. As the opponent approached step by step, sharp earth cones gradually condensed around his body, floating in the air, and aimed at Blake. Blake stared at the earth cones floating in the air, which seemed to be able to drill dozens of holes in his body in the next second. I repeat, hand over the rings, or I will use them to slowly slit your throat. In that way, you will not die immediately, but will gradually experience the pain of the passing of life. Blake said nothing, but when the other person came closer, he suddenly saw the other person's face clearly under the cloak. It should be said that the other person was wearing a goat mask on his face. When Blake saw the twisted goat totem on the mask, he felt a sense of familiarity, combined with the opponent's attire and the attack method just now. Blake finally recognized the other person's identity. Blake immediately glanced at Alice, who was standing beside him. Sure enough, the other party just stood there without moving at all, and didn't show any intention of helping. Blake's face darkened. This woman. Blake took a deep breath and reached for the storage ring in his pocket. In this case, the other party's purpose is very clear. Blake looked at the opponent vigilantly, silently gave up the idea of a sneak attack with fireball, and continued to think of a countermeasure in his mind. But no matter how you think about it, considering the strength of both sides, there is absolutely no room for struggle. With my current abilities, even a sneak attack would be meaningless because it would not succeed, and he hadn't expected that Alice would choose to attack him directly for the sake of Obsidian, because his death would bring trouble to her. He thought she would not be so reckless, so he did not make any preparations. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in, forming a mound of earth that tightly trapped his feet. He lost his ability to move. There's no way to escape now. Then the man in black continued to walk towards him step by step. This is the last time. Hand over the storage ring. Looking at the man in black who was slowly approaching him, in a critical moment, the earth cone condensed by the other party's magic power was only a few feet away from him. Blake gritted his teeth and took something out of his pocket. Then he threw it hard at Alice, who was not far away. Looking at the thing flying towards her, Alice subconsciously reached out to catch it, then held it in her hand and looked at it carefully. Storage ring. Alice, man in black? She has it. Blake shouted, pointing at Alice. Alice looked at the ring in her hand. Her brain was a little slow to react for a moment. When she looked at Blake in the distance again, he had already used the wind blade to cut through the dirt under his feet. Holding a pre-prepared acceleration talisman in his hand, he had already run a long distance away, waving and shouting at her. "Come on. I'm handing it over to you. You must protect the ring. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will be punished by the family when you return." Alice's eye twitched suddenly. How could this person be so shameless, knowing clearly that the other party was coming for the ring? He now threw this hot potato to himself, making it clear that he wanted to use himself as a shield. At this time, the man in black looked at Alice. His hesitation showed that he was embarrassed and at a loss. Alice gritted her teeth and gave him a look, then the man in black rushed towards her. Blake watched the two people fighting from afar. Although Alice could not use magic, her swordsmanship was at a top-notch level in the Empire. With the sword in her hand, she continued to defend against the opponent's flying earth blades, but this was all she could do. Blake waved his arms exaggeratedly and shouted, "Come on, my loyal and brave servant. Do not put down your sword. Fight to the last moment. I am always watching you. Fight." Hazage. You don't want to go back and be punished, do you? Believe me. That will be a punishment you dare not even imagine. So, just swing your sword with all your might. Blake, who had been shouting for a long time, coughed and felt a little sore in his throat. Looking at the performance of the two people in the distance, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you like to steal my things? Then I have to disgust you too. Under Blake's gaze, Alice and her opponent were in a stalemate for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the man in black retreated into the air, then drew a character in the air with his hand, and chanted something. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the ground within a radius of 20 meters with him as the center suddenly sank. Alice, who was at the center of the range, also fell into the pit. The sky was filled with dust that spread rapidly along with the strong vibration, completely blocking Blake's vision in an instant. Seeing the drama come to an end, Blake slowly walked forward to the edge of the huge pit and looked down into the pit. When the dust gradually settled, Alice was seen half kneeling in the middle of the pit in dishevel, looking a little embarrassed. The man in black had long since disappeared. Blake walked down the pit, looked down at Alice who was kneeling in front of him, took a deep breath, and said nothing. Feel sorry. Alice lowered her head at this time, and her humble tone was faintly cold. I am not as skilled as others, and the ring was stolen. Blake said nothing. When the atmosphere fell into dead silence. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. Blake sighed softly. The other party is indeed the kind of person who will do anything to achieve his goal, except for the magic potion she bought and the thin clothes covered with dragon scales she had already put on. Everything else fell into Alice's hands along with the ring, but except for the phoenix feather, the others are not particularly needed at the moment, so I don't feel too bad about it. Blake glanced at Alice who was kneeling on the ground. When we get back to Percival's house, we'll discuss your punishment for not keeping the ring. I just don't know if this piece of obsidian will have much impact on the main storyline. Okay, if you can still stand up, hurry up and find a carriage. In the end, he just said this and turned away. Chapter 8. Now it's your turn to pay the price. When the nearby royal guards heard the news and rushed to the scene, they only saw an overturned carriage and a huge pit, and Blake with her hands on her hips and Alice with her clothes torn. Blake glanced at the big pit at the scene, then heard the noise and looked at the crowd rushing over in the distance, and frowned. Originally, he wanted to handle the matter in a low-key manner, but he didn't know whether it was because of the loud noise or because the escaped driver went to ask for help, but now he actually attracted the guards. Blake glanced at Alice who was resting behind him. This is a bit troublesome. Blake looked at her again, hesitated for a moment, took off his coat and handed it to her. Alice looked up at the coat that Blake handed over, then looked down at her own worn-out clothes that had revealed some skin. She made no move to take the clothes that Blake handed over. She had often fought in the wild border areas over the past few years, so naturally she didn't care about these things, and she disdains charity from anyone. Cover up a little. You are mine now, and I am Percival's young master, temporary young master, so for the sake of your reputation, you should pay a little attention to your attire. Alice thought about it and thought this reason was reasonable, so she reached out and took it. I am very sorry, Master Black. At this time, the leader of the guard trotted up to Blake and bowed respectfully. I'm very sorry that this happened. Although we rushed here as quickly as possible after receiving the news, it seems that we are still a step too late. Blake nodded expressionlessly. The captain's heart immediately rose to his throat when he saw this. He had heard of Blake's bad reputation. If he insisted on blaming himself for this incident, he would be held accountable. After all, an heir to a baronial family had such an incident happen in the area under his jurisdiction, and it had caused such a big commotion. He had finally reached the end of his rope. At this moment, the man raised his head and noticed Alice behind Blake. He was stunned for a moment, and a trace of unnaturalness flashed across his originally nervous face. "Master Black, please rest assured that we will investigate this matter and will never let the perpetrator go unpunished." "Well," Blake glanced at Alice behind him, "thank you for your hard work. This may be a little difficult. It doesn't matter if you can't find it, no. This is the duty His Majesty has entrusted to us. We are too ashamed to face His Majesty when something like this happens in the territory we are responsible for. We must get to the bottom of this." The captain looked indignant and seemed determined to catch the criminal. Blake nodded, not wanting to say anything else. "Well, please come with us, master. We have some questions to ask." As soon as these words came out, Blake suddenly became a little unhappy. As victims, do we have to accept the same courtesy as the murderer? The captain hurriedly apologized and explained, "No, master, this is just a request. This is also to better catch the criminal. The murderer is still at large, and this is also for your safety." The captain paused. "Well, it's mainly your servant. She has had close contact with the criminal, so she should have some clues." Blake turned and glanced at Alice. "All right." Blake finally nodded in agreement. The situation is already troublesome enough, so it's better not to create more trouble. After all, according to what the other party said, he just asked a few questions about the situation. The captain waved his hand when he saw this, and his deputy immediately brought 2 horses over. "Master Black, there is no post station nearby, so we can't find a carriage. Please forgive us." Blake nodded. Without any pretense, he pulled the reins, stepped on the stirrup, and jumped onto the horse. Although the original owner was not good at anything, he was very good at having fun, and he was outstanding in riding and archery. Alice still looked calm, and just followed Blake onto the horse. After arriving at the guard regiment, Blake and Alice were taken to different rooms, and the personnel responsible for questioning them only asked them a few symbolic questions. The question is of no nutritional value at all. This made Blake feel that even if he didn't hide anything, the other party probably wouldn't be able to find out anything. It's a complete waste of time. After asking the question, the deputy of the guard came in with tea and snacks. "Master Black, please enjoy your meal. When can I leave?" Blake ignored the other party's flattering smile and asked directly, "What you are doing is no different from interrogating a prisoner." The deputy panicked upon hearing this and explained, "Master Black, your words have frightened us. We have sent someone to inform Lord Creed of this matter. Lord Creed will send someone to pick you up. Please wait for a moment before that. We have cold Shields black tea and freshly baked snacks for you to enjoy." Blake gave him a cold look, feeling something was odd, but when he saw the other's kind and harmless smile, he frowned out. He hummed softly. The deputy retreated silently, leaving Blake alone in the waiting room with a cup of tea and a plate of toasted pastries. Sure enough, before a cup of tea had even passed, the deputy came in again. "Master, the person Lord Creed sent to pick you up has arrived." Blake put his teacup down, nodded and stood up. The deputy accompanied him all the way and escorted him out of the guard regiment's gate. When Blake came out, he saw Beatrice in maid outfit standing by the carriage waiting for him. "We have informed Lord Creed of the news and promised to send someone to escort you back all the way to ensure your safety," the deputy explained. Only then did Blake notice that Alice hadn't come out yet. "Where is my servant?" Blake asked the deputy beside him. "She may need to stay here for a while because she has had close contact with the prisoner. We believe she can provide us with a certain degree of help, and it will be convenient for us to identify the prisoner at that time." The deputy's answer was flawless. "We will send her back after this is over. We have also discussed this with Lord Creed, and he agreed." Blake glanced at him obscurely, nodded, and got on the carriage. The head maid Beatrice acted as the coachman. The deputy watched the carriage go away until it could no longer be seen and then turned back, in a dark and damp space. "Has he left already?" "Yes." "Okay, go out and lock the door." The captain glanced at his deputy beside him and said, "No one is allowed to come in without my order. Do you hear me?" "Yes." After the deputy left, the captain turned around and looked at the woman in the middle of the room. with a cold look in his eyes. "Lady Alice, we are the only ones here now. We can have a good chat now." At this time, Alice's hands and feet were shackled and tightly bound to the chair. The cold red eyes looked at the man in front of him without any fluctuation. Alice didn't seem surprised by this. She had already sensed something was wrong. She had an extremely keen sense of murderous intent and had already noticed the murderous intent the captain of the guard exuded towards her, quite a strong murderous intent. The captain of the guard walked to the table nearby, looked at the torture instruments on the table, and picked up a rattan whip with thorns. His deep voice echoed in the dark dungeon. "I wonder if Our Lady Alice still remembers the name Theodore Morian?" Alice didn't respond. "It's normal that Lady Alice doesn't remember." The man chuckled, looking at the bloodstained torture instrument in his hand, with a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "He used to be a member of the palace guard. He is my proudest son and the glory of our family. I have always been proud of him." There was sadness in the captain's eyes, but he died. The man's voice began to become excited. It should have been his supreme honor as a knight to sacrifice his life for the empire, but he shouldn't have died in the empire's own internal strife. The captain of the guard gritted his teeth, making a crunching sound, and stared at Alice with hatred in his scarlet eyes. "He died in the rebellion you started. But you are still alive and well now. You didn't even have any reaction when you heard the news. You don't feel any guilt at all." Looking at the furious man, Alice sighed softly. To show mercy to a fallen knight would only tarnish his honor. "Then why did you start a rebellion in the first place?" the man roared, his scarlet eyes like a wild beast about to get out of control. Alice remained silent. "Speak. At least let me hear what absurd reason it is." Looking at your man's stubborn and crazy look, Alice sighed slowly. "Your son died in a struggle for power, just like La Roche." "You're lying." The man interrupted Alice excitedly. "It was you who caused all this. He died for the empire and the royal family. His death was extremely glorious. The Lord will be kind to him. At this point, you're still thinking of defaming my son's innocence and the glory he earned with his life. But it doesn't matter if you don't tell the truth. Now it's finally time for you to pay the price for it." The captain of the guard put down the whip, picked up a palm-sized hammer and a handful of nails and walked forward. There was a look of madness on his distorted face, and he displayed the nails in front of Alice as if he was showing off a trophy. "I will pierce them into your fingers one by one, and your fingers will be connected to your heart. You will feel excruciating pain, and this is only the beginning of your atonement." Despite the torture, Alice remained calm, because she hasn't actually reached the point where she's at her wit's end. She can use black magic to break free from the restraints or even kill the other party. Even if she doesn't take action herself, she can also summon the Wei Yang over, but that would disrupt everything. This is a guard territory directly under the jurisdiction of the empire. If they try to rescue her, it would mean that she is completely exposed. If you have to evade the empire's pursuit at the same time, many plans will be difficult to carry out. So I have to say that the current situation is indeed a bit tricky for her. That's not a good idea. Alice looked at him. You'll ruin your career and go to jail. That's not necessarily true. The captain of the guard sneered. We clearly released Lady Alice half an hour ago. This is a fact witnessed by everyone in the guard group. So what does your disappearance have to do with me? At this point, do you think anyone would care if you disappeared? The infamous Master Percival? He went back in his carriage as soon as the Percival family's carriage arrived. He has always acted inhumanely. Besides, you are just a maid now. Do you think he will care about you? The captain of the guard held a thin nail and pointed it at Alice's finger, then he swung the hammer and smashed it down hard. Chapter 9. Both the master and the servant are a bit scary. Snap, snap, blood dripped onto the ground like a thin stream of water along the armrests of the interrogation chair. At this time, Alice looked horrible. 2 nails were embedded bloodily in the index and middle fingers of her left hand. God is indeed fair. Looking at the lifeless Alice, 2 lines of hot tears appeared on the guard captain's face, and his hand holding the hammer began to tremble with excitement. Now he has shown me mercy and given me the opportunity to punish you, the murderer, on his behalf. The man's face gradually became crazy and distorted. Confess. Now is the time for you to repent for what you have done. The man picked up the third rivet and pointed it at the middle finger of Alice's left hand. At this moment, Alice almost fainted from the pain, but she still kept her head down and did not utter a word. This is her amazing perseverance and her dignity. Just as she was getting ready for the third rivet, when there was a loud metallic collision sound, as if a door was suddenly slammed open. "Who are you?" Hearing the sounds of struggle and fighting nearby, Alice slowly opened her eyes. When she looked up, she saw the captain of the guard being pinned to the ground by two people. He was still struggling desperately, but to no avail. At the door of the interrogation room, a vague yet familiar figure stood there quietly, looking at him with dark eyes. Alice looked at the man in front of her with a hint of surprise. The man just gave a look, and the two guards who followed him immediately stepped forward and began to untie the shackles that bound Alice's limbs. Blake lowered his eyes slightly, silently looking at the blood on the ground and the rivets embedded in Alice's fingers. His expression was calm and gloomy, yet he turned around and walked slowly and silently to the man who was pinned to the ground. The captain of the guard raised his head and looked at the man who was slowly squatting in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot at this moment. He had obviously lost his mind due to the execution he had just experienced. He questioned loudly with anger on his face, "Let me go. Why are you stopping me? Why are you sheltering such a sinner? I'm just giving her the punishment she deserves on behalf of God. Do you know what kind of sin she has committed? Do you know how many people died in the disaster she started? Even if someone like her dies, it is not enough to atone for her sins." Facing the man's hoarse accusations, Blake's eyes remained as calm as a lake. Blake said nothing, turned around and silently picked up something from the ground. "You just said that God is the most fair, right?" The captain of the guard looked confused, but when he saw the hammer and rivets in Blake's hands, he seemed to realize something. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. What do you mean by that? Wait, what are you going to do with that thing?" Blake crouched down and looked down at him, his voice eerily calm. "I can't respond to what you said. But there is one thing." He looked down at the pathetic man in front of him. The truth about the LaRoche family's rebellion had already been carefully covered up by the royal family. Even though he knew the injustice that Alice had suffered, he could only keep it in his heart. History is written by the victors. Even if you know the truth behind it, you cannot tell it to him. But this guy, Blake looked at the man who was struggling on the ground, and the temperature in his eyes gradually dropped. He was such a fool that he didn't realize that his recklessness and selfishness almost caused the main plot to completely collapse. This is what makes Blake angry. Everyone has to pay for what they do, and I think you're right about that, Blake said, aligning the rivet with his finger. If God won't take it back, someone has to pay for it. Likewise, Alice will pay the price for her actions, and the protagonist will naturally defeat her. Alice didn't know what Blake was thinking at the moment. She just looked at Blake's back with complicated eyes. "Why? Are you trying to get justice for her? I tell you, if you protect this kind of sinner, you will be guilty of the same crime as her. God will not forgive you. Did you hear me? I will curse you. Take that dirty nail away from me. Do you hear me? Otherwise, God will not forgive you. Wait. Wait a minute. Hey. Come and stop him. Are you just going to watch them do whatever they want in front of you? This is violence. This is lynching. Stop him now." The captain of the guard struggled violently. "Don't move. It's normal to be nervous." Blake had a blank expression on his face and raised the hammer. Wait a minute. Stop it." At this moment, the man finally realized the reality and became panicked. He yelled out of control and begged nonstop, completely disregarding his own dignity. "Stop. Stop first. Please. Stop now. I can apologize to her and make it up to her. Compensation is fine. But please don't. The man's roar echoed in the dark cell. The man gritted his teeth, his consciousness gradually blurred, and nails were deeply embedded in his bloody fingers. At this moment, he felt a piercing pain, but at the same time he felt relieved. It's over. It's all over. But when he saw Blake take out another nail, he despaired. The man showed a look of fear and despair, and then he struggled even more violently. Blake made a hushing gesture, his voice still calm and gentle. "Hush, just bear with it for a while and it will be over soon." But in the eyes of the other party, he was like a demon from hell. "No. Don't do it again, I beg you, no no no, ah. The man howled hysterically again, but gradually, the roar gradually turned into a groan. Even the guard who was holding the man down couldn't help but look away when he saw this cruel scene. Alice broke free from the shackles and stared blankly at the back of the man squatting on the ground. Under Alice's gaze, Blake dropped the hammer, took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off his hands, then walked forward and looked at Alice with a frown. Can you stand up? Alice retracted her gaze without saying anything, and staggered to her feet as Blake spoke. Blake glanced at her hand, and the sight was so horrible that he quickly looked away. Deal with it simply first, then go to a nearby church and ask them for help. Before he could finish his words, Alice actually reached out and pinched the nail embedded in her flesh under Blake's dull gaze. Then he quickly pulled the nail out. During this time, she just pursed her lips and frowned tightly. Then the other party tore off a piece of cloth from his already torn clothes and bandaged himself. Blake felt his scalp tingling when he witnessed this scene. She is worthy of being a female. Boss.so brutal. I am so cruel to myself. I'm very sorry, Master Black. The blond man with a mustache stepped forward and apologized to Black. Blake looked at him coldly, with a questioning tone in his voice. Such crazy believers should go to the church, not the Imperial Guard. The blond man nodded. As the local sheriff, I cannot escape the blame for this mistake that happened in my jurisdiction. I hope you will forgive my mistake. Blake just gave him a cold side eye. I'm not the one you need to apologize to. Hearing this, the sheriff looked at Alice and hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Blake's cold gaze, he still bowed deeply to Alice. I'm very sorry, Miss Alice. This is my mistake. Please give me some time and I will give you a reasonable explanation. He sought everything that just happened. This master and servant are both a bit scary. One likes to hammer nails, the other likes to pull out nails. Alice just glanced at him without saying anything. I'll leave this to you. Blake waved his hand and looked at the unconscious captain of the guard on the ground with an unfriendly look. We will leave first. I hope you can give a reasonable explanation as you said. Don't worry about that. I guarantee that he will spend the rest of his life in prison. I will personally come to apologize when the time comes. Blake nodded. The sheriff smiled awkwardly. Master, as for the Lord, Blake understood what he meant. Now that the matter has been resolved, there is no point in making a big fuss. The other party breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Thank you for your understanding, Master. I will arrange a car to take you and your servant back. After leaving in the carriage, the two did not go back directly, but first came to a nearby church and asked the priest on duty to treat Alice. Although the bleeding has stopped, it will still take some time for the scar to heal completely. How does it feel? On the way back, Blake leaned his head and looked out the window, glancing at Alice across from him. It's nothing serious. This kind of injury is very common on the battlefield. We are not on a battlefield now, so don't compare it to the battlefield. Blake is in a very upset mood now. If he had known earlier, he would never have brought Alice out no matter what. Now he not only lost some auction items, but also got himself into trouble. There was silence in the carriage for a while. After Blake calmed down a little while looking outside the carriage, he suddenly glanced at Alice's hand and said in a somewhat nonchalant tone, Don't get involved in family affairs when you get back. Tell Beatrice to assign your work to someone else for the time being. Just say it's my order. Master, it's not a problem. Blake glanced at him and said, Your injury has affected your efficiency. I will only give you 3 days to recover. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of you. Every piece of furniture in the house is custom-made and expensive. Alice looked at him and nodded slightly, yes. Why? After a moment's silence, Alice asked hesitantly. Blake glanced at her, Why? Why did you come to save me? Alice asked directly. She rarely spoke, but when she did, she was brief and direct, and she really couldn't figure out why Blake would go to so much trouble to save her. If I don't save you, the money will be wasted. Any questions? No more. What a long-winded question. Blake didn't want to explain anything to her. He turned his head and continued to look outside through the carriage window, lost in thought. The reason he saved Alice was simply because she couldn't die yet. The villain in the end is necessary. Saving you from the sea of suffering now is to allow you to be defeated by the protagonist at the right time in the future, so that the story can reach its end. He couldn't say that to Alice. Blake rubbed his brow. But it's just some annoying troubles. After some twists and turns, After entering the territory under the jurisdiction of the Percival family, the two finally saw the tall and magnificent building of the Percival family. Just as the carriage they were riding in approached the gate, Blake, who had been looking out the window, was stunned for a moment. Blake looked through the glass window of the carriage and suddenly saw something that shouldn't be in his sight. A luxurious carriage it stopped at the door of Percival's mansion. The carriage was decorated with a silver badge hanging high up, and the ferocious eagle of the mastiff reflected a shimmering and noble glow under the sunlight. It is a symbol of title, and only those holding the corresponding title are allowed to hang it ostentatiously. The eagle badge is the symbol of the Earl. It was unusual for such a sign to appear on the doorstep of a baron's house. Sure enough, as soon as Blake got off the car, Beatrice ran over in a panic, as if she had been waiting for a long time, and then openly threw a difficult problem to Blake. "Master, Miss Lelina is here." After these words were spoken, Blake's expression became serious. Since I had just blasphemed him at a party a few days ago, his sudden arrival this time would surely not bring any good things. Does father know? Miss Lelina's visit was a surprise. Beatrice shook her head hurriedly. It was obvious that the head maid was very nervous. She was even at a loss now and had to seek advice from this usually careless and arrogant young man. Lord Creed was not aware of this beforehand, and he should be accompanying Duke Lanso on a tour of the territory at this time. So I could only take the initiative to invite Miss Leland to the reception room for tea and snacks. "You did a great job." After comforting her, Blake walked into the mansion. While Alice was called away by Beatrice, Blake came to the door of the reception room, but did not rush in. Instead, he stood there quietly and looked inside. Sure enough, there was a young girl sitting at the table at this moment, holding a tea saucer, her eyes slightly closed from time to time, as if she was carefully tasting the tea in the cup. Her words and actions were all dignified, and her golden hair was neatly combed and fell slightly on her shoulders, but the most eye-catching thing is her pair of blue eyes, which are filled with an unfathomable depth. The overall impression she gives is that of a cute and quirky girl. Chapter 10, Blake actually makes candied fruit? Dear Miss Lelina, it is an honor to see you again, and I apologize for keeping you waiting. Blake saluted respectfully. Lelina put down the teacup in her hand, looked at Blake and smiled. "Mr. Black, I thought you didn't know much about etiquette among nobles." It was the expected sarcasm. "If you are referring to what happened at the last dinner, I would like to formally apologize for my rude behavior." Blake placed his right hand on his chest, bent down and bowed. "I now deeply realize my ridiculous mistake." After hearing this, Lelina was stunned for a moment, then her expression became serious. "Do you really think that kind of thing can be forgotten with just an apology?" "No, but I have already paid the price for my actions," Blake said, "and the Malott family has accepted the compensation given by the Percival family." "You know very well that's not what I'm talking about." Lelina looked at him and her expression turned unfriendly. "Are you playing dumb with me?" Blake was a little confused. Listen to what the other person means. Blake seemed to have done something even more extreme to her. "What do you mean?" "If possible, Miss Lelina, please explain in detail. Are you still thinking about humiliating me?" As soon as these words came out, Lelina's cute face turned red, and her tone was filled with anger as if she was humiliated. "You actually want me to say something like that?" Blake was puzzled and alert at the same time. What did the original owner do? Judging from the other party's reaction, it seems that it is not as simple as just forcing him to drink with me. Lelina stared at Blake's puzzled expression for a while, and finally sighed deeply in frustration. He glanced at the maid serving beside him. "Go to your room. I have something to tell you." Blake frowned when he heard this. In the imperial aristocracy, an unmarried woman entering a man's private room is often considered unruly behavior and will cause people to criticize her. Lelina obviously knew this, but she still made such an overstep request. In order to find out what the other party was up to, Blake agreed to the other party's request. After bringing Lelina to his room, he immediately dismissed the servants who followed him. "Okay, now you can, bang." A crisp slap sound and a numb feeling on the left side of his face interrupted what Blake was about to say. "Is this slap serious?" Blake was a little dazed by the sudden slap. "You did that to me and now you're trying to get away with it by playing dumb. Your hypocrisy simply makes me sick and disgusted." Facing Lelina's abuse, before Blake could even open his mouth, the other party directly threw a thick stack of cardboard heavily on Blake's face. The next second, the stack of papers was very thick and hard, and it actually hit Blake's face so hard that it hurt. He looked down at the photos scattered on the ground like snowflakes, bent down and picked up a few at random. The angle of the photo was a bit tricky, and it is not difficult to see that it was taken in an extremely secluded location. In each photo, a man was holding Lelina, who seemed to be in a coma, and walking along a luxuriously decorated corridor until he entered the room at the end, and the man's profile was extremely familiar to Blake. Blake frowned. The meaning of these photos is self-evident. Lelina looked at Blake with her beautiful, lively but now angry eyes. I lost consciousness not long after drinking the wine you handed me. I don't think my alcohol tolerance is that bad. Blake remained silent as he listened to Lelina's words. His heart was deeply shaken. Holy shit, this guy Blake actually also does the candied fruit thing, although he has no memory of that period. However, based on the character of Blake in the original work, he might actually be able to do such a thing. Where did these photos come from? Blake immediately calmed down, looked at Lelina with red eyes, and asked, "There is no point in feeling sorry for what has already happened. The most urgent task now is to understand the current situation." It was obviously impossible for Lelina to have taken these photos herself. Have no idea. Lelina turned her head away. These photos were sent directly to my home anonymously. Fortunately, the servants didn't open them because they were personal letters to me. Then, what exactly did I do at that time? Although he had quickly accepted this fact in his heart, he still held on to a last glimmer of hope. Are you still going to play dumb now? Hearing Blake's words, Lelina's eyes widened, and tears seemed to flow out of her rosy eyes in the next second. It was conceivable how aggrieved she felt. When I woke up, I was the only one in the room, lying on the bed in rags. If it weren't for these photos, I would still be kept in the dark by a scoundrel like you. You are simply a cancer of the nobility. A rat in the sewer. Even the street robbers are many times stronger than you. Lelina bit her lower lip tightly, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks, and she looked at Blake with grievance and hatred. Faced with Lelina's vicious curse, Blake remained silent. Under the other party's vicious abuse, he felt overwhelmed at this moment, but he still tried to keep his thoughts calm. Since these photos were taken before I was reincarnated into this body, it means that this plot already existed in the prequel. But he doesn't have much information, not to mention that many of his plots were skipped directly, and the prequel was mainly told from Alice's perspective, so there wouldn't be too much description of Blake's messy private affairs. Besides, what girl would joke about her innocence? To sum up, Blake quickly came to a conclusion. This guy Blake was so bold as to put drugs in the Earl's daughter's wine, and it's a done deal. I also have to be responsible for washing the pots and dishes for him. The key point is that you don't even eat the meal yourself, right? You bastard. I will not let this go. Even if it means sacrificing the reputation and innocence of the name Lelina Malat, I will make you pay the price, Ms. Lelina. What are you doing? You are still trying to make excuses now. While crying, Lelina looked at Blake with disgust. Although I knew you were barbaric, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. No, Miss Lelina, I will not make any excuses for this matter, nor do I intend to evade it. What did you say? Lelina stopped sobbing and was stunned for a moment. Blake lowered his head, bowed deeply, and apologized. Even if you don't believe it, I am truly ashamed of what I did before, and I sincerely repent for it. Repent? Lelina sneered as if she had heard some joke, obviously not believing it. What are you planning again? Whether you believe it or not, what I'm saying comes from my heart, but if you don't believe it, then there's nothing I can do. Blake said sincerely, but if possible, please tell me how I can compensate you? Lelina bit her lower lip. Do you think this kind of thing can be made up for? I understand your anger. I have no complaints even if you send me to jail. Blake spoke in a calm tone, because at times like this a calmer tone is often more convincing. But please believe me, this is not the best choice for either of us. Lelina frowned. Oh? Do you think I have any reason not to send you to jail? That's up to you to judge. Blake did not beg for mercy, because he knew very well that begging for mercy at this time would only arouse the other party's disgust. He wants to convince the other party. You have troubles to deal with now, and I need a chance to make up for the mistakes I made. Lelina was silent. If you really wanted to fight to the death, Blake said slowly, then you wouldn't have come here to meet me privately today. Instead, go directly to the consul to summon me, or you can just lead your private army to surround Percival's house. Lelina remained silent. After a long time, she raised her head, looked at Blake with a strange look, and snorted coldly. You have a point, but I won't accept your apology easily. You made a wise judgment. No need to flatter me. Lalina pointed at the photos on the floor. You need to think about what to do about this matter now. At this point, Blake secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This means that he succeeded in his maneuver. Although the other party was very aggressive as soon as they met, he did not seem to really want to give up his reputation to retaliate against himself. The other party actually came to discuss countermeasures with me. Blake looked down at the photo in his hand. What is the other party's purpose? Since we have to deal with this matter, if we want to catch the criminal, we must first know what the other party's purpose is in taking such photos. It's not clear yet. There was nothing else in the envelope except the photo. Like a deterrent? Well, that's the feeling. It's really disturbing. Blake was silent. No wonder Lalina was so panicked. Holding these photos in hand is tantamount to holding the handle on the Earl's family. Moreover, the other party did not immediately put forward its demands, which may mean that its plan is not small. Has the Malat family made any political enemies recently? Lalina looked at Blake and sighed after a moment. You should understand the truth that a tall tree attracts the wind. If there is an opportunity to control or even overthrow an Earl's family, I believe no one will refuse it. Blake took a deep breath and looked at the photo in his hand. After a moment, he suddenly had a clue. Ms. Lalina, please rest assured that I will handle this matter properly. Hearing this, Lalina looked a little surprised. What are you going to do? Start with these photos. Lalina thought about it for a moment and looked a little hesitant, as if she was hesitating whether to believe Blake. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you. Finally, Lalina sighed. Because of the engagement with the Pata family, many people have been watching me recently. Then Lalina told Blake some more information, but it didn't seem to help Blake at all. After fixing her appearance, Lalina turned around and prepared to leave, but when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at Blake, reminding and threatening him, remember to keep a low profile. If this matter is exposed, the Percival family will also face his demise. Blake looked down. Please rest assured about this. If the other party sends another letter later, please tell me as soon as possible. Lalina glanced at him, nodded, and left. Chapter 11 Whether you can survive depends on yourself. After Lalina left, Blake sat at the table and stared at the neatly arranged stack of photos in his hands. Since we can't find the criminal based on the motive, we can only start with the photos in our hands. Fortunately, he already had an idea about this, and the breaking point lies in the photo in your hand. Of course, he wasn't referring to the content of the photo, but the photo itself. Blake gently rubbed the smooth surface of the photo with his fingers. That was a photo taken with a magic camera. The manufacturing process of this camera and the corresponding photographic paper is extremely difficult, making them rare and precious, so they are strictly controlled in the Empire. Generally, only newspapers with business licenses or titles above Earl are allowed to hold or use them. Even newspapers would choose to print news that was not sensational directly on newspapers, and would not be so extravagant as to use such expensive photographic paper. This means that purchasing this kind of photo paper will inevitably leave a purchase record. I can start from this point now. Blake immediately called the maid. This time it was not Alice who came in, but the head maid Beatrice. Where's Alice? Beatrice replied respectfully. You gave her a holiday, did you forget? Blake then remembered, but the other party is really a man of action. He doesn't do even a second more during his vacation. The modern workplace needs people like her. Master, do you need me to call her over for you? Wait a minute, I have something I need you to do. I will follow your orders, Master. Although she didn't show it, Beatrice was actually a little uneasy, because this young master always assigns his servants some difficult tasks. For example, he would ask the servants to hold a grand funeral every now and then, and ask everyone to mourn with him. As for the object of mourning, it would be his beloved goldfish or green plants that died. Or he might suddenly order his servant to tie up someone else's dog and stew it, not because he wanted to eat it, but simply because the dog barked at him a few times when he passed by. I couldn't finish it and had to endure his beatings and scoldings, so Beatrice felt a little panicked. Sure enough, what Blake did next confirmed her worries. Go compile a list of the people who attended the dinner at the Chris Palace a few days ago and give it to me. Since everyone registered and entered based on an invitation letter, the Chris Palace should have a record of them. Yes. Then go to the Chamber of Commerce and check all transaction records related to magic photo paper in the past month. Remember not to miss anything. This seems a bit difficult? At this point, Beatrice was obviously a little worried, and explained hesitantly, the Chris Palace is fine, but the Chamber of Commerce is basically independent of the jurisdiction. Those profit-seeking guys only care about money. Even if they hold the title of nobility, they will not give them any face when it comes to their trade privacy. Blake thought for a moment and said, "You go find the local sheriff. It happens that he owes you some favors. Tell him that after this matter is settled, his fault will be written off." Beatrice was a little surprised when she heard this. This time, the other party did not yell like usual, "I don't care, you'll die if you can't finish it, you are a puddle of stinking mud if you can't even do this kind of thing," and so on. And think about it, since a few days ago, this arrogant and domineering young master seems to have changed. His behavior was like a completely different person. The young master has become a little serious and unsmiling now, as if he is always troubled by something, but he began to become gentler, and his style of behavior became more low-key and normal. Blake ignored Beatrice, who was stunned, and continued, "Act quickly and keep a low profile. Let the sheriff find a suitable reason, such as a routine check to see if anyone is smuggling or trading dangerous goods." Blake advised, "Don't draw too much attention to yourself." "Understood, master." Beatrice nodded and prepared to exit. "By the way, please call Alice over for me." "Yes." Blake looked at Alice, who pushed the door open. Not by this time, she had already changed out of the tattered cloth. In its state, the garment could no longer be called clothing. "Oh no. Stand guard at the door for a while." Blake looked at Alice and went straight to the point. "No matter what noise is heard in my room, no one is allowed to come in." Alice stared at him for 2 seconds after hearing this, and finally nodded, "Yes." After Alice left and closed the door, Blake took out a tightly wrapped foreign object. After carefully opening the layers of special isolation cloth wrapped around the outside, a glass bottle appeared in front of him. Looking at the sticky black liquid in the glass bottle, Blake took a deep breath. He opened a drawer beside him and took out a wooden box. After opening it, he looked at the earth-colored pills inside and lowered his eyes slightly. This was his original plan. Now that he had no feathers left, he could only stick to the original plan. This pill can accelerate the evaporation of magic in the body. It is usually used to ambush enemies and speed up their magic consumption. In theory, you can also let the magic power in your body dissipate when you can't hold on any longer. After making all the preparations, he pulled out the cork, and an unpleasant and pungent smell immediately emanated from the bottle uncontrollably. The smell was like a combination of sawdust and paint. It makes people want to vomit. He looked at the potion and sighed silently. Done. Without hesitation, he picked up the bottle and drank it down. Do it in one go. In an instant, liquid as thick as syrup flowed into his throat unhindered. He wouldn't chew it and taste it out of curiosity. When the mucus in the potion was gone, Blake threw the bottle hard. The bottle hit the ground with a snap and immediately shattered into a pile of glass, and Blake's condition is inevitably a little scary. At this moment, beads of sweat were beading on his forehead, his face was as red as the sunset at the autumnal equinox, and veins were bulging on his neck. "Damn it, this thing is really powerful," Blake cursed subconsciously. And the next second his brain felt dazed. "It felt like someone suddenly hit me from behind with a club, but now is not the time to complain." He reached out to hold onto the wall, steadying himself while actively opening up the magic veins in his body to promote the circulation of magic power in his body. In an instant, as pure and rich magic power flowed throughout his body, he felt as if every blood vessel in his body was about to burst. Such a huge amount of magic power was running wild in his body. Now he was like a walking nuclear bomb, and it seemed that he would explode on the spot if he was hit by anything. As the magic power flowed, he clearly felt that his magic veins were being continuously expanded in an extremely brutal and crude way. At this moment, it felt like there was a ball of fire in his chest burning every corner of his body. He felt that every organ in his body was suffering from an intense burning sensation. What comes with it is increasingly unbearable pain. Unlike the external impact pain, this feeling is a heart-piercing pain, but even so, he did not intend to stop, because the longer he persisted, the more obvious the effect of the potion would be. Only a few seconds passed, but in Blake's eyes it felt like several minutes. As his mind gradually faded, he began to smash things in the house like a madman: teacup, table, mirror. Once a person is subjected to unbearable pain stimulation, he will want to vent it through other external means. There were footsteps outside the door, as if the maids heard the noise and rushed over, but no one came in. It must be Alice who stopped them outside the door. After the smashing and smashing sounds continued for a while, the room gradually became quiet, because there was nothing intact in the entire room for him to smash down. That's enough. He picked up the mud pills from the wooden box with difficulty, stuffed them into his mouth like eating, and chewed them without caring about the Bitterness, there is still some time before the medicine takes effect. Blake, whose consciousness was scattered, finally staggered, and fell down heavily with an unstable body. He curled up on the ground in agony. The pills took effect, and his entire body was steaming due to the massive evaporation of magic power. His entire body felt as if it was being crushed by good fortune. In pain and weakness, a coughing sound came from his throat, and saliva flowed uncontrollably to the ground. Then, his vision suddenly spun around, his consciousness became increasingly blurred, and a piercing scream in his ears made his head swell as if it was about to explode, and he began to speak nonsense as if he had been given a full anesthesia. What the hell is Bowie, you fucking desert, hot pot, barbecue, lake bottom fishing, 996, you really deserve to die. All of you, go to hell. It's really fucking torturous. Can you please give me some quick death? But even so, he did not stop the flow of magic power in his body. If the circulation of magic power must be accelerated so that the magic power accumulated in the body can evaporate more quickly. Finally, under the strong stimulation, his brain suddenly went blank, everything went dark, and I lost consciousness, after a long time. The tightly closed door was slowly pushed open from the outside. A figure walked in silently. After coming in, Alice looked around the messy house, and there seemed to be no surprise in her calm eyes. She finally shifted her gaze to Blake, who was lying in the middle of the room. Looking at the man lying motionless on the ground, she slowly walked forward. Alice squatted down to check, and even she was stunned by Blake's appearance at this moment. Blake's bloodless face was covered in bloodstains, and 2 rows of shocking blood and tears flowed out of his dim and hollow eyes. The blood that kept oozing out of his ears was like a spring. It's really embarrassing. No, it should be said that it was horrible, but what surprised Alice was that although the other party had clearly lost consciousness, the blood vessels in his neck and arms were dark purple, and it seemed that something was flowing violently inside. Even though he had fainted, his body was still instinctively urging the flow of magic power to allow huge amounts of magic power to flow through his veins. This guy is absolutely crazy. Seeing the other party's breath getting weaker and weaker, a hint of hesitation flashed in Alice's eyes. Finally, Alice sighed softly. After confirming that the other person was unconscious, she slowly took out something from the hidden pocket of her clothes. It was a red feather as bright as a flame. She looked at the feather in her hand, then at Blake, who was lying on the ground in front of her, fainting from the pain. The next second, she suddenly bit her finger, and blood fell from the wound and dripped directly onto the feathers. The moment the blood touched the feathers, it was absorbed instantly like dripping onto a sponge. The next moment, the red veins of the feathers appeared faintly, but immediately turned dim again. It's not enough. She took out a knife, grasped the sharp blade in her palm, and then slashed it quickly. The red liquid flowed down her clenched fist like water, continuously moistening the feathers and being absorbed by the feathers in an instant. Finally, under the continuous nourishment of a large amount of blood, the feathers emitted a dazzling red light. The light became brighter and brighter, and soon it illuminated the entire room. At this time, the feathers burned like flames. Alice looked at the feather in her hand with some regret, but without hesitation she reached out and pinched open Blake's mouth, then stuffed the whole feather in. Blake frowned slightly and immediately let out a groan of pain. Alice looked down at him. Boy, whether you can survive or not is up to you. Chapter 12 Memories. Let him go? Are you kidding? It's obvious that this guy is the criminal. Even though he was wearing a mask, all the conditions were met. Obvious? What's the use of being obvious? Where's the evidence? Investigating a case requires evidence. It will take some time to find the evidence. At least we should detain him first. You opened the police station? How can you arrest people first and then find evidence? Release them first. Can't you see that the reporters outside are already blocking the door? You didn't find any evidence? I've already told you guys wronged me. I am innocent. I have always been a law-abiding citizen. But now you have arrested me for no apparent reason. Why don't you let me go? Or I will sue you? Why did you let that rapist go? Mother-in-law, don't worry, now he's here to take revenge. My granddaughter is missing, and now you're satisfied? We have dispatched all police forces to search the entire city. I believe we will find your granddaughter. It's him. It must be him. Catch him quickly. You must find my granddaughter. Isn't this your duty? Mother-in-law, I know you are very anxious, but there is no direct evidence pointing to the other party now. I promise you that we will find your granddaughter. Please, you must find her. Her parents passed away early, and I have watched her grow up. She has been a very well-behaved child since she was young. Hey, something happened. What happened? Was the girl found? No. It's that mother-in-law. That old woman committed suicide. She hanged herself in her living room. A neighbor found her earlier this morning. Don't blame yourself too much. This is not your fault. Hey! Where are you going? How dare you resort to lynching? If the people from the police station hadn't arrived in time, you would have beaten him to death. Don't you want to do this anymore? The girl has been found. It was salvaged from a dry toilet in a small rural village west of the city. The stench of feces covered the stench of corpses. This isn't your fault. Well, go back and write a letter of apology first, and I'll go and help you with your relationship, and there shouldn't be any punishment. I want to quit. Have you thought about it? Are you really not going to do this anymore? Oh, what a pity. You are not cut out to be a police officer. Don't think about it again? No. Don't act on impulse. I know you can't get over this for the time being. I've been through the same thing as you. But there's nothing we can do. We must enforce the law impartially. Only in this way can we uphold justice. You'll get used to it in the future. Is this kind of justice considered justice or duty? Watch your words. Feel sorry. Well, that's it. Fragments of sleep come to mind. Memories are like the tide that rises with the moon and can drown people without them noticing. When Blake opened his eyes again, he found himself still lying on the bed in his room. As soon as he was about to sit up, he felt sore all over, as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Master, you finally woke up. The maid who was waiting beside her screamed and hurriedly brought a glass of warm water. Blake took a sip of water, and when his throat was no longer dry and sore, he looked at her. How long have I slept? All day and all night. I was unconscious for so long. Blake murmured. At this time, he looked around and found that the originally messy house had been cleaned very cleanly. Some furniture had been replaced with new ones, but some places were still empty. We heard a loud noise coming from your room yesterday, so we wanted to come and take a look, but Alice stopped us and refused to let us into your room, the maid hurriedly explained, as if trying to distance herself from the incident. Finally, it was only after Beatrice, the head maid, came back that she came in, and then she saw you lying on the bed unconscious. Listening to the maid's story, Blake rubbed his head gently, trying to recall everything before he fell into a coma. I should have fainted on the ground. Could it be that Alice came in again later, etc.? Blake hurriedly checked his attribute list. Strength, 5.1 magic, 3.4. Although the strength has not changed much compared to before, the magic power has directly increased to 3. I succeeded. Blake was so happy that he completely forgot about the pain in his body. The haze that had been accumulating in his heart for the past few days also dissipated a little. If I continue like this, I might be able to master the use of low-level magic before the competition and even try intermediate magic. But Blake also began to have doubts. He turned his head and looked at the maid again. What did you do during this time? The maid shuddered when she heard that, and said tremblingly, Master, we were terrified to see you unconscious. We immediately invited the best priest from the nearby church to come over, but after the examination, they said that you had too much magic power accumulated in your body. Other than that, there is nothing wrong with your body. After listening, Blake lowered his eyes. This is very strange. Didn't he remember losing consciousness due to the pain? In his last moments of consciousness, he really thought he was going to die, but now, apart from aches all over my body, I have nothing to worry about, and not only is there no problem with the expansion of my magic power, but I feel completely reborn and comfortable. Did Alice do something? He couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation. It was then that Blake finally remembered something, and he turned to look at the maid, frowning. Where's Alice? Before, it was Alice who contacted me whenever there was anything, but I haven't seen her since I woke up. When asked, Blake immediately realized something was wrong when he saw the maid stammering and unable to explain clearly. His expression turned serious. Answer me. The maid immediately knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, She is in the punishment room now. Blake frowned. What is she doing there? I don't know anything. Maid Queebies brought her there. I really don't know anything. Seeing the maid's panic, Blake felt something was wrong. He knew the function of the punishment room and what was inside it, He stood up immediately regardless of the pain all over his body, ignored the maid lying on the ground, pushed the door open and walked out. Blake went downstairs and came out of the back door to Percival's backyard. After walking a long way, I finally saw a rusty iron door in the corner. He walked forward, reached out to hold the handle, and pulled slowly. The iron door made a creaking sound the moment the iron door opened. A strong smell of rust hit him in the face, and Blake subconsciously covered his nose. Then a staircase leading underground appeared before his eyes, leading straight to darkness. He could only vaguely see scattered lights coming from below. Blake felt the wall and walked down in the dark. After walking up more than a dozen flights of stairs, we finally arrived at a long passage with flickering flames burning on the walls on both sides of the passage. Blake looked at the various iron tools hanging on the walls on both sides, including rusty pliers, black irons, and iron whips. They were hung like trophies. This was the original owner's entertainment place. Blake often tortures slaves here for entertainment and to vent. But he has not been here once since his reincarnation. When he reached the end of the corridor, the familiar execution room in his mind appeared before his eyes. What came into view was Alice kneeling in the center. This time, her hands were firmly bound by 2 iron chains, and her messy hair covered her drooping face. Beside her, Beatrice was holding a vine with a faint purple glow in her hand, and was about to whip her back with it. But when the other party saw Blake suddenly break in, he immediately stopped what he was doing. "Master, what are you doing?" Blake walked forward quickly, and was shocked when he saw Alice's current appearance. Alice's back was already covered in blood. The whip tore her thin back into pieces. Cloth and flesh were rolled up, and blood gushed out and flowed down. She looked even worse now than she had the day before. Blake was terrified and looked at Beatrice with a gloomy face, then at the magic vine whip in her hand. "Who gave you the right to do this?" Beatrice was so scared that the vine in her hand fell down, and she quickly explained, "Master, this is the order of the master. He is very angry now. As your servant, I not only failed to protect your safety, but also came out to stop you. That's enough." Blake glanced at her coldly, then lowered his head to check Alice, who was kneeling on the ground. When he bent down to check on the other person, he discovered that Alice's face was weak and pale, but the other person's expression remained as calm as before, as calm as the surface of a lake, with no visible fluctuations, and she just looked at Blake calmly. On the other hand, Blake's expression darkened when he saw her current appearance. Beatrice stood there blankly, looking at Blake's uncertain expression, and she didn't dare to make any move. "Uncuff them." It wasn't until Blake gave the order that she finally took action. The moment the chains that bound Alice's hands were untied, Alice fell forward like a puppet with its strings cut, but Blake held her up with his arms. Smelling the strong smell of blood emanating from the other person, Blake's expression became solemn. "Go contact the nearest priest to come over." "Master, I have always been careful about the scale. The magic vine whip will not kill her." Blake suddenly turned his head and stared at her with a cold gaze. "Do as I say." "Yes." Beatrice was startled by the look in the other's eyes. She always felt that Blake seemed more terrifying than ever. "Also, it was my order not to let anyone get close. She was just following my orders." Beatrice bowed in panic and apologized. "I'm sorry, Master. I made a mistake. Please punish me." Blake glanced at her and knew that she was just following orders, so he didn't make things difficult for her. "Tell my father that since she is now my servant, I should exercise all the rights, including the right to punish her. He is usually very busy managing the family affairs, so there is no need to bother him with such trivial matters in the future." Beatrice lowered her head hastily. "Yes, Master." Chapter 13 Conspiracy. Blake stood aside and watched the priest use holy magic to heal Alice's wounds. The other party was the most qualified priest in the county, and people called him Owen. The golden fluorescence emanated from the priest's hands like fine sand, and even Blake, who was standing nearby, could feel the warmth emitted by the light. As the sunlight like fluorescence shone on Alice's wounds, the wounds on her body began to slowly scab over. Blake on the side watched the scene in silence. To be honest, if possible, he would really like to practice this kind of efficient magic, but there's nothing I can do. A sacred magic cannot be cultivated after birth. This has nothing to do with diligence. Only a very select few are born with divine magic flowing within them. These people would be considered God's favorites and would be taken to the church for training at a very young age. It has been treated. All you need to do now is rest for a while. After performing the divine healing spell, Pastor Owen walked up to Blake and said, "Forgive me for overstepping my bounds, but as a devout believer of my Lord, I cannot help but correct you. Everyone is born equal. Even if you are born aristocrat, you should not hurt others wantonly. Blake looked at the priest in front of him. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His kind face carried a hint of pious majesty. Blake suddenly asked for no reason, "What if the other party makes an unforgivable mistake?" The priest barely thought, "Even if she made a mistake, our Lord will naturally come to correct her and punish her." Blake sneered at this decadent guy. If there really is an omniscient and omnipotent God overlooking the world, then why do some people still suffer so much? Facing Blake's blasphemous words, the pastor did not get angry, and his expression remained calm. The sufferings people experience are all tests given by our Lord. A test? Blake sneered. Since everything the perpetrator did was permitted by God, will God punish him in the end? Of course. The pastor answered with certainty, just like his firm belief. Blake looked at him directly without any hesitation, and was silent for a long time. I understand. I will listen to your advice. The Lord will bless those who are pious and willing to change. The priest made a prayer gesture for Blake and left. Blake watched the other person leave, a look of disgust flashing across his face. An idealistic and corrupt charlatan. Blake looked at Alice, who was sleeping on the bed, walked over and poured her a glass of water and placed it on the table beside her. Then he came to the living room and called Beatrice. "Have I conveyed my words to Father?" Beatrice nodded apprehensively. "It has been conveyed." "What did he say?" "The master of the family said he knew, and he asked me to inquire about your health on his behalf." No problem. Blake didn't want to waste time. "Have you checked what I asked you to check?" "I have found out." Beatrice took out 2 envelopes from her pocket and presented them respectfully to Blake. Blake took it and glanced at the envelope. "You should step down first, yes." After Beatrice left, Blake immediately opened the envelope, pulled out the 2 sheets of paper inside, and began to compare them by looking at the densely packed black handwriting on them. His dark eyes moved back and forth between the 2 pieces of paper before he frowned. The territory of the empire was divided into many different jurisdictions, and for the convenience of management, these areas were generally allocated and managed according to the titles of duke to earl according to their size. It is similar to the feudal system of vassal kings in ancient China. The area where Black's Percival family was located and some surrounding small counties were assigned to Lelina's Molotov family for management. Originally, a count's family was not qualified to manage such a large area, but the LaRoche family that was previously in charge of the management had experienced turmoil. It was more of a catastrophe than a turmoil. Even Alice, the head of the family, had to seek refuge in the Baron's house. The most prosperous area in this area is the shopping mall that Blake visited last time. Because of the high population density, many merchants choose to trade and sell in this area, and a luxuriously decorated newspaper office stands in the core of this bustling area. Sullian newspaper is the largest newspaper in this area, and is even a business valued and supported by the royal family. It basically controls all the public opinion trends in this area, and Hans, as the president of the Sullian newspaper, naturally has a very high status, but at this moment, he was respectfully pouring tea for the man sitting in the seat that originally belonged to him. "Sir, this is the black tea that just arrived today. I hope it suits your taste. No matter how high your status and role are, you are still just a businessman." But the man in front of him was a real earl. The class gap is unbridgeable. The man picked up the teacup, took a sip, then put it down with a look of disgust and went straight to the point. "Have the photos been sent to the Morlet family?" "It has been sent as you instructed." "Are you sure there's nothing missing?" "Don't worry about that. As the president of this important newspaper in the empire, it is easy to do this." "Well, I promise you that after this is done, I will give you and your newspaper the greatest support." "Thank you, sir." Hans looked delighted. He was born a businessman and climbed up to his current position step by step, so he naturally has a clear understanding of the interests involved. This included the man in front of him, whom he boldly invested at great risk. The goal is to obtain huge benefits that are commensurate with the risks. "By the way, sir, I still have some doubts and I don't know whether I should ask." Hans seemed a little hesitant. Tell me about it." "I suppose you don't need to do that?" President Hans raised his doubts. "Everyone in the empire knows about your upcoming wedding with Miss Lalina. Won't the Malott family's property fall into your hands then?" Do you think that old man thinks that woman is very important?" The man sneered when he heard this. "To tell you the truth, the old man has already secretly picked out a few good illegitimate children. Since the fall of the LaRoche family, Malott will most likely be able to move up a level. The man's fingers tapped the table lightly. That old man is as cunning as a fox. Do you think he would give away his daughter with a bright future as a dowry? So Miss Lilina was just a discarded pawn from the beginning to the end? Huh, abandoned? The man sneered, as if he had heard a joke. Abandoned? She doesn't deserve it. She didn't even have a chance to get on the chessboard from the beginning to the end. At best, she is just a tool. Of course, this is her only role. Do you think her scandal would be so easy for you to catch? You've only been following her for a month. I just didn't expect that a mere baron would get such a huge bargain. The man was somewhat unhappy that his things were touched by others. After I deal with the Malott family, dealing with him and his family will just be a side job. As for that broken shoe, the man stroked his chin and licked the corner of his mouth. Since she's pretty, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep her as a toy for entertainment after I take control of the Malott family. You are so wise, sir. Wait a minute. The man interrupted Hans' flattery and looked out the window. He silently stood up and walked to the window, reached out, pushed it open and looked out. The noise of opening the window startled several birds that were originally perched among the branches and leaves, causing them to scatter and make rustling sounds. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. What's the matter, my lord? Nothing. The man closed the window again. Chapter 14, Extra money. How about teaching me swordsmanship? Blake sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Alice, who was lying quietly on the bed. Alice turned her head and looked at him, but did not respond to the sudden and somewhat presumptuous request. Since you can't use magic now, swordsmanship shouldn't be a problem, right? Blake still clearly remembered the last time Alice used the sword. The flying rock spikes were easily blocked and chopped up by her sword, just like cutting tofu. Although there may be an element of performance in it, her sword skills are indeed beyond doubt. I realize this may be a presumptuous request, Black explained, but you should also know that I have to find a way to deal with the competition in the near future. Correspondingly, I can give you compensation, or other things within my ability, can. If you feel embarrassed about this, I won't force it, huh? Blake looked at Alice lying on the bed in surprise, as if he didn't expect that she would agree so readily. Alice just glanced at Blake and then continued looking at the roof. If this is your order, I will carry it out. Blake hesitated. So easy to talk to. Is she crazy or am I crazy? But asking the final boss to teach me is indeed pretty crazy, but in a sense, both the other party and yourself are villains, so this can be considered a reasonable kind of support that he's going to escape in the end anyway. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to get more benefits? He looked at the panel that appeared in front of him. Name Blake Percival. Gender, male, age 18, race, human, strength 6, intelligence 5, magic 4.2, combat skills none, magic skills Wine Blade, low level, LV.3, Fireball, low level, LV.2. Blake looked at the panel in worry. Even after drinking the magic potion, the speed of magic training still did not meet his expectations. So he had to consider improving his strength in other ways. It is not difficult to hire a teacher from outside given Percival's strong family background, but the time cost of finding a qualified and excellent one seems a bit high. I have to admit that Alice is his best choice right now. As for magic, I have already found Beatrice and asked her to teach me. Even though she is the head maid, she can use intermediate magic skillfully, but she just hasn't taken the intermediate magic certificate exam. This made Blake curious. What kind of benefits did Percival promise her to allow a semi-intermediate magician to come here and serve as a mere head maid? But even so, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to master intermediate magic by then. The difficulty of mastering intermediate magic increases exponentially compared to low-level magic. The Empire's Magicians Association divides the various magics into high-level magic, intermediate magic, and low-level magic based on the effects, influence, and difficulty of mastering the magic. Magic cannot be used casually. Generally, casting magic is accompanied by pre-swing chanting and the release of magic power in the body at a specific frequency. Only in this way can the corresponding magic be released. With such a complicated procedure, intermediate magicians are rare in a county, and high-level magicians can be found everywhere in the entire empire. One of the requirements for obtaining a diploma from Sias College is that students must be able to use intermediate magic proficiently. However, this power system is not complete, because there are some more special magics that are independent of the system and cannot be compared. They are collectively referred to as forbidden magic, for example, the holy magic of the church, the dark magic that Alice secretly practiced, and the star magic invented by Mayer, etc. I can also teach you some magic, in theory. Blake was stunned for a moment, and looked at Alice, who had spoken. The other party's expression seemed to tell him that she was not joking, even though she herself did not seem like a person who would joke. But how much you can understand depends on you. Alice's way of addressing Blake changed from you to you'd. I don't know if it's because Blake needs her help now, or because she is still on vacation, but Blake didn't care about that. Well, I'm grateful that you're willing to teach me. Although Alice cannot use magic, the theoretical knowledge of a high-level magician is a precious treasure that an ordinary person can only dream of in a lifetime. Blake stared at Alice and couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with the plot. Is this woman really the unreasonable, crazy murderer who kills everyone who stands in her way in the last scene of the plot? Could it be that something happened in a place that was not noticed in the main plot that made her temperament even worse? Why are you staring at me? Alice felt a little displeased by Blake's rude gaze. Nothing. Blake looked away. Just then, there was a burst of rhythmic knocks at the door. Blake's expression suddenly became serious. I'm going to leave for a while. I'll start teaching you after you've fully recovered. When he opened the door, there was an empty corridor outside. Blake did not look around, but returned to his room calmly and closed the door. How's it going? It's pretty much what you expected. There was a sudden sound behind Blake, but it didn't surprise him. He turned around and frowned at the black cloak standing in front of the open window. Why can't we go through the front door? A sly laugh came from under the cloak. The most important thing in our line of work is to keep a low profile. Blake looked at him speechlessly and sat down at the table. Tell me what you heard. The black cloak told Blake all the information he had seen and heard. 5 minutes later. That's about it. Black Cloak finished with a cough. After listening to the other party's story, Blake fell silent. Are you sure there's nothing missing? No, we're old employers, but you still don't trust me? As the other party spoke, he took off the hood of his black cloak, revealing a face wearing a mongoose mask. I have always been very careful about information that can be exchanged for value. Otherwise, why do you think I am called a mongoose? Blake looked at him with an unhappy expression. If the situation didn't require it, Blake definitely didn't want to contact the other party. Listening to the other party's cunning tone and laughter was as uncomfortable as his shifty mask. When you came to me, I thought you had your eyes on some girl and asked me to track her down. The mongoose spread his hands. I didn't expect it would be such a hot job. Okay, take the money and leave quickly. Blake pulled out a small cloth bag from a drawer and threw it to the other person. Keep watching, and report any news you have. After catching the cloth bag, the meerkat shook it to his ear and smiled with satisfaction. The boss is generous. Get out of here now. You have a bad temper, but considering your generosity, it's not a big deal. The meerkat came to the window and jumped lightly onto the windowsill. Oh, by the way, it seems that there are other people besides me who are monitoring Count Kassan. Blake was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the other party. Did the other party discover you? No, the opponent's skills are not as good as mine, and I was almost discovered. Really, I don't know which stupid person arranged such a half-baked person. Do you know the other party's identity? Blake didn't want to pay attention to his bragging. I don't know. This is not within the scope of the commission. I do as much as I am paid for. This is my principle. The mongoose gave a sly smile from its mask. So, you have to pay extra roll. Okay. Chapter 15, LaRoche Sword Skills. Are you really okay? Blake looked at Alice across from him, who got out of bed the day after she agreed to teach him. It's okay, it's just practice. Alice took out a wooden sword from the sword slot in the yard and looked at Blake. Now, attack me as hard as you can. Blake nodded and rushed forward with sword in hand without saying a word. To be honest, he also wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Alice, an estimate to what extent he would need to escape from Alice, but what happened next made him feel disheartened. Blake leaned forward, trying to gain the upper hand with his speed, but before he reached the opponent, he felt a violent knock on the inside of his knee, followed by a dizzying sensation. Blake somersaulted in the air and fell heavily. to the ground. He was knocked over by the other party before he even noticed Alice drawing her sword. Blake, who was lying on the ground, took a breath and estimated that his calves were already turning blue. Wasn't this guy really taking the opportunity to teach me a lesson? Alice looked down at herself and gave a cold and merciless evaluation. Your sword skills are completely unskillful. Blake stood up, patted the dirt, and asked without refutation, then in your opinion, how much can be improved before the game? Alice didn't answer, but just sighed slowly. I will show you a set of basic sword techniques. Next, you must use this set of sword techniques to attack me and defend against my attacks as much as possible. Spar with you directly? Blake couldn't believe his ears. There's not enough time. We can only rely on actual combat to help you get familiar with it quickly. Alice put the wooden sword into the scabbard, took a step back with her right foot, bent her waist slightly and got into position. Watch my movements carefully, especially the power point of each move. As soon as she finished speaking, the moment her right toe touched the ground, her waist suddenly relaxed like a taut bowstring. Alice's entire arm formed a perfect straight line with the sword, and the tip of the sword pierced the air with a sharp hiss sound. The first move was a basic thrust, but in her hands, this simple move turned into a lightning bolt that cut through the air. It was not until this moment that Blake believed that the other party really had no intention of seeking revenge. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by her sword before he could react. He had no doubt about it, even though it was just a wooden sword. Control your breathing and focus on your shoulder blades. Alice suddenly froze at the end of the thrust, and her left shoulder blade could vaguely be seen protruding like a bird flapping its wings. Before Blake could see clearly, she had already turned around and changed her moves, and the blade drew a full half-moon arc. This time she deliberately slowed down her movements, and the blade made a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Blake carefully observed every move and every detail of the other party, yet he finally discovered that every move Alice made was simple, without any drag, just like the purest part after all the impurities were removed. Could this be the so-called return to basics in swordsmanship? After finishing a set of swordplay, Alice took a breath and put the wooden sword back into the scabbard. Sword skills are killing skills. Every move must be effective and lethal. Extraneous postures will only increase your weaknesses. Next, use the sword skills I just demonstrated to attack me. Blake nodded, recalling Alice's actions in his mind, and stepped forward with his sword. Then there was another round of unilateral suppression. For the entire morning, Blake was experiencing this painful and torturous thing. Although Alice had controlled the force, her wooden sword still left many bruises all over Blake's body. Rolling up his sleeves and looking at the red mark created by Alice on his wrist holding the sword, Blake, panting, tightly grasped the wooden sword in his hand again. Preparing to launch the next attack, being in a passive position of being beaten for a long time, his sword couldn't even touch the opponent's clothes, which made Blake gradually angry. Simply put, one sentence to, he became famous. Alice immediately noticed Blake's impetuosity and calmly corrected him. Adjust your breathing. This sword technique requires you to maintain an even breathing frequency, and anger will make your movements messy. Blake used his sword to support himself. It's really hard to ask me to stay calm in this situation. Seeing this, Alice sighed and sheathed the sword. Take a short break. Blake, who finally had a chance to catch his breath, came to the lake in the yard, scooped up a handful of water and splashed it directly on his face. This made him sober up a lot. Then he almost subconsciously opened his attribute panel and took a look. Name Blake Percival. Gender, male, age 18, race, human, strength 6.3, mental strength 5, magic 4.4, combat skills, LaRoche sword skills, beginner, magic skills, wine blade, low level, LV.3, fireball, low level, LV.2. But Blake was surprised to find that his strength attribute had increased from 6 to 6.3, and his magic power had increased from 4.2 to 4.4, which surprised him greatly. He has been staying in the house exercising these days and has only increased his strength attribute by 1. However, in less than half a day, it has increased so much. Was it because of Alice's inhumane sparring method, or because of the sword skills she taught, etc.? Blake suddenly noticed his combat skills column. What Alice just taught me was actually the sword technique passed down from generation to generation in the LaRoche family. Blake was shocked. This was a sword technique he had never heard of before. As a completely open role-playing game, this game is very open, and most characters in the game will have a column called favorability. As long as the favorability reaches the corresponding conditions, the corresponding hidden plot can be unlocked, whether it is becoming a disciple or having a more intimate relationship. Because of this, many players choose to get closer to great magicians in order to learn their powerful magic. However, as the final boss of this game, Alice's image in the early stage has always been low-key and mysterious. There were also some old perverts who were attracted by her beauty and tried to get closer to her to establish an intimate relationship, but the result is, her favorability column has always been displayed as unattainable. This also caused these people to return in frustration, but now I have actually learned skills from her. Does it mean that players cannot conquer the enemy, but can do so as an NPC in the game? Thinking of this, he quietly looked at Alice in the distance. The other party was using suede and sword oil to care for his sword. If he had noticed his gaze, the other party turned his head, put down the half-wiped sword in his hand, and picked up the wooden sword used for training. Have you rested enough? Blake took a deep breath, said nothing, just picked up the wooden sword and stood up. Master, Miss Lelina is here to visit. At this moment, Beatrice suddenly arrived and successfully rescued Blake from the sea of suffering. You mean my fiancé did all this? Lelina blinked her green eyes, an expression of disbelief and helplessness showing on her innocent and lovely face. She seemed to find it difficult to accept this fact for a moment. Blake nodded but said nothing. Unfortunately, this was the fact and she had to accept it, and the information eavesdropped by the mongoose helped Blake figure out something that had always puzzled him, that is, since the other party intends to use this handle to control the Malat family, why would they go to the trouble of sending the photos to Lelina? Because that is obviously not enough to achieve the goal. Lelina is not as important to the Malat family as outsiders think. If it really comes to that, the Malat family can just throw Lelina away as a pawn, just like Blake, who was expelled from the family at that time. No wonder when the news about Lelina being flirted with by Blake was all over the place, the Malat family just accepted some property compensation from Percival and then kept quiet. Thinking of this, he still felt a little sympathy for the girl. That he wasn't sure if Lelina knew that she was considered an abandoned child by the family, but he didn't intend to tell her yet, because at this moment, looking at the girl in front of him whose face was filled with sadness and pain due to betrayal, he really couldn't bear to tell her this even crueler fact. This fact was a bit too cruel for this girl who was not even 20 years old. You just said that the other party sent you a new letter? Blake changed the subject and asked about the purpose of Lelina's visit. Lelina nodded and took out an envelope exactly the same as last time and placed it in front of Blake. Blake picked it up, opened it, read it, and then looked up at Lelina. The other party wants you to find a way to get a backdoor for a few families in this competition? Well, it's like this. Now that I think about it, these families seem to be his affiliated families. Why should I entrust you with this kind of thing? Blake was a little puzzled. The Malat family is the direct jurisdiction of this area and is also the person in charge of the competition in this area. Blake understood. It turns out that Lelina is the organizer of this event. How can this kind of competition be convenient? It's actually very simple. All we have to do is turn a blind eye to the drug inspection process. Drug test? Yes, there will be a physical examination before the competition to prevent participants from taking drugs illegally. Blake raised his doubts. I remember that this competition allows the use of drugs to a certain extent, although it may be a bit shameless. Lelina looked at Blake with a strange look in her eyes. It was originally like this, but due to some external reasons, this one was added temporarily. External reasons? It's hard to imagine what reasons could affect such an official competition. Lelina looked straight at Blake with her watery eyes, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Because I? Blake frowned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Lelina nodded. Because you frequently used drugs in the last competition. I couldn't stand it, so I added this rule temporarily this time. Just do as he says for now. After weighing the pros and cons, Blake put down the envelope and gave his own judgment. Are we really going to just leave it like this? Well, let's leave it at that for now. Blake nodded. Since we are unable to fight him head-on at the moment, please bear this guilt for now. Of course you can, but, Lelina looked at Blake hesitantly. I remember you will also be participating in the competition. Will it have an impact on you? No, I'll do it myself. Blake looked at Lelina's worried look. What a kind-hearted child. Although the other party was very angry when he visited last time and his attitude towards him was not very good, it was Blake who did something excessive after all. Moreover, the other party's current situation is not better than his own, but even at this time, the other party will still consider himself as the abuser. Blake is really a jerk to be able to do such a kind and innocent child. Lelina still seemed a little worried. After hesitating for a moment, she suggested. How about, I'll give it to you a little bit, need not. Blake interrupts and turns her down. We already have something on our opponent now. If we let them seize the opportunity, our situation will become even more difficult. Under Blake's persistent persuasion, Lilina finally nodded. After the two briefly discussed the next countermeasures, Lilina stood up and prepared to leave. Staying too long will arouse the other party's suspicion. Please have a good rest when you get back. Blake escorted Lilina to the carriage and comforted her softly. Leave the rest to me. Please believe me, everything will be fine. I never make promises easily. Lilina looked at Blake and nodded slightly. Although she still looked a little depressed and lonely, he did not intend to continue comforting her, and he has more important things to do now. This competition is an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 16, Blake kills the opponent in seconds. The largest dueling arena in the entire county, the Hyperion Hall, has traditionally been the venue for combat practice activities, but this huge, semi-open-air building is usually closed and off-limits. But today, contrary to its usual practice, the place was packed with people. It is not difficult to see from the environment in the hall that the royal family attaches great importance to this game. The carefully designed venue and the tiered audience seats, all the wooden seats and stone floors are polished to a shine. The event site exclusively for the nobles was indeed extraordinary, and even the combat training ground was filled with a luxurious atmosphere. Blake, whose turn it was not yet to go on stage, sat in the audience and watched the fierce fight in the center of the field below. There seemed to be more contestants this year than in previous years, so the schedule is filled up the entire bulletin board. It is also because of this that he can sit in the audience and watch the situation on the field so leisurely. He just saw a young man from a baron's family being blown away by a huge fireball from the opponent, and the competition came to an end. It seems that every contestant comes to the competition with the determination to win. After all, there are pairs of eyes of the powerful watching their performance. Blake looked up at the VIP area high up across from the playing field. There were only a few chairs in the large area with a great view. Most of the people sitting there were at least counts, but he couldn't name most of them. They must be just extras. But there was one person who stood out among the crowd. She, with long golden hair, sat in the middle of the crowd, but her dignified and noble temperament made her stand out and overshadowed everyone else. Blake watched from afar the girl who was carefully protected by the guards. She is the distinguished third princess of the imperial family, Sophia Isels Claude. She is different from the others in that she is one of the main characters active in the main storyline. Sophia is also a student at Sias College, and is in the same class as Blake. At the end of the game, she serves as a representative of the surviving righteous faction of the royal family and is an effective force in helping the protagonist fight against Alice. Speaking of Alice, she didn't come with me today, considering that her identity was not suitable to show up in front of these famous guys. Blake gave her another small vacation. I guess she is secretly practicing her dark magic somewhere now? Members of the next match, please proceed to the preparation room immediately. Draven C.C. Dale and Blake Percival, please proceed to the preparation room. After a long wait, it was finally his turn to play. Blake followed the staff's instructions to the backstage of the competition venue and underwent a series of physical examinations. After wearing the necessary protective gear, Blake was taken to the duel arena. As soon as Blake showed his face, there was a burst of discussion from the audience. Look, isn't that Blake? I thought I heard it wrongly. Really? How dare he continue to participate in this competition? You clearly don't have any magical talent, but you act so arrogant every day. Now you're about to be exposed. Don't say that. After all, he was the one who got Her Highness Sophia to change the rules of the game on his own. Your Majesty Sophia must be disgusted with him, right? There are not many people who can be targeted by Your Majesty Sophia, who is known for her kindness and justice. It doesn't matter. He has lost his opportunistic means this time and he will probably be blown away by the opponent soon, right? Of course I need to say that. After all, the other party is a genius that the Cercidal family claims to have not seen in the past 100 years. In that case, we can just wait and see how he has fun. Ha ha ha. In the noisy environment, both sides of the competition stepped onto the stage. The game hasn't started yet, so you still have a chance to forfeit and save yourself. As soon as he came on stage, Draven began to persuade Blake with a sneer. He looked down on this notorious and domineering young man who brought disgrace to the Baron's family from the bottom of his heart, but facing his own ridicule, Blake shrugged nonchalantly. We have to give it a try, don't we? Is it meaningful? It's just an ugly struggle. No one thinks highly of you anyway. You don't need to feel any pressure at all, right? Blake wasn't angry either, he just sighed. You'd better save some spit for chanting the spell later. In that case, Draven's eyes turned hostile, then you'd better be prepared. Originally, he wanted to show mercy for the sake of the Percival family, which was also a baronial family, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Just go all out and use Fireball to blast him away. Well, both of you, please get ready. The duel begins. Boom, boom. In just a moment, Draven was hit in the chest by a bolt of lightning, his eyes rolled back and his mouth watered, then he flew out like a kite with its string cut off. This process took less than 2 seconds, accompanied by a burst of dust rising rapidly. The world seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. After waiting for the dust to settle, everyone discovered that Draven had been embedded into the outer wall of the duel arena. There was shock at the scene. The host and referee was stunned when he saw this scene, but his years of work experience allowed him to come to his senses faster than others. He breathed a sigh of relief after he ran over and confirmed that Draven, who was embedded in the wall, had just fainted under the protection of the protective gear. I declare the winner of this duel to be Black Percival. As the referee announced the result, everyone at the scene had to accept this fact. Blake killed the opponent in seconds. After a moment's silence, there was a noisy discussion. Is this true? Am I dazzled? Is this Draven so useless? He can't even last one move? That's easy for you to say. Why don't you try to block that blow? Is this really Blake? Could it be someone impersonating him? Look at that gloomy and arrogant face. Who else could it be but that Black? There was an uproar not only in the audience seats on the stage, but also in the VIP area. Just now, was that low-level magic, lightning? Why was it so powerful? No, judging from the speed and power, it should be the intermediate magic, lightning strike. Are you kidding? An 18-year-old can cast intermediate magic? There aren't many such things in the entire empire, right? What's more, the other party is the guy who is notorious for being a waste. It's a pity, the facts are right in front of us. Listening to the noisy noise around him, Blake, who was standing on the stage, didn't seem to be in any better condition. He was breathing heavily, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his pale cheeks and forehead. That is a sign of magic power deficiency. Because he was not very proficient in it, he still wasted a lot of unnecessary magic power when casting Lightning Strike. The blow almost drained his entire body. During this period, under the joint teaching of Alice and Beatrice, he finally mastered this skill before the competition. So, in a sense, this was actually his first time using it in actual combat. He admitted that there was an element of gambling involved. If this attack cannot defeat the opponent, then he will fall into a very passive situation, but fortunately he won the bet. This can't be helped. He looked up at the VIP area. For some necessary reason, he had to show his strength. The result was as he expected. The VIP area was already in the midst of a heated discussion. I have my doubts about this competition. Ronald stood up amid the discussion and said, he must have cheated. So you mean to say that there was a problem with our Malat family's pre-match inspection? As soon as Ronald finished speaking, a dissatisfied voice rang out. Can I take it that you are accusing our Malat family of abusing their private rights? The one who spoke was Lilina, and she looked at Ronald with a serious and cold look. The dissatisfied Ronald was about to explode, but when he saw the eyes of the people around him waiting to see the show, he quickly calmed down. That's not what I meant. I just thought he might have taken some potion that's hard to detect, or some small magical tool. So you are still questioning the inspection work done by the Malat family? I already said I didn't mean that. Everyone looked at the two people who were arguing, and no one wanted to interrupt or take sides. Everyone knows that these two people will hold a grand wedding that will shock the whole area soon, so no matter who speaks for them now, it will only be asking for trouble. That's enough. Just then, a gentle yet majestic voice interrupted the fruitless argument. Everyone looked at Princess Sophia, who was sitting upright. It's easy to guess who could stop the two people in such a direct way. Sophia's eyes were fixed on Blake on the competition field. No magic potion can allow a person to cast intermediate magic out of thin air. Let the game continue, there's no point in continuing to discuss this here. Sophia scanned the crowd with her sky-blue eyes. Or did anyone see what method Blake used? Everyone was silent. At this time, Ronald did not give up and said hurriedly, but I'm sure you remember, Your Highness, that last time Black had a hard time even casting low-level magic. Isn't it unrealistic that I can release intermediate magic after only 1 year? Is this reasonable? Since we want to ensure the fairness of this competition, we must investigate any suspicious elements, right? Hearing Ronald's question, Sophia remains silent. I have to admit that what Ronald said does make sense. In fact, deep down, she didn't believe Blake could do it, but because Blake had a criminal record, she had been paying special attention to the situation on the field from the beginning of the game, and the result was she didn't find any suspected cheating behavior from Blake. In that case, let's arrange for him to compete again. Sophia gave the result after comprehensive consideration. Your Highness is wise. Ronald expressed satisfaction with Sophia's decision. No matter what unknown means Blake used, he believed that he would be exposed next, and no one would be able to save him. Seeing Sophia, who had the most honorable status, speak, the people who were originally discussing also silently chose to agree. Your Highness, this is not in accordance with the procedure. What surprised everyone was that someone actually spoke out to protest publicly at this time. Black has obviously run out of magic power. Isn't this a bit unfair? Sophia looked at Lalina, who stood out in the limelight, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She also heard about Blake's unreasonable behavior of asking Lalina to drink with him in public at a banquet some time ago, but now Lalina would actually stand up and complain on his behalf, and Sophia glanced at Ronald, who looked a little unhappy, and felt confused. The couple, who were about to get married, apparently have very different opinions on how to deal with the Blake incident. This made Sophia confused and curious. What kind of magic does this Blake have? He actually caused the two Earls' family friends to openly confront each other because of him. She looked down at Blake, who was leaving the arena as the competition was over. To be honest, I don't have a good impression of him. Clearly, he had previously given me the impression of being the kind of domineering young man who had trouble even casting a low-level spell, but this time he suddenly showed the ability to kill the opponent in an instant. At this moment, the other party seemed to notice his gaze, suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. As expected, my eyes collided with the other person's. However, the other party chose to look at him fearlessly. Are you questioning Her Highness Sophia's decision? I am just expressing my opinion reasonably. You care so much about that boy, is there something fishy going on? Please let me return this to you as it is. You seem to be particularly concerned. The result of this match remains and is still recorded as Black's victory. Sophia interrupted the two people who were arguing and said lightly, if Blake can still win the next victory, I will personally give him an extra reward. Your Highness is wise. Upon hearing this, Lalina immediately saluted. Ronald wanted to say something more, but due to the dignity of the royal family, he had to give up in the end. Chapter 17. Aren't you a human? You can't leave yet. The staff stopped Blake as he was about to leave. We have some additional arrangements for you, so please stay and wait patiently. Faced with the staff's unreasonable explanation, Blake didn't say anything. As if it was expected, he just nodded calmly and returned to the audience to continue watching the next game. He did not show any doubt or questioning emotions. Contestant Blake, please follow me. After a few games, the competition team seemed to finally remember him and sent someone to summon him. Blake stood up and stretched his stiff arms and legs, then followed the staff, who came to pick him up, and walked backstage again. But this time the staff did not take him to the preparation room, but took him to the door of a lounge. The staff member gave him a look to signal him to go in. While he waited quietly at the door, Blake frowned, pushed the door open and found Lalina sitting on the sofa. It seemed that the other party had been waiting for him. This surprised Blake. As the representative of the Malott family and the organizer, Lalina should have been enjoying the honor of sitting with Princess Sophia in the VIP area, but now she was in the contestants' preparation room, standing in front of Blake. This is not a good sign, and Lalina's anxious expression seemed to confirm this. She anxiously explained the situation to Blake. You can shirk your responsibility by saying that you have run out of mana for the next match. Got it? I will help you persuade Her Highness Sophia then. Ms. Lalina, please calm down. You won't be able to win the next game no matter what. After all, the opponent is Ms. Lalina. I think you need to sit down and drink some water now. Drink water? Do you think I'm in that mood? Why can you be so calm? Do you realize the seriousness of the situation? Lalina was unhappy with Blake's indifferent attitude because it made her look like a fool. But this is something Her Highness Sophia has already decided, isn't it? And I also need this game to prove my innocence, don't I? Blake's words successfully silenced the anxious Lilina. Finally, Lilina shook her head and sighed. Even so, it's basically impossible to win. Why do you think so? Blake wondered. Lilina sat down with some sadness and said, your opponent this time is Ronald. He was specially selected by my fiancé. Is the opponent very strong? Lilina nodded helplessly. Very strong. Not to mention that he also masters intermediate magic and comes from a sword family. Judging from his performance in the last match, his strength can definitely be among the best in this competition. I see. Since even Lilina said so, it seems that the next game may not go smoothly. In addition, my magic power has not yet recovered. Really? This can't be called fair. Lilina complained on behalf of Blake. Blake shook his head and comforted her. You have done your best. There is no need to blame yourself for this. Or, why don't you just use your poor condition as an excuse to shirk responsibility with Her Majesty the Princess? Thank you for letting me know. I'll see what happens. Blake looked at the worried Lilina and interrupted her. Please return to the VIP stand. As the organizer of the event, disappearing for too long will leave a bad impression on Princess Sophia. Although Lilina wanted to say something, she had to give up and leave after seeing Blake's determined expression. After Lilina left, Blake took off the sword from his waist and began to wipe it slowly, his eyes thoughtful. For now, everything is still developing in the direction he expected, but there were some unexpected things. He thought that with the overwhelming strength and performance he had just displayed on the stage, Sophia would choose to meet him directly out of suspicion, but due to various reasons, he has now added an unnecessary overtime to himself. But apart from the process, the result is still under control. Lilina had just told herself, as long as he wins the next extra game, he will get the extra reward given by Sophia herself, and naturally he will get the opportunity to meet Sophia. That would be the key to his plan. As long as he met Sophia, his plan would be half completed. Therefore, he must try his best to win the next game. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the preparation room. Blake thought he was being called to the stage, but before he could say anything, a heavily dressed guard pushed the door open and walked in. Blake looked at the other man with a probing look. I was the only one in the room, and it was obvious that the other party was coming for me. The guard walked straight up to him, took out a wooden box from his arms and handed it to Blake. Please accept this. Blake did not answer, but looked at the guard's face, which was tightly covered by a helmet, with a vigilant look. What's this? This is what Miss Lilina prepared for you. The guard opened the wooden box, and a glass bottle lay quietly inside. This is? Blake looked at the blue transparent liquid in the bottle, frowned and looked at the guard. This is a potion for restoring mana. The guard explained. Ms. Lilina said that this potion is very precious and guaranteed not to have any negative effects on the body. Taking potions before the game. Blake narrowed his eyes. This doesn't seem to comply with the rules of the game, right? The young lady said that only you and she know about this matter. Aren't you a human being? It's just a joke, you don't mind, right? Blake smiled and took the potion and the wooden box from the other person's hand. I am so terrified. Please thank Miss Lilina for me. After Blake received the things, he saw that the guard was standing there and still had no intention of leaving. Do you have anything else to convey? To be on the safe side, I need to recycle the wooden box and the medicine bottle after you take it. Blake glanced at him and said nothing. Instead, he picked up the medicine bottle, pulled out the stopper, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. It tastes much better than the Tuoshin potion. Blake put the empty medicine bottle back into the wooden box and handed it back to the guard. The guard took it, put it back into his arms, and turned away silently. Blake looked at his back and said nothing. Now please invite the two contestants to the stage. After going on stage, Blake frowned as he looked at the man walking slowly onto the stage opposite him. Although he heard from Lilina that his opponent was very strong, he didn't expect that his opponent would be this guy. Things are getting tricky. The next match is between Blake Percival and Delaney's Hodler. Blake looked at the other man's sturdy physique and the huge scabbard on his waist, and his shoulder-length curly hair fluttering in the breeze, and that face seemed even more familiar to him. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Dreenieyes. Dreenieyes is also an important character in the main storyline. He is a year younger than Blake, so he should join Sias College this year, and then meet the protagonist and form a deep friendship with him. The opponent's strong strength also makes him an important helper for the protagonist to defeat the bosses in the later stage, but Blake really didn't expect that he would meet him here in advance. Obviously, this is the first butterfly effect brought about by his appearance. Originally, Black should have been disqualified and kicked out of the arena for cheating, and there would not have been an extra match. Naturally, there is no chance of any intersection with Dreamy Eyes, whether it's Sophia or Delaney's. I didn't expect that all the main characters who appeared in the main line would now have intersections with Blake. Blake, a third-rate villain, actually received such special treatment. I just watched your game. Delaney's looked at himself, and his masculine, magnetic voice echoed throughout the venue. If it weren't for my carelessness, Draven wouldn't have lost to you so easily. Blake nodded. Yeah, I agree with that. Dreamy Eyes held the hilt of the sword at his waist and narrowed his eyes after a brief surprise. You are more modest than I thought. You know, that's not what the rumors say. Rumors usually refer to information passed down by word of mouth, which is far inferior to seeing it with one's own eyes. After hearing this, Dreamy Eyes was silent for a while, then loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword and saluted respectfully. Been taught a lesson. Blake looked at the other person and said nothing. The other person has always been an upright person. Your magic power probably hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Delaney's looked at Blake. To be fair, I will not use intermediate magic next time. You are so kind. I just respect justice. Following the referee's game instructions, the two people who were originally chatting immediately got into the game, and Dreamy Eyes immediately got ready. Unlike Draven's arrogance, he showed great vigilance and attention when facing Blake from the very beginning. He always respects every game. In an instant, several earth cones quickly appeared from under his feet, pointing directly at Blake opposite him. Without giving him any chance to react, as the chanting ended, all the earth cones flew towards him at a rapid speed. It seemed random, but in fact it completely blocked all of Blake's escape routes, forcing him to resist head-on. The first strike was only used to test the opponent's strength. Dreamy Eyes is particularly adept at earth elemental magic, and is particularly good at using it to launch surprise attacks. Such attacks are truly difficult to deal with. But Blake was not without experience in dealing with such attacks. Thanks to Alice, he had the opportunity to fight a powerful earth magician. Blake quickly drew out the sword, exerted force with the wrist that was holding the hilt, and the flashing sword drew arcs in the air like silver light, easily resolving this wave of attack. Seeing this scene, Delaney's had a preliminary assessment of Blake's strength. The opponent did not waste too much energy, but used the impact force of the earth cone to quickly cut and block all targets. This made him smile with satisfaction. This might be a good opponent. Just when he was getting excited and preparing for the next round of attack, Blake suddenly rushed towards him with a sword in hand, like an arrow released from a string. Blake's goal was clear, which was to close the distance and engage in close combat with Dreamy Eyes, so that he could avoid being consumed from all directions by Dreamy Eyes. Delaney's quickly realized the other party's intention, but instead of getting anxious, he sighed at the other party's recklessness and arrogance. The interest just now disappeared in an instant. Comparing close combat skills, why does he think he has the upper hand? He reached out and pulled out the sword that had been hanging at his waist. Unlike Blake's rapier, his sword was broader and heavier, but with his strength he can swing it easily. He looked at Blake, who was only 2 steps away from him, and sighed softly. It seems that this competition is shorter and more boring than expected. Originally, he didn't want to participate in this additional competition, but when he heard that the opponent was the guy who defeated the opponent with a song of intermediate magic, he changed his mind. He has always found pleasure in competing with the strong and constantly improving himself, but this time he was obviously going to return home disappointed. When Blake came in front of him and swung the sword in his hand, he finally took action. Veins bulged on the hand that held the heavy hilt of the sword, and he swung the nearly 20-kilogram sword as easily as a branch. At this moment, Blake had no time to dodge because of the inertia of swinging the sword. When the referee who was watching on the side saw the scene, he immediately activated his speed magic and prepared to go forward to rescue. On the field, the giant white crocodile flew through the air, making a sharp cutting sound. To Delaney's ears, this meant the end of a farce. Swish, The feeling of hitting empty air from his hand made Drainus feel something was wrong. The moment he was stunned, he clearly saw that at the moment when his sword was about to touch Blake's shoulder, the opponent's body was like a ghost, and he cleverly dodged his heavy blow in an extremely uncoordinated posture. Then, the situation on the field changed. Having successfully dodged, Blake began to launch his attack. Unlike Drainus's powerful attacks, each of his sword strikes was extremely fast and aimed at the opponent's vital points that could render him unable to move. Having lost the initiative, Drainus could only passively swing his Sword to block Blake's attacks. What style of swordsmanship is this? Adrenius swung the greatsword, feeling a little surprised for a moment. It was obvious that every attack of the opponent looked ordinary and had no pattern, full of loopholes, but I just can't hit the other person. At this moment, Blake was like a ghost, constantly changing his shape, just like dancing with a sword. Attacks were launched on Draenus from all directions, which made it difficult for the opponent to cope with it. This time, the audience on the stage also exclaimed one after another. Is this true? Am I dazzled? What kind of attack is that? He's just swinging his sword randomly. But Draenus is just defending and not counterattacking? Is he letting us win? Unlike the audience in the stands, the atmosphere in the VIP seats became a little weird at this time. Hey! Don't you think the sword skills that boy used look familiar? Looks familiar? If you say so. Wait, I remember now, that sword technique is not. Someone with sharp eyes had already noticed that something was wrong, but he did not continue speaking. Instead, he turned his head and quietly looked at Sophia beside him. This moment, Sophia stared at Blake on the stage with her brows tightly furrowed. Chapter 18. Ask him to come to my room. The situation on the field became tense for a moment. Draenus kept swinging his greatsword, but his powerful attacks could not touch Blake. Instead, Blake seized the gap between his attacks and launched a swift slash at him. Draenus could only passively use the thick silver armor worn on his wrists to resist. The sound of swords colliding with protective gear echoed in the competition arena, like the sound of iron hammering. After struggling hard, Blake's continuous attacks finally made Delaney's face the reality, that is, he must create distance and use magic to regain the advantage. Right now he has no idea what to do with Blake's confusing swordsmanship. This time, Draenus did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he swung his greatsword to deflect Blake's sword. While Blake's sword was being deflected by his giant sword, he took a deep breath, stepped back with his right foot, and with a sudden force from his muscular waist, the sword in his hand suddenly spun along with his body. At this moment, he was like a spinning top, vowing to kill anything that approached him. As the giant sword cut through the air with a whistling sound, Blake had no choice but to retreat and jump to dodge, and Draenus immediately seized this opportunity and uttered a low chant. By the time Blake realized the other party's purpose, it was too late. The moment he landed, his feet sank deeply into the ground and were trapped tightly by the sudden rise of earth, but Draenus didn't seem to want to give him any chance. He leaned forward and rushed towards Blake with the huge sword in hand. At this point he had completely taken this opponent seriously, and Blake seemed to have given up resisting, standing there without any sign of struggle. It's over. Just as he was about to succeed, Delaney suddenly realized that something was wrong. Blake slowly raised his hand, and a fireball gradually condensed and formed in his palm, suddenly growing larger. He didn't give up, he just chanted. Even though Draenus stopped immediately after noticing it, it was too late. The distance was so close that he didn't have time to retreat to a safe distance. The huge fireball illuminated Blake's face and whizzed out of his palm. Draenus could only choose to block it by holding his greatsword horizontally and jumping back to use the impact force to reduce the damage. The moment the fireball swept like a hurricane and collided with the giant sword, the huge impact force made Delaney's gasp. Boom, boom, bung. The fireball exploded, and the thick smoke and dust that was swept up completely covered the competition stage. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone was watching the final outcome of the game with bated breath. It was obvious that the smoke was the closing ceremony of the competition. The diffuse smoke gradually dissipated, and the first thing that appeared was a slightly tall and strong figure. What a lunatic! The smoke caused by the explosion gradually dissipated, and Draenus, covered in dust, knelt on the ground with burn marks all over his body. If he hadn't distanced himself in time, he would probably have suffered more than just minor burns. Despite this, he was still blown far away by the impact of the explosion. He reached out to extinguish the sparks from the corner of his clothes and looked up at the figure in the smoke opposite him. You're casting fireball at me at such a close distance. Are you trying to kill yourself? The smoke completely dissipated, and Blake, his clothes burnt black, was still standing there. He looked at Delaney's calmly. You lose. What? Draenus paused, and realizing something, he suddenly looked down at his position. Only then did he realize that he had been knocked off the competition stage by the impact just now. Understanding something at this moment, Draenus looked up again and looked at Blake's feet that were still trapped in the pile of earth. It was not until then that he finally understood the other party's intentions. He was using his magic. If it weren't for the earth confinement that I cast, the opponent's body shape would probably have flown farther than me. Can we announce the results of the competition now? Blake ignored the stunned Drainus and turned to look at the referee in the distance. The referee finally came to his senses and glanced at Delaney's, who was lowering his head in self-doubt in the audience, then looked at Blake, who was still standing on the stage. The results are obvious. I declare that contestant Black wins this contest. As the words fell, the scene fell into a brief silence, followed by loud cheers and shouts from the stage. What a wonderful match! This trip was worth it. It's a real feast for the eyes. Luckily, I didn't leave. This last-minute game turned out to be so exciting. Is this really the Blake? Is he possessed by some demon? Different from the enthusiastic cheers in the audience seats, the VIP seats were filled with silence and deathly stillness. Lalina, who was sitting on the stage, should have been happy, but she didn't dare to speak casually at this time, because anyone can sense the strange atmosphere in the VIP area, and the source of this strangeness. She glanced at Princess Sophia, who was sitting on the chair with a gloomy face. Sophia's expression was a little gloomy at this time. Strictly speaking, she had been in this state since Blake and Dreamy's had been in close combat. After a long silence, Sophia slowly stood up with the help of a chair under the gaze of everyone. Tell him to come to my room. That's right, Sophia, who always attached great importance to dignity and etiquette, just left everyone behind. Lalina wanted to say something but stopped herself. Finally, she turned around and continued to watch the situation on the field, hesitating whether to remind him. This time, on the playing field where the dust had completely dissipated, Drainus used his giant sword to support his body. After a long silence, he finally looked up at Blake, whose clothes were torn. I lost, you handled it well. Blake silently sheathed his sword, but just this simple action caused him to slowly groan in pain. Not only Delaney's, but he who was in the explosion range also suffered some burns, but it was still within an acceptable range. That doesn't make sense. If you use intermediate magic, you will win. I won't have a chance to get close to you from the beginning. Delaney's looked at him and smiled, shaking his head. I have always kept my promises and kept things fair. Accept your honor calmly. I acknowledge your victory and also accept my defeat calmly. This is a valuable experience for me. Hearing what the other party said, Blake nodded respectfully and saluted to this worthy opponent. The same is true for me. I am impressed by your mastery of magic and swordsmanship. I have learned a lot. Delaney's looked at him and snorted, then suddenly turned his head to look aside. Looks like you have some other things to deal with. Blake followed Delaney's gaze and saw a guard slowly walking up from the stage and coming straight to him. Blake noticed that the man's attire and decorations were completely different from those of the other guards, and he easily recognized that he was one of Sophia's personal guards who had just been in the VIP seat. Congratulations, contestant Black. Her Highness Sophia will summon you next. Please follow me. Blake nodded, but made no response. The guard turned around and asked, Did you hear what I said? Blake shrugged. Mr. Delaney's doesn't seem to want to let me go. Huh? What does it have to do with me? Delaney stared and blinked. Blake said nothing, but pointed to his imprisoned feet. Oh, sorry, I'll help you untie it right away. Thank you very much. After being freed, Blake tidied up his torn and messy clothes a little, then followed the guards towards the lounge. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief when she returned to the lounge. This is a lounge specially prepared for her. Only she, as the third princess of the noble Claude royal family, could enjoy such treatment. This room was off limits to anyone without permission, and that was why she was able to take off her disguise a little and get a brief respite. It was very tiring to maintain the disguise of modesty and etiquette for a long time. After all, she was just a girl under 20 years old. She has always felt tired of being born into a royal family. Unlike her two sisters, she has never had any desire for the throne. What she is doing now is entirely out of a sense of responsibility, but it was probably because of this that she gained a reputation that was even comparable to that of her two sisters. The glory seen by the outside world is just a cover-up. In reality, royal life is filled with endless infighting and conspiracy. Although she had no intention of fighting for power, her two sisters already regarded her as a rival, but my father just turned a blind eye to it. He has always believed in the survival of the fittest and elimination of the weak, so he has always remained silent about the open and secret struggles between his two sisters. What a cruel person. Sophia sighed tiredly as she sat at her desk, but today she saw something that made her concerned. First of all, there was the abnormal behavior of Lalina and Ronald. The couple who were about to get married soon were not as intimate as they should have been. Instead, they were somewhat confrontational. The second is the center of the vortex that caused the dispute between Lelina and Ronald Blake Percival. It is no exaggeration to say that the influence he demonstrated in this competition seems to have exceeded the competition itself. It was clear that the Percival family was just a baronial title. She even still remembered the other party's misbehavior during the last competition, but this time there are many suspicious points about him. She looked out the window, her mind recalling everything she had just seen. The swordsmanship that Blake used just now. There will be no mistake, she was sure she wasn't wrong. Just here, there was a knock on the door of her private lounge. "Come in." After receiving her instructions, the door was slowly pushed open. Blake, whose clothes were torn due to the recent battle, walked in from outside, and the guards who were supposed to be waiting outside the door were following Blake silently. He must always protect Her Highness Sophia's safety. Although Blake's performance in this competition was impressive, it still cannot cover up the fact that Blake is notorious. When Blake saw Sophia, he half knelt and saluted politely. "Your Highness, the noble princess, since the conditions do not allow it, please forgive me for coming to see you in this embarrassed state. In just 1 year, you have changed a lot. You are completely different from the impression I had of you." Sophia turned and looked at Blake, confused. "Is it because you learned etiquette?" Blake knelt down and said, "As a subject meeting the noble princess, these etiquettes are necessary." "Oh?" Sophia snorted a laugh. "That wasn't the case when you were yelling and I had you carried out last year. It can be seen that the impression I left on the other party was not very good. For this, I am very grateful to your Highness." Blake said sincerely, "You corrected my mistake in time." "Are you thanking me?" "To be honest, this is hard to believe." Sophia shrugged slightly. "But that doesn't matter. To be honest, your performance today really surprised me. Your Highness, if you are satisfied, it is a compliment to me. You are speaking a little too nicely now, and it sounds a little hypocritical. I am telling the truth, you can judge for yourself." Sophia stared at him for a while, and finally chose not to tangle with him. "In that case, do you know why I called you here?" Blake shook his head. "To be honest, I don't know. I just came here because you called me." Sophia's eyes stayed on him for 2 seconds, then she looked at the guard who had been standing next to Blake. "You should leave first. I believe that Mr. Black, who has learned etiquette, will not act recklessly." "Yes." After the guards left, Sophia slowly spoke. "According to the agreement, I should have given you an extra reward, but before that, there is one thing I must clarify." Sophia's eyes suddenly became serious and cold. "Who did you learn swordsmanship from?" "Your Highness, it was my maid who taught me." Blake didn't hesitate. "Your maid?" Sophia frowned, looking unhappy, as if she believed that Blake was teasing her. "Yes, Your Highness, she is undoubtedly my maid." Blake lowered his head and spoke in a calm tone, "Her name is Alice." As soon as these words came out, Blake clearly felt that the atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped to freezing point. Chapter 19, It's great to live one more day. Her name is Alice. Alice? The gaze of the princess, who was known for her kindness, was unusually cold at this moment. The name seemed to touch a taboo in her heart. "Yes." But Blake still kept his head down, facing Sophia's unfriendly attitude. Although his tone was low, there was no cowardice in it. He continued as if he didn't know whether to live or die. "As for her last name, I can't tell you. I believe your Highness should also know this. Since you know this, why do you dare to mention her name in front of me?" Sophia had an ugly expression, filled with anger and disgust. All these emotions came from that forbidden name. "It seems I need to have a good talk with the head of the Percival family. Your Highness, with all due respect, I do not think this is necessary." "Oh?" Sophia narrowed her eyes, as if she was curious about what Blake was going to say next. "She has already paid the price she deserved, and her title and family name have been stripped away. Is there anything more cruel than this?" Sophia obviously disagreed. "Even so, do you think she has paid for the sins she has committed?" "Not even close." Blake shook his head and changed the subject. "So she is now working part-time as a maid in Percival's house to ease her guilt." Sophia said nothing. Blake slowly knelt down and continued, "I therefore venture to ask you to grant her due forgiveness." Sophia narrowed her eyes at Blake. The only sound in the room was her even breathing. "Since you took the initiative to confess to me the fact that you took her in, and she has been punished, then there is no reason for me to pursue the matter further. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. After thanking the Emperor for his grace, Blake showed no intention of standing up, which puzzled Sophia. I have already agreed to your request, why do you continue to kneel? Blake said, Your Highness, I have another expectation besides this and I hope Your Highness can listen to it. Although I promised you a condition as a reward for winning the extra game, don't you think your wishes are a bit too much now? Sophia felt a little angry and dissatisfied with Blake's greed. I don't deny that. Blake raised his head and looked directly into Sophia's blue eyes. That's why I tried my best to get a chance to meet His Highness, because my wish can only be fulfilled by you who are both kind and fair. Blake finished speaking and Sophia fell silent. The whole room was wrapped in silence. Finally, the silence was interrupted by Sophia's long sigh. You are really, after gradually calming down, she returned to her original dignified and kind face. Tell me, what else do you want, fair? What did you say? Sophia frowned, wondering for a moment if she had heard it wrongly regarding what Blake wanted to ask for. Your Highness, it is as I said. In addition to the mercy of forgiveness, I want fairness. Blake repeated again. What do you mean? Tell me more. This competition is fair. Is there any injustice in this competition? Sophia looked at Blake, her brows still furrowed. Or are you just venting your frustration about the extra events I arranged for you? Not really, Your Highness. There are people who are trying to take advantage of this serious and sacred game, Black said. As soon as these words were spoken, Sophia's face changed and she took it seriously. Who is it? It's not clear at this point. Your words are totally incoherent. Sophia's expression was already somewhat unhappy. The guy in front of me was wantonly mobilizing his emotions, just like fishing, always holding the initiative. Please take a look at this first. Blake was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, he took out an envelope that had been deliberately kept intact from his pocket, stood up and walked forward to present it. Sophia took it and slowly unwrapped it, then a stack of photos appeared in her hands. She only looked at a few of them before frowning and looking at Blake with a hint of doubt. What do you mean by showing me these photos? Are you planning to turn yourself in? Blake neither confirmed nor denied it, but said, Your Highness thought so when he saw the photos, right? What else? Your Highness, this is not actually evidence of my guilt, but someone else's. Who is it? Your Highness, I have already said that it was the criminals who attempted to interfere in this competition. Who are those people? Your Highness, I have already said that it is still unclear. Sophia had lost her temper and sighed. Fortunately, it wasn't my second sister who came today, otherwise you would never have been able to walk out of this door intact. Blake nodded in agreement. Her Highness Christine always gives people a very strict impression. Okay, let's talk about these photos. Even I'll get mad if you keep me hanging. Your Highness, the situation is like this. Seeing that he had successfully attracted Sophia's attention and curiosity, Blake slowly told her the truth. 5 minutes later, you mean you happened to save Lalaina who was almost framed? After listening to Blake's story, Sophia touched her fair chin and looked at Blake with suspicion. That's right. Blake nodded. According to what you said, you asked Lalaina to drink with you because you noticed something was wrong with the drink in her hand, so you wanted to persuade her to change it? Yes. Blake continued to nod. And the other party took this opportunity to take these photos as leverage to threaten Lalaina, the person in charge of this event, to do things for them? Your Highness is wise. And what about the evidence? Sophia stared at Blake closely, not sure whether she didn't believe what Blake said or wanted to judge whether he was lying. Your Highness can ask Miss Lalaina to confirm this. As a victim, she has no reason to protect me, right? Sophia lowered her head and waited for a moment before nodding. She then stretched out her white hand and tapped the table lightly. The next second, the guard pushed the door open and walked in. Blake, go and ask Miss Lalaina to come over. She should not have left yet, yes. After the guard left, Sophia continued to look at Blake, as if sighing, you've really changed a lot. I wonder what your Highness is referring to. Although he knew what Sophia was talking about, Blake chose to play dumb. Sophia propped her head up with her arms and looked herself over. Compared to how you behaved in school, what you're doing now is like you're a completely different person. Blake then remembered that Sophia was also studying at Sias College, and was in the same class as Blake and the protagonist. However, due to safety concerns, she had been living in the royal dormitory provided for her in the central area of the academy, and they rarely met except during classes and drills. I didn't expect His Highness to pay attention to a mere ordinary student like me. Sophia seemed to have thought of something funny and chuckled, covering her mouth lightly. Is this new? Your negative news has spread throughout the entire college. It's no exaggeration to say that you are famous. You are not ordinary. Blake, myself, am I being laughed at? Blake scratched his head in bewilderment. I am constantly learning and making up for the mistakes I made in the past. Seeing Blake's funny and helpless look at this moment, Sophia felt that she had finally regained the initiative, and her mood unexpectedly improved. Well, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have believed it, but it seems to be true now. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted the two of them. Your Highness, Miss Lelina is here. The guard walked in with Lelina, then walked out himself. Lelina bowed demurely. Your Highness, you are looking for me? Sophia nodded. Ms. Lelina, I just heard something from Blake. Blake listened quietly to the conversation between the two. I had already told Lelina part of my plan in advance, so it was natural for her to testify to my words. After everything was confirmed, true or false, Sophia sighed. I didn't expect it to be like this. It's really my fault. Lelina waved her hands in panic. This has nothing to do with your Highness. Sophia shook her head and looked at Lelina with some sympathy. I guess you must have been under a lot of pressure for this? It's actually okay, Your Highness, that's true. Blake suddenly interrupted. Ms. Lelina has been under a lot of pressure recently because of the huge difficulties she has faced, so she often comes to me to discuss countermeasures. When Sophia heard this, she looked at Lelina with a hint of guilt in her eyes. Then, in Lelina's shocked gaze, Princess Sophia, the third princess of the empire, actually bent down in front of her. Thank you for your hard work. I would like to formally express my apologies to you. I will definitely compensate you to the best of my ability later. Faced with the bow from such a distinguished imperial princess, Lelina seemed at a loss as to what to do. In the end, she could only turn her head anxiously to look at Blake, wanting to seek help. Blake just turned his head away. Don't look at me. Your Highness, please don't do this. This will put me under a lot of pressure. After hearing what Lelina said, Sophia finally straightened up and returned to her original serious expression. Please rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and I promise to severely punish the criminals. It's not hard to tell from Sophia's expression. I'm afraid Ronald is going to be in trouble this time. Temple, then I'll trouble you, Your Highness. Lelina wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Blake. By the way, do you have any clues at the moment? Sophia looked at the two of them and asked suddenly. This. Lelina looked at Blake hesitantly. Unfortunately, these photos are the only clues we have, Your Highness. Blake said. I see. Sophia looked at the photo in her hand and fell into thought. How is it? Did Her Highness Sophia not embarrass you? No, our third princess is very kind. Then why don't you just tell me the truth? Why do you specifically ask me to tell you? Lelina suddenly asked as they walked out of Sophia's lounge. Blake scratched his head. My reputation has always been bad, and you should be aware of this, so Your Highness may not completely believe it, and with your fiancé as a witness, it will make you appear more selfless. This made Lelina even more confused. Then why did you stop me from saying his name directly? Because what Your Highness has found out himself is much easier to believe than what others say. Blake shook his head. Every famous king has this quality. He will not easily doubt or wrongly accuse anyone, and our kind-hearted Princess Sophia is even more so. So at the end of the story, after the dark side of the original royal family was basically slaughtered by Alice, when the country was in turmoil, Sophia stepped forward to take charge of the situation. Under her leadership, a new empire that was even brighter and more glorious was rebuilt. I believe that with Her Highness Sophia's ability, she will soon find the newspaper, and then naturally be able to track down Count Ronald, who was involved. After hearing what Blake said, Lelina lowered her head in thought for a moment, then turned to look at Blake. Your move is really powerful. It kills two birds with one stone. Not only did she ask Her Highness Sophia to investigate the case personally, but she also turned the photos that Ronald used as evidence into waste paper. Lolina looked at Blake with a smile, a bit of joking. Should I say you are quite good at gossiping? If possible, avoid using this term, it's not quite appropriate, aha. Lolina chuckled. It can be seen that she seemed to be in a good mood at the moment. She walked with brisk steps, like a skipping girl next door. Blake looked up at the sky and took a deep breath, because everything has come to an end for the time being. He also feels relieved, lived another day. Very nice. But this feeling of relief didn't last long. Blake, who had just said goodbye to Lolina, who was going to host the closing ceremony, was suddenly stunned when he arrived at the exit. Because a familiar figure was standing at the gate of Hyperion Hall, leaning against the wall, looking at the huge scabbard on the opponent's waist. Anyone would think that the target the opponent is waiting for is themselves. As expected, what you fear will come to you. When Draenus saw Blake, he was like a tiger seeing its prey, and walked over following the scent. Chapter 20. Draenei, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. What a terrible opening. Blake didn't want to have too much interaction with this guy who was deeply involved in the main storyline, because in the original storyline, I shouldn't have been connected with him so early. Hey, did you hear me? So the current situation is obviously a bit tricky. I'm listening. May I ask what you need from me? Speaking of which, Delaney smiled bitterly. Do I have to keep addressing you like that? It always seems a bit awkward to use such honorifics for a defeated person. This is basic etiquette and has nothing to do with the outcome of the game. Blake looked at the other person, not knowing what to say for a moment. He didn't know why the other party had been waiting for him and now stopped him, but he didn't think that the other party was the kind of guy who would lose on stage and then try to get back at the stage. Draenei looked at Blake with his brown eyes and sighed helplessly. Why not just skip all those complicated steps and etiquette and just call me you? It's more comfortable this way. Although he was a little confused for a moment, Blake nodded and agreed to the other party's proposal. Actually, I've been waiting for you. This is obviously nonsense, but Delaney seems to be using it to introduce the topic he wants to talk about. Because I have a few questions for you. Please go ahead. After noticing the other party's somewhat dissatisfied expression, Blake immediately changed his words. The question I want to ask is, Delaney's looked at Blake and spoke slowly, why did I lose? At this moment, Blake was stunned. I should have said that if you had used the intermediate level from the beginning. No, that's not an excuse. Delaney's interrupted Blake and asked, aren't you also unable to use intermediate magic due to a lack of magic power? Although I also went through a competition, the magic power I consumed was far less than yours. And I think I have spent more time honing my sword skills than you. Although your sword skills are strange, it is obvious that you have just mastered them not long ago. Sorry, I don't mean to belittle you, Blake looked at the hesitant Draenei and understood what he meant. He didn't understand why he lost. He clearly had the upper hand in terms of magic and swordsmanship, but the fact was that he lost. There was no doubt about that. Simply put, he couldn't convince himself. Blake looked at Delaney's, who had his head bowed, although in the original work, Delaney's gives the impression of a struggling figure who constantly pursues progress in battle. But Blake didn't expect that the other party's humble attitude towards learning had reached this point. He was able to lower himself to ask for advice from the opponent who had just defeated him. This alone is something that not many people can do. Although I have some ideas about what you said, I can't guarantee whether I can help you. Blake has always respected people who pursue their goals, so there is naturally no reason to refuse. Please speak quickly. Draenei's head snapped up, his eyes flickering as he looked at Blake. Blake thought about it and organized his words a little. First of all, regarding magic, to be honest, your use of magic is very good. Both the speed of casting magic and the power of magic are superb. Skip the flattery and just point out my problem. Delaney's was already impatient. Blake paused. Your shortcoming is that you don't have enough judgment, which is why you can't make effective judgments for a while after I got close to you. And after you bound me, you could have safely used long-range magic to defeat me, but you chose to get closer to me, which gave me the opportunity to counterattack. As a veteran who has played this game countless times, he is very familiar with the combat methods of this game, so he can always react quickly. After listening to Blake's analysis, Delaney's fell into deep self-doubt. After a while he raised his head again. What about sword skills? As for sword skills, I'm afraid I can't answer you because, as you said, I haven't mastered this set of sword skills for long, and my attainments in swordsmanship are not profound. But Blake suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. Maybe someone can help you solve this puzzle. Dreamy eyes followed Blake's gaze and saw a carriage parked not far away. Soon a tall black-haired woman stepped down from the carriage. She seemed to be looking at the two of them and slowly walked towards him, and Blake. As the other person came closer, Delaney's could see his face clearly. Her long black hair was simply tied up at her waist, with a few strands of hair hanging down carelessly. Her delicate facial features were clearly defined, but the most striking feature was her deep red eyes. Even though they were far apart, one could still feel the noble aura emanating from the other person. But what was extremely inconsistent with her temperament was the servant's clothes she was wearing. For some reason, Drainus always felt that the other person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Oh nar. Alice came up to the two of them and saluted slightly to Blake, ignoring Drainus beside her. Didn't I let you take a day off today? Because Lady Beatrice has gone to get the school uniform for you that will be used when Xia's Academy starts classes soon. She asked me to pick you up. Alice explained. I see. But you may have to wait a little while. Blake glanced at Delaney's. Mr. Delaney's is discussing swordsmanship with me. Blake smiled and looked at Alice. But he seems to have encountered some confusion. At the same time, he is also curious about the swordsmanship you taught. If possible, can you help him answer it? Alice was stunned for a moment, then turned her head to stare at Delaney's beside her, then frowned. Are you a descendant of the Hodler family? Yes, Dreamy Eyes nodded. Have we met before? How did you find out? Few families would choose to use a greatsword as a sword. Well, that's it. I have seen the swordsmanship that has been passed down from generation to generation in your family. Really? Then what do you think about our family? Delaney's asked eagerly. Judging from the current situation, Blake seems to have learned swordsmanship from this woman. Judging from his irresistible sword skills, Blake, who had just stepped into the threshold, had already displayed such strength. Compared with this woman, he must be even more powerful. He has always maintained a humble attitude of respect and humility towards the strong. Facing Delaney's expectant eyes, Alice just glanced at the sword at his waist. Although your family's swordsmanship is unique, it has been passed down for so long that it must have its own characteristics and practicality. Its advantage also lies in its powerful lethality. With the Hodler family's specific physical training, they can overcome its heaviness and wield it with ease. At this point, Alice changed the subject. But even so, its shortcomings are quite obvious. You are too obsessed with inheritance, and therefore your sword skills lack a certain degree of variability and innovation. You are unable to deal with clever opponents, which will also make it easy for your sword skills to be figured out by the opponent in actual combat. Especially on a real battlefield, your sword skills, which you are so proud of, will only lead to your death in vain, except for showing your deterrent power. This kind of drawback is just like your family tradition, corrupt and inflexible, Alice. Blake scolded in a low voice. Alice lowered her head. I'm sorry, I'm speechless. Blake looked at Delaney's, whose expression looked rather ugly at this moment, and he was obviously a little angry. I'm so sorry. Believe it or not, she didn't mean any harm, even though she said something careless. Blake apologizes to Delaney's, hoping to diffuse his anger. If you are offended by this, I apologize on her behalf and please don't take it personally. Delaney's took a deep breath, looked at Alice and nodded solemnly. What you said makes sense. I also feel this way. Under Blake's surprised gaze, Delaney confessed, in fact, I feel that my swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck so far. That barrier seems to be blocking there. I have a hunch that this is the upper limit of this swordsmanship. After hearing your sharp words, I finally understand this. I will find a way to break through. Thank you very much for your guidance. Delaney's bowed to express his gratitude. Alice just looked at him and said nothing. Similarly, I will try to convince my grandfather when I return. As the head of the family, he would hope that Hodler's sword skills can make new breakthroughs. Humph, it's just a meaningless act. Alice looked away. That arrogant old guy never listens to other people's opinions. Delaney's was obviously so excited that he didn't hear Alice's complaints. Okay, we should go back. Blake motioned to Alice. If we stay any longer, there's no guarantee that Alice might anger Drainus with something she says, so we should go back quickly. Alice nodded, noting Blake's clothes, which were torn from the battle. There are new clothes for you in the carriage. Well, that's troublesome. Watching Blake and Alice get on the carriage and leave, Delaney's looked up at the sky with a bright smile. The gains from this competition were far greater than expected. In addition to meeting a strong opponent, he also met someone who had such a deep understanding of Hodler's swordsmanship, and it was obvious that the other party was not from the Hodler family. Does this mean that the other party's sword skills are even more advanced than my grandfather's? But what shocked him the most was that such an insightful person was just a maid in the Black family and called Black Master. This made Delaney's look at the black-haired man again. What an interesting guy. I really hope I can have the chance to meet him again in the future, etc. The other party seemed to have mentioned Sias College just now. Looking at the direction the carriage left, the corners of Delaney's mouth raised slightly. Chapter 21. Are you confused about your identity? Are you confused about your identity? Sitting in the bumpy carriage, Blake looked at Alice sitting opposite him with a gloomy face. Do you know that you almost got yourself and the Percival family into a big trouble just now? Alice knew what Blake was referring to, but she had no reason to argue, so she could only turn away. Who do you think you are now? How dare you point fingers at people with titles? Blake looked a little unhappy at Grandpa. You were so blatantly acting like a yin and yang in front of your grandson. You know how to irritate others. He knew that many people were now hostile to Blake because of what she had done before. So in order to avoid making more enemies, he has been cautious with every word and every action since his reincarnation, but now Alice almost got him into trouble, which made him a little angry. I will only allow you to make this mistake once. If it happens again, I promise you will be severely punished. Blake originally wanted to use this kind of threat to make the other party realize his mistake and promise not to make it again next time. But it obviously didn't work. Alice kept looking out the carriage window, ignoring Blake's threat. She chose to respond directly with cold violence, but Blake just wouldn't buy it. The more the other person remained silent, the more he would say something about him that he knew this might irritate the other person, but he still had to point it out. Every time this happened, he always felt like a nagging old man, facing Blake's endless accusations and admonitions. Alice initially just turned her head and looked out the window of the carriage to remain calm, but seeing that the other party was not going to stop, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and a hint of impatience flashed across her face. Looks like he's a little angry. Realizing this, Blake finally sighed and said nothing more. He had always felt that he was a failure as a master. Until now he was even more certain of this. At the beginning, Alice still had complete respect for me, but less than a month had passed and the intimidation I had brought to her seemed to have disappeared completely. Blake leaned back tiredly on the carriage seat, closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. Maybe I am not born to be a manager. Every manager needs to have the ability to make subordinates respect and even fear and obey. I have to admit that Kreider may have outstanding talents in this regard. The old director once said to me, "You are a natural criminal police talent, but unfortunately you are not cut out for an office job." Perhaps he had seen through this a long time ago, and the fact proved that this point remained unchanged even after he was transformed into the body of this arrogant and domineering guy. Thinking of this, Blake sighed again, shook his head, and his face unconsciously looked a little depressed. Feel sorry. Blake opened his eyes slightly and looked at Alice opposite him with a hint of doubt. There are only me and Alice in this space. Or was it just my illusion? But that's clearly not the case. At this moment, Alice looked out the window, sighed softly, and turned her head. Sorry, it was my mistake this time. Alice looked at Blake and apologized respectfully. Faced with the other party's sudden surrender, Blake was at a loss for words for a moment. Could it be that his so-called threat worked? There is such a possibility. After all, the other party has already suffered Percival's family punishment once. Be careful next time. In the end, Blake just made Alice alert. Sea breezes would occasionally blow up on the sea surface, bringing with them raging waves and even violent storms. This is a normal thing for sailors who work at sea all year round, but after this brief experience, the sea becomes calm again, which is the norm. The same is true in life. After experiencing a series of troubles, Blake finally had some time to breathe. Half a month had passed since the competition. During this period, everything had been very uneventful, and basically nothing had happened that was worthy of his worry. But if I have to say something worth noting, that is, Alice disappeared out of thin air for a few days. At first, Beatrice was a little anxious when she came to Blake to report the situation, but Blake just said that he had entrusted her to do some things and it might take a few days for her to come back. Just like that, he easily sent away this dedicated head maid. Although he felt a little guilty about lying. Blake knew very well, like herself, Alice also has the hardships she must go through. As a major character in the prequel, she is bound to face more severe and even life-threatening situations. The plot of the prequel should be coming to an end, because the new semester of Science College will start in less than half a month. After disappearing for 3 days, Alice finally returned to Percival's mansion on the 4th day as if nothing had happened. She looked like she was ready to take the punishment, but when she heard Beatrice say, "It seems that you have completed everything the master asked you to do," a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. When Alice came to Blake's room, Blake was flipping through the magic tutorial book in his hand. He just looked up at her slightly. "Is everything going well?" Alice was stunned for a moment. "It went smoothly." "Well, tell me before you leave next time. You've caused Beatrice a lot of unnecessary trouble." "I'm sorry." "Well, remember to give her a good apology." "Yes." Alice thought for a moment. "Do you want to start training now?" Blake flipped through the book and shook his head. "No need, I want to learn the knowledge in the textbook today." In fact, he noticed the fatigue in the other person's eyes when he walked in. "Understood." Alice didn't say anything more and turned around to leave, but when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and tilted her head slightly. "Thanks." Blake just lowered his head and flipped through the book in his hands without responding. Apart from this little incident, there seemed to be no stone that could cause ripples on the calm water. Seeing that there was nothing he had to do right now as school was about to start, he chose to be a homebody like he was before his reincarnation. It might not be the right word to describe it, but his activities were certainly always within the confines of Percival's mansion. Most of the time he chose to stay in his room and quietly study basic magic books. Those were specially selected for him by him with Beatrice. After getting in touch with it, he found that the knowledge contained in the book was much more complicated and tedious than when he played the game himself. After all, so-called textbooks and teaching materials are to explain a simple thing in a profound and logical way. This also means that he needs to devote more time and energy to learning and studying, apart from the time spent on reading. The rest of the time will be spent receiving special sword training from Alice and practical magic teaching from Beatrice. Alice's training was very strict, one could even describe it as harsh. Most of the time, her training was improved through direct combat with her, but she is indeed a competent teacher. When Beatrice was teaching practical magic, she would sometimes stand by and offer suggestions from time to time, but would disappear without a trace the rest of the time. He would take advantage of his rest time to sit in Percival's well-manicured back garden and enjoy the sun. He really enjoyed this busy yet relaxing life, and in his heart he really hoped that this kind of life could continue forever. However, the wind on the sea will not calm down just because the captain is in a good mood. Chapter 22. Blake is reported a morning like any other. Blake was sitting at the table drinking steaming coffee and holding a newspaper that he had just asked the servant to buy. This issue of the newspaper is very unusual. The newspaper, which usually only uses trivial matters to fill up its word count, actually published a series of hot current events. This time, Ronald Sadard was arrested. There are a series of criminal facts behind it. The head of the family has been arrested. Does this mean that the Sadard family is completely finished? Shocked. He is the champion of this competition. Hans Braun, the president of the Sullian newspaper, has been dismissed and detained for abusing his power. Fair Princess Sophia personally investigated the case and once again upheld fairness and justice. Great honor. Lilina Malat has received a personal award from Her Royal Highness the Princess. Because the results of the competition are scored by several judges designated by the royal family who are certified based on the contestants' performance on stage, it takes some time to calculate the rankings. This is why it took so many days to publish the rankings. Looking at these exaggerated and sensational reports, Blake threw the newspaper aside with a dull look on his face and no longer wanted to read any further. But at least this means that all the recent things have finally come to an end. Master, the master is looking for you. Creed's personal maid appeared at his bedroom door. Blake stood up, followed the other party to the door of Creed's study, and knocked on it. "Come in." A voice came from inside quickly. Blake then slowly pushed the door open and walked in. This study is where Creed usually works. Even Blake is not allowed to enter when he is working, and he was sitting at the table as usual, but this time, when facing Blake who came in, he did not bury his head and continue working, but slowly raised his head. "The school term at Science College will start in a few days, right? Have you prepared everything?" It was rare to hear Creed express concern for her. "It's almost ready, father." Beatrice has already brought back the custom-made school uniform. Well, it's true that I should change into a new set of clothes for the new semester. After all, it's a brand new beginning. It can be seen that Clyde is really happy. He can actually chat so naturally. It is really rare to see this in a century.at this moment. Blake noticed the newspaper on Creed's desk out of the corner of his eye. It seems that he has read the news reported above. No wonder he had such a bright and cheerful smile. I've seen the news in the report, you bastard. Creed tapped his fingers on the newspaper on the table and narrowed his eyes. You actually hid from me how you performed so well in the competition. What is your purpose? I'm sorry, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean to hide it from you, don't be so reserved. Creed waved his hand and interrupted Blake. I called you here this time to reward you. After all, you have achieved quite a lot for the Percival family this time. Is there anything you want? Just tell me, I'll do my best to satisfy you. I have no aspirations that I want to fulfill. No? Don't be embarrassed, just say it. It's good to know how to decline, but repeatedly declining will make people feel annoyed. Creed frowned. Even if it's an outrageous wish, it should be made when I'm in a good mood. Creed subconsciously thought that Blake was planning something again. Father, you have provided me with sufficient material life, so I am very satisfied now. Creed looked a little shocked when he heard this. He seemed to be wondering when his son had become so easily satisfied. I'll ask you one last time, really? Even if you want a new slave this time, I will acquiesce. Blake lowered his head and thought about it, then he raised his head and spoke slowly. If it is really possible, I do want to ask my father for something. Tell me about it. I want to ask my father for Fenrir's tears. As soon as these words were spoken, Kreider's originally warm expression froze for a moment, and suddenly became solemn and even a little gloomy. His eyes stayed fixed on Blake's face. Don't you know what that means? I know, Father. Blake nodded respectfully. Fenrir's tears is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Percival family. It is usually given by the outgoing head of the family to the new head of the family as a symbol, but it is also a magical tool with special functions. This is almost the only valuable thing in the entire Percival family. Who would have thought that a mere baron's family would have such a treasure? Alice also accidentally obtained this treasure after slaughtering Percival's family. Therefore, this treasure also caused considerable trouble to the protagonist and his companions. Since you know this, can I understand that you are asking me for the position of patriarch? Creed's expression had become quite ugly. It's too early for you to ask me for the position of the head of the family now. No, Father. I have no idea about the position of the head of the family. Blake shook his head. I'm not coveting your position. I'm asking for it from you only because it will help me in my magic practice. Oh? Creed's expression looked a little better. I've been practicing intermediate magic recently, but because I don't have much magic power, my practice progress is extremely slow, so I want to borrow this treasure. Blake said truthfully that he had no intention of hiding this, and making up lies will only arouse the other party's suspicion. Although the other party is arrogant, he is not stupid. In fact, as the head of the family, his vigilance has long been different from that of ordinary people. Sure enough, Creed lowered his head and began to think. His fingers tapped on the table, and the tapping sound indicated that he seemed to be thinking about it. Well, I did hear from Beatrice about your training in intermediate magic. To be honest, I am very pleased with your amazing progress and I should support you, but, Creed sighed. But it means a lot to the Percival family, so I have to think about this carefully. You should go back first, yes. Blake said nothing more and prepared to leave. It's bad, Master. The maid suddenly rushed in with a panicked look and bumped into Blake, who was about to leave. What's the rush? Creed frowned, expressing his displeasure at her barging in without knocking. There are members of several newspapers gathered outside the mansion, as well as prosecutors, sheriffs, and judges. What? Creed was stunned for a moment. As the head of Percival's family, he didn't get any news. Why are they here? It's not clear yet. They directly asked you to come forward. Lady Beatrice is dealing with them now. The maid hesitated and glanced at Blake beside her. It seems that she is here for the young master. Blake, after a brief thought, Creed suddenly understood something and said excitedly, "It seems that the news of my son winning the championship has spread so quickly. And it actually attracted so many officials to come and congratulate him." Ha! Creed couldn't wait to get up. "Let's go. It's time to give Percival family honor. We have received an anonymous letter of complaint regarding Mr. Black. Someone reported that he took illegal drugs before the game." Creed's smile froze on his face. He blinked, feeling a little overwhelmed in the face of so many magic cameras. Chapter 23. I said you are an idiot. In the white light emitted by many magic cameras, Creed stretched out his hand and took the envelope handed over by the prosecutor with a slight tremor. Creed stared down at the photos in his hands, flipping through them one by one, and his fingers squeezed the photos hard enough to create wrinkles. At this time, many people gradually gathered around Percival's house to join in the fun. After they heard what had happened, they began to whisper to each other. "See what I said? There is definitely something fishy about the result of this game. I doubted my eyes when I read the newspaper this morning, so I guess I got these results by cheating. Ha, that's my guess. After all, he has a criminal record. If it happens once, there will be a second time. Ha, now the Percival family will be disgraced by him." Shoo, keep your voice down and concentrate on the show. Didn't you see that Creed's face has turned black? Do you think he will kill his own relatives for the sake of justice? Ha ha. At this time, Creed, who had finally finished looking at all the photos, looked up at Blake with a frighteningly gloomy look. "Blake, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Every word Creed spoke slowly had a feeling of gnashing teeth, as if he was going to attack Blake directly in the next second. "Father, please let me see the photo." In the face of Kreider's anger, Blake just calmly took the photos from Kreider and looked through them one by one. The photo shows the guard handing him the magic potion in the lounge, as well as a few close-ups of himself taking the potion, completely recording the entire process. He lowered his eyes slightly, then looked up and handed the photo back to the sheriff and judge who were in charge. "This is a misunderstanding." "You said this was a misunderstanding? Are you insulting my intelligence?" The prosecutor was a weathered old man with a deep and slightly hoarse voice. "Yes, I also think this is a misunderstanding. Perhaps there is some conspiracy involved." Although Creed said this, his voice was obviously unconfident. In fact, even with these photos, he didn't believe Blake, but now so many people were standing at the door of Percival's house, including some from the newspaper, and for the sake of his face he had to bite the bullet and join in. The prosecutor frowned. "So you're saying these photos are fake?" Blake shook his head. "That's obviously impossible. It's unrealistic to create this level of photos in a short period of time. These photos are real, and the things in the photos really happened." "Does that mean you admit your guilt?" Blake did not answer, but looked at the other party with a sneer on his face, as if he was mocking the other party's IQ. "And because these photos are real, do you think this is justified? What's unreasonable?" The prosecutor looked at Blake, and was very angry at the other's mocking smile and eyes. As a lounge for the competition, such a solemn and formal occasion should firmly protect the privacy of the contestants, but now there are cameras secretly filming. "Do you think this is reasonable?" The prosecutor was stunned just as he was in self-doubt. The judge behind him suddenly said, "Even so, it still can't change the fact that you took drugs before the game." It has to be said that compared to finding out the truth, judges are better at convicting people. No need to divert the topic. The competition clearly stipulates that contestants are not allowed to take any drugs before the competition, but now the evidence is conclusive. "You idiot." "What?" The judge's eyes widened. "What did you just say?" He couldn't believe that someone dared to insult him as a judge so brazenly in public. Creed and Beatrice on the side were also a little stunned by this scene. Only Alice had a blank expression on her face. She just looked at Blake calmly, treating herself as an outsider. "I said you were an idiot. Your words and actions all reveal this." Blake's cold and mocking voice echoed at the door of Percival's house. No one present dared to speak, only the cameras kept clicking. They all wanted to record this scene. "He is angry." This was the first time he was truly angry after his reincarnation, or even furious, because he met the guy he hated the most again. What people like to talk about most is evidence. In their eyes, no evidence means innocence, and they will even try their best to defend the other party with their bent spines. But once they have evidence, they will treat the other party like fish on the chopping board. and arrogantly believe that they can control the other party's fate. This type of people are very good at positioning themselves according to the situation. As a judge, you are only concerned with delivering the verdict. God's work should really be left to you. Blake walked up to the man, looked down at him, and spoke in a dark and calm voice. Or, are you serving Ronald? You are slandering me. I will accuse you of defamation. The judge's face flushed red, and he was more shocked than angry. As a person who dominates the fate of many people, he was accustomed to people's flattery and fawning, but he never expected that this time he would be pointed at and scolded by a 20-year-old child in front of so many people at the door of a baron's house. This was hard for him to accept, and he was about to start cursing when he was stopped by the sheriff beside him. With so many people watching, are you going to yell like an uneducated thug? So shut up. Hearing this, the judge calmed down a little, closed his mouth, and just looked at Blake with eyes full of anger. The sheriff turned and looked at Blake. We will investigate the truth of the matter, but it is an indisputable fact that you took drugs before the game, and now you are also charged with insulting the judge. The sheriff ignored Blake's ugly expression and continued, so please come with us now. The guards who followed were ready to step forward and take Blake away. Even Kreider was a little undecided at this time. If he stopped it now, it would be tantamount to disobeying orders, but if he chose to remain silent, Percival would be completely humiliated. This time, reporters also pointed their cameras at Blake, preparing to record the moment of Blake's arrest for publication in tomorrow's newspapers. In an instant, the people below started to move, while the crowd was getting restless. Alice was holding a red crystal in her hands behind her back. She could let Wei Yang rescue Blake in the chaos, and no one present could stop his ability, but this would definitely cause her trouble. It would take a lot of effort to erase the traces afterwards. As she hesitated, she suddenly noticed that there was no panic on Blake's face when facing the impending arrest. She silently put the crystal away. Blake stood there, looking at everyone with calm and deep eyes. His contemptuous look directly ignored the guards who came forward to put shackles on him. I will present additional evidence to prove my innocence. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked, and even the guard who was about to step forward stopped. Newspaper reporters picked up their cameras again. Is there a reversal? Where is the evidence? If you have it, why don't you bring it out, said the sheriff. Something that can prove my innocence is on the way. Blake glanced at him. Can't you even wait a few minutes? I can wait here with you. The sheriff looked at him and sneered, but if you are trying to delay time, then I advise you that this is meaningless. He had seen too many prisoners who found various excuses to delay when they were about to be arrested, but without exception, they all could not escape the fate of being arrested and imprisoned. I will not do meaningless things. Struggling before death is a shame to me. I will admit to the crimes I have committed, I will take responsibility for the mistakes I have made, and I will repay the damage I have caused. But there is one thing. Blake's dark eyes were indifferent, with a hint of arrogance. But I will not put up with any unwarranted charges. The sheriff looked at the young man in front of him in shock. He was obviously the one who held the initiative, but the other's eyes at this moment gave him a feeling of oppression and contempt. For a moment, neither he nor the guards around him moved. Just when the scene was in a state of tension, there was a sound of hurried horse hooves. Blake looked up at the carriage that stopped at the gate of the mansion, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Everyone, now the evidence that can prove my innocence has arrived. Everyone looked towards the carriage. A maid from Percival's family slowly got down from the carriage, followed by an elderly man. From his attire, it was not difficult to recognize that he was a priest. The two men walked through the crowd and headed straight for the center of the vortex. The crowd that had originally surrounded Percival's house all stepped aside to make way for her. Have you got the stuff? Master, I have brought it here. The maid nodded and handed the things in her hand to Blake, then glanced at the priest behind her. I brought Reverend Owen with me. The priest bowed slightly and said, I came here immediately after hearing that Mr. Black might have been wronged. It's troublesome. Seeing that the time was almost right, Blake slowly walked to the front of the crowd and looked at everyone who were waiting for the result. Thank you for your patience. Now let me explain the situation to you. As Blake spoke, everyone suddenly became quiet. Before the game, I was just resting alone in the lounge, preparing for the next game. But then a guy who claimed to be a staff member found me and handed me a bottle of potion like this. He claimed that it was specially prepared by Her Highness Sophia, considering that my lack of magic power would affect the fairness of the competition. While thanking the Emperor for his grace, I drank the potion without any precautions. Blake directed the blame at Sophia. But later, when I realized something was wrong, I immediately went to find the professional priest team on site and asked them to remove the drug from my body. And I redid a physical examination to make sure there were no residual drugs in my body. Blake raised the list in his hand and signaled everyone. This is the inspection report from that time. The priest who was responsible for helping me perform the purification magic has also arrived at the scene. The priest turned, stood in front of Blake and made a pious gesture to the crowded crowd, that is the gesture priests use when taking an oath. I can swear to God that Mr. Black did come to us for help before the game and we completely eliminated all the effects of the drugs from his system. As soon as these words were spoken, all the reporters gathered outside Percival's house were in an uproar. No way? So he really won by his own strength? Didn't you see the priest swear an oath? These guys value loyalty to God more than their lives. See what I said? He can already perform intermediate magic. There is really no need to cut corners. Amidst the discussion, the sheriff and the judge took the inspection certificate from Blake. Looking at the royal certification seal in the lower right corner, they finally dispelled their doubts and concerns. We are very sorry. This incident was caused by our negligence. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to your family by our rash visit. The sheriff bowed his head and apologized, feeling extremely uneasy at this moment. If the other party reported his rash behavior to the princess, he would definitely be punished. He had heard before that Miss Laulina from the Malott family had visited the Percival family many times. Although this has caused some disturbances, it is not your fault. After all, we are all doing our duties for the great royal family. Creed put his hand on the prosecutor's shoulder, looking touched. On the contrary, I think it is a blessing for the Empire to have such dedicated officials. Kreider's words were watertight, and he would not miss the opportunity to do a favor. After all, after this matter is over, the Percival family is likely to make further progress, and then they will inevitably have to deal with these people. We are so grateful that you understand us. Sure enough, the prosecutor and the judge were deeply moved by Kreider's words, and they looked like they wanted to give Kreider a hug on the spot. Kreider turned around and faced the crowd, mainly the magic cameras in the hands of the reporters. Everyone. The matter has been investigated clearly. It turns out that this incident was completely a slander and frame-up against the Percival family by some people with ulterior motives. I will not give up investigating this matter. Once I find out who the perpetrator is, I swear I will make him pay a heavy price. And my son Blake. He is just as much of a victim as Percival. There is absolutely no fraud in his results in this competition. I have always believed this. Blake said nothing as he watched Creed giving an impassioned speech in front of numerous cameras. He had to admit that Creed's character might not be very good, but he did have the talent to be a leader. Chapter 24, Troublesome Woman. After the sheriff and the prosecutor left, the newspaper reporters and onlookers who had been crowding at the door also tactfully dispersed. It seemed as if this episode was just a dramatic performance. After it ended, the Percival family mansion returned to its usual deserted state, as if this farce had never happened. Blake looked at the pastor who testified for him and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for making this special trip. The pastor made a prayer gesture. My Lord does not want to see anyone suffer injustice. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and prove the innocence of my good-for-nothing son. In a few days, I will donate some money to the church in the name of the Percival family. Creed said. Master, there is no need to be like this. What I did was not for the so-called money or fame. I just practiced what my master taught me. You misunderstood. I often go to church to pray in my spare time. I do this only to express my gratitude to God for His grace to my son and the Percival family. Creed said respectfully, so please don't refuse. Seeing this, the pastor said nothing more. In this case, I will thank the owner of the house for the gift on behalf of my lord. Creed wanted to invite the other party to stay at Percival's house for a while to rest, but the other party refused because he had other things to do. Creed did not try to keep him, but sent a carriage to take him back. I thought about it. As Blake watched the carriage leave, He just turned his head and Kreider's big hand patted his shoulder hard. The slap almost made Blake staggered out. I saw Creed looking at me with a look of great respect and trust. Perhaps you really need Fenrir's tears, I can give it to you temporarily. Hearing this, Blake was pleasantly surprised and said, "Thank you for your recognition and trust." Creed nodded. "But remember, you are only using it. It does not belong to you yet. You can regard it as a gift from me. So, don't let me down." Looking at Creed's serious expression, Blake began to think, does this mean that he has officially regarded Black as the heir to the Percival family? But that didn't make sense to Black, because as he had said before, he had no interest in the Percival family. To be frank, he didn't even have any feelings of nostalgia or admiration for the Percival family. Although Percival started out as a businessman, he privately operated various gray transactions, including underground casinos, secret loans, and slave trade, all of which involved the Percival family. He didn't want to get involved in these trades, even though they seemed to be common in medieval Europe, but it might be difficult for him to get started, and most importantly, in his plan, he would do something that would make Creed furious and make him expel him from Percival's house. This is how the plot develops. "Don't worry, father. I will do my best to bring glory to Percival." That's what I said, but we still have to do what we should do. Just then, there was another burst of hurried horsehoof sounds coming from the door, and several people looked in the direction of the noise. I saw another carriage slowly stop in front of the mansion, which caused quite a commotion. In the past, if anyone dared to make noise at the door of Percival's house, they would definitely be held accountable, but Blake looked at the eagle badge hanging high on the carriage and said nothing. Sure enough, the door of the carriage slowly opened, and a girl in a silk robe got out of the carriage with the support of the butler. When she saw Blake, she trotted over. "Ms. Lelina, I'm sorry that I didn't receive you personally when you came last time." Creed took the initiative to salute Lelina. "It is a great honor for Percival that you are willing to visit again." Faced with Creed's courtesy, Lelina waved her hand hurriedly as if she was flattered. "Uncle Creed, don't be like this. Besides, it wasn't your fault last time. It was my sudden visit. So are you here today for Blake's matter?" Creed noticed that the other party's eyes were always on Blake. She seemed to be very concerned about it. "Yes." Lelina nodded, looked around and then looked at Blake. "I rushed here immediately after hearing the news, but it seems I'm late?" "Thank you for your concern," Blake said respectfully. "The matter has been resolved peacefully." "That's good." Lelina breathed a sigh of relief, then the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. It seems that this time, Lelina really came here simply to help Blake solve his problems, that's all. But now that the trouble had been solved, the two were suddenly in a situation where they didn't know what to say. Creed looked back and forth between Blake and Lelina. His sharp eyes vaguely understood something, which made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. "Although I would like to entertain Miss Lelina in person, I have some urgent matters to attend to." Creed looked at Blake and patted him on the back. "In that case, Blake, you will be the one to receive Miss Lelina on my behalf." After saying that, he left without giving Blake any chance to speak. Alice glanced at the two of them and turned away. The gate, which originally had many people standing at the door, now only had Blake and Lelina standing at the door, making it seem a little deserted. Really? Such a thing actually happened? Lelina looked at Blake with a hint of worry in her eyes. "I don't know who did it, and they used my name. Don't worry, I have sent people to find the guard at that time. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter." "I might have some clues about that guy," Blake said. Really?" Lelina's eyes widened in surprise. "Well, I will tell you everything I know, so could you please come to my room?" Please follow me to my room." Although this sudden invitation may seem a bit presumptuous or even unreasonable, but Blake still made such a request. But Lelina actually followed Blake to the other party's room. This was her second time in Blake's room, but what puzzled her was that the furniture in the room was completely different from the last time she came in. This feeling is like throwing away all the furniture and replacing them with new ones in one go. She was curious and wanted to ask the other party, but after Blake came in, he just stood behind the desk and turned to look at the scenery outside the window. He seemed to have completely forgotten about Lelina, who he had invited in. "Well, I didn't expect Ronald to resort to such a sinister method, but I am also responsible for this. I actually allowed such a suspicious person to enter and leave the lounge at will." Before Lelina could finish, Blake suddenly reached out and closed the window. But that's not the end. Under Lelina's shocked gaze, He pulled the curtains together. Seeing this, Lelina's face suddenly flushed, and she subconsciously took a step back, her fingers twisting around the ends of her hair unnaturally. I think Count Ronald has been arrested. I read it in the newspaper. Lelina was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yes, in fact, he was arrested 2 days ago, but the news was suppressed by Her Royal Highness the Princess until a thorough investigation was completed before the news was released. Blake's eyes were dim, and he said, so how did he manipulate public opinion to release the news? He should be in the interrogation room right now. You mean he has accomplices? No, I guess not. Then how do we deal with the engagement between the two families? Blake glanced at Lelina and changed the subject. It was resolved naturally. Lelina shrugged inside. Their family is finished now, and my father doesn't think it's necessary to choose a suitable person for marriage again. Congratulations. Thank you, although it's quite presumptuous of you to congratulate me out of the blue. But I think this is a good thing for you, and maybe you think so too. Well, that's true. The two fell silent again. In the dim room, the pendant clock hanging on the wall made a clicking sound. For some reason, I always felt that the atmosphere in the room seemed a little ambiguous. Blake looked at the other person, took a deep breath, and seemed to be about to speak, and Lelina also realized this. I'm sorry. Even so, this doesn't mean that I will have another relationship in the short term. I'm very sorry that your recovery plan has been ruined. They both spoke at the same time. Blake, who was standing in front of the window, turned around and looked at Lelina, and suddenly said something meaningful. Why? Lelina stared, somewhat confused. What are you talking about? Facing the puzzled expression on Lelina's face as she tilted her head, Blake just looked at her quietly. You should know. Clear what? Know that you are blessed by the goddess of luck. Why do you say that? Lelina was a little unhappy with Blake's inexplicable words. From the moment we met today, this guy gave me a weird feeling. Even though he noticed the other party's displeasure, Blake still calmly asked back, isn't it? Lelina, you appeared at the dinner party and happened to be photographed in a way that could serve as a handle. Then the other party threatened you to help cheat. Finally, Her Highness the Princess helped you clear your name. It ended with the arrest of Count Ronald, and the engagement that bound you had to be cancelled. It seems that you have always been in the position of a victim, but you have never suffered any harm from the beginning to the end. On the contrary, you have always been profitable. So the fact is that you have always been favored by the goddess of luck. Blake looked at Lelina calmly, as if he wanted to expose the hand that was hiding behind the scenes and secretly manipulating everything. You planned all of this from the beginning, even including dragging me into the game. Lelina had a puzzled look on her face, and looked at Blake with a pair of confused eyes, full of disbelief and innocence. After all this time, you think so? Why, faced with Lelina's pitiful and aggrieved eyes, Blake still chose to respond to her with a calm gaze. The two of them stared at each other lovingly for a long time. Really, Lelina sighed slowly and rubbed her head in annoyance. The next second, the innocent look disappeared, replaced by a pair of shrewd eyes shining sharply in the darkness. How did you find out? I looked through the dinner registration records at Chris Hall and the photo paper transaction records for the last 2 months. Blake slowly took out 2 lists from the drawer and pushed them in front of Lelina. The result is, after some comparison, it turns out that there are only 2 points that overlap. Lelina just glanced at the list on the table and asked, which 2 points? One was purchased in a personal capacity by Hans, the newspaper's president, and the other was purchased in the name of the family. Oh? The Malott family also ordered a batch of photographic paper half a month ago. Because of the Earl's title, they easily ignored the restrictions. After listening to Blake's words, Lelina narrowed her eyes and looked at him. So just because I attended the dinner party, or because my family bought photo paper, you doubt me? You've been sending people to follow Ronald, Lelina was not surprised that Blake had noticed this. Why do you think it was someone I sent? Not many people dare to send people to follow a count. The same is true for Ronald sending people to follow you. Lelina sneered. Interesting, what else did you discover? Hans, the newspaper's president, is also your man. Why do you think so? Blake lowered his eyes. He doesn't have enough courage and strategy to support him to do all this. Isn't it Ronald who is supporting him from behind? Lilina expressed her confusion. That's true on the surface, but helping one Earl to deal with another Earl, the stakes of this gamble are too high for him to dare to take the table, unless he gets the consent of both parties to the gamble. Blake looked at Lilina. From the beginning to the end, this was a trap you set for Count Ronald from the very beginning. But you still betrayed him in the end. You abandoned him after your plan was accomplished. Similarly, you also planned to get rid of me after using me. From the beginning you have been leading me to investigate in the direction of the newspaper. You know that Ronald has ill intentions towards you and the Malott family, but due to his status as a count, you can't do anything to him. But you got a chance in the sparring match not long after, so you deliberately exposed your weakness to him. The royal family will not allow anyone to challenge a competition that symbolizes the royal family's majesty and grace. This is his fatal crime. After Blake finished speaking, Lilina lowered her eyes and fell into silence for a long time. Finally, she showed that lovely and very deceptive smile again. She hummed and looked up at Blake. Why do you think I chose you? Chapter 25, Troublesome Woman, Part 2, Why do you think I chose you? The word photograph doesn't seem to be the right word. Well, that's about right. After all, I personally chose him. By the way, let me correct you on one point, Lilina said with a smile. Strictly speaking, Hans is not mine. Ha? Blake frowned. Ronald's judgment of people is really not very good. He actually sent such a skilled person to follow me. Lilina sighed speechlessly. After I caught this guy, he confessed everything without even having the chance to interrogate him. Then he immediately turned around and wanted to join me. Since he has said so, I will definitely use this as a threat to force him to report Ronald's situation to me regularly. Lilina twirled her hair with her fingers. But I never trusted this guy who changes his mind according to the situation. So that's why you were worried and sent another group of people to follow Ronald? Well, that's right, so you are the first person I personally selected. Lilina gave an ambiguous smile. How about it, do you feel honored? If you really chose to trust me, no officials would have come to Percival's door today. Faced with Lilina's goodwill, Blake directly exposed her lies. While Lilina's smile froze on her face, Blake continued, I guess you chose me because of my reputation, or to be more direct, you think I'm stupid and easy to manipulate. Blake explained, given my bad reputation, no one would believe me even if I told them, so I'm not a threat to you, right? Lilina didn't answer, but her eyes looked at Blake more and more unpredictable. In the dim room, her eyes narrowed into bright crescents and she smiled at Blake. You're Blake, right? As you can see. Your behavior these days is completely different from that at the party. Could it be that you are pretending? But what good will it do you to pretend to be an arrogant person? Blake said nothing. He didn't intend to answer the other party's question. Blake's collar was suddenly grabbed, and he was caught off guard and forced to lower his head to face the girl's beautiful face. The faint scent of the other person's perfume reached his nose, and Lilina tiptoed slightly to get closer to Blake's face and then showed an innocent smile. Since you understand everything, why don't you just continue to be a fool? You've made it so clear, have you ever thought about the consequences? Or do you think the evidence you have is enough to accuse me? Lilina put her lips to Blake's ear, and her warm breath hit his ear. What do you think? Will people choose to believe me, who worked hard for the competition and was rewarded by Her Highness Sophia, or you, who were already questioned for winning the championship suddenly? Blake suddenly held her shoulders and pushed her away. You misunderstood. Lilina frowned. You can rest assured that I have no intention of accusing you. The gentle smile on Lilina's face disappeared, and she looked at Blake with her arms folded. That doesn't sound very convincing. Believe it or not. Blake looked at her and said, everything I do is to protect myself, so I won't get myself into trouble. Lilina narrowed her eyes at Blake. You do have a basis for what you said. You noticed it a long time ago, but you didn't expose it directly. Instead, you showed weakness to me just like I showed Ronald the flaw. Blake said nothing. Lilina continued, you could have taken advantage of the opportunity to talk to Her Highness Sophia alone to report me, but you chose to just clear yourself. You said you wanted me to drink with you just to stop me from drinking the drugged wine, but you twisted the idea of carrying me into the room to do something bad into saving me. Under that situation, I couldn't refute it. I could only follow your wishes and let Her Highness Sophia continue to investigate Ronald. So, in this case, I have completely lost your leverage. Such a shrewd plan. If you didn't notice my plan, then it only means that you didn't fully trust me from the beginning to the end. Lalina tapped her chin lightly, puffed her lips and looked depressed and unhappy. No matter which one it is, it makes me feel frustrated. I have a question for you. Blake suddenly spoke up. Oh? Lalina was stunned for a moment, her voice frivolous. Seeing you look so calm from beginning to end, I thought you knew everything. Blake, so, now is the reason why you asked me to come to your room, right? I don't deny that you think so. I was saying that it can't be just for the vanity of revealing the truth. Really, the foreshadowing is so long. Lalina walked briskly to Blake's desk, said hey and sat directly on the chair with his arms resting on the table. He held his face with his two little hands and smiled like a fox. Go ahead. I'm also a little curious about what kind of questions you will ask. I want to know. That day, realizing that this might be a question that was embarrassing to ask, Blake scratched his face and turned his head away. That day in the hotel room. That is, who I am. Lalina was stunned for a moment. The next second, a puffing sound was heard in the room. Blake turned around to see Lalina holding her belly and giggling. She looked just like a little girl who had successfully played a prank. Blake showed an embarrassed expression and looked quietly at Lalina, who continued to sneer. I originally thought that the other party would answer my question after laughing, but unexpectedly, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, tidied his appearance, and walked straight to the door. Realizing that she wanted to leave, Blake hurriedly called her back. Hello, I'll leave that for you to think about on your own. Lalina turned her head, gently covered her mouth with her hand, and threw him a wink. This is the price you pay for teasing me. Blake, boom, looking at the tightly closed door, Blake pressed his aching forehead inside softly. What a troublesome woman. After Lalina left, Blake sat at the table, tapping his hands lightly on the table, as if thinking about something. I don't remember giving you the task of monitoring me. Hey, we were discovered this time? A cunning and joyful voice came from outside the window, and then a black shadow jumped in instantly, stood in front of Blake, and stretched lazily. Hey, I saw you having a private meeting with that girl, so I didn't want to disturb you. Blake always feels a headache every time he sees this guy who never comes in through the front door. Are you trying to take control of the Malott family through Lalina? Are you planning to be the second Ronald? Perhaps because of her identity as an intelligence dealer, she is always curious about various things. But this method probably won't work. After all, this face is already shaky. That's enough. Don't try to get information from me. Blake's eyes turned cold. The meerkat raised his hands in surrender. Yeah, I know, I'll pay attention. How's the investigation you were asked to do? There are results. The mongoose took out a piece of oil paper folded into a strip from his pocket and handed it to Blake. Blake took it and looked at the densely packed list. Are these all? Yes, basically nothing has been missed. You can trust me to do the job. The other party showed excessive confidence in his professionalism. There are so many affiliated families clinging to Ronald's family, and there are actually several Viscount titles among them. Although many people above were arrested in connection with this incident, they are only the superficial ones. The mongoose nodded. Why do you think his previous actions have never been discovered? He really knows how to play with the ways of the world. Ronald may not be a very shrewd person, but his superb skills in dealing with people are fully demonstrated on this piece of paper. Blake put down the list and suddenly thought of something. By the way, what did you just say? What do you mean? This guy just started playing dumb. Blake looked unhappy. What did you mean by the vase being shaky? Every time I talk to this guy, I feel a nameless fire in my chest. Could it be because of my identity in my previous life? Well, after all, it's someone else's private matter, I don't really know. Once again, a hesitant and cunning laugh came from behind the mask. Blake glanced at him, said nothing, opened the drawer, took out a small bag of gold coins that he had prepared in advance and threw it over. The other person grabbed it, shook it close to his ear like last time, and then showed a satisfied smile. Actually, I know a little bit about the Malott family. Just say it. Blake interrupted him, speaking impatiently. Every time he dealt with this guy, it was always a waste of time and money. The intelligence dealer acted like a businessman. Although Lalina is the eldest daughter, her situation in the Malat family seems to be quite difficult. The meerkat put away the gold coins and went straight to the point. Blake listened to the other person's story. Because his father, I should say his family, has serious gender discrimination. The mongoose shrugged. In their eyes, women should stay at home and carry on the family line. Oh. Blake just hummed softly at this. The mongoose was slightly stunned. You don't look curious at all? You've already told me all this last time. Tell me something I don't know, or return the money. The meerkat hurriedly covered his wallet, which was like his lifeblood. Hey, don't be so anxious, really. Ahem, in this case, it seems that I have to take out some of the goods at the bottom of the box. Do you know? In fact, the Malat family has been unstable recently, unsettled? Yeah, what's that saying? Oh yeah, the calm before the storm. Mongoose said, although this incident has made the Malat family more prominent, it has also made some of their internal forces eager to try. The current head of the Malat family has 3 brothers. This made Blake think. Indeed, with Sophia publicly commending the Malat family for this incident, the Malat family is likely to take a further step, and those who have ambitions for the position of head of the family will certainly be more anxious to take over this bright future family. What did you mean by shaky? It shouldn't be like that. Sophia publicly commended Lilina this time, which should have consolidated her position. Blake didn't have much impression of the Morlet family. He probably only played an active role in the prequel. The only interaction with it in front of me was with Lilina. Hey, judging from your expression, you don't think that Miss Lilina will have smooth sailing in the Malat family now that she has been commended this time, do you? Blake, is this guy a mind reader? Although she still travels with dignity, she is not always well received at home. Especially her stepmother, who is obsessed with helping her illegitimate son to ascend to the throne and suppresses her in every way. TSK, what a greedy lady. Also, do you know? Recently, the Malat family's caravan has started to trade frequently with the black market. Because the trade is handled by his younger brother, who is also Lilina's second uncle, it is not known whether their head of the family knows about this matter. Mongoose spread his hands, but Lilina is also an ambitious schemer. She will definitely not sit idly by. This competition is an example. Hearing this, Blake felt overwhelmed. I didn't expect that the seemingly glorious Malat family actually had such a dark tide inside. In comparison, to some extent, Creed is indeed a worry-free head of the family. Oh, by the way, there is even more exciting news. The mongoose remembered something. This is supposed to be a different price. But considering that you are my old customer and the authenticity of this gossip is still uncertain, just consider it as a gift to you. Oh? Blake's curiosity was aroused. Even this information dealer who would do anything for money and information cannot confirm the authenticity of the news. It's quite interesting. It is said that Lilina's brother is the illegitimate child brought by her stepmother. The meerkat looked around and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. It is said that this is the child of her stepmother and her uncle. Blake was stunned. Just as he said, this is news that can detonate the entire aristocratic circle, and even shake the foundation of the Malat family. Oh, I also told you that I'm not sure about the truth. Don't take it too seriously. Just treat it as a joke. Blake skipped over the episode, not wanting to discuss whether it was true or not, and tapped the list on the table with his fingers. Okay, go investigate these families thoroughly, especially the Viscount families among them. Yo, are you going to take over from Ronald? Blake snorted. Unlike Ronald, he was going to control them. Looking at the corners of Blake's mouth raised, the meerkat suddenly shuddered. You are such a scary man. Chapter 26. Sias University. In the carriage that was shaking due to the bumpy ground, Blake could only feel the pain in his butt. He had been sitting for nearly 7 hours, but this is inevitable. Normally, tomorrow was the day for the opening ceremony of ZN International School, but because the journey was long, he had to board the carriage a day in advance. He looked at Alice, who was sitting opposite him. She was sitting upright with her eyes closed and resting. She always spoke very little and rarely showed herself, as if she was intentionally trying to reduce her presence. However, he could understand the other party a little bit. After all, the other party's identity might be a little sensitive. This way, he could develop his power more secretly. By the way, how strong is Alice now? Blake lowered his head and thought, and now that the plot of the prequel has come to an end, it means that Alice has already obtained that thing. In this case, her strength might have almost reached the level of the boss in the first act. This is when her magic veins are sealed and she cannot use magic. I dare not imagine how terrifying her peak strength will be. Thinking of this, he shuddered inexplicably. Just as he was thinking, Alice across from him slowly opened her eyes. Would you like to stop and rest for a while? Blake was stunned for a moment, then raised his head to meet the other person's deep red eyes. Huh? Why do you say that? Because you are a little restless. No, it should be almost time. Although I am a little hungry because of the long journey, there should be no one where I can rest nearby, so I should continue to wait. Blake, who had nothing to do while waiting, suddenly remembered something and took out a small wooden box the size of a palm from his chest pocket. After opening it, a crystal clear teardrop-shaped crystal pendant was quietly lying in the box. The pendant's crystal may look like regular glass, but this is just an appearance. Blake looked up at the blue information box that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Fenrir's tears level, epic introduction. It is the only monster that can kill the Lord of the Gods in the prophecy. The gods are afraid of its power, so they lured it to the alchemical field and bound it with magic chains. The alchemical sword pierced its jaw and it shed tears of pain. When the poisonous dragon hog gnawed off the roots of the world tree, it would break free from the chains of the gods and bring chaos to the world. Effect can store a certain amount of magic power for the user to use in battle. After reading the introduction, Blake tried to transfer a little magic power into it. Suddenly, a wisp of purple smoke floated into the crystal, then quickly dissipated and merged into the entire crystal, just like a drop of ink dropped into a bucket of water. No change. It seems that this amount of magic power is not enough to fill it. It is said that when it is fully charged it will turn black and purple, and can release high-level magic once, behind the devastating lethality of high-level magic is a huge consumption of magic power. Even high-level magicians can only cast it 3 to 4 times a day, and it's essentially just like a glass bottle. Blake looked up and found that Alice was also staring at the tears of Fenrir in his hand. He didn't say anything, but silently closed the lid and put it away. He was really scared. Not long after, the bumps disappeared, and the carriage crossed the wide stone bridge. Blake looked out of the carriage window. A classical ancient city appeared in his sight, but the towering outer walls blocked his view. This huge school is more like a city. It was built in the empty uninhabited area in the north of the empire. It covers a vast area but has almost everything inside, including shops, hotels and even small farms, and has a complete independent operating system. This also makes it particularly difficult for outside forces to intervene. Even the royal family of the empire must restrain their power and regulate their behavior when entering this school. Simply because of its unparalleled influence, the students it teaches are distributed all over the world, and many of them serve the royal family. After crossing the bridge, the carriage stopped in front of a huge archway as big as a city-state, and Blake and Alice got off the carriage. The next section is the road where carriages are prohibited from entering. From here on, you can truly enter the territory of Siaz. Alice followed him carrying the suitcase, and the two of them walked deeper into the city-state. The cobblestone streets were filled with the aroma of toasted bread and the smell of grease from leather shops. Spice merchants piled up saffron and nutmeg from the east into small hills. The carved wooden door of a tavern nearby was half open, and faint laughter mixed with the melody of a lute could be heard. The 3-story stone building is stacked one on top of the other. The sound of cast iron can be heard from the iron shop on the ground floor, and various weapons and protective gear are hung and displayed outside. At the corner of the street, the alchemist's crystal ball was emitting a faint blue light under the afterglow, and the apprentice was standing on tiptoe to wipe the astrological totems on the stained glass. Walking on this road always gives Blake a feeling like he is visiting a market. As a commercial facility provided by Sias University for students. All kinds of daily needs of students can be met here. Therefore, the southern part of the school has always been the place with the highest student population density. Most of the teaching facilities and teaching buildings are concentrated in the central area and southeast of the school, while students' leisure facilities, welfare facilities, and commercial facilities are concentrated in the southwest, which is where they are now. Including the place they are going to now is also nearby, that is. The dormitory allocated to students, except for the royal dormitory built specially for the royal family members and the amber hall built specially for the very few geniuses or prodigies in Class A, which are located in the central area. The dormitories for other people are all in the periphery of the commercial facilities. After visiting the commercial facilities, there are some 2-story buildings similar to villas. These compact, yet to be opened buildings are activity venues for students. containing all the facilities that students need. Most of the time they are used as venues for community activities, but some are also used as teaching venues for professional courses. For example, the Kendo Hall is used to teach physical fitness classes. The facilities in the Alchemy Technology Room can help students brew magic potions in alchemy classes. And the Illusion Simulation Hall, designed to enhance mental strength, will be used in magic induction classes. There are also portraits and photos of some outstanding representatives in this field hanging on the display wall outside. Without exception, they all graduated from SIAS International School. To be exact, almost all of the people who have achieved success and become famous in the empire have studied here. SIAS College has many different majors. In addition to the magic department, which has the largest number of students, there are also physical arts department, business department, magic research and development department, and many other majors. It is committed to providing talents in various fields. This is also the reason why its students are everywhere. After walking for nearly an hour, a huge 6-story building finally appeared in front of the two. This is the accommodation provided by SIAS University for students. The bronze hall of this building is just like its name, with an exterior dominated by a simple bronze tone, and the mottled texture on the walls looks like a mark engraved on it by time. This building has been in existence since the school was first established. Right next to this huge building in the distance stands a small 4-story building, which is the residence for the servants who accompany the students. Blake took the suitcase from Alice. "You should go pack your things too." Having said that, Alice actually didn't have much luggage. Compared to the huge suitcase she brought with her, her things could only fit in a small suitcase. After all, she was penniless when she arrived at Percival's house. Alice nodded when she heard that and walked towards the small building in the distance with her suitcase. After Alice left, Blake walked into the dormitory door alone, carrying his huge suitcase. Climbing up the stairs, he reached the 5th floor. His room was at the end of the 5th floor. In the corridor, he could hear footsteps coming and going on the 6th floor above his head. The maids at the bronze hall seemed to be busy cleaning up the rooms vacated by graduated students in order to prepare rooms for the new first-year students who would be arriving soon. Blake came to the door, looked at the door without a keychain, put the suitcase on the ground, stretched out his hand and released a little magic towards it. The next second, the door miraculously opened as if in response to a call. Blake picked up the suitcase and walked in. Every door here has been equipped with a magic circuit and can only be opened with the corresponding magic power. Very clever indeed. After entering, Blake looked around the room. A simple single room with only some basic furniture like a desk, bed, and wardrobe, but it was kept spotlessly clean. But that was enough for Blake. He put down the box, went to the window and opened it. Standing in front of the window, he looked at the scenery outside while letting fresh air into the room. As the sun sets, under the afterglow of the sunset, the whole school looks like a quaint town, with students carrying suitcases walking through the alleys. The new semester is about to begin. The main storyline is finally about to usher in a new chapter. Chapter 27. The protagonist appears. A new semester often begins amid students' anticipation and a lively atmosphere. The Student Union Hall of SIAS was already packed with people. It was a huge auditorium-like venue, with the audience seats divided into 4 levels from far to near and from high to low, according to the arrangement. First-year freshmen sit on the first floor, second-year students sit on the second floor, and so on. Blake sat in the sophomore seat, drinking coffee and looking at the first-year students chatting and laughing in the front row. These children, who are full of dreams of a bright future, have not yet realized what a cruel test they will face in their upcoming class placement exams. That will be the first test they face, and the first hardship our protagonist will also face. So where is our protagonist now? Blake twisted his neck and looked around, but did not see the protagonist. Instead, his actions scared the students around him. They quietly moved further away. Although they didn't know what the bully was doing, they were afraid that he would pour the coffee in his hand on their heads if he was unhappy. They regretted coming so late that they had no seats and had to sit next to this guy. "Hey, stay away from him, don't you see who he is?" TSK, how unlucky it is to see his face on the first day of school. That's right. Why hasn't the school expelled him yet? What good is it to keep a tumor like this in school? Hey, did you guys hear about this? He seems to have won first place in the Baron competition. I've heard this too. It seems to be a rumor, right? Hey, please keep your voices down. It will be troublesome if he hears you. Blake could hear all the whispers of the students around him. Alice gave him special training to fight with his eyes blindfolded and relying on hearing, which significantly improved his perceptions other than vision. He doesn't care about what people around him say. Instead, he was thinking about what Alice was doing at the moment, because the class was about to start, so she didn't need to be by his side all the time. She probably has a chance to start doing something. It was here that the discussion died down. Sias's principal, modern Sias, stood on the stage of the student union hall amid warm applause from students. Facing this white-haired old man, the students' eyes were filled with awe. A heroic family will inevitably give birth to heroic bloodlines. The lucky ones favored by history will continue to be favored by history, and history is also proving this on its own. For example, our protagonist, as a descendant of the first generation Sword Saint, with the blood of the Sword Saint flowing in his veins, will inevitably embark on the same glorious path, even though he is not aware of this. As a descendant of Sigurd Sias, the dragon-slaying hero who founded this school, this old man was already able to skillfully use various difficult-to-operate advanced magics at the age of 30. His current strength is said to have reached an unfathomable level. There are even rumors that he has reached a level comparable to the legendary wizard Meyer. Blake could not provide evidence for this point. After all, Meyer had been dead for nearly 200 years, and there was no chance that the two would have had the opportunity to compete on the same stage, but his strength is unquestionable. Many times when the protagonist encountered insurmountable setbacks, he was the one who stepped in to save the situation and resolve the problem. For this reason, he is called a reasonable plug-in by many players. With the arrival of the new semester, I saw many familiar old faces, as well as many energetic new faces. I was very happy to see everyone's eyes full of fighting spirit. Modern Sias addressed all the students in his hoarse and weathered voice, but no matter which world it was, the leader's speech was always inevitably boring, which made Blake yawn. All he wanted now was to hurry up and finish this process, and then do what he should do. Next, let us invite the second-year student representative, Leonardo Sorian, to the stage. Hearing this name, Blake, who was originally uninterested, suddenly became excited. He raised his head and looked at the familiar and approachable face on the stage. Feeling a little excited, our protagonist finally takes the stage. Dear classmates, I am very happy to represent the second grade and give you a congratulatory message for the new semester. With his handsome looks and masculine voice, our protagonist captured the hearts of many freshman girls as soon as he opened his mouth. Compared to the whispers when commenting on himself, the whispered discussions about Leonardo at this time were mostly praises. These can be called two extremes. Is this the so-called protagonist's halo? Blake was not envious. He has no ambition and just wants to graduate safely. This is his only goal. It was not his wish to draw too much attention from others, but he was not without heroic spirit. He is not completely uninterested in taking over the protagonist's mission, becoming the protagonist of this world, and then embarking on the glorious heroic path amid everyone's praise. However, as someone who had completed Sword Master, descendant of Sias countless times, he knew very well what kind of setbacks and hardships he would face. Moreover, many key setbacks can only be overcome by Leonardo, who has the blood of the Sword Saint, especially the final boss in the third act, bloodthirsty Dracula. Only Leonardo's seventh sword style can kill him. So, since we know that someone will bear all the hardships, why do we have to seek suffering? What a stupid act that is to follow the previous plan and follow the plot completely. In this way, Leonardo, who has gone through various tests and hardships, will solve all crises by himself. All I need to do is lower my presence, quietly get my diploma, and wait for everything to be over. While Blake was distracted, Leonardo had already finished his speech, and the response from the audience was even stronger than that of Principal Modern just now. Blake also applauded along with many students. The next people to take the stage to speak were Howard Elphus, the third-year head of the Ministry of Magic, and Ellie Aurora, the fourth-year head of the Alchemy Department. Without exception, only the elites from each grade can go on stage as student representatives. Our protagonist Leonardo also appeared on stage as the second-year combat chief. The overall majors of the academy are divided into three categories: Combat Department, Magic Department, and Alchemy Department. These three categories can be further divided into many different fields, but the annual assessment is conducted on these three categories as a general assessment. The top students in each field not only have access to additional resources and privileges provided by the college, but also receive additional scholarships while exempting tuition fees. No matter which world it is, there are special treatments for top students. The royal representative will then speak on stage. After Leonardo stepped down, Sophia, with her golden wavy hair, slowly walked onto the stage amid the students' continued applause. As an important sponsor of this school, the royal family indeed enjoyed special treatment. Moreover, apart from Sophia's identity as the third princess, her achievements and performance were indeed worthy of being a representative to give a speech on stage. Everyone, it's great to meet you all. At this starting point full of challenges and opportunities, I am honored to be here and look forward to the new semester with you all. I saw many new faces, and in their faces I saw the future of this country. Sophia's eyes swept across the stage. At the same time, I also saw many familiar and missed faces among the crowd, and I was very happy to see them again. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Blake always felt that Sophia was looking at him when she said this. However, the population at the scene is so dense that it must be my illusion. Blake propped up his head and looked at Sophia on the stage. This time, she was wearing the school uniform of Sias College and standing on the stage to give a speech as a representative of the royal family. Although I am standing here as a representative of the royal family, if you see me in school or class in the future, please do not feel pressured to think of me as a member of the royal family. Because here I am just like you, wearing the same clothes and having the same identity. I am an ordinary student of Sias College, nothing more. Thunderous applause rang out, echoing in the huge hall. Some guys who were inspired by her even stood up and shouted Sophia's name in an attempt to attract her attention. It has to be said that Sophia is very charismatic and has a talent for leadership. Her political philosophy of kindness and justice can easily resonate with and gain people's support, but Blake pulled out a notebook from his bosom, took out a pen and began to write down the main plot of the main storyline as well as the time periods and matters that needed attention. There are a total of 6 chapters in the first act. In addition to the final boss, the protagonist Leonardo has to face a total of 3 chapter small bosses, which are the so-called elite monsters. The closest enemy will be encountered in the first chapter, Freshman Placement Exam. The examination format of the freshman placement test is very interesting. Each group is composed of a second-year student and 2 first-year students. At that time, the group led by Leonardo will accidentally encounter an unexpected encounter. Apart from his relatively low-key freshman year, this will be his first opportunity to shine at Sias College. As Professor Clyde of the Ministry of Magic, who was in charge of hosting the ceremony, finished his closing speech, this boring and long opening ceremony of the new semester finally came to a peaceful conclusion amid waves of applause. Many students will choose to say hello to the school professors on site to deepen the other party's impression of themselves, but Blake didn't want to stay here any longer. He quietly packed up his notebook, just leave quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Hello. Just as Blake was busy packing up his notebooks, a familiar voice came. It's nice to see you again. For Blake, who is notorious for his moody personality in Sias College, not many people can actively greet him. He raised his eyes slightly, and when he saw the yellow hair, he knew who it was. This is trouble. He raised his head. Sophia, who had just been standing on the stage giving a speech as a member of the royal family, was now standing in front of him, greeting him familiarly like a good friend who had not seen him for many days. Is my speech boring? It makes you lose interest in even looking up. Blake resisted the urge to frown. This time, some people around who were originally planning to leave stopped and looked here. He could feel it clearly. All eyes were focused on him and Sophia. Chapter 28. A bad start to the new semester as an insignificant villain who was quickly killed in the second act. If he wants to quietly change his own destiny, the right choice is to keep an appropriate distance from the important characters in the plot. In order to increase intimacy, it takes a lot of effort and even requires the development of careful strategies one after another. In comparison, maintaining distance is much simpler, but is it really like that? But Blake looked at the girl with striking blonde hair in front of him and fell into deep suspicion. Did Blake do something again? Now even Her Highness Sophia has stepped down in person. That must be the case. This guy is either committing a crime or on his way to committing a crime every day. That's good. Now Her Highness Sophia is finally coming to take him in. How does that saying go? Right. Get rid of harm for the people. Faced with the gazes and scattered discussions from the people around him, Blake felt very uncomfortable. This is what it feels like to be watched by everyone. Blake looked up at Sophia standing in front of him, wondering why she came to see him. I heard about your report. I'm sorry this happened, Sophia said, looking at Blake. Although I sent people over immediately after hearing the news, they said the problem had been solved by the time they arrived. Blake thanked him. Thank you very much for caring about a small person like me. Fortunately, I didn't cause you any trouble. Sophia sighed. You really didn't listen to my speech carefully. Terribly sorry. Blake didn't understand what the other party meant. I just said it on the stage. Now I am just an ordinary student in the academy, right? Sophia said, so let's abandon the honorific you and use you instead. Okay, thank you very much. Listening to the same words as Drainus, Blake wondered if the characters in the main storyline all liked to express the distance between them by changing the way they address each other, but their actions were totally unnecessary for him. He had no intention of integrating into the group and building good relationships with them. Fortunately, at this time 2 servants broke through the crowd of onlookers, tore open a path and came to Blake and Sophia, who were talking. They whispered something in Sophia's ear, and then Sophia frowned and looked at Blake. "Sorry, although I still have something to say to you, it seems that there are some things I need to take care of." Fortunately, Sophia is appointed as the student union president of SIAS College. She has to balance her studies with many other matters, which means she rarely stays in one place for a long time. Blake was very grateful for this. If you have something to do, just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about me." "Well, bye then." Sophia smiled and waved to me, then turned and left accompanied by her servants. The students who were originally watching dispersed after a brief moment of shock and discussion. Blake sighed, "What a terrible start to the new semester." At the same time, in the attic next to the college's professorial building, the top floor of this tall and unique building offers a panoramic view of almost the entire SIAS University. The modern principal, who had just finished giving a speech in front of the freshmen, was now slowly climbing up the spiral staircase. When he reached the top, an old wooden door appeared in front of him. He reached out and pushed the door, and it slowly opened with a creaking sound. "Why don't you lock the door? Is it necessary? Every time this door is opened, it's like setting off an alarm." I guess no student would have thought that there is actually a simple little room on the top of this attic, which is usually off-limits. In addition to a single sofa, a bed, and a small wardrobe, the room was filled with various alchemical materials. For a moment, it was unclear whether it was a room or a storage room. Perhaps it was originally built for storage, but someone forcibly occupied it and lived here. As soon as the door opened, Principal Modern felt the hot air rushing out of the room mixed with a pungent smell of rust, and he frowned. "What weird stuff are you researching?" A middle-aged man with messy hair was sitting at a table by the window, bending down to heat a piece of copper-colored bone at ultra-high temperature. A new attempt to strengthen bones. "Are you sure that after drinking this your bones won't click like clockwork every time you move?" The man poured the melted bones into a container and said, "I can't rule out this possibility, but we have to wait for someone to try it to know for sure." "Don't attack the students." "No, I was planning to ask you to help with the experiment." "I refuse. You will break my old bones sooner or later." Modern sighed and sat down on the sofa. The man he was watching put the copper liquid in the vessel to his nose and smelled it carefully. It might be a good thing to let him live here, so there would be no need to worry about him suddenly getting inspiration and tinkering with something dangerous that would harm the students. He just looked at the other person quietly, not intending to interrupt him. After a while, until the man finally finished his work, he remembered the modern principal who had been sitting on the sofa waiting for a long time. "Which one would you like to drink?" The man handed 2 teacups to Principal Modern. "When did you have tea here?" Principal Modern was a little surprised. "It's not tea," the man shook his head. "This cup promotes the circulation of magic power, and this cup slows it down. Since you're here, help me experiment. My suggestion is to drink both cups together for safety reasons." "You lunatic, why are you so obsessed with catching an old man like me?" "Don't worry, you won't be in danger with your strength." "You did say for safety?" Although Principal Modern complained, he still took the 2 cups and poured them into his mouth. He had no room for refusal. After all, the prerequisite for inviting this madman to teach at the college was to fully support his alchemy research. Looking at the entire academy, there is probably only one person who dares to speak to the most powerful magician of the contemporary era in this way, that is Professor O'Deals, the honorary professor of alchemy at SIAS College. His reputation in the alchemy world is as resounding as Principal Modern's reputation in the magic world, except that his reputation in the world is not as positive as Modern's. Alchemical madman, this is the name given to him by the outside world. In a sense, it's a kind of bad reputation, but he personally said that he liked it very much because he believed that it was a recognition of his persistent pursuit of alchemy. Morden handed the 2 empty cups back to him. It is said that his strength is closest to the legendary magician Meyer, but he feels that this guy is closer to that madman in his obsession with and pursuit of crazy things. "Have you found the anomaly?" In order to prevent this guy from coming up with any more tricks, Principal Modern chose to get to the point. O'Deals pulled up a chair and sat across from him. Not yet. The barrier magic I developed is centered around me. Although it can cover the entire academy, it cannot achieve rapid and detailed positioning. He lives here not only to facilitate his crazy research, and certainly not for the view from the top of the tower. Can you confirm who the other party is at this moment? The magic fluctuations are like the tribes in the northern grasslands. They always act in groups like wolves, and their infiltration methods are very sophisticated. Audulus' voice sank. It fits their style when they hunt in secret. A lot? There should be quite a few. After all, they are best at hiding their magic power. When they gather together, it is difficult to distinguish them. Modern's expression became serious. Why did they travel such a long distance to come to the academy? And they came just when the students were about to start school. As you said, timing is the issue. Audulus nodded. I suggest that we postpone the placement test or change the location of the test. The forest environment will be a good place for them to take it. Morden thought about it and shook his head. No, the tradition cannot be changed after hundreds of years, and the site of the southern forest has already been arranged. Even if we leave it aside, we may not have enough time, and temporary changes will also consume huge resources. Then you'd better be prepared, because you will face tremendous pressure if something happens to a student. Morden nodded without denying. At that time, I will take all the professors with practical skills to wait in the dark to ensure the safety of the candidates. Audulus sighed. Okay, then during the exam, I will temporarily narrow the magic coverage to the southern forest area. This should make it more accurate. Well, that's it. In the small attic, the two were silent for a while. Audulus suddenly raised his head and looked at Modern. How do you feel now? What feeling? What do you mean? Audulus stared at Principal Modern closely, as if he was observing a guinea pig in an experiment. How do you feel after taking the potion I developed? It should have taken effect by now. Morden frowned. Well, I was just about to say this. I've been feeling hot and cold since just now, and my body is a little bloated. Audulus took a pen and wrote it down carefully in his notebook. Anything else? That's all for now. Oh. After Audulus finished recording, he closed the notebook and then seemed to remember something and looked up at Modern. I shouldn't have to worry about your life, right? Modern was irritated by this guy. Didn't you think about it before I drank it? Audulus didn't say anything, but just stood up silently and took another bottle of unknown potion from the shelf. Hey, drink this. Is this the antidote? Modern took it and drank it all in one gulp. Fortunately, this guy still retains a trace of basic humanity. Theoretically, it should be. Oh, wait, what do you mean? Principal Modern's hand holding the empty bottle trembled slightly, because he found that this guy was staring at him with the eyes of observing experimental rats. Odile rubbed his chin. This is the third type I developed. It can solidify the magic power in the body for a short period of time. What? After saying this, Principal Modern felt his whole body stiffen, and he fell back onto the sofa. Chapter 29 Southern Forest. Blake sat on a stone bench that can be found everywhere on the campus roadside, rubbing his cheeks with his hands. The pain and rubbing sensation on his face gave him some boost of spirit and motivation. Well, although there are some deviations from expectations, it is still within the controllable range. No way. Blake looked up at the guy standing in front of him and took a deep breath. We are really destined to be together. The rough man in front of him, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was greeting him with a smile, which made him a little unsure of what expression he should show to this fate. Knowing in advance that the other party would be enrolled this year, he did not show any surprise, but it was a little unexpected that the other party took the initiative to come up and say hello to me. Dreniai still had the huge sword on his waist, and he seemed to have regarded it as an ornament on his body, like a brooch on his clothes. I didn't expect to see you here, Senior Blake. Why do you call me that? Because you are my senior, right? If you are angry because of the previous sparring match, then I apologize to you. Delaney's noticed that Blake didn't look very happy, and subconsciously thought that it had something to do with him. Blake shook his head. I'm not angry, it was just a reasonable exchange. In fact, Delaney's idea was correct. Blake touched his wrist subconsciously. To be honest, I was sore all over for 2 days after the battle with Draenus. Apart from the burns from the fireballs at close range, his entire body felt like it was falling apart every time he blocked the opponent's huge sword. It's impossible to say that there is no resentment at all. That's good, Delaney's breathed a sigh of relief. So what are you doing sitting here, Senior Blake? Just taking a short break. The atmosphere in the student hall is too stuffy. Yeah, I do feel that way. Delaney's nodded. I feel the speeches are a bit boring. Instead of listening to the chief's speeches, I would rather have a discussion with them. Wait, why are you here? Blake's head snapped up and looked at Delaney's. Drainus was stunned by the other party's sudden change, but Blake just stared at the other person with his eyes, as if he was determined to get to the bottom of the problem. Just now, when he heard the other party mention Leonardo's name, he suddenly realized a very serious problem. That is, the guy in front of us should have appeared in the training ground at this time and had the first meeting with our protagonist. But now he suddenly appeared in front of him and talked to him boredly. I just saw you sitting here, so I felt it necessary to come over and say hello to you. Dreeny Eyes scratched his head. Because I saw Her Highness Sophia talking to you in the hall just now, so I didn't get close. Blake, then don't come near now, please. No, we have to find a way to put him back to where he should be. Blake looked at the other person and was about to speak, but the other person's attention was suddenly attracted by something. Miss Alice. Blake turned his head and saw Alice walking towards him from not far away. Miss Alice, it's great to see you again. When Delaney saw Alice, he bent down and bowed immediately as if he had seen a respected mentor. It was quite a grand ceremony indeed. This was all because he had heard some legends about Alice from his grandfather, the head of the Hodler family. It's not an exaggeration to call it a legend. After all, Alice's achievements are still remembered and talked about by people today, but since the name LaRoche became a taboo, it can only be discussed in private. Alice glanced at him, ignored him, and turned to look at Blake. I am coming. Yeah. Blake nodded. Let's go. He had already informed Alice this morning and asked her to come here to find him after the opening ceremony of the semester. So he was actually just waiting here. Seeing the two preparing to leave, Delaney's hurriedly asked, "Where are you two going?" Go train. Blake didn't take Delaney's somewhat rude question too seriously, but unlike Blake's aloofness, Delaney's eyes lit up when he heard the word training ground. In that case, can I watch and learn for a while? Don't worry, I won't disturb you, no. Blake rejected the other party decisively and ruthlessly. Delaney's was a little disappointed when he heard this and turned to look at Alice beside Blake. Unlike Blake's direct rejection, Alice didn't even look at him from beginning to end. You can go to the training ground and take a look. Just when Delaney's was frustrated, Blake suddenly suggested. I heard that many chiefs choose to train there. You might run into a few of them. They always like to exchange ideas with others. Lure him over there, hopefully it's not too late. This way he should still be able to run into Leonardo. It is best to let things happen naturally. As expected, after hearing this, Delaney's instantly rekindled his fighting spirit and raised the sword at his waist. In that case, I'll take my leave now. I'll come back to see Senior Blake later when I have time. Blake nodded. Please, don't come to me again. Watching the other party walking quickly towards the training ground, Blake finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Alice nodded and followed Blake to the south of the school. The place he was going to now was the forest located at the southernmost border of Sias College, because only there can he achieve his goal. Blake unbuttoned his collar slightly, touched the crystal pendant hanging around his neck, and then held it up to his eyes to look at it. The entire crystal appears a light purple color that he has been taking time to refill the magic power of Fenrir's tears, but it seems that it is only half full at the moment. For me now, the capacity of this power bank is really large. On the way, Blake bought some bread at a roadside shop. After filling the pendant with magic power in his room in the morning, he hurried to the student union, which made him feel a little hungry. The two walked for a long time and finally arrived at the southern edge of Sias College. Compared to the bustling area of the college, there was almost no one to be seen here. Normally no one came here, and that suited Blake just fine. After they walked along the dirt road for a while, they saw a small stream flowing down from a small hill. What appeared before our eyes was a dense forest. It would be dangerous to go any further inside. After the two of them walked a certain distance, Alice suddenly stopped and said to Blake. Blake also stopped and looked back in the direction he came from. Seeing that he had traveled enough distance, he did not plan to go any deeper. Alice's insight and perception have always been sharp. If even she thinks there will be danger, then stopping here is the best option. The southern forest is vast, and only half of it is included in the academy's boundaries. Even professors with extensive experience rarely set foot in the depths of the forest, because that is where various elves live secretly, some of which are dangerous, especially in the core area of the forest. Blake looked up at the huge tree in the distance. Even though there were many trees around blocking his view, he still easily noticed the towering tree that is its territory. It is better not to get involved at this stage. Blake looked away. Simply put, this forest is full of mysterious unknowns and challenges. This is also the main reason why professors at Sias College often use this place as an examination venue, but they will also clear a safe and controllable area for students in advance. Blake looked around, taking in the quiet atmosphere of the forest and the sound of the wind rustling through the branches. Blake glanced at his attribute panel. Strength, 7 mental strength, 5 magic, 5 combat skills, LaRoche sword skills, basic, magic skills, Wine Blade, low level, LV.3, Fireball, low level, LV.3, Lightning, low level, LV.2, Lightning Strike, intermediate level, LV.1. LaRoche's sword skills have advanced from entry level to basic level, and above that there is proficiency, mastery, and the highest master level. Swordsmanship is different from magic. Some gifted people can master it quickly, but it requires day-to-day practice and constant polishing in actual combat. So he decided to temporarily focus on improving his magic. This time he was going to try to release 2 intermediate-level magics at the same time. Many magicians with excellent qualifications have the ability to do this, and some powerful magicians can even cast multiple spells at the same time. Compared to continuous release, chanting multiple magic spells at the same time can play a huge role in actual combat. This not only shortens the skill pre-swing, but also allows them to cooperate with each other to maximize their power. Of course, this is definitely not possible with his current magic power, but with the backup hidden energy, he can give it a try. Blake looked down at the lavender crystal pendant in his hand. This could cause quite a stir, because there are clear regulations in Sias College that prohibit anyone from fighting or using magic privately except during official competitions and training grounds that are open at regular intervals. There are too many people in the training ground now, and it takes time to apply for a dedicated personal training room. That's why he traveled a long way to come here. Because of the vastness of this forest and the dense trees, no matter how loud the noise is, it will not attract too many people's attention. Even if someone notices it, they will probably just think it was caused by some large wild animal. This is also the reason why he chose here. Although the freshman placement exam will become extremely dangerous due to fierce competition and the involvement of outsiders, it is still relatively safe at present, but just in case, he asked Alice to accompany him. Chapter 30. Why are you here? Blake slowly raised his hands, and 2 streams of magic power of the same attributes gathered in his hands. The magic power transformed into 2 flaming fireballs that quickly condensed in his palms. Blake seized the opportunity and swung his hand hard. Flames flew out of his palms at the same time, and the sphere wrapped in heat waves hit the half-height boulder in the distance. Bang! Looking at the cracks in the rocks in the distance, Blake breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back to 2 months ago, he was still a loser who had difficulty casting low-level magic, but now he can not only release intermediate-level magic, but he can even release low-level magic at the same time. Anyone would find it incredible, but this is far from achieving Blake's goal, because what comes next is the highlight. Blake looked at the pendant in his hand. Next, he would try to cast 2 intermediate magic spells at the same time, but before using the pendant, Blake secretly glanced at Alice behind him. The other person stood a few meters away from him, looking at him quietly, with no sign of movement. On the way here, he tried his best to leave as many impressions on passersby and shop vendors as possible so that they would remember his and Alice's faces. The purpose of doing this is to prevent Alice from taking rash action against herself. If she disappeared, she would be the first person to be suspected. Although Alice has been very honest recently, her relationship with me is obviously no longer so tense, and can even be said to be much more harmonious, but he had to be fully prepared, knowing that he would die at the hands of the other party in the original plot. He could not ignore this, and it's not like he easily doubts others. So the main thing is that this guy really has a criminal record. Thinking back to the time when many of the precious materials he bought at the auction ended up in her pocket, he felt a pang of pain. Alice frowned slightly. Is it an illusion? Why did this guy look at me as if he was wary of a bandit? While Alice was wondering, Blake had already wrapped the pendant string around the palm of his left hand. He raised his hands again, and purple magic power appeared in his hands. Just when he felt that his magic power was being drained, strands of magic power floated out from the pendant and gradually enveloped Blake's entire body. Unlike the low-level magic he had just cast, this time Blake could clearly feel the trembling sensation caused by the magic power gathering in his palm, as if someone had hung 2 iron leads on his wrists. Gradually, as the magic power took shape, the feeling became stronger and stronger until his arms began to tremble constantly. Blake took a deep breath, steadied his movements, and continued chanting. As it was his first attempt, he chanted as slowly as possible to avoid mistakes. Finally, the magic began to take shape. Next, just hold on, and then release. Boom! The expected magic did not fire out, but instead exploded in Blake's hand. A dazzling purple light was accompanied by a loud noise, and the flocks of birds in the forest flew away in fear. Blake flew out in such a graceful manner. The impact force generated by the explosion caused Blake to be hit violently as if by a truck, and he disappeared in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Alice just stood there unmoved and did not take any action until a bang sound came from the trees in the distance, accompanied by the rustling of leaves falling. Only then did she slowly walk along the traces left by Blake. "You failed." Under a tree that had been knocked crooked, Alice looked down at Blake lying on the ground, as if she had anticipated his failure. "Hiss, I know. You're too eager for success." Blake, with a charred face, lay on the ground. He removed the leaves that were covering his eyes, looked at the blue sky and Alice's white chin, and sighed softly. "It still doesn't work," Alice sighed, turned her head to look at the area razed to the ground by the explosion, and said, "Releasing 2 intermediate magic spells at the same time requires more than just twice the magic power. Just like swordsmanship, it also requires constant familiarity and practice, just like writing with both hands at the same time." "Well, even so, maybe we can still give it another try?" Alice shook her head. "Although your progress is amazing, you are only human. But time waits for no one." Blake muttered absent-mindedly while looking at the sky. "Is something chasing you?" "A terrifying fate." "I thought you were an atheist." "That's exactly what happened. I suspect your brain is blown out. Honestly, this possibility cannot be ruled out." Alice looked helpless and asked symbolically, "Apart from your brain, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else?" "It's okay, thank goodness for this." Blake reached out a hand and pulled open her clothes, revealing the gray scaly lining underneath. Seeing Blake's smug smile, Alice held her forehead with her hand. "Maybe you should consider buying a helmet." "Well, I'll take your advice." It could be that the two of them gradually became familiar with each other, or it could be that since Alice began teaching black swordsmanship, she had become half of his teacher. The change in identities made the two people less cautious after they became familiar with each other, and their private conversations became much easier. The conversation between the two became more and more direct and explicit. Although the two of them still couldn't avoid being wary of each other, after putting aside the so-called master-servant etiquette, they did feel much more comfortable talking to each other. Blake stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and looked at his hands. Just at the moment of the explosion, he felt a huge electric current sweeping through his whole body, leaving his hands still feeling a little numb. A handkerchief was handed to him. After a brief pause, Blake took it and used it to wipe his black face. At this moment, Alice, who had just handed over the handkerchief, suddenly turned her head and looked at the forest in the distance. Her eyes were cold and sharp. "What's wrong?" Blake stopped wiping and followed her gaze. There was nothing there except a few tall trees packed closely together and nothing. Alice withdrew her gaze and turned back. "We should leave now." Blake nodded in agreement. He looked down at the pendant still wrapped around his hand, which had now turned back to its crystal clear state. "It seems that I can't go on. Next time, I'll add a little more magic power to the pendant and try again." He untied the rope and put it around his neck again. After the two left, 2 dark shadows were moving secretly at the place where Alice had just been looking at. "What on earth are you doing? That woman almost discovered you just now." "Damn it. I just couldn't help but breathe heavily when I saw that student's funny look. God knows how that woman noticed it. She was so far away. That's enough. Go back and practice your hiding skills. If the plan is disrupted because of you before the action begins, you will suffer the consequences." Got it. That's enough. The boss has given the signal, and he has already arranged everything. Let's hurry up and draw the magic runes here. I see. Just look at mine. Be careful not to leak your magic power. That guy's magic perception is too terrifying. As soon as we entered the school, we were already in his field of vision. We made such a big noise just now, that guy must have noticed it. It was already afternoon when the two returned to Sias College from the southern forest. I have some things to take care of. Alice said. Blake glanced at her and nodded. He actually has no idea what Alice is doing in private, as it is not clearly stated in the plot, but judging from the fact that she was able to launch Empire's Sorrow in one fell swoop in the last chapter, her layout was definitely long-term and well-prepared. After Alice left, Blake went to the commercial area alone to find something to eat. Looking at the various strange foods and snacks, Blake couldn't help but feel curious, because Percival's family's food has always been luxury items such as steak and bread. This is the first time he has tried snacks in the game since he came here. As a world full of magic and fantasy, it is also filled with a variety of cooking ingredients. For example, the slime pie in front of you, although it is shaped like an apple pie, it looks like a layer of elastic jelly is spread on it. Although it is called slime, it is actually just a mixture of puffing powder, citrus pollen, and various materials. It is named so because it looks like slime. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you going to buy some slime pie? Just as he was concentrating on observing this strange food, someone suddenly called him from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Blake had no choice but to leave slime pie behind and look back. What a coincidence! It's been a long time since we last met at your house. Why are you here? Chapter 31. It's a mess, a complete mess. Wow, it tastes weird. Do you like eating this kind of weird food? The girl put down the slime pie she had taken a bite of and noticed Blake's ugly face. Senior Blake? Please don't call me that, please. To be honest, he couldn't be happy to hear two people calling him that in one day, and looking at the innocent smile that was always on the other person's face, Blake felt dizzy and his vision was a little dizzied out. It's a mess. It's a complete mess. Why is Lelina Morlet here? Blake forced himself to calm down and looked at the other person, lost in thought. Characters that had never appeared in the main storyline suddenly appeared before him. What would be the trigger for this situation? Blake pondered this question. Is it simply because she has no role in the main storyline, or is this also a variable caused by herself? Senior Blake, are you feeling unwell? Why do you say that? Because you've been frowning since the beginning. No, it's just, why are you suddenly using honorifics? Blake looked at the girl in front of him warily, wondering if she was plotting against him again. Because you are a senior now, it's not strange for a junior girl to use honorifics to address a senior, right? And Lelina just wore her signature smile. Didn't Her Highness Sophia say that we should put aside our so-called noble status at school? This way, apart from our personal friendship, we will only be senior and junior students. Private friendship? This statement always feels inaccurate. Blake looked at her, still not letting down his guard. Meeting here at a time when it is not mealtime could be called a coincidence, but it also felt like there was something a little unusual about it. Lelina showed a look of grievance. Senior, what you said is so hurtful. We have helped each other solve many problems. I have always wanted to express my gratitude to you. Who brought those troubles? Forehead. Blake's words left Lelina speechless for a moment. He rubbed his brows and said, I'd better not call you that. It always feels weird. Lelina nodded. Since you said so, of course I am happy to do so. It seemed that she also found the name strange. Lelina smiled warmly. Considering that you are here at this time, I guess you haven't had lunch yet? In that case, let me treat you to a meal. Without waiting for Blake to speak, Lelina called the waiter and ordered more than a dozen dishes in one go. Blake hurriedly stopped her when she saw this. It's almost time. It will be a waste if you order more. Lelina then stopped and smiled at Blake. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered them all. I heard there are a lot of delicious foods in the academy. Blake sighed helplessly. If you have something to say, just say it. Hearing this, Lelina slowly put down the menu, smiled triumphantly, and supported her head while looking at herself with a smile. Speaking of which, I do have something I want to ask Senior Blake. It would save me a lot of trouble if I could get your help. If it's within my capabilities, I'll consider it. Blake was not in a hurry to express his opinion because it would put himself in a passive position. Faced with this girl who was as cunning as a fox, one would easily fall into the trap set by her if he is not careful. I can assure you that my request is not excessive. Lelina raised the corners of her mouth and finally stated her purpose. Just let me join your team. Blake looked puzzled. What do you mean? At this time, the ordered coffee was served and Lelina picked up the coffee. You should know that there will be a placement test the day after tomorrow. I hope to join Senior Blake's group. After a brief hesitation, Blake immediately understood the other party's purpose in coming to see him. Placement test. The first assessment faced by freshmen. The results of this exam directly determine the student's class and treatment in the coming year. Those very few chosen ones with outstanding academic performance will be directly assigned to Class A. In addition to being able to move into the first-class Amber Hall, they can also enjoy various additional resources and benefits. If you are assigned to the last class, D, then all you can do is keep working hard and try to get assigned to a better class in the second grade with excellent grades at the end of the semester. For the sake of fairness, the content of the placement test varies each year. In the main storyline, the content of this year's class placement test is that a second year student leads two first-year students to find the magic ball hidden in the southern forest by the examiners. The reason for setting up a second-year student is out of consideration for the safety of first-year freshmen. After all, there are all kinds of crises and hidden dangers hidden in the southern forests, and one can easily fall into danger if not careful. No wonder Lelina takes this so seriously. I remember that the groups were randomly assigned by drawing lots on site, right? Lelina snorted and put down her coffee, then looked at Blake meaningfully. As long as you are willing to offer a price, there will always be someone to do it for you. Hans is a good example. It seems that she wants to use her strengths again. Why did you think of me? With your qualifications, you should be able to find a more suitable team, right? Lelina took a sip of coffee and said, since this is an exam that affects our long-term future, it is necessary to choose a suitable and understanding teammate in order to achieve a good result. Lelina narrowed her eyes as she watched Blake once again reveal his fox-like shrewd gaze, and in the sparring match, your strength was evident to all. Blake didn't respond. Of course, you don't have to think of me as a shameless guy who always wants to take advantage of others. In return, I can give the Percival family a certain degree of support. You should also know that Uncle Creed has been busy with his promotion to the Lord recently, and now it's just the last step and I can help facilitate it. Seeing that Blake still hadn't expressed his opinion, Lelina continued, if this is not enough to impress you, you can also make other requests, and I will try my best to meet them. Blake shook his head. I'm sorry, even if you ask me to do this, it's still hard for me to do it. Lelina was puzzled. Huh? What does that mean? Does it mean that someone has already entrusted you with this? No. Lelina frowned. Why is that? Because I don't plan to attend. Huh? Lelina made a puzzled sound. Why? This doesn't seem to require any reason, right? Blake had not considered taking the test, even though sophomores who volunteered to lead the team would receive extra credit, although this is very tempting for Blake, who was eager to get his diploma. However, knowing that this exam would be full of various crises, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Let our protagonist Leonardo face all this alone. I believe he will overcome it. Are you really not going to sign up? I was looking forward to teaming up with you, senior. Even though the other party looked pitiful and begging, Blake would not give in because of this. Sorry, there is no such plan at the moment. He refused resolutely. Lelina's face showed her disappointment at the failure of her plan. Just then, the door of the restaurant was suddenly pushed open, and the wind chimes hanging at the door made a tinkling sound, interrupting the two of them. A man and a woman walked in under the afterglow of the setting sun, and Blake couldn't help but be stunned. Blake happened to be sitting facing the door, which made it inevitable for him to see the other person's face. This time, Lelina seemed to notice Blake's abnormality and turned around to look. I remember he was the senior who gave a speech this morning. What was his name, Leonardo? Yes, that seems to be his name. You actually remember it. Are you two familiar with each other? Do you know the cute girl next to him, too? Blake said nothing, because his position was quite conspicuous. The other party obviously noticed him at the same time he saw him. Leonardo frowned, quietly pulled the hand of the girl next to him, and said something in her ear. The girl also turned her head to look at him, then grabbed Leonardo as if to stop him. But our protagonist seemed to have made up his mind. Then, here he comes, he is coming this way. Hey, you despicable guy, why are you doing this? What a surprising greeting. Chapter 32 Conflict with the protagonist. You despicable fellow, why did you treat Sarah like this? Do you have a conscience? The girl pulled Leonardo's sleeve anxiously, trying to pull him away. Okay. Leonardo, I'm fine, let's go quickly. No, now that I've met you, I have to ask you clearly. You worked hard for a whole semester, but because of this guy, at this point, Leonardo was so angry that he turned around and questioned Blake in a questioning tone. It wasn't enough to deceive her during the placement test, why did you also scheme to eliminate her during the final exam? Leonardo's eyes were filled with contempt and anger. There should be a limit to bullying people. Does bullying others make you happy? Blake didn't respond, but just looked at the girl next to Leonardo with considering eyes. She has short black hair that is slightly curled and falls on her shoulders. Her clean oval face is somewhat cute. Her seemingly weak temperament gives people a different feeling from Lelina. It is a pure and romantic feeling. Suddenly, Blake recognized the other person's identity, Sierra. She is an important character in The Last Sword Master of Siaz. She is the recognized first female protagonist of this work and is also the childhood sweetheart of the protagonist who was born in the same village. Whenever difficult trials come, she always stays by the protagonist's side and supports him firmly. She is also a special character who has the ability to predict the future since birth. As she is always active around the protagonist, he actually forgot about her in his plan. Seeing that Blake kept looking at her, Sarah hid behind Leonardo and feared what's going on. Based on Sarah's reaction and Leonardo's words, Blake recalled the reasons for all these results in his mind. He soon found the answer. The origin between Blake and Sarah is indeed mentioned in the original book. At that time, the class placement test was conducted in teams of 2, and students had to search for the magic ball hidden in the forest while ensuring their survival to gain points. Sarah and Blake were drawn into one group, while Leonardo was put into another group. Blake took advantage of Sarah's innocent and kind character and tricked her into handing over all the magic balls she found to him, but achieving his goal was not enough for Blake, and in his frenzy he did something even more outrageous. He left Sarah, whose magic power was exhausted, alone in the intricate forest. It was a day later when the professors found her. She had fainted under a tree due to exhaustion and being lost. Fortunately, the professors had eliminated all the hidden dangers in the examination area before the exam, which saved her from danger, but because she didn't have any magic balls to hand in, she was assigned to the bottom of the class, D. But she did not give up on herself. In order to catch up with Leonardo, who was in Class A, she worked hard and achieved excellent results in many subjects. I was within reach of Class A until the practical exam at the end of the semester. This time the mission is to hunt wild beasts in groups of 4. Professor Stanfordi from the combat department will divide the points equally among the few people who remain on the scene based on the corpses of the wild beasts they hunt. This should be an exam that tests individual practical ability and cooperation among students, but our Blake seemed to have only heard the phrase, "The scores will be divided equally among those who remain on the field." Then he went about his familiar business of birth. On the last day of the competition, he lured Sarah into the trap he had set, and now he turned a blind eye to the approaching wild animals. Finally, with the help of the professor, Sarah lost the qualification to take the exam. So, under Blake's design, Sarah was assigned to Class B again and separated from Leonardo in Class 8. It seems that Blake is indeed the culprit who stands between them and hinders them. It is hard not to think that everything he did to Sarah was directed against her. No wonder Leonardo was so excited to see me. It would be hard for anyone to bear seeing his childhood sweetheart being treated like this. Thinking of this, Blake looked at the two of them with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Hey! What despicable plan are you making? Leonardo blocked Sarah behind him. There's no need to keep taking advantage of her kindness to bully her, right? Sorry. He was really fed up with this kind of apology for the original owner, but he had nowhere to appeal. Blake's sudden apology stunned Leonardo. He looked at the man in front of him in disbelief, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Under the shocked gazes of Leonardo and Sarah, Blake stood up and bowed deeply to Sarah. I can only apologize to you for what I did before, and if possible, I will do my best to make it up to you. This sudden scene scared the two of them. They looked at each other, and their eyes seemed to be asking if they had recognized the wrong person. Are you apologizing? I think I've made my point clear enough. Leonardo glanced at Sarah behind him, then turned back to look at Blake hesitantly. In that case, let's go find Professor Stanford and return the points that belong to Sarah to her. Sorry, I probably can't do that. What? Blake is well aware of his current situation. Although Blake was successfully assigned to Class B, which is second only to Class A, thanks to his deception on Sarah during the entrance exam. However, due to his idle attitude and poor work style, he failed many assessments. So for the practical exam at the end of the semester, it seemed like Blake was forced to cheat Sarah again? This is also the reason why he now refuses to return the very hot credits. Once he loses these precious credits, he will fail the course, which means he will miss out on his academic certificate. In summary, even though it was very unscrupulous to take these credits, he still wanted to hold them tightly in his hands. He had to maintain black style and be selfish for once. In fact, he had to do it. What did you just say? Leonardo stared at Blake with wide eyes. I'm very sorry that I may not be able to do this for the time being due to unspeakable reasons. Sure enough, you are still so bad. After hearing what Blake said, Leonardo showed an expression of disgust as expected. I don't mean to pretend that this incident never happened. I can do my best in other aspects, that's enough. Leonardo interrupted him suddenly. In that case, please come with me to see Professor Stanford and let him make his own judgment. Well. Blake lowered his head, trying to delay as much time as possible to think of a solution to the current situation. If I really follow what the other party said, no matter what decision Professor Stanford makes, it will not be of any benefit to me, even if the other party still gives the score to himself out of respect for the facts. His strong and righteous character will probably leave a bad impression on him. Hey, please stop stalling and come with me. This will make both of us feel at ease. There is no way. Blake took a deep breath and prepared to follow the other party's wishes for the time being, and then make other considerations. Please wait a moment. Everyone paused and looked at Lalaina, who had been listening to the conversation in silence since the beginning. I've been wanting to interrupt you since the beginning. Lalaina looked at Leonardo with a dissatisfied expression. Don't you see that I am discussing something with Senior Blake now? It seems a bit impolite to just call him away like this, right? After all, I finally managed to get Senior Blake out with me. Leonardo didn't know how to respond because he was only paying attention to calling Blake to account and indeed ignored Lalaina, who was standing beside him. I'm so sorry, Leonardo seems to be not very good at dealing with girls, especially a fox like Lalaina who was very good at taking the lead. He was at a loss for words for a moment. I didn't really know you were, dating him? Don't you have any common sense? Your sudden intervention not only interrupted our conversation, but also made the food on the table go cold. Blake looked at the somewhat aggressive Lalaina and was somewhat surprised that she had such a strong side. If this is also the other party's disguise, then which one is the other party's true face? Okay, Leonardo, we can talk about this later, okay? At this time, Sarah beside him gently pulled his sleeve and said, Have you forgotten that we are here to eat? You are already very hungry, aren't you? Leonardo glanced at her and scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you're right. It was actually an accident that he came here today. He was originally carrying out the agreed-upon training with Sarah at the training ground. At this moment, a burly student rushed into the training ground like a bull seeing a red flag. Then, in everyone's surprised gaze, the moment the other party looked around and saw him, he was like a jackal seeing a steak. The other party's enthusiasm was simply irresistible, and then he was inexplicably dragged by the other party to compete for a whole afternoon. The opponent was like a tireless machine that only knew how to swing the sword, which made him tired and hungry. Leonardo touched his wrist, which felt a little sore. However, the opponent's strength was indeed strong, especially the giant sword that could stir up a strong wind when swung, which was wielded so easily by the opponent. Even his swordsmanship, which he was most proud of, could not gain the upper hand for a while. I'm very sorry, this is our fault. I apologize on behalf of Leonardo. Sarah walked up to Lalaina and said, As compensation, I will pay for both of you. Leonardo wanted to say something after hearing this, but was glared back by Sarah with a gentle yet unquestionable look. Seeing this, Leonardo also shut up silently. In that case, I'll let you pay for it. Lalaina gave Sarah an understanding smile. No, I hope you won't mind Leonardo's mistakes. After Sarah paid for Blake's table, she and Leonardo left. Huh? Why don't you leave? Aren't we going to eat? After leaving the hotel, the two had just taken a few steps when Sarah noticed that Leonardo suddenly stopped. I'm sorry, Sarah. It's all my fault. That meal just now cost a lot of money, right? Leonardo lowered his head and didn't dare to look Sarah in the eyes. At this moment, he was like a big child who had done something wrong. He was upset about having Sierra pay. Both of them were born in rural areas, without the support of titles or wealth, and were admitted to Sias College entirely based on their own talents and abilities. Because of this, not only their studies, but also their daily survival at Sias University is a challenge for them. Although the prices in Sias are not high, they are still several times higher than those in the countryside. Such a full table of food must be quite a burden for Sarah, and all this was caused by his own recklessness, which filled his heart with guilt. Sarah looked at him, thought for a moment, and then slowly walked forward. A gentle and soft hand stroked his head, and Leonardo raised his head. Sarah, who was standing on tiptoe in front of him, smiled with the warmth of spring. "It's okay. I just received a scholarship for last semester. It was applied for me by Professor She Prince from the Ministry of Magic." "Whom? You mean the stern guy?" "Well, he's actually a very nice guy." Sarah took Leonardo's hand and led him to a dinner restaurant not far away. "So don't worry about your stomach instead of your wallet. I'm already hungry." "Thank you, Sarah." "Well, there's no need to be so polite between us." In the restaurant just now, the atmosphere at the table was unusually quiet, so quiet that it was a little awkward. "Thanks." Looking at Lelina, who was eating steak elegantly across from him, Blake was the first to speak. He expressed his sincere gratitude to Lelina for helping him out, and Lelina just tilted her head and smiled. "That way we're even." Blake lowered his head and thought for a while. "You have heard about my style of doing things just now, and you should have also noticed that my interpersonal relationships are not very good. Well, to be precise, it should be very bad." Lelina nodded. "What you said really hurts." Blake held his forehead and said, "In that case, you should know that I don't have much value worth spending on." Blake spoke honestly to this precocious girl who talked about measuring value almost all the time. Likewise, his words clearly meant to distance himself from the other party, but Lelina just slowly put the small piece of steak with blood in it into her mouth and chewed it slowly. It really doesn't taste that good when it's cold, but since the meat is well chosen, it's still acceptable." She seemed to be trying to use this method to show that she didn't care about what Blake said. "By the way, what did you just say, Senior?" "No, nothing." Just then, the school's magic broadcast suddenly sounded. "Hey, that's great. It's finally debugged. Ahem, please pay attention. I'll notify you if anything happens. Mr. Black Percival, second-year student of the Ministry of Magic, please proceed to the Academic Committee office when you hear the news." "Thank you." Chapter 33. You are in a dangerous situation now. Academic Committee. The function of this department in Sias University is just like the Academic Affairs Office in a real university. As an important independent branch of the college, it is fully responsible for the formulation and implementation of various academic tasks. It in the Discipline Committee, which is in charge of teaching management rules and regulations, student discipline and school style and discipline, jointly manage all affairs of the school. However, compared with the Disciplinary Committee, which is responsible for enforcing discipline and school spirit, the functions of the Academic Committee are more extensive. In addition to having the power to make decisions and direct teaching management work, it also has the power to allocate the college's human and material resources, and even controls and manages the academic status of all students. As the chairman of the committee, Kirsten has the longest tenure among all department directors, and his status is even between that of a vice president and a professor. However, this bearded, greasy-looking man was holding a pipe and looking at him with a not very friendly look. He nudged his monocle at the corner of his eye with the knuckle of his calloused index finger. "Originally, the disciplinary committee was supposed to come and talk to you, but they seemed to think it was unnecessary." Kirsten picked up the tea brought by his assistant and looked at Blake. "Would you like a cup to calm down?" Blake didn't answer. At this moment, he was thinking about the purpose of the other party calling him here. He was even willing to use magic power to broadcast it. What was it for? Seeing that Blake didn't respond, Kirsten didn't say anything. After taking a sip, he put down the teacup and turned to take out a piece of paper from the drawer. It was covered with dense black fonts, and Kirsten took it in front of his eyes and started reading it directly. Bullying classmates, talking back to professors, intentionally disrupting class order, maliciously destroying alchemical equipment, ignoring discipline. I feel like I can't read on. Listening to the other party listing his crimes one by one on the paper, I really didn't know when the whole page would be finished. The other person slowly put down the paper and pressed his forehead. "That's enough. I can't read anymore. You know, even the inspection report never gave me such a headache. Those guys in the discipline committee really know how to save trouble. But you are much more honest now. Blake lowered his brows and listened to Kirsten's impatient complaints without any expression. In fact, he is also having a headache now. How much of a mess did this guy Blake leave for himself? Is he really a disaster maker? He couldn't help but wonder if the game's creators were just being lazy and pinning all the petty crimes on Blake. Do you know what reason they gave me? Blake shook his head. I don't know. Don't bother looking through the school rules and looking for the appropriate punishment. Just announce the expulsion directly. That's what they said. Blake, that's terrible. Although I know that I will face many hardships and mess after school starts, but is this too much? Wave after wave is simply breathtaking. Do you have anything else to say? Kirsten took a deep breath and looked at Blake. If you disagree with anything, I can patiently listen to your explanation, but if you say it's all a misunderstanding, then you're treating me like an idiot who just arrived. If it were an ordinary student, he would probably start to panic if he heard someone like the head of the grade suddenly call him to his office and then slowly list out all his crimes, but his many years of experience in the workplace and his talent allowed him to calm down quickly. I have no objection to that. He didn't know which ones were true and which ones were hearsay, but he had to find a way to break away from the other party's control rhythm first. The higher the status and the more experience a person has, the better he is at creating this situational sense of oppression in order to control the rhythm in his own hands. I didn't expect you to admit it so openly. Kirsten pinched his brows with 2 fingers and rubbed them. Honestly, I find it very difficult to handle right now. Although what those guys from the discipline committee said was a little inhumane, they were not wrong. Your crimes are enough to initiate the process of expulsion from the academy. There are very few people like you who can do so many extraordinary things in just 1 year with such efficiency. It's simply jaw-dropping. To some extent, Blake is indeed a rare talent. When he heard that he would be fired as punishment, even he was a little dazed for a moment. Can you accept this outcome? I want to express my opinion on this. Oh? How can such an outcome be accepted? He couldn't just give up like that. He had to try even if he had to struggle. All of this was to achieve his goal and survive in this familiar yet unknown world. I don't think I've done enough to warrant being fired. Don't you understand what you've done? According to school rules, your penalty points have already reached the level of expulsion. The so-called rules are always ambiguous, and even criminals have room to defend themselves. Blake met Kirsten's gaze without any fear. You also said that even though I have reached the point where I should be expelled, I am still sitting here talking to you. Kirsten looked at Blake, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Even if I really want to fire you, what can you do? As I said, even criminals sentenced to death retain the right to defend themselves, and I obviously don't go that far. Although Blake's eyes were calm, deep inside there was a determination of struggling with all his might. I will do whatever it takes to fight for myself, even if it means running all over the school, visiting every professor, and even going to the president's office and knocking on the wooden door. Kirsten frowned, obviously thinking that Blake was threatening him in some way. You'll lose face if you make such a big fuss. Even so, I won't give up easily. Blake chose to face the pressure created by Kirsten and stared at the other party. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, and the tea in front of Kirsten had already gone cold. Ah, you troublesome little brat. With a sudden sigh, Kirsten looked away and shook his head with a wry smile. I can now understand why Princess Sophia came to plead for you. Are you talking about Her Highness Sophia? Blake was stunned. From what the other party said, it seemed that it was all thanks to Sophia that he could still sit here and debate. Kirsten poured the cold tea into a potted plant nearby, then rang the bell on the table to ask his assistant to come in and pour him another cup. Then he spoke slowly. Princess Sophia told me that you have undergone an incredible change, and I hope I can verify it with my own eyes. I didn't believe it at first. After all, a person's character cannot be changed in a short period of time. But since she said so, I thought it would be better to see it with my own eyes. It seems that her judgment is still as sharp as ever. I'm really flattered, Black said. Sophia has always had a keen insight into other people's hearts. So many lies are exposed just under her gaze. I noticed your difference the moment you walked into this room. Many students become very reserved and cautious when they walk into this room. Blake opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Was he implying that I was being too casual? Blake looked at Kirsten hesitantly and asked tentatively, so, about my treatment. Although he had seen through the other party and had no intention of firing him in the original work, even though Blake committed many evil deeds, he was still lively and energetic and ran to the protagonist to bully others in the second grade. This meant that the other party called me over this time just to give me a good restraint and warning. After all, although he appeared very few times, Kirsten always left people with the impression of a kind and charitable middle-aged man, although he looked a bit greasy, which was why he was misunderstood by many people when he first appeared. What will be the result of my punishment? Blake wanted to confirm it again. It might be an exaggeration to say he was fired. Kirsten smiled and shook his head. Even so, your previous bad behavior cannot be treated as if nothing happened. Because of your previous laxity, your current grades are always on the verge of danger. If you are not careful, you will not be able to get a diploma. Kirsten looked at Blake and gave him a heads up. You know, even at Sias College, there are always a few students whose graduation certificates are withheld because of insufficient credits. You are in a dangerous situation now. Chapter 34, Placement Test, Prologue. Senior Blake, I didn't expect that you would choose to participate in the end. We are really destined to be together. Blake looked at the friendly smile on the other person's face and unconsciously avoided the other person's sight. Even he couldn't believe it. In the end, he actually became the kind of guy who would give up his principles for credits. He looked around a bit. All the freshmen have now arrived at the entrance of the South Forest, and many second-year members have also appeared here. Because the school uniforms for first and second grades are very different in color and decoration, they can be distinguished quickly. Unlike the first-year students who were gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and talking and laughing, the second-year students were doing their inspection work with serious expressions. The members of the combat department were wiping their weapons. The members of the Ministry of Magic had already begun to use magic to quietly detect the surroundings, and the members of the alchemy department were still constantly rummaging through their pockets to check for alchemical items. Unlike the naive freshmen, they, who have experienced the placement test, are well aware of the actual severity of this test and the potential dangers it hides. The competition among peers and the external hidden dangers are intertwined, which can be described as internal and external troubles. At this moment, a powerful voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, gather immediately. Stop talking and laughing. Gather here immediately if you don't want to leave early. Everyone stopped what they were doing and moved over. After everyone came over, Professor Stanford from the combat department began to introduce the rules of the exam to everyone. This tall and strong man had all sorts of knife and sword scars all over his face and exposed arms. It is said that those are proof of his bravery in fighting on the battlefield. For this reason, students always treat him with awe. This exam is a 3-day field combat simulation training. All students are evenly divided into groups of 3 by drawing lots, and each group is led by a second-year member. And your goal is to try your best to find the magic balls that Professor Cyprins and I have hidden in the forest in advance while maintaining your own survival. Finally, after 3 days, I will give you scores based on the number of magic balls and magic points brought back by each group. Of course, competition between each other exists and is allowed. Professor Stanford smiled grimly. So, if you think you can do it, go ahead and plunder. What a nasty guy. Lilina on the side curled her lips and muttered. Blake glanced over. You probably have no right to say anything about him at this point. Well, now please ask all first-year students to come to the lottery to draw their own groups, then I'll go draw lots first. Lilina waved her hand and walked towards the grouping area in the distance. After all the freshmen have gathered, you can glance over to see the remaining sophomores. Among them is our protagonist, who is currently putting on protective gear. Apart from him, Blake didn't see many faces related to the main storyline. It seemed that they did not participate in this event for various reasons. Sarah herself is not a character with strong combat power like Leonardo. Her position in the team is a supporting role similar to sensing danger or foreseeing difficulties, so there is no need for her to participate in this kind of activity. Because of her special status, Princess Sophia would naturally not participate in such activities that are full of unknowns. Even if she had such a wish, the school would probably not agree, because once the noble princess was injured in activities or exams organized by the school, she would inevitably be held accountable by the royal family. He originally wanted to thank the other party, but now it seems that he can only wait until the next time they meet. He reached out and pulled the pendant out from its hidden collar and took a look at it. This time, the crystal of the pendant has turned a deep purple color, even slightly black. This morning, Alice suddenly appeared at the door of her room and asked her if she wanted to participate in the event in the southern forest. After getting her own affirmative answer, she seemed to be hesitant to speak, but in the end she just asked to take a look at her own finger's tears. After Blake handed over the pendant with great caution, she cut her finger without saying a word, and then put the wound on the crystal. As the bright red blood dripped, the rich magic power mixed in the blood gradually flowed into the crystal. Because of the seal, she couldn't mobilize her magic power, so she used this exposed method to fill the crystal with magic power. Once it was completely filled, Alice returned the pendant to herself. You are, just in case. After saying this direct yet profound sentence, she left. Blake looked at the dark purple crystal in his hand. Could it be that she had realized something the last time she came with me? This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, that group of guys shouldn't move that fast, right? Even if she did find something, it doesn't make sense. From Alice's perspective, there's no reason for her to consider herself to this extent. Or was she worried that she would get into an accident and be implicated, and be punished by Creed? Right, that makes sense. If something happened to her, she would not only be held accountable but also be urgently recalled to Percival's house, under the supervision of the Percival family. She certainly would not have as much time and space as she did at Sias College to secretly carry out her own planning and layout. This way it all makes sense, but she was obviously worrying too much. Even if there are many unexpected events and dangers in this exam, it has nothing to do with me. I don't intend to get involved in it. My original plan was to temporarily avoid all dangers, and then appear quietly after the protagonist has solved all the troubles. At this moment, Lalina walked down from the drawing table, shook the wooden stick in her hand, and smiled at herself proudly. Blake smiled bitterly. Is this the confidence to openly flaunt the dark side? Senior Blake, we are in the same group. What a coincidence. Well, there was a hint of pride in his tone. Before that, there are some things I need to clarify with you. Blake looked at Lalina with a serious expression. Lalina was stunned for a moment. Huh? What's the matter? You can move around freely now, but once you get in, you must follow my instructions. If you can't accept this, it's not too late to apply for a change of team. He didn't want to create unnecessary hidden dangers for himself because of some unexpected changes. Don't worry about that. I promise to obey your orders. Lalina promised solemnly without hesitation. Blake looked at Leonardo in the distance. The other party did not notice Blake's gaze, because at this moment he was being entangled by a huge figure. Hey! Senior Leonardo, what a coincidence! I didn't expect that we are in the same group. Why don't we take this opportunity to continue the competition from last time? Please don't do this, we are a team. That's right. Then let's meet at the training ground after the game. Okay, big guy, don't say such ununited words before the game, okay? Who are you? The girl with short brown hair shook the wooden stick in her hand. I'm Kate Wood from the alchemy department. Unfortunately, the result of the draw shows that I have to be in the same group with you guys. Dreamy stared at the other person and the huge bag containing alchemical potions on him, and suddenly realized. Oh, you're the girl who offended half the grade just 3 days into school because of her sharp tongue. You're just as bad as me when you say something like that in front of the person involved, right? I'm telling the truth. And everything I said was true, but it just hurts to hear the truth. It would be better if this were the case. Okay, stop arguing, let's discuss our next plan. It seems that the plot has not changed much. Blake breathed a sigh of relief. Leonardo will successfully resolve this crisis with the help of these two people, and his strength will be further improved after he comprehends the fourth form, the so-called Holy Sword technique, has a total of 9 styles. This kind of swordsmanship is like a memory engraved in the blood. Through constant setbacks and trials, our protagonist will continue to spontaneously comprehend new sword styles. As the descendant of a swordsman, Leonardo was born with a talent for swordsmanship, which he discovered by chance at the end of his first grade, but he still didn't know that the blood of the swordsman was flowing in his body. It is not until the third act that he gradually uncovers the mystery of his life. Senior, do you hate him? Huh? Blake turned his head. I can help you teach him a lesson. Looking at the other person's innocent smile, Blake shuddered inexplicably. This kind of smile appears every time the other person is planning something. No, please don't do that. Please don't attack our protagonist. He already has enough troubles to deal with, Lalina said after a while. Huh? I thought you hated him. By the way, was it because of him that you were suddenly called away by the radio last time? Blake shook his head. It has nothing to do with him, just a little problem with something else. He was too embarrassed to say to her, "Oh, because I committed too many sins in the past, I was almost expelled, that's all." Being called to the study committee shouldn't be a small problem, right? Lolina didn't seem to believe it. "Do you need me to do anything for you? Who are you going to bribe?" Blake was already well aware of her methods. The seemingly innocent and cute girl is actually very good at manipulating people's hearts. Lolina covered her mouth and chuckled. "Oh, how can this be called bribery? Who do you think I am? I just provided them with a mutually beneficial deal. How about it? Just say a word and I'll be at your service right away. Thank you for your kindness. I will ask for your help when I need it." Blake rejected her outright. This girl's favor is not so easy to repay. Compared to a noble, she is more like a businessman. When you get some benefit from her, she will inevitably get some greater benefit from you. Businessmen have always felt ashamed of suffering losses. By the way, there are 3 people in each group, right? Lolina suddenly remembered something. Where is the other person in our group? After she said that, Blake finally reacted and looked around. I'm here. Blake turned his head sharply and saw the guy standing behind him. She was a petite girl with messy hair and a few freckles on her red face. "Who are you?" "My name is Catherine, and I'm in the same group with you." The girl took out a wooden stick from her pocket and handed it over. Blake didn't answer, but frowned and looked at the other person with a hint of vigilance. "When did you come here?" The girl lowered her head because of Blake's gaze, pointed at Lolina, and explained softly, "When you were talking to that lady, but I don't like to disturb others." Faced with such a girl who obviously has the attribute of a social phobia, Blake still did not let his guard down. As she said, she had been standing here, behind the 2 of them, but neither Lolina nor Blake noticed. It's almost like a ghost. Chapter 35, Class Placement Test, Unexpected Event. The dense forest's branches and leaves almost blocked the entire sky. Apart from the chirping of birds and cicadas, the only sound you could hear was the occasional crunching sound of fallen leaves under your feet. Although this forest is huge and intricate, the professor in charge has distributed a magic map to each group, stipulating that they can only move within the designated area. Blake looked at the cowhide map in his hand. In the huge area, there was a small purple dot flashing at the entrance of the forest. That's where they are now. This location will also appear on the map in the professor's hand. If there is an emergency, they only need to send a signal, and then the professor and staff responsible for exam safety will find them according to the coordinates on the map. And now Blake only thought about going deeper into the forest. Everyone seems to have dispersed after coming in. Now there is basically no trace of anyone except us. Lolina looked around and found that the students who were gathered in groups of 3 or 5 just now were now nowhere to be seen. It seems that everyone has maintained the same tacit understanding without any prior agreement. Blake agreed with Lolina, and in fact they also adhered to this principle. After all, there was a 3-day competition, and at the beginning everyone wanted to conserve their energy, so they avoided conflicts. This is what smart people do. Blake looked at the map in his hand and observed the surrounding environment. The so-called armistice agreement is only temporary, so we are still not out of danger. Lolina thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, when others have more magic balls in their hands, they will start to take action one after another. I understand the principle of fattening the sheep before killing them, but," Lolina looked around and said, "how should we find the magic ball? The forest is so big, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack." Blake shook his head. "No need to look for them specifically. You can find them if you just pay a little attention." Lolina didn't quite understand what Blake meant. "All the magic balls prepared by the professors in advance are special and will emit a faint magical power." Blake explained. He knew the styles of those professors very well. There was a purpose behind every action they took. These experienced old guys always found new ways to give students difficult problems. "So, this exam actually tests one's sensitivity to magic power?" Catherine, who had been following the 2, pointed to the road behind them and said, "I was just about to say this. There seem to be many magic spots on the road we just came from." Blake glanced at her and said nothing. After hearing this, Lolina tried it a little, then ran to a tree in the distance as if she had discovered something. "There really is something here." Lolina picked up a lavender glass ball and handed it to Blake. "It seems like there are still a lot of them around. We haven't noticed them along the way. Should we go back along the road and search them carefully again?" Blake looked at the magic ball in Lilina's hand and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that Lilina's perception of magic was so sharp. It seems that she is not only a conspirator, but also has outstanding attainments in magic. The lighter the color, the less magic power is contained in it, which means it is difficult to perceive, so the darker the color of the magic ball, the higher the corresponding score. Just now, even at such a long distance, Lilina was able to accurately locate the other party in an instant. "Senior, why don't you speak?" Lilina tilted her head to look at the dazed Blake, then stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. "There's no need. If we collect a large number of magic balls now, they will undoubtedly be more easily detected and become the target of more people." Sorry, I did overlook that." Lilina understood what Blake meant. Although the magic ball can be considered an achievement, it is also a double-edged sword. A large number of magic balls gathered together can be easily sensed by other players and selected as targets. To possess a treasure is to be guilty of something. This phrase is applicable in any world. It feels so dangerous in there. Should we continue going inside? Seeing that Blake was just walking deeper into the forest, Catherine, who was hiding at the end of the team, became a little worried. From the beginning, I always felt that something was following us. This guy had been hiding behind the two of them since they entered the forest, trying hard to reduce his presence, just like a hamster out hunting. "It must be your illusion." Lilina looked at her with her arms around her. "From the beginning, I have been using magic to detect the surrounding magic balls while keeping an eye on the surroundings. I am quite confident in my magical perception. If someone is really approaching or following me, I will definitely find it." Is that so?" Catherine shrank her neck, "But it's still scary." "But senior, I am indeed a little curious." Lilina looked at Blake, who was now looking at the map in his hand with his head down. "Why are we going so deep into the depths? Rather than conserving our strength and avoiding the limelight, it feels to me as if we are deliberately staying away from something." Blake still didn't stop. He just glanced at Lilina and said to her while admiring her sharp insight, "I have my own plan. All you have to do is trust me. I can guarantee that you will get a good score on this test." Blake glanced at the two of them. "If you can rank among the top, I can also get extra credits, so I have no reason to harm you. It is enough for you to know this." After saying that, Lilina stared at Blake for a second, then smiled helplessly. "Senior, you are so stupid that you even bothered to explain. I just asked casually and didn't doubt your meaning. Of course I believe in your ability. I haven't raised any objections to your decisions along the way, right?" Blake looked at her. This cunning girl always has the right attitude at the right time. He originally didn't want to explain so much, but if he chose to make excuses casually, with Lilina's observation ability, she would probably notice something unusual immediately. But for now, it seems that he has managed to deal with it successfully. Or maybe Lilina just doesn't want to ask. Next, under the leadership of Blake, the two's purpose seemed to have completely changed from collecting magic balls to a hike deep into the forest. Blake raised his head slightly and looked at the golden-red sky, estimating that it was almost dusk. He looked down at the map in his hand. The map showed that they were now approaching the edge area of the exam area, and if they walked a little further for half an hour they would reach the border. Only now did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Take a short break." Hearing this, Catherine sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, and took out bread from her bag, and Lilina was leaning against a tree, drinking water in small sips. From the beginning of the exam until now, they have hardly had any chance to replenish their energy, but unlike the other two, Blake didn't seem to have any intention of resting. Instead, he looked around and searched for something. If I remember correctly, it should be around here. At this time, an old tree in the distance attracted his attention. "Aren't you going to take a rest? We're approaching the edge of the examination area. Is there anything noteworthy nearby?" Lilina appeared beside him. "Go check that tree, it should yield something." Blake pointed to the ancient tree. Okay." Lilina looked confused, but still walked over. According to Blake's explanation, it was really strange. What could be in such a remote place? And my magical senses didn't detect anything either. She came to the tree that Blake pointed out, squatted down and searched around for a while, and actually found something. They were 3 nearly transparent magic balls, with only a faint trace of magic inside the crystal clear spheres. It was difficult to sense even at close range. "Senior, you are so amazing. I didn't even notice it." Lalina said happily and handed the 2 pills to Blake and Selena respectively. Blake didn't explain. He just took the magic ball, took a look at it, and put it away. He knew very well why the professors buried the highest scoring magic balls at the edge of the exploration area. That was the spirit of exploration. To be a good magician, you must have the spirit of exploration and constant experimentation. Opportunities often lie in danger and the unknown. This is also the aspect that SciS University pays special attention to cultivating. No matter which world it is, innovative talents who dare to try are highly valued. After observing the magic ball for a while, Selena put it away and couldn't wait to leave. With this, we should be able to achieve good results, right? Even if we hide it on our body, it won't be easily detected. Let's go back quickly. No, Blake looked towards the forest in front of him. We still have to keep going forward. Catherine panicked when she heard this. Why? We are already going beyond the scope of the exam, right? Do we have to go deeper? Catherine shrank her neck and looked at the deep and silent forest in front of her, becoming more and more anxious. Blake just glanced at her. I should have told you that you must follow my instructions after you come in. Alternatively, you can choose to leave us and act on your own. It doesn't matter whether you stay here or go back. I will not be responsible for your safety. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Blake, Catherine looked to Lalina for help, hoping that she could help persuade him. Well, Senior, I will listen to you. What she couldn't believe was that Lalina chose to act with Blake without any hesitation. Hey, you, are you serious? Lalina gave her a cold look and said, you can refuse to go with us. On the contrary, it will be easier for us if you choose to act alone. Don't! Catherine panicked when she heard this. I'm just asking casually. I won't say any more. Please don't leave me. Please. Blake didn't say anything else, but continued to walk deeper. Until he walked a distance, Blake observed that the small purple dot that was originally flashing on the map completely disappeared. This means that they have completely lost touch with observation. He stopped. It's ready. He didn't know the exact time of the incident, but he knew the approximate range of the barrier set up by the other party. To be on the safe side, rather than staying in the examination area and becoming a turtle in a jar, it is better to go deeper into the examination area to escape danger. Are we going to stay here for 2 days? Lalina looked around and realized that they were now in the transition zone of the southern forest, which meant that they had completely walked out of the safe range of the exam. However, no hidden dangers with dangerous factors were found. Compared with the outskirts of the southern forest, this place is actually quieter, perhaps because few people have set foot here. The ecology here is very rich and prosperous, and you can even hear the sound of streams not far away. Blake nodded. Based on the humidity, the water source is not far from here. As for food, we can simply hunt some rabbits. We saw quite a few on the way here. I can finally take a break. Woo woo woo. Hearing Blake's words, Catherine almost shed tears of emotion. But I still prefer to return to a safe area, although it doesn't look like there is any danger here. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet began to shake without warning. This sudden change scared several people. Blake's pupils suddenly dilated. Get down. Lalina reacted very quickly. She immediately bent down and lowered her center of gravity to reduce the impact. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Catherine squatted down, holding her head and screaming loudly of the rumbling sound from the ground, the chirping of startled birds, the rustling of shaking leaves, and screams all mixed together, creating the current chaotic situation. Blake held onto the tree beside him to steady himself, and looked back into the distance. It's finally time to start. Gradually, the vibration frequency gradually became smaller, and then gradually weakened until it disappeared completely. The noisy forest returned to silence again. After confirming that it was safe, Lalina slowly stood up and frowned. What happened? Why did it suddenly, Lalina turned around and was suddenly stunned. The scene before her made her doubt her own eyes. The road they had just taken had disappeared. To be precise, it is a huge green barrier. This huge barrier blocked the way they came and completely enveloped the examination venue. What on earth is this? Chapter 36, Placement Test, Camping. At night, a dim bonfire rose in the forest filled with the chirping of insects, swaying in the constant blowing of the evening breeze. 3 people gathered around the campfire, keeping warm while roasting some wild rabbit meat over the fire. In front of them was a yellowed piece of paper with some oddly shaped symbols carved on it. They were the ones they had just copied from the ground at the edge of the barrier. The runes on it are very strange. I have never read about them in books, but these runes are undoubtedly the medium that forms the barrier. Lalaina took small bites of the roasted rabbit leg and analyzed it. The most surprising thing is that no magic power can be sensed from it. Otherwise, with such a wide range, it would definitely be sensed by someone. This seems to be a rune, Catherine on the side suddenly spoke. Ha! Do you recognize him? Lalaina turned her head. I'm not really sure, Catherine scratched her head, but it's somewhat similar to the secret symbols of some northern barbarians. I once read similar runes in a book in the hands of a smuggler. What a bizarre technique. Such a grand barrier can be created without any magical fluctuations. Lalaina looked back at the huge barrier not far away, which emitted a faint fluorescent light at night. And low-level magic can't leave any trace on it. I wonder if high-level magic can break it. It probably can't be done. Blake's face reflected the firelight, and he said, most of the professors in charge of exam security can perform advanced magic. Lalaina lowered her head and murmured, but it still hasn't been cracked yet. Does that mean they are helpless for the time being? If it was really the barbarians from the north who suddenly took us in, then what was their purpose? Why did they go to such great lengths to trap all the examinees? Blake remained silent while Lalaina pondered the question. He actually knew the answer. It is explained in the original work that their goal is to use the lives of all the freshmen as a threat in order to force the academy to hand over the great magic book. It was written by the great magician Mayer, and it was said to contain all her life's learning. She had donated the book to Sias College, therefore, it is a universal treasure that will always be remembered by people in the world. It is protected within the academy by layers of advanced barriers. As the academy's property, even Principal Modern cannot touch it without permission. It is said that the school will resolutely protect it no matter what the cost, but the barbarians in the north took the opportunity of the freshman exam to suddenly absorb it. However, because there are many children with titles among the new students, the school has to face tremendous pressure. Just when the school was about to compromise, our protagonist took action, with the assistance of the fighter Drainus and the alchemical talent Kate. Leonardo successfully defeated the barbarian sage who controlled the core of the barrier, opening a rescue gap for the professors' team. The professors who entered the barrier rescued the students while clearing out the barbarian invaders. So, knowing that things will develop smoothly according to plan, he just needs to wait for the protagonist to overcome this difficulty. At this moment, Catherine suddenly thought, do you think we can get out if we keep walking along the edge of the barrier? It's possible, but depending on the scope of the examination site, we may have to walk for a day and a night. Blake said as he turned the barbecue skewered on the branches. Lalaina agreed. The teachers at the school should have taken action. It would be better to set up camp here and wait for rescue instead of wandering around without knowing the situation. In fact, she was a little unsure, but when she saw Blake's nonchalant look, she gradually felt relieved. At the same time, she became more curious about the man in front of her who was pounding firewood with a wooden stick. She had a feeling that the other party seemed to have anticipated this incident, so he led them all into the depths of the forest. Can he really predict the future? This is impossible. The only one who can do this is the saint of the church, but even the saint can only have a vague peek into the future, but he gives people the feeling that everything is under his control. It's getting late, you should go and rest, Blake said as he put down the stick. Aren't you going to bed? I'll be guarding outside. Lalaina nodded and stood up. Well, I'll go take a rest and then come take over your shift. Well, then I'll go and rest too. Catherine also stood up and walked towards the simple tent. Blake used the cut branches and some cloth to build 3 simple small tents. Although they were a bit crude, they were enough to serve as temporary shelter. After the two left, only Blake was left in front of the firewood to continue keeping watch. He looked down at the bonfire that was emitting sparks. Taking advantage of this time, he could finally calm down and think about some things. The survival issue had been bothering him these days. As for food, there is no big problem with the help of the stream not far from here in hunting, but accommodation, because there was no rope, Blake could only dig some soil, insert the supporting poles deeply into it and fix them. And then he built a simple tent, but if it rains, water seeps in easily. And getting wet and hypothermic in this forest would be fatal. Maybe we should look for a cave tomorrow, but that requires further exploration into the depths of the forest. His plan was only to escape from the barrier that bound the outside. If he went deeper, even he was well aware of the danger. It's a tough decision. Looking at the flames with sparks flying, he sighed, stood up and surrounded the campfire with stones and soil. This can effectively prevent burning sparks from being blown away by the wind and causing disasters. After doing all this, he felt his eyelids becoming more and more sore. As the night wind blew through the forest, he leaned against a tree not far from the campfire and slowly closed his eyes, probably because it is located at the junction of the periphery and the transition zone. There are very few signs of animal activities here. At night, all you can hear are the sparse chirping of cicadas and the crackling sound of the burning wood in the campfire. Everything seems to be going on in an orderly manner in peace and stability. In this silence, the tent curtain that had been silent for a long time was quietly lifted. A petite black figure came out after observing the surroundings. His movements were so light that no one noticed. It seemed like now was the time for him to take action, and he really intended to do so. He looked up at the moon in the sky and determined the approximate direction based on the phase of the moon. As he passed the campfire, the shadow turned his head to look at Blake, who was resting under a tree, then turned around and continued walking away. At this moment, the black shadow suddenly stopped, seemed to notice something, and turned to look at the bushes not far away. It seemed like there was something there that was worth her attention. She stood there and thought about it, just when she changed her mind and planned to go over there. "What are you doing?" The figure in the dark shuddered, and turned around to see Blake standing by the tree, staring at him quietly. His dark eyes reflected a terrifying light under the moonlight. My magic ball seems to be lost." "I think it was lost during the earthquake in the evening," Catherine said very embarrassedly. Blake looked at her quietly. The moonlight was blocked by the trees at night, so her expression could not be seen. "Did you find it?" Not yet. Let's look for it tomorrow. Many wild animals come out at night." "Oh, okay." Catherine lowered her head and went back into the tent somewhat frustrated. After watching Catherine leave, Blake did not sit back in front of the campfire, but walked towards the bushes not far away that Catherine had been watching. He had just noticed the subtle movement here, so he released a little magic power, and as a result, he sensed a slight fluctuation of magic power. It wasn't Catherine who woke him up. He reached for the sword at his waist, and with his other hand he slowly peeled away the bushes. This is Blake frowned as he looked at the rabbit curled up in the bushes. If it was an ordinary rabbit, he would not care so much, but this rabbit exuded a soft light like light, and the silver lines on its body were faintly visible under the light. "It's actually an elf. Why are you here?" At this moment, the elf who was originally sleeping was suddenly awakened by the noise. After looking at Blake, he jumped quickly and ran away, disappearing in an instant. Blake followed in the direction it left, and after passing through the intricate woods for a while, he suddenly felt a slight breeze blowing in front of him. When Blake raised his head, the scene in front of him made even his pupils tremble and dilate unconsciously. There were all kinds of elves gathered in the open space in front of him. Moonlight-colored bats resting on branches, two-headed wolves curled up to sleep, foxes as clear as water, elks with flaming horns. Undoubtedly, these are elves, and their number is staggering. What on earth is going on? Blake took a deep breath, thinking about the scene before him. Most elves are afraid of humans, especially low-level elves. For safety reasons, they basically never appear in places where there are signs of human habitation, so they generally live in the depths of isolated forests, just because it is a place that people almost never go to. But now they are appearing in large numbers in the transition zone of the southern forests, as if they were migrating. Blake looked toward the giant tree in the center of the forest. What exactly is happening in the heart of the forest? Chapter 37, Elf Riot. This fantasy continent is always filled with all kinds of strange things. Magic is even a common thing that can be performed by basically anyone with talent. In addition to magic, there is also a kind of gas in this world that is difficult for humans to observe with the naked eye. Aura. This aura is between living things and matter. They are active in the air almost all the time, and although they cannot be observed by humans, some scientists have already confirmed their existence. What is truly amazing about them is their creativity. They will imitate all kinds of creatures in the world, from their appearance to their way of moving, thus giving birth to a new creature. That is the birth of elves. The zoo-like scene before us illustrates this point. Blake looked at the elves gathered in roost in the clearing, thinking about the reason why they left the deep forest. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the rabbit elf that had just escaped suddenly ran in front of a crawling leopard as crystal clear as water, waving its hands as if to express something. Blackton felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second the water elf looked in his direction, following the other party's roar. The elves who were originally resting suddenly woke up and responded to it. Then, all the elves turned their gazes towards themselves, but Blake didn't move, because he knew that most elves were very docile creatures, and they would almost never attack humans unless provoked, but things turned out to be beyond his expectations. Despite their different forms, each elf had the same fierce light in its eyes. They gradually gathered around Blake. Blake became alert and questioned in his mind, very strange. In order to avoid conflict, elves rarely attack humans on their own initiative. However, it is abnormal for the other party to attack you as a group. This is simply a riot. Why do they have such strong hostility towards me? But he couldn't care less now because the other party had already launched an attack on him. A fireball, water ball, windstorm, all kinds of magic were thrown at him as if they were free. Blake dodged flexibly, moving quickly to avoid the magic. Unlike humans, the magic cast by the other party does not require magic power, but consumes some spiritual power. You know, this unobservable gas is almost everywhere in the air. This means that the opponent's attack will not stop before hitting you. Blake shuttled through the woods, avoiding the attacks released from all directions. Fortunately, they are all low-level elves, so they don't pose much of a threat to him, but it would still be a bit tricky if their numbers increased. At this moment, a fire deer with flaming horns pounced towards him, and its momentum was no less than that of a bull. Blake drew out his sword, and the sharp blade, reflecting the moonlight, quickly drew a crescent along its neck. The fire deer fell to the ground instantly and became motionless. I originally thought that this would successfully deter the other party, but after seeing this scene, the elves seemed to be stimulated by something, and they roared and attacked him more frantically. Blake frowned. What on earth is going on with these elves? He jumped onto the tree, facing the opponent's almost desperate attitude, which could effectively avoid some melee elves. He was very familiar with the attack methods of these elves. As primary elves, most of them only had a fixed set of attack methods, so it was not difficult to dodge them, but getting rid of them completely can be difficult, and they cannot be attracted towards the camp, where Lelina, Catherine, and all the supplies are still. It was also not wise to run deep into the forest, so Blake could only move around the periphery, trying to gradually distance himself from them as much as possible. But the other party is following very closely, so this may take a lot of effort and time. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Blake looked in the direction of the movement and only then noticed the little thing on his shoulder. The other person was holding onto his clothes tightly with his claws to prevent himself from falling off during the bumpy ride. At this moment, it was suddenly chirping in a direction not far away, as if trying to attract Blake's attention. Blake looked in that direction, and a black dot caught his attention in the moonlit woods. It looked like a cave. Blake walked into the cave, and a damp smell instantly hit him in the face, a mixture of the smell of soil and moss, but it was not unpleasant. He observed the environment in the cave. The walls of the cave were wet, and water droplets slowly slid down the rough stone texture. The dripping sound echoed crisply in the silent space. This place seems private enough. Blake looked behind him. The group of elves didn't seem to keep up either. Having temporarily avoided danger, Blake sat down against the wall of the cave, looking at the little sparrow in his hand. There were dots of blue fluorescence on the other person's body. His two big eyes were blinking, and his two palm-sized bodies were covered with the color of moonlight, but there was a sharp scar on its left wing, which spread across the entire wing. This is clearly a man-made injury. As for why it appeared on his shoulder, Blake guessed that when he was moving back and forth on the tree just now, he accidentally knocked it down from the tree where it was hiding due to injury, and then the poor little guy could only hold onto himself tightly. After thinking about it, Blake took out some cloth strips and branches to bandage it slightly. After checking it, making a simple splint, just consider it as a reward for helping me out of trouble. The little guy seemed to know that Blake had no ill intentions, and he obediently accepted Blake's bandage. The bandaged sparrow stood on the ground with its two little paws, flapped its wings, turned around Blake, and chirped. Blake stared at it for a moment. Well, it looks like there's no problem. Blake stood up, walked to the entrance of the cave and looked around. Seeing that the group of crazy elves seemed to have gone far away, he slowly walked out. Then it's time for me to leave. Blake had just taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a chirping sound behind him. He looked back. The little sparrow followed behind him, and because it couldn't fly, it could only trot awkwardly, trying to keep up with him. Stop following me. Blake believed that it could understand what he was saying. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, the chirping sound behind him made him turn back again. The other party is still following him. Blake rubbed his brow. After all this time, it turns out you can't understand what people are saying. Blake pointed at it, then at the cave. The meaning is very clear. Chirp, chirp. The other party seemed to understand what Blake meant, but it looked reluctant and didn't seem to want to leave Blake. After all, I don't have the ability to fly now. If I encounter danger again, I might as well stay with Blake. Seeing this, Blake drew his sword and made a ferocious look to drive it away. It trembled all over and retreated back into the cave obediently. Blake sheathed his sword, shook his head, sighed, and turned away. I can only do this much. There was no benefit in having an elf around him. he was like a glow stick in the night. Along the way, Blake tried to move as quietly as possible, while at the same time being alert to the elves around him. Fortunately, he did not lose his way. When Blake returned to the camp, everything was as quiet as when he had left it. The campfire had gone out, so he picked up some branches, relit it, put the sword aside, and sat down against the tree. I stretched my tired body and looked up at the sky. This position is just right for viewing the entire moon. The moonlight wrapped in the flickering firelight flickered in Blake's eyes, and his vision was a little dazed. As long as I follow the development of the plot, then I can go back, right? Returning to the familiar one-person rental house, he continued his old job of liver replacement. Although he might be criticized by everyone, it was also a way of survival. Just like now, he is trying hard to find Black's way of survival. That if it weren't for my fate as a villain, it wouldn't matter if I stayed here. Chapter 38 Accident. The next day, Blake came out of the tent early at dawn. He slightly stretched his limbs, which had become stiff from sleeping for so long, and looked at the fire, which had been completely extinguished. There was only a grayish-white charcoal ash left. It was a little chilly in the woods in the early morning, which made him pull his collar to keep warm. You got up very early. He looked at Lalaina, who was curled up under a tree. She was covered with a large coat and greeted him with a smile. Well, we need to prepare some food. Hearing this, Lalaina stood up with the help of the tree and carefully handed the coat covering her back to Blake. Thank you for your clothes. It keeps me warm. Blake took the coat. You could actually go rest for a while. Lalaina stretched and shook her head. I've rested enough. But you've only slept for 3 hours since your shift change. I closed my eyes and rested for a while on vigil last night. Blake didn't engage in any more morning pleasantries with Lalaina, but instead picked up a package beside him. In addition to a sharp dagger, there were some tools he made yesterday. Since food cannot be gathered, the only way to get food is by hunting. Are you planning on going fishing? When Lalaina saw the props that Blake took out of the package, she keenly realized his purpose. Well, early morning is a good time to fish. Wow. Lalaina thought for a moment. Then I'll go with you. Actually, there's no need, don't reject me. I can help you. Lalaina interrupted him and took Blake's bag in her hand. I feel a little guilty for always accepting your kindness and care. Blake looked at Lalaina, pondering the truth of what she said. Oh well. How about I go and wake up Catherine? 3 of us might be more efficient. Blake stopped her and glanced at the silent tent. Let her stay here. We need someone to guard the camp. Yeah, that's true. But if we leave her alone, is it really okay? Thinking back to the other party's performance yesterday, Lalaina was a little skeptical. She felt a little annoyed. If she had known earlier, she would have given more benefits to the administrator in charge of the draw and chosen a more reliable teammate. This guy is totally useless. The two men walked through the woods and headed deeper into the south. Since Blake had gone there to fetch water yesterday, he was familiar with the route. As the sound of the stream became more and more distinct, Lalaina realized that they were almost at their destination. She was feeling a little excited at the moment. She had only drunk 2 sips of water last night because of her nervousness, which made her feel a little thirsty now. Wait a moment. Blake suddenly stopped, reached out to stop Lalaina, and without saying a word, grabbed her wrist and pulled her behind a tree. How, lie. Blake made a shushing gesture and turned his head to look in the direction the two were heading. Lalaina followed his gaze and frowned. At first glance she thought they were just 2 ordinary tree trunks, but when she looked more closely, she was stunned. Those were not trees at all. They were actually 2 people wearing dark brown cloaks. The color of the cloak blends in naturally with the surrounding environment, and the cloth of the same color covering their faces wraps them tightly. If you don't look carefully, you will mistake them for 2 trees. This led to her not noticing it for a while. Oh, I haven't had a night's rest. I'm exhausted. It's such a tough job. There is no other way. After all, the search work still needs to be done well. What if there are students who are missed? It's totally unnecessary, right? This isn't the scope of their exam. Besides, who would be crazy enough to keep walking deep into the forest? It's just a waste of time, right? That being said, does it sound like they are from school? Should we ask them for help? Hearing the other party's conversation, Lalaina held on to hope. The pressure and anxiety accumulated in her heart were almost unbearable even for her. At least ask what happened, but the next second she was grabbed by Blake and pulled back forcefully. Is there any movement over there? The man in black noticed the movement here. I'll go over and take a look. Another man in black came to where Blake and Lilina had just been, looked around the fourth circle, and seeing nothing, he moved his gaze to the bushes not far away that were big enough to hide his figure. Just as he was slowly approaching, something suddenly flew out from the bushes. Almost at the same moment, the pitch-black dagger flew out. The object that just jumped out was hit directly by the dagger and nailed heavily to the tree with a loud bang. When he got closer, he saw an elf in the form of a rabbit nailed to a tree by a dagger. It flapped its legs twice before it died. How about it? It's just a low-level elf. It's a bit of a fuss. The man in black raised the elf corpse in his hand. It's a good idea to be alert. Don't forget the boss's instructions. If there is one living person passing through here, we will not survive. Yeah, got it. Let's continue our patrol. The noise of the two people was getting farther and farther away, and then a slight noise was heard from the bushes. Blake pressed on Lilina, covered her mouth with his hand, and held the hilt of the sword tightly with his other hand, observing the situation outside through the gaps in the grass. Only after he was sure that the other person had gone far away did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief and slowly remove his hand that was covering Lilina's mouth. Fortunately, the sound of the nearby stream covered up some of the sound, otherwise we might have been discovered by the other party. It seems that the other party will not listen to your call for help. Who are these people? Lilina stood up and brushed the dirt off her clothes. She looked at the hole in a tree not far away that almost went through the entire tree, and her heart shuddered. Fortunately, he was stopped by Blake, otherwise the dagger would have stabbed him. It is very likely that he is the instigator of this incident. It was a close call just now, thanks to Senior Blake, but what on earth are these guys planning to do? Blake didn't say anything. He was also thinking about this problem at this time. Something didn't seem right. Isn't the other party's purpose to take the test, but why are they guarding the periphery of the barrier now? And from what they said, it can be heard that they seem to be guarding this place to prevent anyone from entering the depths of the forest. What is the purpose of the other party doing this? If you go further in, you will reach the central area. There clearly, could it be that the other party's target is it? So what should we do now? Lilina looked around but did not act rashly because she was not sure whether the other party was still lingering nearby. Go back and pack your things. This area is no longer safe, Blake said. The two of them kept an eye on their surroundings while moving stealthily towards the camp. When they returned to camp, Catherine appeared to be munching on a piece of bread. After seeing the two of them, she quickly hid the bread behind her. Why did you come back so soon? This guy was looking at the two men as he planned to hide his hidden food stores. Blake ignored her. Pack your things, we need to get out of here now. Now? So suddenly? Catherine watched the two men start packing their things as they passed by her, which made her realize the seriousness of the matter. She glanced in the direction the two men had come from, then stood up to help pack up. Blake stuffed the tent cloth back into the package, then pulled the wood out of the ground and threw it into the grass nearby. After doing all this, he did not forget to bury the charcoal with soil, otherwise the other party would be aware of their presence. With the busy work of several people, it took less than half an hour to pack up all their things and eliminate all traces of their existence here. Where should we go now? Lilina glanced at the barrier behind her, which showed no sign of weakening. Should we continue to go deeper? Going back seems unlikely. Blake barely gave it much thought and said, "Follow the barrier and see if I can get around it." Although this was a plan he had eliminated, it was the only way to do it under the current circumstances. What on earth happened? Catherine was still a little confused at this time. What on earth did you do so early in the morning? Time is running out, let's get out of here first and I'll explain the rest on the way. Blake said. Oh, well, I didn't expect there would be a few lost lambs that escaped from the sheepfold. Not good. Blake's head whipped around. Sure enough, the two men in black who had just left in opposite directions appeared in front of them. What did I say? Let them escape first. Maybe we can find other fish that have escaped. A man in black showing off to another man in black. Stop talking nonsense. It seems that this is their hiding place. I didn't expect that someone could actually escape from the barrier. What now? Lilina leaned close to Blake and whispered. She was obviously ready for a fight and was ready to chant a spell. Blake didn't say anything. At this moment, he held the hilt of the sword with his right hand and prepared to cast magic with his left hand. He was already on guard. The other party was able to follow Lilina and himself for such a long time without being discovered under the magical perception of her. From this point of view, the other party's strength is definitely not simple. Preliminary judgment shows that it is probably not something that the three of them can handle right now. Hey, kids, this place is very dangerous now. Come with us, I will take you away from here. A deep laugh came from the other person's cloak, and he slowly walked towards the few people. Your words while holding a dagger are not very convincing. As Blake taunted, his hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword, and he looked vigilantly at the two people who were surrounding them. Almost in an instant, Lilina waved her hand and a bolt of lightning struck one of the opponents. She had been singing quietly just now. Almost at the same moment, Blake also unleashed a bolt of lightning to attack another person. The two people have almost the same tacit understanding. I thought this surprise attack would work, but unexpectedly the other party seemed to have anticipated it and easily dodged it by just slightly turning sideways. The lightning left a scorched mark on the bark of a distant tree. The two who had successfully dodged laughed under their masks. You're too naive. Just stay there and don't move. It will be over soon. At this time, the two men sandwiched the three people from both sides, completely blocking their escape route. Catherine shivered and shrank behind the two men, her voice trembling. What should we do now? Are we doomed? Whoa, Blake ignored Catherine's hand pulling at his shirt. His eyes were always observing the two of them, his hand holding the hilt of the sword, but he did not draw the sword, nor did he have any intention of chanting magic, as if he was waiting for something. It turns out that these two guys are not simple. Not only did he easily avoid Lilina's sudden attack, you have to know that the speed of lightning is second only to wind blade. Moreover, although the two men seemed to be moving casually and confidently, they actually did not reveal any flaws that could be exploited by him. This was enough to show how experienced they were. Give up the idea of resistance. Pointless things will only increase your pain before death. The man in black was now only 3 meters away from the three people, still mocking his prey. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for not following the exam rules and running around everywhere. The time is now. Seeing that the distance was right, Blake seized the opportunity. He thrust the drawn sword into the soft soil piled with carbon ash at his feet, and then thrust it hard. The flying dust instantly flew towards the two of them, blurring their vision instantly. Several wind blades cut through the dust and whistled towards us, but the opponent simply relied on his keen perception and took out a dagger to easily block Blake's sneak attack. Hee, it's just a last-ditch struggle. Why don't we both save some energy? When the dust settled, the three people who had just been standing there had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, they ran away. I know. I'm not blind. The man roared. The other party's actions made him feel the anger of a hunter being toyed with by his prey. Damn it. Chase them. Catch them alive. I'm going to torture them to death bit by bit with my own hands. At this time, the three people who had escaped in the chaos were trying to get away from there, not daring to slow down at all. Run deeper into the forest first. Chapter 39 Dilemma. The three of them quickly shuttled through the woods, and in order to increase their speed they threw away all the useless things. Even so, they didn't dare to relax at all, because they didn't know when those two guys would catch up with them. Now that their retreat route was completely cut off, they had no choice but to keep running deeper into the forest. But Blake knew better. This will work, they'll catch up sooner or later. The other side was a tribe that was good at moving through jungles and grasslands, so in the forest, neither their ability to identify prey traces nor their speed of movement could match that of the other side. We must think of a solution. Suddenly, a fork in the road appeared before our eyes. Which way are we going? Asked Elena. In this case she chose to listen to Blake's advice. Right. Blake made an immediate judgment. He had been here before for a side quest, so he was familiar with some of the routes here. The road on the left leads to a vast plain. Although it is convenient to send out a distress signal there, they are afraid that they will become sitting ducks before being rescued, and on the right is the direction leading to the secret copy, the gray wolf howling in the south wind. The complex environment there can help them hide themselves. Damn it! Where did all those guys go? Just let those students run away? The man in black looked around, and what puzzled him was that the members who were supposed to be assigned to this area did not show up to stop the escaped people for some reason. I don't know. I just sent out a zone signal, but no one responded. These guys are unreliable at critical moments. The man in black cursed. The two finally stopped at a fork in the road. Where did they go? The man squatted down and reached out his hand to touch the ground. There are obvious footprints on the left side of the road. They were just stepped on. They are still very new. There are also footprints on the right side. You mean they split up? That should be it. Then what should we do? Should we chase the ones on the right? After all, if they disrupt our plans, no, we have to chase both sides. The man interrupted his companion. If the other side escapes, they will probably tip off the team, which will also put hidden dangers in our plan. You go left and I go right, clear. The two separated and chased in different directions. Finally, they reached a large open space, and seeing that no one was following them, they stopped to make some adjustments. Shouldn't he have caught up? Blake shook his head. I don't know, but it's just a matter of time. But there's something strangeness? Well, it went a little too smoothly. What do you mean? We have encountered almost no obstacles along the way, Blake noticed on the way, except for the two people chasing us. Lalina lowered her head and thought for a moment. Indeed, although we still don't know what their purpose is, it is obvious that they are acting in an organized group. However, we have only seen two of them so far. This is a bit unreasonable. The most important thing is that I didn't have time to tell you because I was busy running for my life. Lalina suddenly remembered something that she cared about and turned around to look in the direction she came from. Just now, I actually did not interrupt my magical perception, and therefore I felt a very strange trace of magic. I don't know if it should be called magic. What's the meaning? Lalina sighed. I'm not sure, because it's just a very faint fluctuation, so I'm not sure if it's my illusion. Blake lowered his head and thought for a moment. Where's Catherine? She ran in the other direction at the fork in the road just now. Lalina just remembered her. Blake rubbed his head. It's too late to go back and look for her now, because we seem to be in a bit of trouble as well. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out of the woods. Run, why don't you run? Are you ready to die? The man in black took off the mask covering his face, revealing a rough face with a hideous grin. The striking scar on his right cheek that ran from his temple to his chin made him look even more hideous and terrifying. Catherine stopped and looked behind her, seems to be waiting for something. Finally, you're here. You're so slow. The man in black saw that Selena stopped running away and thought she had given up resisting. How sensible. It would have been great if you had done this earlier. This would have saved both of us from wasting each other's time and energy. Facing the opponent's slow approach, Catherine slowly stretched out her arms and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally I don't have to be watched anymore. At this moment, Catherine had completely lost her previous panic and fear, and instead exuded an indifferent and lazy look. The whole person feels like a completely different person. The man in black looked at her in confusion. She was actually moving her hands and feet slowly in front of him. This made him quite angry. Hey, are you looking down on me? Facing the angry man, Catherine just glanced at him indifferently. Oh, sorry, the color of your cloak blends in so well with the surroundings that I accidentally forgot about you. You bastard! The man angrily pulled out a bottle of potion and poured the green viscous liquid onto the silver dagger. The moment the corrosive liquid came into contact with the dagger, it emitted a foul, sour smell, and at the same time, boiling corrosive heat rose from the dagger. As the price for your contempt for me, I will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Catherine still didn't move, just stared at him blankly with her cloudy and somewhat empty eyes. Die! The man rushed forward holding a dagger. Are you from the LaRoche family? The man glanced at his torn sleeve, then looked up at Blake and frowned. Blake's condition at this time was not optimistic. His body was covered with scars of varying sizes, and half of his face was covered by the bloodstain on his forehead, and Lalina on the side was not in a much better situation. Although Blake blocked most of the damage for her, her magic power was almost depleted because she had been using magic to assist Blake continuously. Her face was a little pale and she was breathing weakly. Even so, her magic did not leave any trace on the other party. This is very strange. The moment his magic approached the opponent, it was like encountering an air wall. The magic power was instantly reduced by half as if it was filtered out, making it easy for the opponent to block the attack. Lilina initially guessed that this was related to the dark brown cloak on the other person. She clearly saw that the moment her magic approached the opponent, dense runes appeared on the opponent's cloak, and they were glowing and seemed to be flowing. Lilina was about to remind Blake, but Blake seemed to have already noticed it. Don't waste your magic power for now. At least save enough energy to escape. I understand, but are you okay? Lilina noticed the injuries on Blake's body. I can still hold on. At this time, the man stopped attacking and stared at Blake with sharp eyes, with a puzzled tone. But I remember that the powerful family was exterminated, right? Blake did not respond, but just held the sword tightly and kept a distance from the opponent at all times. At this moment, he did not dare to relax at all in the face of this powerful enemy. He was alert and thinking about countermeasures at the same time. Even in such a difficult situation, he still did not give up looking for a way out. When facing an opponent who is much stronger than you, the most effective method is to launch a surprise attack. Do you want to use Tears of Fenrir? A crystal filled with magic power can cast 3 to 4 intermediate magics, but this idea was quickly rejected by Blake. No. Not to mention that you may not hit the opponent. Even if you hit the opponent, if you cannot guarantee that the opponent will lose the ability to move in one fell swoop, then the subsequent attacks will not be effective again. The other party is an experienced hunter. This means that even if it is a sneak attack, there is only one chance, so it must be launched when the opponent reveals a flaw. Don't want to answer? But it doesn't matter. I am very sure that the swordsmanship you use comes from that family. I can't be wrong. The man stroked the short beard on his chin and didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Blake. To be honest, their family left us with quite a bit of trouble. The man shrugged and narrated, but thanks to the great ruler you serve, you actually did such a ridiculous thing as cutting off your own arm. Although I don't know what your relationship is with that family, it is a blessing from Changshangshan to meet you here again. The man pulled off the cloak that concealed his identity, revealing clothes made of animal skins. He pulled out a scimitar from his waist, and excitement appeared on his ferocious face. I have a feeling that today I will avenge my past shame. Boom! In an instant, the well-developed leg muscles tensed, and with a strong push, the man rushed out like a cannonball. Get out of the way! The speed was so fast that Blake had no time to make a comprehensive response. He pushed away Lilina, who was in the way, and subconsciously blocked with his sword. Bang! The huge impact made Blake feel as if he was hit head-on by a truck. At that moment, all his internal organs were dislocated. The huge impact force generated by the man's body directly knocked Blake away, and the two of them rushed into the woods behind Blake out of control. Senior! Lilina looked in the direction where the two disappeared and called out to Blake, but received no response. In the dense dust, the only things that could be seen were the trees that had been knocked over by the two men along the way. Just as she was about to move to provide support, she stopped again. She suddenly realized this was definitely a perfect opportunity for her to escape. The man's attention was now completely focused on Blake. She turned her head and looked behind her in the direction of the forest outskirts. Another person was also led away by Catherine. If you want to escape, now is the time. This is the perfect opportunity to escape. There will definitely not be a second time. Once either Blake or Catherine is defeated, this opportunity will be gone. But he glanced at the way out that was within reach, and then looked back at the two people who had disappeared. The scene where Blake pushed her away when the enemy attack suddenly appeared in her mind. There was almost no hesitation in the other party's actions, as if it was a completely subconscious reaction. Ah! I must be crazy. After biting her lower lip and struggling for a while, she turned and ran in the direction where Blake and the other man flew. Chapter 40. Rat Catherine played with the dagger covered with sticky liquid in her hand, put it to her nose and sniffed it, then frowned at the pungent smell. That's really tasteless, isn't it? No one responded to her, because the man at this moment was tightly bound by a thin iron chain, and his legs were twisted in an extremely weird and hideous way. He whimpered in pain, and because his legs were broken, he could only roll around and struggle on the ground like a maggot. At the same time, the restraints were too tight, causing him to have difficulty breathing. Don't yell, I'm not talking to you. Catherine turned her head and looked at the big tree beside her, but there was nothing there. Now that you're here, are you just going to watch? A gust of wind blew, and cracks suddenly appeared on the ground under the tree, accompanied by continuous bulges. then a living person emerged from the raised earth in a lively manner. The guy on the right was also wearing a cloak and dressed tightly, but unlike the guy lying on the ground, his cloak was pure black. It made him look like a shadow emerging from the ground. You are so good at hiding. It took me a long time to find you. Come on, if you can't track me, can't you track him? Catherine kicked the man who was lying on the ground and struggling with chains. Behave yourself, or I'll put the knife in your mouth. Catherine pointed the knife at him. The man really quieted down. Don't strangle him. The shadow glanced at the man. Leave him alive. The master has something to interrogate her about. Oh, I see. Catherine said this, but she had no intention of helping the other person to relax. The shadow sighed. You're still as cruel as ever. I'm glad you can pretend to be so timid. Catherine glared at the other person and said, Stop talking nonsense and just tell me what you want to do with me? My disguise mission shouldn't be over yet, right? The shadow's voice sank. You didn't show up at the agreed time last night, and the master was a little angry. When she mentioned this, Catherine pressed her forehead. That guy's insight was unexpectedly sharp. He seemed to have noticed something unusual about me, so he kept staring at me. You should explain this to the master yourself. Catherine frowned. Now. That guy seems to be in some trouble now. The black shadow finally raised his head, revealing the face under the cloak. It was a sheephead mask. You don't need to worry about this now. The master asked you to return to the team now. He tossed a mask into Catherine's hands. After taking it, Catherine did not put it on in a hurry. Instead, she smoothed her messy hair with her hands, smoothed it out, and then reached out to wipe it hard on her face. The freckles that originally appeared on her face disappeared in an instant as if paint had been wiped off. This time, the girl's delicate face like a porcelain doll was revealed in the sunlight. She did not try to appreciate it, but immediately put the mask on her face to cover it. You look better with the mask on. Wei Yang hugged his arms. Your face doesn't match your style at all. Catherine ignored him. Where is the master now? Take me to her. Need not. Wei Yang shook his head and looked in one direction. The master has arrived. Catherine also turned to look. Along with sporadic sounds, a figure emerged from the woods nearby. This time, Alice was wearing a black action robe and her long black hair was loose. Her eyes were cold, and she exuded a cold and ominous magical aura. What was even more horrifying was that she was holding a half-dead man in her hand, who was being dragged around by the collar like an object. When the other party came up to them, Wei Yang and Catherine knelt down immediately. Alice threw the man casually like trash and threw him next to the struggling man on the ground. Rat. The rat, kneeling on the ground, raised his head to exist. What did you find out? Rat reported truthfully, I originally thought those guys were targeting the examinees, but now it seems that it is not that simple. The examinees seem to be just a smokescreen to divert attention. Oh? Wei Yang, what are the results of your tracking? Wei Yang said, according to your instructions, I followed several of them and found that they had been guarding the entrance to the center of the forest. Because you specifically instructed not to alarm them, I was unable to investigate further. After listening to the two people's reports, Alice lowered her head and thought for a moment before looking up at Zishu again. You should have left someone alive? Yes, he is right here. Rat turned and pointed at the man who had just found the cricket pupa on the ground, but was suddenly stunned the next second. Not only the person he caught, but even the man Alice had just dragged over had stopped making any movement. There was blood flowing from their eyes, noses and ears. They stared at this side with wide eyes. The way both of them died was exactly the same. Wei Yang hurriedly walked up to the two of them, squatted down and checked their conditions. It seems they have implanted some kind of poison in their teeth, so that once they bite down hard enough to break the teeth, they swallow the poison. Wei Yang said, looking at the broken teeth in their mouths. Rat immediately apologized. I'm sorry, it's my negligence. It doesn't matter. Their goal is already very clear. Alice looked towards the giant tree in the distance. Let's go. Yes, yes. The man quickly dodged the speeding wind blade, then kept looking for opportunities to get closer to Blake with his scimitar in hand. This wind blade attack that ignored distance and was difficult to observe was a bit troublesome for him, so he had to deal with it with a high level of vigilance. As the opponent dodged and kept approaching, Blake discovered that compared to the opponent's sharp physical reactions, the opponent did not seem to be very good at magic. This time, he had roughly figured out the opponent's attack method, so he kept using the swift wind blade to continuously consume the opponent. The scimitar with white light flashed through the air like a crescent moon. Just when it was about to touch him, Blake used inertia to distance himself again, right where he had been standing just now. The scimitar had left a 2-inch deep notch in the old tree next to him. It is obvious that if you are hit by the opponent, you will die immediately. The man pulled the knife out of the tree. Nice body skills. I really miss these ghostly movements, but it's still far from enough, huh? The man suddenly felt a wetness coming from the left corner of his eye, and he reached out and touched it in confusion, looking at the sticky liquid on his hand. He was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sword in Blake's hand. A few drops of blood were dripping from the sharp cold blade. Realizing something, he immediately used the sharpened scimitar as a mirror to observe. I saw a cut extending from the corner of the eye to the ear, bleeding. Looking at this scar, he was a little distracted for a moment. Chapter 41. Are you crazy? The rain washed away the corpses on the ground, mixed with blood, and dyed the plain into a pool. The silver sword rang out with a sharp sound on the battlefield, accompanied by thunder. The monster seemed to want to slaughter everything in sight. All those who approached her were knocked over by the flying blood and fell down. The rest of the people roared and rushed forward. The man was pinned down by the body of his companion. Having lost his ability to move, he could only watch the scene with blurry vision. The other person's red eyes were so scarlet in this rainy night, like blood-colored glass that was washed even purer by the rain. The rain dripped down her long black hair like a waterfall, and the long sword in her hand was dripping with warm blood, which intertwined with the cold rain to form a strange mist in the air. The man regained consciousness and reached out to touch the scar on his other right cheek that had healed over the years. Really? It reminds me of that unforgettable and annoying memory. Ha 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 ha. Under Blake's vigilant gaze, the man laughed wildly as if he had gone mad. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Blake quietly began to chant the intermediate magic. After laughing wildly, the man clenched the scimitar in his hand again. This time, I won't run away again. As soon as he finished speaking, the man seemed to have lost his mind and completely turned into a wild beast and rushed towards Blake. The speed was so fast that Blake had to interrupt the intermediate magic chanting that had not yet been completed, and used the fast wind blade again to block the opponent's forward speed, but this beast actually chose to ignore the wind blade released by Blake. The sharp invisible blade left countless marks on his body, but he had no intention of dodging. He didn't even plan to block it. Blake was caught off guard by the opponent in this almost suicidal charge. Well, the huge, rough hand instantly locked Blake's throat and grabbed him and rushed back. His body finally hit a tree heavily, and the whole tree tilted due to his impact. The two people are hugging each other at this time, but if you look closely, you will find that it is the dagger in the man's hand that connects the two people together. Blake was nailed to the tree. Blake! At this time, Lalina, who had just caught up, saw this scene and shouted out his name. Don't come over here! And he seemed to have used up his last bit of strength to stop her from getting closer. Oh? You're almost dead and you still have the mood to worry about others? The man grinned and turned the hand holding the dagger vigorously. Blake coughed violently and then spat out a mouthful of sticky blood. His hand was tightly clenched around the wrist holding the dagger, as if he wanted to push it away, but he had no strength at all now. Any last words before you die? The man looked at Blake, who was nailed on the tree and unable to move. In his eyes, the other party's struggle was like a prey with no ability to resist. He decided to tease his prey again. How about you ask for mercy? Ask for mercy, and maybe I'll let you go. Because of the blood loss in his abdomen, Blake's eyes gradually became dim, and his mouth trembled slightly as if he was muttering something. Are you speechless now? The man put his ear close to the other person's mouth without any precautions, trying to find out what the young man would want to say before he died. Listening to the last words before death, what a pleasure! Blood kept oozing out of the corners of Blake's mouth. The man moved closer and finally heard what the other person was saying. You seem to be very cold, let me warm you up. Blake pointed his other palm at the man, and wisps of magic power came out from his collar. Two balls of lightning in his hand quickly condensed into shape. Even though he was stabbed by a sharp blade, the pain did not stop him from chanting. He was still casting magic at the fastest speed. It seems that the word give up never appears in his dictionary. The man wanted to pull away at this time, but Blake's hand was like a rusty and worn pair of pliers, tightly gripping his knife-holding hand to prevent him from breaking free. No surprise. Blake, who used two intermediate magics at the same time, failed again and caused an explosion. It could be said that this was his purpose. The dazzling flames illuminated the two people, and the high temperature instantly evaporated the moisture on their bodies. The two people were gradually annihilated in this light dot. Hello, boom! Lilina's screams were completely drowned out by the explosion. The huge heat wave that swept over forced her to stretch out her arms to protect her face and eyes, and she struggled to keep her body steady in the huge wind and waves. After the disturbance that affected the area for miles gradually dissipated, Lilina didn't care about her injured leg and staggered towards Blake's position. When she rushed to the center of the explosion, what she saw was a severely burned Blake. His face was burned, especially his left hand, which was used to cast magic. A layer of skin was burned off, and the flesh and blood were exposed on the surface, which looked a bit scary. Lilina squatted beside him, observing his condition. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether he was still breathing. As for men, Lilina looked off into the distance. The other person seemed to have suffered severe burns all over his body. The huge impact force sent him flying dozens of meters away, and he lost consciousness when he crashed under a tree. The man paid the price for his arrogance. He actually took off the cloak that protected him from magical harm and engaged in close combat with Blake. How's it going? A weak voice came, and Lilina was startled. She turned around and gently lifted his head, taking off her clothes and using it as a cushion for him. Don't talk yet, you are seriously injured now. She pulled a small bottle of green potion from her pocket, unscrewed the stopper and fed it to Blake. Since she didn't know holy magic and it was impossible for her to get help from the outside world, she could only use healing potions to relieve the symptoms. Apparently the potion had some effect. Although Blake was still weak, his breathing was slightly smoother than before when he was half dead. It hurts so much. Blake gritted his teeth, and his breath came out from between his teeth. You know this too. I thought you had no sense of pain. That's ridiculous. Pulling out nails with bare hands, is she a monster? Who? What nail? Blake didn't answer, and Lilina didn't ask any more questions. She just quickly tore open Blake's school uniform and bandaged his wound. It took her a lot of effort to take off Blake's blood-soaked clothes. Even though they had already been burned to pieces, the outer clothes fell off, revealing an inner lining covered with gray scales. The overall texture of this garment is smooth, but the details are extremely hard. It's like an armor made up of many tiny scales. It seems that this lining helped Blake block most of the explosion and impact damage, but in such a large-scale explosion, even with the protection of this lining, his body was covered with scars. But the most serious wound at the moment was the wound in his abdomen. The wound there was still bleeding continuously. The opponent's dagger directly penetrated this layer of protection and pierced through his body. I need to help you take off this dress, otherwise I can't bandage the wound. Blake nodded, supported himself with his arms and sat up with difficulty, then reached out to take off the thin clothes, but because it is tightly attached to the body, the slightest movement will affect the wound. Just this simple action made him gasp. It really hurts, are you crazy? Lilina was frightened and hurriedly stopped him. If you move, your wound will bleed more severely. Let me help you take it off. Lilina took out a knife and carefully cut the cloth near the wound. Due to the special texture of the cloth, it took her a long time to cut it a little bit, but the wound was completely exposed. After cleaning the blood around the wound, she reached out and lifted Blake's arm, carefully helping him take off his clothes. After Lilina stared at the wound, she stood up and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon." Blake didn't ask the other party what he was going to do, but just closed his eyes quietly and rested. Besides pain all over his body, he was also wrapped in a strong sense of fatigue. He slowly opened his eyes only when he heard footsteps. Lilina was squatting beside him, holding a simple earthen bowl made with magic power in her hand, stirring something with a knife. It was not until it was finished that Blake saw the green viscous liquid in the bowl and realized that the other party was making herbal medicine. Don't worry, I have studied herbs, Lilina said as she applied the ground herbs to Blake's wound. Blake took a deep breath, because it was mixed with herbs that had not been completely ground. It felt like sprinkling a handful of coarse salt directly on the wound. Due to limited conditions, we can only do this much. We still need to find a way to contact the college for treatment as soon as possible. Lilina reached out and tore open the hem of her skirt, and put the strip of cloth around Blake's waist to bandage his wound. It's done. After bandaging the wound, Lilina wiped the sweat from her forehead as if relieved. Where's that man? Blake asked suddenly. He's probably dead. No, he's right over there, huh? Lilina looked back and her body trembled violently. The man who was unconscious under the tree opposite just now disappeared at this moment. She immediately looked around alertly. "Let's leave here first." Blake signaled her not to worry. Since the other party did not take advantage of the opportunity when Lilina was healing her wounds to launch a sneak attack, it also meant that the other party was not sure of dealing with Lilina now. Compared to myself, the other party's condition is probably not much better. Wouldn't it be better to wait for rescue here? The professors must have noticed the movement here, and your current condition is not suitable for moving immediately. His companions may arrive before help arrives. Blake slowly stood up, holding onto the tree, and looked at the barrier in the distance that had not yet weakened with a serious expression. All the professors are probably busy rescuing students taking exams and would never have thought that someone would be trapped outside the barrier. Although this is a bit cruel to Lilina, it may be difficult for them to get any rescue in a short time. Find a place to hide first, and then seek help after the storm is over, Blake said, with the extensive and sensitive perception magic of alchemy madman Autolus. As long as they make the slightest noise at that time, they will be noticed. But now he still didn't make any move, which meant that the other party was busy breaking the barrier outside and had no time to take care of them. In this case, if they continue to stay here and wait for the other party to bring accomplices, then in their current state there will be no possibility of escape. Although there were some differences in opinions, Lilina still walked forward to support Blake and prepared to leave. "Let me help you." Almost every judgment Blake made along the way was rational and correct. So she chose to listen to Blake's advice this time. She is not a stubborn person, but she will occasionally change her plans or even resort to any means necessary to achieve her own goals. Chapter 42, Met a Madman. Damn it! I really met a lunatic. The man held onto the tree and staggered through the woods. He had already walked some distance away, but he was still cursing. I actually fell into the hands of such a brat. This time I really got my eye pecked by an eagle, huh? At this moment, he suddenly noticed some movement nearby, so he stopped and turned to look. In the blurred vision, I saw 3 people in cloaks slowly walking out of the woods nearby. Assholes, where the hell have you been? Why are you walking so leisurely? Are you taking a walk? The man started cursing as soon as he saw the other person, but the other party seemed not to hear him, and just walked towards him without any response. Hey, are you deaf or dumb? If you're not blind, come and help me, huh? It was only when the other person came closer that he noticed there seemed to be something wrong with the other person's cloak. It was different from the special cloaks they wore for their operations, and it was pure black. Who are you? He instantly realized something was wrong. The 3 of them still did not respond, but just walked straight to the man. Hey! If you don't tell me your identity, don't blame me for being rude. The man took out the dagger from his waist and pointed it at the men. The leading man in black didn't seem to be afraid. He simply ignored his warning and the knife in his hand and walked up to him. She slowly raised her head, revealing the scarlet eyes beneath her cloak. When their eyes met, the man was stunned for a moment, and the next second his whole body began to tremble violently. It's you! It's you! It's actually you! You're actually still alive! He would never mistake those eyes in his life. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a roaring monster. He dropped the knife in his hand and retreated, shouting out of control. The man in black did not stop him, and seemed to just let him leave, but just after the other party ran more than 10 meters, the hand under the cloak of the man in black moved slightly. A sharp blade formed by black gas swept away with a strong wind. The man fell to the ground instantly and was motionless. Before he died, the man looked at the other person, and the scene in front of him unexpectedly overlapped with the rainy night many years ago. That day was called Red Moon Night by the tribesmen on the grassland. The man in black seemed to be certain that he was dead and didn't even bother to check. This time, another dark figure approached behind her. He's the guy who went after Blake. Should we go over and check out the situation? Alice glanced in the direction the man was coming from. The noise just now clearly came from this side. Why is there no one here? The leader came to the tree destroyed by the explosion and touched the trunk that still had residual heat. There are traces of magic battle here. They should not have gone far. Why are there only these people? Where are the others? Not sure. I just tried to contact them using the contact rune, but many people have lost contact. What do we do now? Forget about them. The exam seems to be in some trouble. Tell the rest of the people to spread out and gradually move deeper into the forest. Be sure to eliminate the hidden dangers. The leading barbarian pulled down his cloak, and the old man's gray beard curled slightly. Everything is going according to plan. We have temporarily brought it under control. Nothing can go wrong at this critical moment. In a hidden cave, Lilina placed some wild fruit she had picked on leaves in front of Blake, and then checked his wounds. This is where Blake guided her. The barrier of the examination room suddenly became very weak, but unfortunately those guys blocked the circuit. Lilina began to change Blake's dressing. They seemed to be narrowing the encirclement. We will be found sooner or later. Blake picked up a red fruit that Lilina had found and put it in his mouth. A little astringent, but now he needs to find a way to replenish water and physical strength, so he won't pay too much attention to it. Because I didn't dare to leave too far, I could only find some food nearby. Watching Blake eating the fruit, Lilina also picked up a fruit and took a bite. The water source has also been blocked by the enemy. They seem to want to kill us. We are now facing the most basic survival problem. Suddenly I feel that slime pie is not that bad. Lilina stuck out her tongue because of the bitter taste of the wild fruit. Blake was silent. I have to say that Lilina's analysis is not without reason. Compared with external hidden dangers, they might die of hunger when they don't know when rescue will arrive. The two people who had been running around since last night had hardly eaten anything yet. Blake watched as Lilina once again tore off a strip of her skirt and used it as a bandage around Blake's wound. Although you shouldn't care about this in this situation, please look away if you can. Feel sorry. Blake turned his gaze to the outside of the cave. This is getting a little out of control. He remembered his promise to keep the other person safe. Lilina sighed and shook her head. Compared to those students who are trapped in the barrier and whose lives are uncertain, at least their lives are in their own hands now, right? Maybe. Blake's eyes were fixed on the hole. What is that? Twitter. A little thing that was familiar to Blake suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. This little sparrow whom he had met once before could actually meet him again here. The other party seemed very excited when it saw him, flapping its wings and flying towards him. It seemed that the wound that it had bandaged itself had not yet healed completely. At this moment, it flapped its wings up and down in the air, circling around itself and calling out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. He thought it was greeting him, but Blake immediately realized something was wrong. The other person pointed in the direction of the cave entrance in a panic, as if directing Blake where to go. Is this an elf? Lilina looked at the creature that suddenly appeared. After determining its identity, she turned her head and looked at Blake. Do you know it? Well, let's follow and see. As a creature living deep in the forest, it is more familiar with the living environment of this forest than himself. Thanks to it, he saved a lot of effort last time. After weighing the pros and cons, instead of waiting here for unknown rescue, Blake decided to go with the other party to see what happens. Blake and Lilina walked deeper under the guidance of the sparrow who suddenly appeared. It seemed to be very familiar with the route here, and under its guidance, the two encountered almost no obstacles along the way. Senior, how about you discuss this with it? Lilina suddenly thought of something and whispered to Blake, since it is so familiar with this place, why not let it lead us out? As soon as these words were spoken, Sparrow seemed to have heard what Lilina said and immediately cast a dissatisfied look at her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lilina, although I don't understand it, it doesn't seem to be a friendly word. Blake sighed. Let's just follow it and see for now. It seems to be obsessed with this. Thinking of its hurried and anxious appearance and the wounds inflicted by humans the last time we met, Blake had a hunch that he is close to the truth of the plot that is not mentioned in the game. Finally, the sparrow stopped suddenly when it came to a pine forest. Blake and Lilina were also shocked by the scene before them. Tragic, perhaps this word is the most appropriate to describe it. There are traces of brutal battles everywhere. There were trees leaning and broken in half, and many corpses lying on the ground, including those of barbarians and many elves. The sparrow landed on Blake's shoulder and pecked at him. Blake and Lilina looked at each other, understood each other, slowed down their movements, and continued to move forward quietly. It was not until they heard the noise and came to a tree that they were shocked by the scene before them. In this mess, 6 men in cloaks were evenly spaced in a circle, with a green hemispherical barrier in the middle. The green magic emanating from the other party allowed Blake to immediately recognize their identity as sages. At this time, they stood motionless in their respective positions, and the magic power in their hands continued to flow into the runes on the ground, as if trying hard to maintain their stability. The hemispherical barrier was exactly the same as the one covering the examination room, except that unlike the vast area, it was only the size of a room, but was more stable. The rich green color made it impossible to see through it. The violent crashing sounds emitted by the barrier clearly indicated that something extraordinary was imprisoned inside. Even the huge barrier covering the exam was maintained by only 4 sages, and this barrier, which was only the size of a room, actually had 6. The core area of the forest, elves, barriers. Seeing this scene, Blake seemed to understand something. There was almost no hesitation. Blake immediately released wind blades to attack the barbarian sage who was maintaining the barrier, but several barbarian warriors who were waiting jumped out from nowhere and stood in front of the sages to block the attack for them. Don't let them get close. The barrier is gradually weakening its power. Now is the critical moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the barbarian warriors waiting here rushed towards Blake and the other man as if they had received an order. You should have at least told me. Lilina was unhappy that Blake had launched a surprise attack without informing her. Break that barrier. Blake didn't explain much, just shouted to Lilina. Really? Although I don't know what the situation is, I understand. Although Lilina expressed dissatisfaction, she immediately used magic to attack the enemy. The hem of her dress was lifted into a scarlet arc by the hot wind, and the flame condensed at her fingertips suddenly expanded as she chanted the spell, gushing towards the other party. Without giving the opponent a chance to breathe, the ice magic in his hand was activated. The ice crystals floating in the palm reflected the cold light. Huge ice crystals emerged from the ground like a mirror and nailed the barbarians in the front row to the spot. Although she did not show extraordinary close combat skills, her study and understanding of magic was not inferior to Blake. Fortunately, there is no one as crazy as the man with the scar among these guys. Be careful. Their weapons are poisoned. Blake dodged the flying bone blade. Upon seeing this, Blake immediately stepped forward and formed a defensive formation with Lilina, back to back. They both raised their hands at the same time, and magic of different attributes merged in midair to form a gorgeous protective shield, temporarily blocking the swarming enemies. The enemy's continuous arrows, flying blades, and magic were all blocked outside by the barrier. This is a barrier composed of pure magic power. Because it will cause continuous consumption of magic power, it cannot resist the opponent for a long time like barrier magic. Blake's eyes swept over the other party, silently memorizing the positions of all the other party members. Help me create an opportunity. You're really giving me a hard time, but I'm trying my best. The moment Lilina removed the magic barrier, Blake rushed out with a sword in hand. Lilina immediately cast fire magic to cover him, but her target was not the enemy, but the ice crystal she had just released. When the fireball touched the huge ice crystal, thick water vapor immediately emerged. The fog was lingering, making it difficult for the other party to figure out Blake's location for a while. Now is the time to fight back. Blake relied on the ghostly movements of LaRoche's swordsmanship to move among the enemies, killing them invisibly while approaching the sage who maintained the barrier. It seems that the distance is enough. Blake swung his hand quickly, and a dagger that was shining coldly in the water vapor flew out. No! Stop him! Although the guards shouted, it was obviously too late given their distance. Done. Blake and Lilina both breathed a sigh of relief, but just as the dagger was about to hit one of the sages, a hand suddenly grabbed it in midair. You are too late. The sage complained. Humph, but it's not too late. The bearded old man laughed. He finally arrived here after hearing the noise. Arriving with him were the rest of the barbarian members who were patrolling outside. They had already surrounded Blake and the other man. Blake and his companions completely lost their chance. The old man looked at the two people and the sparrow with a mocking look as if he was teasing his prey. Ah, a fleeing rat. Although I have to admit that it is cunning, it is still something that cannot be put on the table, huh? The old man was proudly spinning the dagger in his hand just now, but suddenly frowned the next second. Why is it a bit hot? He looked down and noticed something unusual about the handle of the daggers. Gradually, the handle of the knife began to get hot and red. Bang! The dagger suddenly exploded. The old man immediately realized that Black had cast fire magic on the dagger beforehand, but it was too late. The sage closest to the dagger was directly affected by the wind and staggered back a few steps. As a sage left the location of the rune, the barrier suddenly weakened a bit. The density of the barrier decreased, and a huge figure loomed in the barrier. Not good. Hold on. Although the sages shouted, they were obviously powerless. In just a moment, cracks appeared on the weakened barriers. Gradually, the cracks became more and more numerous and larger, until they spread to the entire barrier. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, the barrier exploded into pieces. Several sages who were maintaining the barrier around were also blown away by the huge impact force. The ground shook violently, as if something incredible had broken free. Everyone had no choice but to stop. Trembling. What is that? Lalina blocked the wind and waves brought by the explosion and looked towards the direction of the barrier with difficulty, but when the smoke cleared and the storm died down, there was nothing there. What the hell is this? Lalina frowned. Before she could finish, the ground trembled slightly, as if something dormant underground was stretching its body. Then, the fallen leaves on the ground slowly began to float. At first, only a few leaves were spinning, and then all the dead leaves in the entire forest were lifted up by an invisible force, weaving into a fluttering golden net in the air. Damn it! Retreat! The leading barbarian elder simply ignored the order to retreat given by Blake and the other man. He seemed to be afraid of something, but it was obviously too late. A huge black shadow flashed across the sky like lightning, so fast that people could not see the whole picture. The next second, an unexpected strong wind swept in with an overwhelming force. Wherever it passed, trees swayed violently and rocks flew everywhere like bullets. The barbarians surrounding Blake and the other man were blown away by this powerful force before they could react, tumbling in the air like a kite with a broken string. Finally, it fell to the ground and became motionless. Blake and Lalina looked at the scene in shock. Is this also your backup plan? Lalina looked at Blake, who shook his head. It is indeed it. Who? At this time, Lalina followed Blake's gaze. She looked carefully and saw a huge wolf appear in the open space in the distance. It exuded a faint blue light all over its body, its eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, and its sharp fangs shone with a cold light. It raised its head and looked at the sky, and its deafening howl echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 43 South Wind Wolf King 1 ran away. The giant wolf seemed to ignore Blake and the other man, and walked slowly towards them while scanning the corpses on the ground. Blake took a deep breath and thought to himself that this was not good. As an open-world game with a high degree of exploration, The Last Swordmaster of Xia's Academy not only has many hidden rewards or plots other than the main line, but also hides many unknown dangers. Of course, for players who only focus on the main line, the biggest threat must be the behind the scenes boss of the main line, but for players who want to explore, in addition to the final boss in each scene, there are many extremely threatening targets hidden on this continent. Unlike the Crusades that you will inevitably face as the plot progresses, you can only see them after meeting the hidden prerequisites or opening the corresponding hidden plot. They themselves are shrouded in various mysteries. Some of them are even as powerful as the main boss, the giant wolf in front of you. Emitting blue fluorescence all over its body, is one of them, the Wolf King of the South Wind. Cortals, Blake and Lalina looked at the giant wolf in front of them that was as tall as a house. The breeze emanating from it made them feel so comfortable, but it also brought with it an invisible pressure. The pressure from the other side alone was enough to make them dare not act rashly. Should we run? Lalina lowered her voice. Don't move. Unlike Lalina, who was confused and wary of the danger shown by the other party, Blake knew very well what kind of situation they were in. Although for some unknown reason the other party did not attack the two of them, if they acted rashly, the consequences would most likely be the same as those guys around them. As one of the hidden bosses in this game, it has also been a nightmare for many players. It is almost impossible for a novice player who has just started the first act to face it. Therefore, many players choose to attack him only after they have completed the third or even fourth act and become strong enough. Even then the difficulty is enormous. Therefore, for those players who accidentally step into the opponent's territory during the first act of the plot, being sent back to the battlefield for retraining may be a good choice. Were you the ones who rescued me? Yes, Blake replied. However, Cotterus did not let down his vigilance and hostility towards the two. Are you the same kind as those people just now? The giant wolf stared at the two men intently. Although its mouth did not open or close, sounds came out of its body, and they were actually human language. Only high-level elves can understand human nature, and even fewer can learn and use human language. As a leader among the high-level elves, Cortals was able to do this. Answer me, human, before I annihilate you with a hurricane. Cortal's voice was hoarse and loud. As it finished speaking, a gust of wind accompanied by an invisible pressure emanated from its body, as if they would suffer the same fate as the others in the next second. Obviously, it's not, otherwise we would have no reason to rescue you. Blake responded, fighting against the wind blowing in his face. But this does not clear you of the suspicion that you came here with a purpose. We have no intention of entering your territory. We just came here in a hurry because we were also chased by the other party. Being chased from the outskirts all the way to the depths of the forest? As you can see, we are students from Sias College, and we came here by mistake for an exam. Cordless glanced at the school uniforms of Blake and the others, as if trying to determine whether he was lying. Blake calmly looked at the giant in front of him that exuded a proud aura die in the game. The high-level wind elf Cordless is the overlord of this forest and has a strong sense of territory. Therefore, what it hates most is others casually stepping into its territory, that is, the huge tree behind it. However, the reason is not clearly mentioned in the original work. This has led many players to subconsciously believe that it is guarding this place because there is some kind of secret treasure hidden here that is enough to shock the world. Even looking back at history, there are many people who have set foot here. Without exception, they all came with some greedy purpose. Because of this, it is an indisputable fact that in the game it will launch indiscriminate and violent hurricane attacks on almost everyone who steps into its private territory. However, at this moment, it did not show any intention of immediately attacking me and Lilina, who suddenly broke into its territory. Blake looked at the guys stumbling around on the ground. At least they were given a chance to explain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, a little sparrow came out of Blake's sleeve, flew up and down in front of Cordles, and chirped something. Oh. I see. I just want to confirm their identities. You know, the situation is a bit serious now. Many of our companions are dead. After talking with Cordles for a while, it flew towards him with difficulty and landed on his shoulder again. Blake didn't expect that it would know Cordles, and judging from its performance just now, it seemed that it had a relationship with Cordles that went beyond the same species, so it knew that Cordles was trapped and only then thought of seeking its help? I'm so sorry, benefactor. Cordles came up to the two men and bowed his head to them. Because of the invasion of outsiders, I have to be vigilant. Even so, it was us who rescued you after all. Isn't this a bit too rude? Lilina hugged her arms, very dissatisfied with Cordelis's behavior just now. Because most people who step into the depths of the forest have ulterior motives, I have to find out your identity and purpose. Cordles explained. If we can't prove our innocence, will you attack us too? Blake asked directly. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Cordless was blunt. Should we say that we are indeed offended? Blake frowned. He was also somewhat dissatisfied with Cordles's behavior of repaying kindness with enmity. Even if it was for the purpose of being vigilant to the unknown, it should not be dealt with in a general way. Suddenly, Cordles frowned and moved closer. The huge wolf head approached Blake. Under Blake's vigilant gaze, Cordles made an observation gesture with his shining eyes and sniffed slightly with his nose. Just now I felt that there was a kind of familiar aura about you. Blake was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and took out the crystal pendant from his collar. Cordles stared at it for a few seconds, as if understanding something. It's Fenrir's tears. No wonder. Blake then remembered that the giant wolf Fenrir was regarded as an ancestor by the wolf clan. Even though it was only a monster that existed in legends, that did not prevent it from being a belief. Just like the believers in the church believe in God, there is often no need for any reason to believe in something. It is just a place of sustenance. Although there were some unpleasant processes at the beginning, the crisis was indeed resolved. Come in first, benefactor. You are badly injured. As for the apology, at least make sure you are alive to hear it first. Cordelis turned and walked into the secret realm. The little sparrow was now standing on Blake's shoulder, chirping at him, as if urging him to follow. Blake nodded to Lilina, and with her help, he followed the giant wolf into its habitat. Chapter 44, Blessing of the South Wind. The moment you step into the secret forest, the scent of damp moss and pine needles hits you. The vines wrapped around the trees on both sides of the hidden path hung like curtains, and spots of light danced between the intertwined branches. Each secret place is hidden in a corner that is untouched by outsiders. In order to avoid being discovered and set foot by people, most of them choose to blend into the surrounding environment to conceal their existence. This has led to players' persistent exploration of it. The same is true for this secret place in the heart of the vast forest. Only after passing through the layers of cover in the deep forest can you witness its true face. The center of the compact forest is an open area surrounded by trees, more like a natural basin. On the small island in the middle of the lake, the towering tree that overlooks the entire forest is stretching out its bronze branches with ancient patterns. The treetops are looming in the clouds and mist, and the patterns on the bark look like engraved ancient totems. It's really shocking that there is such a place hidden in this forest. Lilina couldn't help but sigh and looked up at the giant tree. Although this tree can be seen from a distance, it feels completely different when you get closer. Well, it's really amazing. Blake said, maybe it's because there are so few people that it can be maintained like this. He also had this feeling of sudden enlightenment when he first set foot here. Oh, that's quite rare. You actually took the initiative to invite humans in here. Shouldn't you be out to drive them away? Why did it take so long this time? A sharp voice came. Blake and the other man looked up at the sky. The sound came from there. A huge shadow moved back and forth on the ground. When they looked up, they could see an eagle-like spirit hovering above their heads. Apparently that was what made the sound. It slowly landed on a branch, with vibrant green lines flowing on its folded wings. Oh, two at once. It's a falcon, but if you close your eyes and just listen to its voice, it looks just like a parrot. He is injured, go help him. After saying this, Cordals jumped to the giant tree in the center of the lake and lay down to rest. It also felt a little weak because it had been trapped in the barrier that could weaken it for a long time. Hey, don't give me orders as soon as you get back. Although the eagle complained, it still flapped its wings and flew to Blake and the other man. It stared at Blake's wound with its eagle-like eyes for a while and said, "You won't die immediately, so go sit under the tree over there." Lawlina helped Blake to the tree. The grass here was very soft and sparse, and sitting on it felt like sitting on a cotton blanket. It felt very comfortable. Lawlina observed Blake's wound, because he had just been bandaged and then immediately engaged in a fierce battle. His wound caused it to open again. I really start to doubt whether you have no sense of pain. Lawlina gave him a strange look. How could it be? To be honest, it still hurts quite a bit. You can actually say that without showing any emotion. Yelling and yelling doesn't relieve the pain. You are such a stubborn and face-saving person. That last comment is totally unnecessary. Lawlina seemed to be trying to use conversation to help Blake distract himself from the pain. After a while, the eagle flew back with some strange-shaped herbs in its beak. Crush these and apply them to his wound first. It can stop the bleeding. Then I will prepare. It was called preparation, but in fact it was just moving its wings slightly, then walked to Blake in an awkward posture and slowly spread its wings. As the feathers waved, green light emanated from them. Lawlina observed carefully and found that it was a kind of tiny particles similar to fluorescent dust. Really? It's been a while since I treated a human being. But fortunately, spiritual power can also work on humans. The eagle was talking to itself. It seemed that it always had a lot to say, and could even confide a few words to someone it met for the first time. Your wound is not too serious, but you humans are too fragile and your healing ability is not as good as ours. After all, the spiritual energy in the air can help us recover from injuries. Oh, did I not introduce myself yet? The other party talked for a long time and seemed to have just remembered that he had not mentioned his name yet. My name is Goodly. Of course, you can also call me by my name directly. Don't look at me with those weird eyes. I don't hate humans. I just don't like those rude guys, like those invaders who just came to Cordals. Blake listened to the other party's chatter and finally summarized a useful piece of information from ITI. In other words, the barbarians' so-called threat to the students to get the Great Magic Book was just to cover up their real purposes. Blake looked at the giant wolf in the distance. I just heard everything from Cordals. First of all, I want to thank you, Goodly said as he saw Black looking at Cordals. Also, I'm sorry for the trouble he caused you. To be honest, his personality has always been a bit bad, and I'm the only one who can tolerate it. Goodly laughed heartily, and neither Blake nor Lawlina denied this. Goodly glanced at the little sparrow lying on Blake's body and said, "And I heard that you also saved Sister Hunter. Please allow me to express my gratitude again for that." Hunter, sister, Blake and Lawlina looked at each other and then looked down at the palm-sized ELF.AS. If he could see the confusion of Blake and the other man, Goodly laughed lively. Don't look at Sister Hunter like this. In fact, it is already 400 years old. It is even older than me and Cordals. Isn't it hard to believe? Hunter stood up and chattered at Goodly, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction with his words. Blake and Lawlina had strange expressions on their faces. They glanced at the little sparrows chirping and jumping towards Goodly, then looked at the huge wolf in the distance. This little girl has actually existed longer than Cordals. No wonder even Cordals showed a hint of respect for her just now. You mentioned causing trouble? Lalina suddenly thought of something, frowned and asked, "Can you explain what this means?" Lalina had no idea what those guys were up to, but they seemed to know something. While using his spiritual power to heal Blake's wounds, Goodley explained, "In a sense, you are actually victims involved in this." Goodley looked at Cordles, who was crouching under the tree. After all, the other party's target is Cordles. In just 2 days, they have already launched no less than 10 invasions into the core area of the forest. They are really persistent. Goodley looked at several elves who were resting on the grass in the distance because of their injuries. For the safety of the elves, we have sent most of them away, leaving only a few mid-level elves with sufficient combat capabilities to protect our home. Even so, the enemy still managed to force Cordless into danger. Blake looked down. That is why so many elves appear in the transition zone, and they are extremely hostile towards humans. Is the other party also after that tree? Blake looked at the towering tree. That is the giant tree guarded by Cordless. Basically everyone who comes here has this purpose, even if they don't know whether there are treasures there. Goodley shook his head. No, they are coming for Cordless itself. Otherwise, why would they go to so much trouble to trap it? But why did they attack Cordles? Blake asked his question appropriately. Although there are not many high-level elves on the continent, they are not so scarce that they are devastating. He took great pains to sneak into the school, used his secret magic to quietly set up a barrier, and took great pains to trap the students to attract everyone's attention. If all this was done for Cordless, then what was it about it that attracted them, even in the game? Defeating Cordles doesn't give you anything except an achievement. Oh, there is indeed another unexplained benefit. If the player can defeat Codorus before the final scene, battle against Alice, then when facing Alice in the end, he will get help from Xia's academy. Because Alice suddenly launched a rebellion and the defense lines were breached one after another, the royal family desperately requested support from Xia's college. Because of the long-term financial support, the college should have sent professors from the combat department to provide assistance, but they were stopped by Cordles. No one would have thought that this giant wolf that had lived in seclusion in the depths of the forest for many years would suddenly appear and attack them without any explanation. This has been discovered by many uploaders who are obsessed with collecting achievements over multiple rounds, but no one could give a clear explanation. Does it know Alice? Cordles should have very little contact with the outside world. Is there something on it that's worth their attention? Blake frowned and asked this question tentatively. Goodley glanced at Cordles lying under the tree, thought about it and told the two the reason. Maybe they want to invite him back. Please go back? Dudley nodded, because the northern grasslands are his homeland. What would Blake looked a little stunned. The Wolf King of the South Wind actually came from the northern grassland. This was a plot he had never heard of in the game. Dudley glanced at Cordless and continued to explain, that guy actually came here nearly 200 years ago. In fact, before that, it had always been regarded as a guardian by the tribes in the north. Since you can be treated with such respect if you return to the grassland, why do you want to stay here? Blake was puzzled. Since you can be treated like a religion in the north, why should you hide away in the forests of the south and live a secluded life away from the world? Goodley's tone seemed a little embarrassed. I can't tell you. Blake didn't ask any further questions, because of everything that happened this time, whether it was the danger he encountered or the stories he heard. He finally realized one fact: he has always regarded this world as a game world that he has already completed, but he was wrong. This world is not a world that develops according to the script as he imagined. This world is actually the same as the real world. It is a real world. Like the real world, it undergoes different changes every moment, and many things that you don't know about happen in places you can't see. For example, at this moment, he is experiencing a plot that he has never seen from the protagonist's perspective, and everything he has experienced since his reincarnation has never been recorded in the plot. He has been a constant changing point influencing the plot, and the plot is also pushing him forward. This world also has life. There are endless mysteries behind it, and it is beating at a changing and unpredictable frequency every moment. He's not some godlike character who knows everything, he's just been observing it many times from the perspective of a guy named Leonardo. It's almost there. Goodley withdrew his spiritual power and let out a tired breath. Oh my, this is such a strenuous job. My wings are stiff. Blake moved his body a little. Although it was still a little painful, the bleeding had stopped. The spiritual power of us elves cannot compare to what you humans call holy magic, so we can only do this much. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. Goodley shook his head. This is the treatment you deserve. It looks like the treatment is complete. Cordals came behind them at some point. Yeah, it's much better now, Blake said. Now that you have healed your wounds, please accept my formal apology. Codorus came up to the two of them, and while Blake was recovering, it seemed to have thought of compensation. I will grant you the protection of the south wind. After he finished speaking, Cordal's pupils shrank slightly, and a low tremor came out of his throat. Then, fine silver blue light particles flowed out from his mane. The light particles condensed into a vortex around Blake and Lilina, surrounding the two of them. Hold out your hands. Blake and Lilina held out their hands. The wind will remember your scent. Cordals touched the backs of their hands with the tip of his nose, and the breath he exhaled had the scent of burning vanilla. When the storm consumes your sanity, call my name, and the shelter of the wind will carve a path for you. Before he finished speaking, a blue-green whirlwind rose up around Cordals and disappeared in the mottled light and shadow in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few silver-blue feathers suspended in the air and gradually falling. Properties panel. A blessing of the south wind. Introduction. The Wolf King hides in the depths of the forest. It is said that when he appears, he will surely stir up a storm and cleanse all the blasphemers who attempt to invade his territory. Defect 1. Wind attribute attack effect increased by 20%. Point 2. The affinity between elves and nature increases by 10%. Point 3. Through this blessing, you can temporarily summon the Phantom of Cordless. It takes a huge amount of magic power to maintain its existence. Blake looked at the panel and it seemed that the blessing bestowed by Cordals could bring him attribute improvements, but the third item, is it something like a contract? But unlike the contract, he could not directly summon Cordals' true form. Lilina at the side couldn't see the panel, she just looked around in amazement. Is it my illusion? Suddenly I feel that the forest around me gives me a very comfortable feeling, but I didn't have this feeling before. It should be the effect of blessing. The blessings of high-level elves are always magical. You said this, have you ever accepted it before? No, I have seen blessed people before. Oh, I see. Blake silently put away the panel and looked at the barrier on the outside that had disappeared. It seems that the trouble outside has been resolved. Our protagonist has completed his training. Next, the two of them just had to return along the same route Hunter had taken. It was such a thrilling exam. Lilina stretched her arms tiredly and said, I must have a good sleep when I get back. The stone outside is too soft to use as a pillow. Blake lowered his head, thinking. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lilina noticed Blake's expression and immediately became alert, because every time the other person shows this look, it's like a danger warning. However, Blake was silent for a moment and just shook his head. I always feel like I've forgotten something. What did you forget? Lilina tilted her head, her eyes revealing confusion, thinking. I don't think so. Because of the exam rules, we didn't bring anything in. Apart from some survival tools, there were only 3 of us. When she said this, Lilina's expression froze and she was stunned, and Blake also realized the problem. The two looked at each other. Where is Catherine? Is it him? After Blake and Lilina left, Goodley came to Cordals. No. Cordals raised his head slightly and looked at the towering tree. She didn't give me any guidance. Goodley snorted unhappily. Is this tree really reliable? No human has come here for so many years, and now a human has finally come, isn't it? No, it would tell me if it was right. That's enough. Do you mistake this tree for her? How long do you plan to stay here for that illusory promise? Cordals stroked the wrinkled bark of the ancient tree with his claws, and there was a stubbornness in his voice, until the person she predicted arrives. Goodley was very angry with him. You guy, just at this moment. As if sensing something, Cordals suddenly raised his head and looked towards the entrance. Goodley stopped talking and looked in the direction where Cordals was looking. 3 people wearing black cloaks walked in slowly. Send away one batch and another batch comes, Goodley muttered. It's important to mention that things have been quite lively recently. Cordals ignored Goodley's muttering, stood up and slowly walked towards the other party. Human, leave on your own or I will bury you here completely with a hurricane. Choose one. The 3 did not move. It seems that you chose the latter. After he finished speaking, Codorus did not hesitate at all. His hair stood up slightly, and a strong wind suddenly blew up around him. Countless wind blades attacked the 3 people from all directions with sharp whistling sounds. The three people who were at the center of the attack had no room to dodge, however. Just as the wind blade was about to hit the opponent, an inky black magic barrier suddenly rose in front of the three people. As the magic patterns flowed, the wind blades shattered as soon as they touched it and turned into starlight and dissipated. Seeing this, Cortals frowned. "Ha! It's the magic of disaster. Who are you guys?" The barrier dissipated like smoke, and the dark figure in the middle pulled down his hat, revealing a pair of ruby eyes. "Let's make a deal." Chapter 45. I shouldn't have provoked her, right? Outside the southern forest, Blake and Lilina sat tiredly with the other rescued candidates, watching the busy professors. Blake chewed the bread, and although it was a little choking, it was much more delicious than those bitter and astringent wild fruits that he couldn't name. Well, the memories of these 3 days feel like a dream. It doesn't seem real. Lilina was wearing a robe because her original skirt was almost torn into strips in order to bandage Blake's wounds. "Why do you say that?" Blake responded nonchalantly, studying the blessing he had just received. Lilina shrugged. "Maybe he was too hungry to think about it. But I didn't expect such an accident to happen this time. That wicked guy actually wanted to accept the magic balls we collected." Blake said nothing. Perhaps the college also wants to take this opportunity to observe the students' ability to deal with unexpected crises. Although this is not very fair to the students, it is undoubtedly an opportunity to stand out for those students with excellent abilities and experience. Professor Stanford, who is in charge of the combat department of this activity, is reporting the situation to Principal Modern. According to statistics, 15 people were injured in this exam. 2 of them were seriously injured and have been sent to the infirmary for treatment. The other 6 have not been found yet, but Professor Odiers has located their approximate location and we have sent people over. Principal Modern heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the report. Fortunately, no one was killed. It's a blessing in disguise. It turned out to be the right decision to arrange for a second-year student to lead the team. "This incident was my fault." Stanford lowered his head and admitted his mistake frankly. "I should have led other professors to ambush in the dark. But the other side sent a death squad to hold us back in a nearly suicidal manner, and then the other side sage quickly activated the barrier." Principal Modern shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, man. Don't just put the blame on yourself. The number of people who rescued the professors is far less than the number of students. No matter what, there will definitely be students who become hostages. I should be the one to examine myself." Upon hearing this, Stanford looked at Principal Modern with emotion. It was difficult for him to connect the kind old man at this moment with the brutal look he had just shown when slaughtering the enemy. If he wasn't worried about the safety of the students and the barrier, the old man could have directly shattered the barrier and rushed in to sweep away the other party's aura. "By the way, where are our heroes?" Morden looked around. "Didn't I remember hearing that a few students performed very well? Didn't they say that they were rescuing the trapped students while trying to break the barrier?" "Yeah, their performance was definitely unexpected." "Oh, they came out." Stanford suddenly pointed at the 3 people who had just emerged from the deep forest. Not only Modern, but Blake also followed his gaze. "The people who came were the protagonists in our story, but they looked a little embarrassed at this moment." Leonardo's body was covered with various scars, and the wound on his forehead was bleeding because it had not been bandaged yet. Beside him, the exhausted Drainus was wrapped in bandages and carrying the unconscious Kate on his back. It seemed that several people had suffered a lot. Wow. At this moment, a scream suddenly attracted the attention of Blake and the other man. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. Catherine, who had been missing for a long time, was hugging a search worker, crying and yelling "Waya." "I was so scared. If I hadn't run fast, I would have almost died." The rescuing professor tried to pull her off him because her snot and tears were all over his body, but Catherine was like a sloth hanging on a tree. Wow. This exam is too dangerous. I don't want to live anymore. Ugh, it feels so good to be alive. Wow. Blake and Lilina's eyes twitched. It seems that my worries about her are completely unnecessary. After the storm subsided, a rather warm day arrived. Blake came to the school library and found a book about elf blessings. After taking it down, He went to a sunny and comfortable place and slowly opened it. He also wanted to know more about this blessing given to him by Cortals. The blessings bestowed upon elves often produce more obvious effects as the elves' ranks increase. As the Watcher of the South Wind, Cortals is a very prominent figure even among the high-ranking elves. Its blessing is likely not to be so simple. He has basically been staying in the library these days. In addition to studying the blessings of the elves, he has also been delving into knowledge about magic. After the storm, everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner according to the history that Blake was familiar with. The class placement test has come to an end, and our protagonist will soon receive an honorary reward and become more prominent in everyone's vision. Soon the protagonists will be assigned to Class A and meet several other important characters in the main storyline. Although it was not realistic to expect to be assigned to Class A based on my previous grades, at least I could avoid the risk of having my diploma revoked due to insufficient credits. However, if nothing unexpected happens, Lalaina should join Class A. She came to see me with gifts 2 days ago. It is said that the magic ball she found under my leadership helped her achieve good results. As for Catherine, since the day he had only seen her a few times in public places, the other party seems to be particularly good at reducing his presence, but now he doesn't need to think so much. After the first chapter of the first act briefly comes to an end, the protagonist will enter a long period of comfort. During this daily life, the protagonist will meet and develop relationships with other important characters in the main line according to the plot. This also means that he can get a brief respite while handling the main line. You should also manage your own life well, which is the top priority. But now there is one thing that particularly concerns him. Even though the sun was shining brightly, he could still feel an uncontrollable chill on his back. Looking back, Alice was still standing behind him like an emotionless wooden man, looking at the book in his hand with cold eyes. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the other person's eyes when looking at him from behind were somewhat sharper. Blake noticed her and subconsciously touched his wrist. There was still some pain there that was caused by the sparring with Alice just now. There was a hint of murderous intent in each of the opponent's moves, and the opponent's wooden sword brushed past his face several times. This moment made him realize it. That's probably not my illusion. Well, Alice seems to be in a bad mood these days. It seems that she has been in this state since the class placement test. Could it be that there have been some setbacks in my recent plans, or is it just for yourself? But I shouldn't have provoked her in any way recently, right? Are you curious about this knowledge? Blake noticed that her eyes were fixed on the book on elven blessings in her hand. Alice naturally looked away. No. Your tone is not very convincing. Originally he still had the hope of establishing a good relationship with the other party, but it seemed that this was just his fantasy. Alice looked out the window, but the bright sunshine could not dispel the dark clouds in her heart. She originally thought that if she could help the giant wolf solve its problems and do it a favor, she could negotiate with it, because to some extent, her final plan did require the help of Cortals. But the actual situation was different. According to Wei Yang's intelligence, those barbarians should have already controlled the wolf, but it escaped before they arrived. This resulted in her not having enough chips and being directly rejected by the other party. She was originally confused about this, but when she saw the blessings on Blake and the girl from the Malat family, she suddenly understood everything. TSK. Should I say it's all my own fault? However, Blake's performance was indeed unexpected. Wait. Why should I care about his performance? Do you really treat him as your student? Alice looked away irritably and threw away her troubled thoughts. If I had known earlier, I should have just let Zishu abandon him. Alice took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Now is not the time to dwell on mistakes. Snake also received news from there. It seems that they have encountered some troubles and need to go there in person. Everything is really going wrong. Blake could feel the faint sighs and the oppressive atmosphere coming from behind him, and he had no intention of continuing reading. He rubbed his brow in distress. What happened to this lady? Chapter 46. I finally found you. Only half a month has passed since the last opening ceremony of the new semester was held here, and this old building has once again ushered in its grand occasion. Blake sat in the middle of the crowd on the step seats, propping up his head and looking at the elaborately decorated stage. Amidst applause, 3 carefully dressed people slowly walked onto the stage. But the expressions of the 3 of them seemed a little embarrassed, especially the big guy, who scratched his head and showed a shy smile that didn't match his body shape. The stark difference between him and him was the thin girl next to him. Even under the gaze of everyone, she just hugged her arms and snorted coldly, looking at the 2 people beside him. Leonardo gave an awkward smile. Today is the award ceremony specially organized by the school for our protagonists. In order to commend their outstanding performance in this exam, the school specially organized this event. The 3 of them stood on the stage somewhat awkwardly. Fortunately, the student union member who was responsible for hosting the event spoke. which avoided the embarrassment caused by their opening their mouths. As the old man slowly walked onto the stage, the three of them accepted personal commendations from the school's principal. When Blake saw what Modern was handing to the three people, his eyes were filled with greed. It was a medal with symbolic significance. The majestic, sword and dragon, pattern carved on it is the family emblem of the Xias. Family, that is something that everyone in the entire academy and even the entire empire desires. As long as you have it, you can make a request to Modern Sias, the president of Sias Academy and the strongest person known in the entire continent. This treasure made Blake feel excited. In his eyes as a former player, it was just a plug-in application tool. You should know that when playing the game before, except for this time, only if you work hard to increase Modern's favorability to above 80. Will you have the chance to get an extra medal like this? It seems that the three protagonists have indeed solved a lot of trouble for the academy this time. In addition to saving the big magic book, they also avoided some troublesome disputes. You should know that many students of Sias College come from families with titles of nobility or even important positions in the Imperial Palace. In addition, the three of them also obtained the qualification to enter Class A and the corresponding right to use a series of teaching facilities and resource benefits. This is indeed the treatment that the protagonist deserves. As the Modern Awards ceremony ended, thunderous applause broke out from the audience, and the three people on the stage were immediately drowned out by the applause. Really? We made such a big noise, but no one knew about it. Lalina sat next to Blake, eating slime pie and mumbling with her puffy little mouth. Blake smiled and said, "Some things don't need to be known to others. It will cause unnecessary trouble." After thinking about it, Lalina nodded. Indeed, they are a little too popular now. Blake looked at the people being honored on the stage and said nothing, because the other person is the protagonist experiencing hardships, overcoming difficulties, and then winning applause and glory. This is the path the other party should take. By the way, which class were you assigned to? Lalina suddenly turned her head, with a trace of crystal slime on the corner of her mouth, which made her look cute. Class B, Blake replied. The class division information was posted yesterday. Blake was quite satisfied with the result. Oh, I thought I could be in the same class with you. Although Lalina said this, her face did not show too much regret. By the way, where is your maid? Lalina suddenly asked. Maid? Blake didn't expect that Lalina would change the subject so much, but why did she ask about Alice? Yeah, because I always saw her following you out of the training ground. It was actually a coincidence that she sat with Blake today. After Blake came out of the training ground, he ran into Lalina, who was passing by after buying slime pie. Seeing that Blake was alone and having the same destination, the two of them came together. I've asked for leave. Oh, I see. Blake looked out the huge French window of the meeting room. Yesterday, Alice suddenly found him. When he heard the word leave from her mouth, he was stunned for a moment, and then readily agreed to her request, although I guess the other party may have to deal with it because some plans have been blocked, but since it could keep the other party away from him temporarily, he was actually happy about it. Alice seemed to be in a bad mood these days, which made him feel a little pressured when she followed him. Blake frowned. The original owner was really slow-witted, or maybe he was really stubborn. Even though Alice's gloomy mood was clearly written on her face, he still had to go against the wind and order her around. No wonder Alice was so resentful towards him. You'd better be careful. After thinking for a moment, Lalina suddenly looked at Blake with a serious expression. There might be something wrong with your maid. Blake showed no signs of being unusual, but he was somewhat shocked. Lalina and Alice probably didn't have much contact, or even a direct conversation, but she could actually perceive this accurately. Why do you say that? Although she said it with such confidence, when asked the reason, Lalina seemed to be hesitant to speak. You can't say that the way she looked at me at the end of the last exam always felt a little unfriendly, right? Anyway, you just need to be alert. Lalina shook her head. She doesn't look like a good person. Although I don't know why you took her in as a servant, you should be aware of her identity. Even if it is to show the nobility of the Percival family, this is not very wise. Otherwise, why do you think it would be the turn of a baronial family to buy her? Of course, I don't mean to offend the Percival family. Blake reached up to interrupt her. He could understand what Lalina was trying to say. Don't worry, thank you for your reminder, I will pay attention to what you said. He didn't want to discuss the subject in depth with Lalina. The other party's insight is too sharp, and once you get deeper, he or she will probably notice something. Seeing Blake say this, Lalina finally nodded. The other party must have noticed this a long time ago since he said this. During the short time we've been together, this man has refreshed my perception of him time and time again. Even I have subconsciously developed a sense of reliable trust in him. Realizing this, Lalina's hands trembled slightly, and an alarm bell suddenly sounded in her heart. This will work. This is a kind of cowardly emotion. This kind of mood cannot appear in her. Next, Professor Stanford, who was in charge of the event, came to the stage and apologized for the accident that happened during the exam. Well, it's boring. I'll go back first. After finishing the slime pie, Lalina stood up with a dull look. Blake said nothing, only glanced at Lalina as she left through the back door, which opened and then slowly closed. Blake withdrew his gaze and planned to continue thinking of ways to kill time. Speeches are always boring and tedious. Boom. Not long after Lalina left, the front door of the hall was suddenly pushed open. Unlike the quiet departure of Lalina just now, the other party pushed the door with great force. It would be more appropriate to describe it as knocked open. That's right. It's right here. There's no mistake. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a madman with messy hair suddenly rushed in and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The crowd that was originally in an uproar suddenly quieted down, their eyes fixed on this madman who suddenly broke in. Unlike the shocked students, the professors at the scene avoided his gaze silently as if he saw the god of plague. Only Principal Modern looked as if he had eaten Kalang fruit stewed with Sudanese sauce. Sultan sauce has another name in reality, beef intestine. That was a kind of food that Blake discovered after his reincarnation. The process was to take out the cow's large intestine, roughly clean it, stuff it with sour and astringent colon fruit, and then steam and stew it. It is said that it has a rather wonderful taste. Blake has always questioned the rationality of its existence. This shows how constipated Principal Modern was at this time. You lunatic, why did you break in? Modern tried to stop this guy, but he simply ignored him and looked at the audience, which was full of students. Get out of the way. There's no mistake. I've located it. That guy is right there. At this time, Blake frowned slightly in the audience. There is no such scene in the awards ceremony in the original work. Could it be that it was another plot deviation caused by me? When Blake was about to continue watching this farce as a bystander, the other party's sharp gaze immediately locked onto him in the crowd like a radar. The other party raised his finger excitedly. Yes. It's you. I finally found you. Blake. Chapter 47. Alchemy. Madman. In the towering attic next to the teaching building, Blake sat on a crowded single sofa, looking vigilantly at the man who was constantly rummaging through something in the locker, for no apparent reason. I was kidnapped by this guy from the student union building and brought here. The word kidnapping may not be quite appropriate, but it roughly describes the meaning. I was invited here by him directly and forcefully, and even Modern did not stop him, but just looked at him with a guilty look. Why did he do that? What would you like to drink? Black tea or bitter ginseng tea? Oh, sorry, I forgot I don't have those things here. How about magic potion? It tastes sweet, just like soda. The man, who had searched in vain, took out 2 bottles of brightly colored potions and gave Blake an embarrassed smile. Thank you. I'm not too thirsty yet. Blake refused decisively. It's better to be careful. This man doesn't have such a passionate personality in the plot. Although he didn't know why he brought himself here, Blake was no stranger to him. The alchemical madman Autolus, but players often have another name for him, the walking black market. The reason why players gave him such a title was simply because they could buy some things from him that were even more outrageous than on the black market. Moreover, he never accepts currency for purchase, and players can only exchange things from him with more bizarre things. Are you really not going to try it? Modern has already tried it, and I guarantee there won't be any problems. Please allow me to refuse again. You must never accept his good intentions rashly. Seeing that he was rejected, Autolus put the potion back into the box with some disappointment, and put the things away one by one. Just now, he seemed to be just looking for something to entertain himself. This is not good news for Blake. If you want to get this madman to regain his manners and entertain you, then you'd better be careful. At this moment, Blake was suddenly attracted by a plant on the table next to the sofa. It was a closed pistil, and the curled-up flower shape looked like a sleeping butterfly. The lavender petals overlapped layer by layer, and there were a few drops of water condensed on the edge of the pistil wrapped like a swaddling cloth. Blake reached out and touched it curiously, but even if it was only for a brief moment, Blake immediately noticed that the petals of the closed flower trembled slightly and then opened a little. It was just a crack, but a ray of moonlight immediately came in. Is this the blessing that Cordras imposed? Blake turned his head and found Odile stroking his chin, observing him as if he were a test subject. This is the moonflower I finally got. It only blooms at night and emits moonlight-like light when it blooms. I usually use it as a desk lamp. It's amazing. Does your blessing have any other effect besides natural affinity? Odile's asked in a curious tone as he took out his notebook to record. When he got no response, Odile's looked up and noticed Blake's wary gaze. Ahem, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Odile's coughed twice symbolically. My name is Odile's, and I am the current alchemy professor of this academy. I should have listened to the modern Dwallu and showed my face earlier. I didn't expect that even the second-year students don't recognize me now. Blake ignored the other party's nagging. When he heard the blessing of Cordals from the other party's mouth, he had already guessed the other party's general purpose. I'm a little curious. Blake said. Why not tell me about it? How did you know that I was blessed by Cordalus? Not only himself, but even Lilina had specifically asked him to keep the fact of Cordal's blessing secret for the time being, but Aldous not only knew it, but also accurately locked himself out of the crowd. This forced him to take it seriously. Odile stared at Blake for a moment, then sighed and explained, It seems that you don't know much about the knowledge of elves' blessings, so I need to popularize it for you. His character makes it difficult for him to tolerate stupid people. The blessing of the elves is essentially a spiritual power link. The two parties who bless, as the linked objects, can share some of their characteristics. Odith released his magic power and pointed it at Blake's palm. This connection is embedded in the blood and even magic of the blessed person, so I can see it at a glance. Besides, there is another similar magical fluctuation in your school. I guess she should be the girl who was rescued with you. Blake nodded. This explanation was indeed convincing enough for Blake. The magic power of Odiles covers the entire academy, and he can easily see through everything just by focusing his observation on a small area. That's why he was able to spot the blessed Blake at a glance in the crowded student hall. But even so, you are sure that it is a blessing from Cordals? It seemed that Odilis had already locked on the object of blessing. The higher the level of the elf's blessing, the more obvious the fluctuation will be. Odilis shrugged and explained, You may not know this, but my magical survey range covers the entire academy, and even involves part of the southern forest. Of course, I also noticed the noise you made there before the exam, but I chose to ignore it. At that time, the magic power you exuded had no trace of being blessed, but it was different after the exam. Odilis directly glimpsed the truth of the incident from various details. You went to the South Forest twice, and each time you caused quite a stir. From the perspective of academic rigor, it would be abnormal if I didn't notice it. Blake was silent. He actually forgot that there was such a pair of eyes in the sky in the academy. It had attracted his attention when he tried to release multiple intermediate magics at the same time. I was still too careless, but the other party didn't seem to tell anyone else about this news. Odilis narrowed his eyes and observed Blake, and immediately returned to the previous topic after explaining. Let me guess. As a high-level wind elf, his blessing must also be related to wind. Does it have an effect on wind magic? But it should be more than that. Faced with the other party's speculation, Blake did not answer, because Odilis was basically right about everything he said. Although everyone called him a madman, no one ever questioned his ability. Hey, why aren't you talking? Blake took a deep breath and shook his head. To be honest, I don't know what effects this blessing has. I see. Odilis realized that his chance might have come. In that case, how about letting me help you explore this? Blake was a little hesitant. Faced with the other party's sudden kind proposal, he needed time to weigh the pros and cons. Odilis was not in a hurry. He just looked at Blake, who was lost in thought, and waited for his consent. He thought the other party would not reject his proposal. As an absolutely rational person, he was confident that even if he were in his shoes, he could not think of any reason to refuse. So what do I need to do? Blake slowly looked up and gave the expected reaction. Odilis held his neck high with pride. You don't need to feel any pressure. Just come here once a week and let me check your body and extract some magic. Is that all that's required? Yes. Believe me. Audulus nodded firmly, his eyes full of desire for exploration. Blake looked at him like this, thinking. With Audulus' help, his efficiency would be higher than if he lived in the library every day and studied by flipping through books. This completes a deal for both parties. Thinking of this, he gradually put aside his worries and nodded. Audulus was delighted to see this. Then let's get started now. Audulus rubbed his hands excitedly and took out a prepared glass bottle from behind him. Come, release some magic power. This special alchemy bottle can contain. I spent a lot of effort to develop this. There will never be another one in the world. Blake put his palm to the mouth of the bottle and began to release magic power. The magic power penetrated into the bottle that looked like a lamp. After just a short while, the bottle was immediately filled with dark purple gas. It seemed that the magic power that this bottle could hold was limited. Blake pulled his hand back. Is this all right? Wait, what are you wearing around your neck? Audulus's eyes were fixed on Blake's neck. He just keenly observed the light emanating from Blake's neck when he released magic power, and then a trace of magic power was actually attracted there. Although it wasn't obvious, he never questioned his eyes. Is this what you mean? Blake pulled out the Fingal's Tears necklace from his neck. Audulus squinted and stared at the pendant in Blake's hand for a long time, then looked at the inefficient alchemical bottle in his hand. His eyes suddenly widened and his hands trembled slightly. It turns out to be like this. You really bring me surprises one after another. I admire you more and more. Audulus smiled, looking at Blake with strong admiration, and was about to reach out for Blake's pendant. Blake simply ignored the other person's outstretched hand and put the pendant away very naturally. Audulus's hand stopped in midair, and for a moment he could neither extend nor retract it, falling into an awkward situation. Blake ignored him. If I didn't know him well, I might have been bewitched by the teacher's sweet words. But he knew very well what kind of person the other person was. It is almost impossible to hear words of praise from Audulus, as his passion is focused only on the pursuit of alchemy. You bastard! Audulus retracted his hand and took a deep breath. How about letting me study it for a while? Blake refused without thinking. I'm sorry, it's a very important item to me and my family. Based on his understanding of the other party, Audulus would most likely use it to conduct some dangerous experiments, or even directly explore its mysteries through dissection. I'll only borrow it for a month. Oh no, a week. No. Aren't you curious about its origin? Although it is the Tears of Fenrir, it is a legendary monster after all. But if it is man-made, who has such ability? Audulus' eyes revealed his obsession with alchemy research. Not curious. Well, how about I exchange other resources with you? I can ensure that you will not suffer any loss. I'm sorry, I've already said that it has special meaning to my family, and strictly speaking, it doesn't belong to me yet. In fact, he still needed it to improve his magic skills, so he naturally couldn't hand it over to an extremely unstable guy. Then I'm sorry, if you still insist on this, then I'm afraid there is no topic for us to continue. Blake stood up and prepared to leave. Hey! Wait a minute. Audulus hurriedly stood in front of Blake. Well, I was presumptuous just now. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. If Modern was standing here at this moment and saw this scene, he would be so angry that he would spit out blood. This arrogant guy actually apologized, and he was doing it to a second-year student who was less than 20 years old. Where would he save his face as the principal of Xiaz and the strongest person on the continent? Is there anything else you need? I have agreed to your terms and will come here every week. Blake has already worn out enough of Audulus's patience, and now he just wants to leave here. You're too impatient. I haven't finished talking yet. Audulus gave him an unpleasant look and said, You know, the most important thing in alchemy research is patience. Do you have anything else to say? Seeing that Blake's patience seemed to be running out, Audulus got straight to the point and raised an eyebrow at Blake expectantly. How about joining my alchemy research group? Blake was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to suddenly make such an invitation. But I've joined the ministry? There is no conflict. Audulus explained, You can think of the research group I mentioned as a society, but it is under my name. I don't have the relevant knowledge in this area, and I'm afraid I can't contribute to you. Blake wanted to refuse, but Audulus interrupted him directly. It's not a problem. it's just more convenient. Because this attic is too small, some research equipment is stored in the research activity room. Those are also needed to study the blessing in your body. But only members of the research team who I agree with are allowed to enter. You can also go there directly to find me when the time comes. Seeing that Blake seemed to be persuaded, Odile struck while the iron was hot. Of course, you can use all the equipment in the club at will, and you will have a share of the corresponding resources. And if you have any doubts or questions, I will also fulfill my duties as a guiding professor. After saying this, under Audilus's expectant gaze, Blake finally nodded. After watching Blake leave, Audilus's eyes remained on the tightly closed wooden door. At this moment, there was an almost crazy light in his eyes. Such talents must be in our hands. Not to mention the convenience of studying the elf blessing. He always felt that there seemed to be something hidden in this man that even he could not see through for the time being. He had a hunch that this second-grade student would bring him more inspiration in the future. Chapter 48 Alchemy Research Institute. There was a mountain of books piled on the table, and Blake sat in the middle, reading frantically. He turned the pages of the book in front of him one by one. The feeling of studying hard made him suddenly feel like he was back in school, and he missed the feeling of immersion in his desk. In fact, he started to feel a headache as he read deeper into the book. A lot of theoretical knowledge seemed dry and obscure to him, because when you play the game, the content of each book will be simplified into easy-to-understand language, so you can understand the main content by just clicking the mouse to view the table of contents, but now he needs to spend a lot of time and energy to think and understand. Sorry, it's closing time. A gentle voice brought Blake back to his thoughts. He looked up and found a smiling librarian standing in front of him. Seeing that the other person was wearing the same clothes as himself, it seemed that he was also a second-year student, except that he had a brooch on his chest that symbolized that he was a library staff member. Looking around, Blake realized that except for the seat where he was sitting, the rest of the place was empty. He looked out the window, which had already become pitch black. He was so immersed in the book that he didn't realize how late it was. He didn't even notice when the lights in the library were turned on. I should have come after dinner. Just as Blake was thinking about whether to go to the tavern to eat something at this time, a piece of bread was suddenly handed to him. The hand holding the bread was white and even a little thin, and Blake frowned at the bread in front of him, then looked at the librarian in front of him. The other person narrowed his eyes and smiled. You probably haven't finished your meal yet? After all, I saw you sitting here since the afternoon. If you don't mind, you can use this to deal with it temporarily. Blake didn't answer right away, because at this moment he was searching his mind for memories of this quiet girl, but unfortunately she is not an important character in the plot, and may even be just a character that can be seen here and there at best. Gradually letting down his guard, Blake reached out to take the bread handed over by the other party and thanked him. You're welcome. The girl tilted her head and looked at Blake, with no intention of leaving. Do you know who I am? After taking the bread, Blake suddenly asked this seemingly abrupt question. Doesn't she recognize herself? For Black Percival, this name should be someone that everyone should avoid. During the first few days of school, no one would choose to talk to him. The other party's goodwill forced him to take it seriously. The girl stared at Blake for a while, then shook her head and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I took a 2-year leave of absence due to special circumstances and just returned to school this year, so I'm not familiar with many of the faces, so that's how it is. But I noticed you a long time ago, because you always sit here by the window with a few books. The other person pointed in the direction of the window. Blake nodded, already understanding everything. I see. Because I took a 2-year break from school, I was not aware of Blake's great achievements as a freshman. Did I scare you? The other party smiled shyly. After 2 years of separation, my old friends seem a bit strange now. I feel very suffocated, so I really want to find someone to talk to. No, Blake shook his head. My name is Blake Percival, and I appreciate the bread. Blake, uncharacteristically, took the initiative. One reason is that the other party is not an important character that will affect the plot. Second, as he spends time and experiences in this world, he gradually understands that even in this world full of fantasy and magic, not everyone has the same glamorous experience as the protagonist. There are also some inconspicuous ordinary people who also have their own troubles and joys, and they will also spend a plain and unique life in mediocrity. In response to Blake's response, the girl clasped her hands together happily. My name is Hills. Hills Ishamil. I'm a part-time librarian here, so I usually come here after school, so I'm not a strange person. As if afraid that Blake would have some concerns, Hills added the last sentence. You're really hardworking. Hills looked at the book in front of Blake. You seem to be reading materials on magic every time you come here? The other party's observation skills are really sharp. Well, because my performance in this area is relatively poor. Blake made up a reason. I'm working so hard, but my grades aren't guaranteed. This is really disturbing. That's right. Blake stood up, slowly closed the book, and then put the books away one by one and prepared to return them to their original places. Just put it here, Hills stopped him. I'll put it back for you later. We have to sort it out after closing every day, so it's just a matter of convenience. Hearing this, Blake did not refuse, but just put the books into several piles according to their categories. Then thank you for your help. It's okay, just be careful on the road. Blake went downstairs to the first floor of the library and found that the area was closed off. There were no students and only a few administrators who were counting and classifying books. He took a quick look and prepared to leave. What a passionate girl. Although there are many topics, people will not feel offended. This suddenly reminded him of Goodley in the Southern Forest. You are Bly Percival, right? Finally found you. This is such a familiar line. Obviously no one would approach me before, but recently people seem to be approaching me unusually frequently. Blake stood at the door of the library and looked up at the girl in front of him who was wearing glasses and holding on to the outer pillar of the library, gasping for breath. Judging from the school uniform he was wearing, he should be a 4th grade student. Just now, I went to your dormitory to look for you. But there was no one there. Then Professor Odile said you were here, and then I rushed over. Cough cough. Blake looked at her panting and hesitated whether to let her take a break before asking, but the other party seemed unable to wait any longer and reached out to grab Blake's wrist. No, there's no time. It's too late. Come with me. Then Blake, with a confused look on his face, was taken to a 2-story building with lights on. There are 5 neat large characters hanging high above it. Alchemy Research Institute. Chapter 49 Black Breath. Why are you taking so long? In the huge place, except for the 2 tables in the middle, there were unnamed equipment all around, and there was not even a chair for people to sit on. Odilus was standing in front of a machine. He didn't even turn his head to look when he heard the noise, but there was obvious displeasure in his voice and in his eyes. Every minute spent waiting is a minute wasted. I'm sorry, Professor. I rushed to the library as quickly as possible. Fortunately, I made it before closing time. The girl supported herself with her thighs and bent over. Because there was no place to sit down and rest, she could only rely on this method to relieve the tension. It seemed that she really did not stop to rest for a moment. Blake looked at this somewhat absurd scene and began to wonder whether it was wise to join this so-called research institute. I still need to make some preparations here. You can take him to familiarize himself with this place first. As soon as the girl recovered a little, Odilus's voice echoed throughout the hall again. After saying this, the girl stood up straight like a robot that had received an order. Okay. Really, my legs are so sore, the girl complained in a low voice, but still led Blake to look around at the nearby alchemical equipment. You should have seen some of the equipment here in the alchemy equipment room of the alchemy major class, so I won't introduce them one by one. If you don't understand something, just tell me directly. I'm sorry. I haven't taken any specialized alchemy classes, Blake said. I'm only taking the general alchemy class. When the girl heard what Blake said, she seemed to have heard something incredible. She suddenly turned around and looked at Blake with surprise. Aren't you from the alchemy department? I'm from the Ministry of Magic. Oh, I see. By the way, why did you join this research group? After taking 2 steps, the girl turned her head again and asked Blake curiously. Blake was stunned for a moment, and thought about it. Because I need Professor Odile's help in some aspects. Really? The girl blinked, seeming to be surprised by Blake's explanation. Well, what's so special about this? It's nothing. The girl pinched her chin. I just didn't expect that he would be willing to take the initiative to help students. Seeing the girl's somewhat surprised reaction, Blake didn't explain it. Odilus was not the kind of guy who took his duties as a teacher seriously, so the relationship between him and me was more like a transaction. Oh yeah, I don't think I've introduced myself yet? The girl then remembered her abrupt act of pulling Blake over and scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm Emily Thistleton from the 4th-year Alchemy Department, and I'm also the person in charge of this research group. The person in charge? What about Professor Odles? Blake didn't expect that the person in charge was actually a 4th-year student. It was obvious that Odylus, a professor, should be more suitable. Emily secretly glanced at Odylus, who was debugging the equipment in the distance, and after making sure that he was not looking here, she quietly said, "He is just a figurehead. He rarely comes here except when he needs to use the equipment here. Assign the legal person of a company to someone else. It's indeed his style. Are there many members in our research group?" Blake noticed the various equipment here, and the maintenance and repair costs alone would probably cost a lot of money. It's not that much. Emily seemed to have difficulty speaking about this. Including you, there are 4 people in our research group. How to say it? Should I say I was a little shocked? Emily seemed to have a headache when she mentioned this, because to enter here you need to be interviewed by Professor Odles, and he rarely shows up, which means many people don't even know the existence of this department. So in a sense, this research institute was actually prepared by the college for Odles alone. However, with Odyl's ability, he is indeed qualified to be valued by the academy. But don't worry, we really don't need so many people. Emily waved her hand when Blake was silent. We usually just help the professor, and he rarely assigns us tasks. In that case, why do you want to follow Odylus? Blake suddenly asked. You actually used the word follow? This question seemed to require her to organize her words carefully. Can you say it's for learning alchemy knowledge? Although he is not very competent as a professor, his abilities are truly impressive. Emily covered her mouth and leaned closer, whispering, "To be honest, it's for this reason that we tolerate him and continue to stay here. That's why I was a little surprised when I heard that you are not from the alchemy department." Blake nodded, understanding. After that, the two of them stopped talking, and Blake listened quietly to Emily explaining the functions of various equipment to him, until Odylus adjusted the equipment and called the 2. Blake looked at the huge mountain-shaped device in front of him. Tubes of different thicknesses connected 3 huge transparent jars. This time, the tank on the left was filled with a faint purple gas. "I have already injected your magic power into it." Odylus took out the magic bottle he developed. "Then I went to find the little girl from the Malat family and got some magic power from her." Blake watched as Odylus injected the magic power inside into the storage tank on the right side of the instrument, thinking about what kind of deal he and Lilina had reached. After all, given Lilina's personality, he didn't believe that she would provide magic power for research for free. While Blake was guessing, Odylus had already filled it with Lilina's magic power and pressed the start button of the machine. As the button was pressed, the huge dead machine suddenly seemed to come alive, making a click-click humming sound like an old engine. As the valves at both ends of the machine opened, Blake and Lilina's magic power simultaneously flowed into the huge transparent glass tank in the middle through the connected pipes. The 2 magical gases gradually mixed together, but there was no sign of fusion until streams of crystalline gas separated from the chaotically interwoven magic power. Is it actually a blessing from the elves? Emily looked at Blake in shock. This girl seemed to be completely used by Odylus as an errand boy and didn't even know what the research was about, but the other party was able to recognize its nature at a glance, which made Blake change his mind about her slightly. Perhaps, just as she said, staying with Odylus would indeed be of great help. Finally, until no more gas was extracted from the 2 magical powers, the 2 magical powers gradually merged together. It seemed that it was the crystal gas that prevented the 2 magical powers from merging. It seems that my guess is correct. Odylus lowered his head and wrote something in the notebook. The same blessing will have different effects on different people. What? Blake was stunned. The same blessing has different effects on different people? Your magic power seems to be more compatible with the aura of blessing than hers. I'm not sure whether this is innate or related to other aspects. Odylus stopped writing, turned to look at Blake and said, "That's why you were the first target I located when I was positioning myself." Hearing the other party's words, Blake remained silent. What's going on? He lowered his head and thought. Obviously, there was no such saying when I played this game before, and the blessing effects given by the same elf were all the same, etc. Blake suddenly understood something. And now think about it, although the players are different, but they all use the same individual Leonardo. He once again glimpsed the truth that could not be seen from the player's perspective. In addition, Odylus frowned at Blake. There seems to be an ominous aura in your magic. Although it is very faint, it does exist. An ominous aura? Blake looked up after hearing it. Like a forbidden magic? No, it's not magic, and it feels a little familiar. Otis lowered his head and thought. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "We'll study this later. Now we must first figure out to what extent the blessing fits with your magic." The three of them arrived at the deserted training ground late at night. It was supposed to be closing time, but Otis simply exercised his privilege to bring the two in. Do your best to release the elves' blessing at maximum power. Actually, just use magic to hook it. You should be able to feel its presence. This should be easy for you. Blake nodded, and took a deep breath after Odilius and Emily had backed away enough. His arms slowly opened, as if he was hugging something. As wisps of magic were released, a light breeze gradually rose on the quiet training ground under the moonlight. Blake's black hair moved without wind. His fingertips swept through the air, and dark blue runes burst out like fireflies, outlining a complex summoning array on the ground. The wind suddenly intensified, forming a visible vortex of magical power around him. Gradually, a giant wolf as tall as a house began to appear behind Blake. Blake tried hard to maintain the output of magic power. The looming giant wolf became more and more visible, and then let out a loud wolf howl under the moonlight. With Blake at the center, the wind suddenly swirled back into a vortex, and the dead leaves and gravel on the ground were twisted into the air, condensing into a wolf-shaped outline that flashed silver light around him. Seeing this, Emily and Odilus took another step back at the same time. As the second howl of the giant wolf tore through the night sky, Blake's pupils seemed to ignite with a faint blue flame, and the magic power bursting from his palms wrapped around the neck of the phantom giant wolf like a chain. In an instant, the strong wind turned into thousands of sharp wolf claws, and the air that was cut seemed to be torn into hideous gaps. You must be kidding, that's not. Unlike Emily's shock, Odil's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. Has the degree of fit reached the point where we can construct a model? But just as everything was going according to plan, as Blake struggled to maintain the huge consumption of summoning the Phantom of Cordelis, a dark magic power split from the magic power he released. Under the night sky, when everyone was distracted by the huge wind and waves and didn't notice, this magical power was only faint at first, but gradually spread. The black aura, which was not noticeable at first, spread quietly at an extremely fast speed, and in a blink of an eye it lingered around the summoned Cordel's phantom, slowly enveloping it. Otis was the first to notice something was wrong, and his brows suddenly frowned. Stop. Almost at the same time, the Phantom of Cordelis seemed to be in some kind of pain. It ignored Blake's manipulation and began to struggle violently. The black magic seemed to cause it great pain. In order to tear apart the black aura surrounding it, it randomly released wind blades in all directions. Otis and Emily hurriedly dodged the wind blades flying everywhere, but because of the open environment of the training ground, they could not find anything to hide. Strengthen the control of magic power. Then slowly retract it. Even though Odilus came up with a solution immediately, Blake couldn't hear it. At this moment, his eyes were filled with dense bloodshot, and the dark purple blood vessels were surging wildly under the moonlight. Two strong energies collided violently in his body, just like a giant wolf and a black aura. They fought and repelled each other. A mouthful of blood spit out. Final. Blake's eyes went dark, lost consciousness. Chapter 50. I need you to help me, really? Why do I have to come along? Don't say that. After all, he is a new member, and he is also your senior. Senior? The name Blake is indeed well known throughout the academy. Speaking of a bad reputation, you're not much better, are you? Hey, you want to have a fight so early in the morning? I'm not wrong, you've almost caught up with him and offending people in just 1 month since school started. Get out of the car. I'm going to use you to test my new potion today. Look, you're anxious again. Okay, stop arguing. Blake frowned at the noise, followed by a bumpy feeling beneath him. He slowly opened his eyes. The carriage shed in front of him blocked his view. He raised his hand to rub his dizzy forehead, and his fingertips touched a damp spot on his forehead. It was cold sweat. The vibration of the wheels rolling over the gravel came through the wooden boards, and the clatter of horse hooves hit the eardrums like a death warrant. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Emily came over to ask when she saw Blake wake up, and then said to the boy next to her, "Go call the professor over." Would you like some water? Emily held the water to Blake's mouth and Blake reached out to take it. Where is this going? He was currently riding in a moving carriage, lying on a blanket, and there were only 3 of them in the carriage except for the boy who had just left. I wanted to ask this question, too. Really, I was dragged into this for no apparent reason. Blake looked towards the girl who spoke in the direction of the voice and was stunned for a moment. It was Kate. The last time I saw her was when she appeared on the same stage with the protagonist at a commendation ceremony. Why are you staring at me? It's not me who made you like this. I'm just an unlucky guy who happens to be in the same research group as you. Kate frowned. I didn't expect that she was actually a member of the research institute. Where are we going? Blake looked at Emily and asked again. Anyone would have reason to suspect that they had been kidnapped if they found themselves in a moving carriage upon waking up. We're going to visit an old friend. Before Emily could speak, Blake turned around and saw Odious stepping into the carriage. Where's Dimes? He went to call you, didn't he come with you? Emily asked. Odalus sat down. I asked him to stay in the carriage in front. It will be crowded with so many people. There are indeed too many people. I'll go to the carriage in front. Kate grabbed the bag containing alchemical supplies and jumped out in one step. How does it feel? Odalus was not in a hurry to answer Blake's question, but instead asked about Blake's health. It's okay. It feels like I just had a good sleep. Well, it seems that everything is fine. Odiles looked at the notebook in his hand. The magic power in your body is as chaotic as a ball of tangled silk threads. After you fell unconscious, I used magic to help you clear it a little. So what exactly caused it? He vaguely remembered the state in which his magic power was out of control. At that time, the magic power in his body was pouring out madly like an open dam. It was indeed an oversight on my part. Odile openly admitted his own neglect of details. The black aura in your body seems to be quite repulsive to the spirit energy of the elves. This is not obvious in your body, but once it is released, you will see it. Blake was silent for a moment and his expression became serious. Is there any solution? Odalus looked serious. Because the blessing and the black aura are all integrated into your magic, for safety's sake, try not to use magic right now, at least avoid using the effects of the blessing. Blake nodded, acquiescing to the other party's reminder. If I lose control again when using magic, it will be very troublesome, but he must find a way to solve this problem, otherwise will he really not use magic in the future? Blake had a headache thinking about this. I thought it was a blessing for me to receive Cordal's blessing, but I didn't expect it to become a bottle of poison in his hands. So where are we going? Odis looked outside through the carriage. Go find someone who can help you remove the black aura from your body. Blake followed his gaze and looked out. They had already left the area of Xia's college and were estimated to be heading west, but he had no idea how far they had gone. He lowered his eyes slightly, wondering if there was anything worthy of his attention in the short term. The good news is that there doesn't seem to be such a thing. Fortunately, the following plot coincided with a relatively calm period, and no major conflicts occurred. So there should be no need for him to keep an eye on it. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. The most urgent task now is to deal with his own problems first, and then try to come back before the fourth chapter of the first act of the plot. He needs to make preparations in advance. To ensure the smooth progress of the boss battle in chapter 5. After all, the final boss of the first act, Nightmare, has very special abilities. If you don't prepare in advance, you will probably be dragged into a dream like most students. The sunlight filtered through the crooked wooden beams like a sieve, and sprinkled onto the mossy stone road. Fallen leaves floated on the surface of the old well in the center of the village, and the moss on the well rope was so thick that it almost swallowed the rope. The occasional empty bird calls from the sky created a faint echo in the somewhat dilapidated village. Of the few wooden and stone houses gathered together represent the only vitality of this village. The old wooden door was slowly pushed open, with a slight clicking sound coming from between the doorposts. What a rare guest! The old man lying on the recliner had wrinkles all over his face and was gently waving a palm leaf fan in his hand. When he heard the noise, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the figure walking in from outside. I didn't expect you would bother to come and invite me in person. Even though he couldn't see the other person's face hidden under the black cloak, he seemed to be sure that the other person was who he thought he was. How long has it been since we last met? The last time we separated was when we were fighting against orcs at the border, right? You weren't as embarrassed as you are now. Hearing the other party's words, the black shadow slowly took off his hat. I need you to help me. Directly stated his purpose. The old man did not respond, as if he did not hear the other party's request, and continued to wave his old fan. The visitor didn't seem to be in a hurry either. He just stood there and looked at him quietly. "Your men are in the next room, take him with you." The old man pointed to the room next to him with his fan. That guy's moves were vicious, just like a poisonous snake. "I have to say he does have your style." In order not to disturb the rare afternoon, I let him be quiet for the time being. The other party remained unmoved. Finally, the old man saw that the other party seemed not to understand what he meant by rejection, and he sighed helplessly. "You should have seen that I have become what I am now in order to maintain the seal." Do you believe that the old man in front of you is actually a middle-aged man in his early 30s? The old man sighed with emotion. "I am almost exhausted. I am afraid my old bones cannot withstand your torture." The other party looked at him, and after a while he said calmly, "Take off the troublesome disguise. Do you feel comfortable walking with a bent back?" After a brief silence, the old man smacked his lips impatiently. "I heard that your magic power was sealed, right? Why can't I hide it from you?" At this moment, his voice no longer had any trace of vicissitudes. As the fan passed by, his wrinkles receded like the receding tide, his loose skin took on a pearly luster, and his originally gray temples turned into jet black hair. He stood up slowly. The hunchbacked old man just now has completely transformed into a handsome middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back. "Although you saved my life, I have already promised you that I will stay here for the rest of my life to maintain its seal. Isn't that enough? Come with me." The other party still only had this one sentence. The man held his forehead with his hand, feeling a headache. "Alas, you are still as unreasonable as before." The next second, powerful inhuman magic power burst out from his body, and for a moment the surrounding area was stirred up by this powerful magic power. He raised his head, changing his previous depressed attitude, and stared at the other person with sharp eyes. "What if I say no?" But the other party was not frightened by the magic power he released. Her calm red eyes were as unperturbed as she was. "I don't like wasting time." "Oh? So you're planning to force it?" "It depends on your attitude." "I see," the man chuckled, the magic power in his hand gradually taking shape, and he squinted at her. "You think you have the ability to take me away by force when your magic power is sealed?" The other party glanced at him calmly. "Try." Boom, a huge explosion echoed in the valley, and the already dilapidated wooden house collapsed. Chapter 51 Seal. What is this? After getting off the carriage, several people were blocked at the entrance of a village, because an emerald green barrier blocked everyone outside. This also meant that even though they were right in front of them, they seemed so far away. It should be his handwriting. Seeing this, Audulus immediately made a judgment. Sealing barrier magic and stripping magic, these are the areas he excels in. In these two areas, no one is known to be more talented than him. Hearing words like praise coming from the proud Audile's mouth undoubtedly affirmed his abilities, but this doesn't need any further introduction. In fact, when Blake arrived here, he already knew who Audis' target was, because the magic power in the human body spreads throughout the body like blood and is considered a part of the body. So it is very difficult to clean it completely, let alone separate and peel off just part of it. Being able to do this, I'm afraid the only one is the man named Swarth Kararia. But why would someone with such talent be willing to live in seclusion in such a remote place? Emily seemed a little puzzled. Maybe he wants to have some peace and quiet. After all, most capable people are not mentally normal, Kate guessed. And it seems that the other party really doesn't want us to disturb him. She kicked the barrier in front of her. It was extremely strong and seemed to be able to resist intermediate magic. "This seems to be as hard as the one used in the class placement test?" Diane said after seeing this scene. Emily nodded. "It is said that the barrier of the last placement test required at least 4 sages to maintain, but," she looked up and around. "This huge barrier seemed to completely cover the entire village and even half of the surrounding forest? It's really terrifying. Can this really be done by just one person? Isn't this the time to lament about this?" Kate interrupted everyone and glanced at Blake behind her. "We urgently need him to save our lives, right? So what should we do now? Break in by force?" Everyone was in trouble, but Blake quietly walked aside while everyone was thinking about countermeasures. "It should be around here, right?" He searched for a while, relying on his memory, and finally stopped in front of a stone half the size of his body. It seems to be here. He reached out his hand, lifted a corner of the stone slightly, then lay down and observed through the gap under the shadow of the stone. A groove emitting a faint green light appeared before his eyes. He stretched out his hand, put it into the groove, and immediately touched a foreign object that looked like a button. Then he pressed down harder. In an instant, a gap appeared on the front of the barrier, large enough for a person to get through. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Blake quietly returned to the crowd. Even for Swart, it would be difficult to maintain a barrier of this size for a long time. So this barrier is not maintained by him directly, providing magic power, since it is produced and maintained by alchemical equipment. There must be a switch button. The reason why this switch is set outside, just like someone would hide a spare key under the rug outside the door. What on earth is going on? Audulus frowned. Maybe he noticed our arrival. TSK, never mind, let's go in first. Kate waved her hand, as if she didn't need to think about it. The door is open. If I don't go in, am I going to be the gatekeeper? The others nodded, agreeing with Kate's words. Only Audulus stopped briefly and glanced at Blake secretly, but as they got deeper, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. Why is there no one in this village? Are we really in the right place? After entering the village, the few people did not see anyone along the way. The doors of the houses on both sides were tightly closed, and no one showed up even if they deliberately made noises. Audus couldn't help but lower his head and think, maybe there is some collective activity? Like a sacrifice. The crowd continued to walk inside without giving up, until the breeze from the valley blew over the ruins. The leaning beams were cut in half, the half-hanging window frames creaked and swayed, and the faded curtains drooped, like a shroud strangely rolling in the wind. So we came here with all this effort just for these broken bricks and tiles? Kate's eye twitched and she looked at Odil's. Now Audulus was silent too. There's no one here, and there's a closed barrier outside, so the most likely place for the other party to go is. Audulus looked at the huge crack behind the village that is the direction leading to the back mountain. Almost at the same time, Blake also guessed where Swart was going up, but he looked at the ruins in front of him. This was clearly the result of a fight. Something seems wrong. His thoughts were a little confused for a moment, so he needed to go over the plot again in his mind. Swat. Caloria, this mysterious man hides himself in this inconspicuous valley village, and no one knows his true purpose. This place can only be found before the start of the third chapter of the first act of the plot, where you can meet him disguised as an old man and get the opportunity. He will help you cleanse your magic power, which is similar to removing impurities, making it purer and improving the efficiency of using magic power. This is indeed a pleasant surprise for novice players who have just come into contact with the plot. Players also regard it as a kind of newbie benefit, but this opportunity is not always available. Once the plot reaches the fourth chapter of the first act, the village will disappear from the map. The highly toxic fog will permeate the entire village and even infiltrate and pollute the surrounding forests, turning the entire area into a forbidden zone for life. And Swart's whereabouts are unknown. Players speculate that he also died in the poison gas. Count the time. He seemed to have just caught up with this point in time. Like Audulus, Blake also looked towards the back mountain. Three figures walked through the dense forest. This vast and confusing forest could not disturb their direction, and their destination seemed clear. If you had said earlier that you had thought of a way to kill it, once and for all, then I wouldn't have bothered to fight you. There was a big swelling on the left side of the man's face, and his extremely asymmetrical face looked a little funny. He always kept a distance from Alice. I thought you didn't care about the lives of ordinary people just for revenge. Alice ignored him and looked around at the surrounding environment. Don't be surprised. Although a large area of land was destroyed in our battle with it, that was a few years ago. It's normal for it to grow back. Swart waved his hand, because he had been stationed here all the time, so he knew these things very well. The one behind me, can you please stop staring at my back? Your gaze always makes me feel like a snake is staring at me and my spine feels cold. Swart looked back at the man who was following closely behind the two men. Even though Swart said so, Snake had no intention of retracting that sinister gaze. He still remembered the humiliation of being easily knocked unconscious and then tied up by the other party. Seeing this, Swart glanced at Alice beside him and waved his hand to clarify, "Young man, don't be so angry. Besides, you were the first one to start. I need to make sure you don't behave disrespectfully towards the master," Snake said in a cold voice. "Come on. Can I beat her?" Swart pointed at his face as if he was stimulated by something. Seeing that Alice didn't express her opinion, he calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief, then moved closer to Alice. You actually practiced that? Are you really a lunatic? Swart changed his playful smile and looked at Alice with a serious expression. Don't you know that people who have practiced black magic never have a good ending? Alice hummed indifferently. Is the seal on you really that strong? Would you rather practice dark magic than consider trying to remove the seal? Maybe I can help you? After all, this is my area of expertise, and you've done me a favor. Give me a chance to repay you, and then we'll be even. By the way, what's going on in your family? Swart was like a chatterbox at this moment, probably because he had been alone here for too long, so he was like a balloon that was about to be filled with air, and he was eager to talk. To be honest, I don't believe that you are the kind of person who would start a rebellion just for power and status. Is there something? You talk too much? Well, Alice's icy look made Swart shut his mouth. The three continued their trek gradually. As we stepped into the depths of the forest, a damp and foul smell wrapped in purple mist hit us in the face. But the three of them had no intention of stopping. We're here. Finally, the three of them made their way through the dense forest and stood on a slope, looking down at the clearing below. The scene before her made Alice frown. The ground, piled with rotten leaves, was covered with spiderweb-like black lines, and the originally green bushes had lost their vitality. The leaves rolled up, revealing dark purple veins. Rotten juice dripped down the branches to the ground, emitting bursts of pungent white smoke. The surface of the huge purple crystal that served as the center of the collapse was flowing with strange lines. Liquid as thick as blood oozed out of every crack, winding into twisted runes on the ground. The purple mist it emitted was silently corroding its surroundings. Its spiritual power has been eroding the surroundings, and I can only control it within a certain range. Swart said. Alice suddenly raised her hand and the dagger accurately slashed across the tree trunk. A corrosive and foul-smelling purple liquid was revealed from the cracked and carbonized bark. Alice frowned. Didn't the long seal weaken it? Swart sighed and shook his head. The other party is very dishonest and has been trying to break the seal. Although I regularly try to strip away its poisonous spiritual energy and reduce its power, this is only a temporary solution and not a permanent cure. As long as there is air, it can extract spiritual energy from it. The three ignored the ominous aura it exuded and came to the huge purple crystal. I have asked the villagers to stay away from here temporarily. There are not many people in this village, so it is easy to distance themselves from it. Swart began to prepare to lift the seal. And in order to avoid being disturbed by someone, I also activated the protective barrier at the entrance of the village. Originally, it was used to prevent it from breaking free of the seal and escaping. Alice stared at the huge crystal in front of her. When she got closer, she could hear a low roar coming from inside. Are you sure you can destroy it completely? Swart was still a little worried. You know, it will be difficult to lock it back up after letting it out. This time is different from the last time when we brought an army with us. This time there are only 3 of us. Alice glanced at him. You have to come with me after this is resolved. Swart rolled his eyes. If you can't solve it, we're all going to die here. Swart took a deep breath and gently placed his hand on the crystal stone, and the light green magic power was gradually released. Then I'm going to start. Chapter 52. We were attacked by corpses. It's so quiet here. Dimes's foot broke a branch on the ground with a crackling sound, which seemed so abrupt in the silent forest. Emily nodded, her eyes scanning the areas around her that concerned her. It's really strange. The vegetation is so lush, but we haven't seen any animals or signs of life since we came in. Why does Swart live in such a remote place? Is he an ascetic? Kate pouted. It is rumored that the royal family sent troops here, but no one knows what they did specifically. It seems that the news was deliberately blocked. Audalus looked at the notebook in his hand and guessed. This is likely related to Swart's seclusion. Do you mean he was ordered to stay here? Emily seemed to understand what Odell's meant. It's just a guess. After all, there are rumors that he once went on an expedition with the army. Odell's closed the notebook. His whereabouts are always vague. Because he is very good at disguise magic, every time I see him, he has a different face. Do you meet with him often? Blake asked suddenly. We meet every year at the academic conference organized by the Empire, but he has not attended since he announced his retirement 4 years ago. Blake thought in silence. It seems that the two weird guys Autolus and Swart have a very good relationship, and the other party actually told him his secluded place. It doesn't matter whether he is living in seclusion here or planning something. Kate reminded everyone not to stray from their purpose. Can we really find him in this forest? Among all the people present, unlike Deems and Emily who were respectful, she seemed to be the only one who did not take Autolus seriously. This was not the first time she had spoken to Autolus in such an impatient tone along the way, and Autolus didn't seem to care. Maybe he wasn't the kind of person who paid attention to complicated etiquette. I have already released the magic detection, but the entire mountain seems to be under an interference barrier, so I can only roughly estimate his location. Autolus said with certainty, he is definitely here, and we are getting closer. How close is it? Boom! Before he could finish his words, a loud thunder-like sound in the distance suddenly tore through the silence of the forest, and the explosion shook the entire swaying forest. The airwaves swept in like a surging tide. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, there was a second sound, and a third. The whole forest began to tremble, and the crisp sound of dead branches breaking mixed with the crackling sound of thick smoke. What happens? After the noise gradually subsided, everyone looked towards the source of the noise. Was that an explosion? Or an earthquake? Blake estimated the distance by the sound. It seems not far from us. Could it be that Swart, the one we are looking for, did this? Dimes suddenly said. It's not that there is no way. Suddenly, Blake and Autolus frowned at the same time. Get out of the way. Almost at the same time, Blake and Autolus reacted at the same time. Before he finished his words, a faint blue fluorescence suddenly exploded from deep in the bushes. 5 deer with antlers entangled in thorns rushed out with purple eyes wide open. Their hooves stomped heavily on the ground, leaving sparks, and their jagged antlers glowed with a strange dark purple halo. Blake's sword was unsheathed first, and the cold light cut through the air with a sharp sound, accurately picking off the sharp horns of the deer head in the front, and the splashing purple blood drew an arc in the forest. At the same time, Kate rolled to avoid the herd of deer rushing from the side, and the glass bottle in the alchemy bag on her waist fell out of her hand. The alchemical potion exploded in midair. The amber flames instantly engulfed the two mad deer, and the burning animal hair emitted a pungent burnt smell. However, the crazy herd of deer did not retreat. The only two remaining deer suddenly raised their front hooves into the air and rushed towards Dimes in an almost upright posture. In a panic, Dimes stepped back and tried to escape, but when he turned around, he bumped into a tree behind him. He shouted in his heart. Completion. The barbed antlers charged straight at him, and the stench of decay almost touched his neck. At the critical moment, there was a loud bang, and the two deer were knocked to the ground at the same time. Blake and Autolus were on the left and right, and the silver sword and alchemical dagger slashed across each other's necks almost at the same time. It was obvious that a special effect had been applied to Autolus's dagger. Just a scratch the size of a palm made the opponent lie on the ground motionless. The one hit by Blake looked even more miserable. At this time, its neck was still connected to its body, like a half-hanging chandelier. The storm was over and Dimes sat limply on the ground. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief after being alert for 4 weeks. I didn't see it along the way, but it suddenly rushed out. Kate curled her lips. The crowd gathered around several deer carcasses. Deems. Autolus glanced at Deems, clear. The freckled boy wearing thick glasses completely lost his limp look. He took out a pair of latex gloves for dissection from his pocket and put them on skillfully. There are actually people who carry things like this with them. Don't be too surprised. Emily saw Blake's confusion and explained, Dimes has an almost crazy obsession with biological structure. He can even determine the cause of death based on a skeleton alone. Kate on the side hugged her arms and said, yeah, so I'm always on guard against him trying to do something bad to me. Well, anyone who is noticed by the scientific research maniac Autolus must not be a simple character. Is this an elk? No, it's an elf. Dimes could confirm it with just a glance. But the elves will not rashly attack humans, and its condition is obviously not right. Dimes squatted down to check its condition and looked into its eyes, and found that the pupils inside were pitch black, and the surrounding whites of the eyes were stained with an unknown purple liquid. Then he looked at the wound on its neck that kept oozing purple blood. Is there purple blood among elves? Kate frowned. There is no known problem. The problem obviously lies here. What's wrong? Emily saw that Dimes' brows were tightly furrowed. This was the first time she saw such an expression on his face when he was dissecting a corpse. This elf died a long time ago. What? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Kate looked like she had just heard a joke that wasn't very funny. So you're saying we were attacked by a corpse? Or was it a ghost or something like that just attacked us? I know this is a bit ridiculous, but it's true. Dimes was also a little confused. The blood has already turned cold and coagulated, and even the inside has started to fester. While everyone was talking, Attalus stood silently aside, and at this moment he was quietly looking at Blake. He used his magical sense to sense the danger as the other party approached, but under the influence of the interference barrier, Blake was obviously unable to do so, but he sensed the danger and reacted almost at the same time as me. How did he do it? Could it be that it's entirely based on keen hearing and combat perception, but he was clearly affiliated with the Ministry of Magic. As a member of the Ministry of Magic, he has the fighting instincts comparable to those of the best members of the combat department. At the same time, Dimace then checked several other corpses of elven deer and obtained the same results. This doesn't make sense. Elves are born from spiritual energy. Emily couldn't understand and retorted loudly, so generally, after death, it won't take long for them to turn into spiritual energy and return to nature. Dimes looked at the deer lying on the ground, and now even he began to doubt his own judgment. It should be related to the purple gas in their bodies. At this time, Otis, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He bent over and observed the corpse of an elf in front of him. He took out a vessel from somewhere, scooped some purple blood from the corpse and held it in his hand. He used his magic to create a flame in his palm and heated the vessel underneath. Gradually, as the blood gradually boiled, purple smoke evaporated. Everyone was a little surprised to see this scene. As the purple gas evaporated, only crystal clear liquid like water remained in the container. That is the color that should originally belong to the elf's blood, the condensed liquid of spiritual power. It should be this purple gas that is controlling their bodies. If I'm not mistaken, this purple gas seems to be spiritual power as well. Because only spiritual power can achieve such a high degree of compatibility with spiritual power. Having said this, Otis glanced at Blake. Human magic obviously cannot do this. Hey! Come and look at this! Kate suddenly shouted from a distance. The crowd gathered following the shouting, and their eyes were instantly fixed on the horrifying scene on the ground. On the originally flat mud ground, there were 3 winding deep grooves, and diamond-shaped scales the size of a fingernail were embedded in the rolled-up mud at the edges. At the deepest part of the groove, there is a white film formed by mucus. When the wind blows, fine cracks appear on it, and a faint fishy, sweet and rotten smell wafts in the air. What the hell caused this? Kate looked at the traces that spread deep into the forest. It seems to have just wandered around and then returned to the depths of the forest. Blake observed and rubbed some soil between his fingertips. The traces are still fresh. Kate turned her head and looked at Attalus. Isn't that Swart conducting some dangerous experiment in this godforsaken place? Attalus said nothing now. Russell, Blake's pupils flickered, and he turned quickly and swung out the dagger at his waist. The dagger flew straight into the bushes not far away, and then there was no movement. Is there anything there? Emily was startled by Blake's sudden action and looked in that direction for a moment. Could it be just the wind? Blake said nothing, but his hand was already tightly clenched on the hilt of the sword. Who threw things around? A voice came from behind the bushes, followed by the rustling sound of the grass being turned over. Under everyone's vigilant gaze, a somewhat disheveled man emerged from the bushes. In his hand he held the dagger that Blake had thrown. Really? Do you have the most basic moral sense of a citizen? You almost became a hedgehog, a complaining voice sounded, and Blake was stunned for a moment after seeing who was coming. Then his hand holding the sword loosened slightly. This time, Otis also saw the other party clearly. Swart? Chapter 53. Is this guy really reliable? So you were ambushed by it? Well, the moment we broke the seal, thousands of elves rushed out. Swart had a reed in his mouth and his clothes were tattered, showing what kind of suffering he had just experienced. I will never forget that magnificent scene. Those guys were like alchemical equipment that would not move without electricity. They hid in the dark and made no noise, so we didn't notice anything. The other party is clearly sealed. How can he still do this? Yeah, so it really caught us off guard, although I really don't want to disturb you old friends reminiscing about the past, but which of you would be kind enough to explain to us crude fellows who it is? Kate couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted the two. Swart glanced at Blake and the others, then looked at Audiles, and when he saw the other party nodded, he spoke slowly. The earthly serpent, Gad. After taking a deep breath, a name slowly came out of Swart's mouth. The name seems to carry a heavy weight, but Kate couldn't hold it in any longer. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to bluff us? Or are you using a creature that only exists in legends? Swart shook his head. That's just the name we gave it. After all, its image fits the creature in the legend very well. Kate was about to say something, but Emily beside her patted her on the shoulder and gave her a look. At this moment, they remembered the huge ditch they had just seen. It must have been left by some huge monster. Kate closed her mouth. Blake turned his head and looked at Odiles with a deep gaze. You already knew about its existence and the reason why Swart was guarding here, but you didn't intend to tell us at first. Under everyone's gaze, Odiles was silent for a long time. Finally he sighed softly. Because knowing too much will do you no good. Swart nodded. The Empire blocked the news to avoid unnecessary panic and chaos. This explanation seemed sufficient, and everyone stopped insisting on it. Is it powerful? Dimes on the side asked weakly, the experience of being attacked by those crazy deer just now still lingering in his mind. Swart thought about it and spread his hands. We once sent an army of 2,000 people here just to destroy it, including 15 mid-level magicians and 3 high-level magicians. Blake frowned. Even with such a lineup, we still can't destroy it? Swart nodded. Its regeneration ability is really troublesome. Every spiritual cell in its body is filled with toxins, but it is extremely active. Even if it is cut into pieces, it can be completely restored to its original state as long as it is given enough time. In other words, its toxin is active. Swart looked at the deer carcass nearby and said, You should have learned this before. We sealed it here at the cost of more than half of our troops being killed or wounded, 8 mid-level magicians, and 1 high-level magician. Since we paid such a huge price to seal it. Kate put her hands on her hips and frowned. Then why did you suddenly release the seal? Don't tell me you did it just to get yourself killed, or I will really punch you in the face. The question managed to choke Swart. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to hide part of the reason, including Alice, because we have found a way to completely eliminate it. After all, the seal is not permanent. It has been trying to corrode the seal. We have to find a way to solve this problem, right? Blake pointed out directly, but your plan went wrong. Well, that's certainly the case at the moment. Swart scratched his head, but everything is still under control. Anyway, so does this mean we can leave now? Blake said bluntly. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Blake looked into Swart's green eyes without hesitation. Although the other party can help him solve the problem of magic power, but if this means that they will be involved in such a dangerous matter, then he will refuse. Finally, Audiles also looked at Swart. I can stay and help you, but I have to ensure the safety of my students, otherwise that old guy Modern will annoy me to death when he goes back. It's possible, Swart sighed and scratched his head. I also want to send innocent people out, but given the current situation, this may be difficult. Everyone looked at him. Swart scratched his mouth and said embarrassedly, in order to find our traces, the enemy has already surrounded this area. If you want to break out now, there are too many of you and you are too big a target. Does that mean we are now lambs to be slaughtered? Dime's voice was trembling. This bad news was not only heavy for him, but for everyone seeing this. Swart said hurriedly, Don't worry. I should have said that everything is still as planned. Let's take a short break and then we can destroy it. Rest? Odiles was stunned. If I saw it correctly just now, the other party should be wandering in the forest, right? Yes, because our main force was injured, so at this point, Swart suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. Oh, right, I forgot I was out here to pick herbs. At this moment, he glanced at the shoulder bag on Kate's waist. There was a gleam of greed in his dark green eyes. You should have brought some recovery potions, right? Everyone followed Swart all the way to a hidden cave. Along the way, they avoided all the controlled elves as much as possible. Their deep purple eyes were like surveillance. So they took a long detour. When he arrived in front of the cave, Swart stretched out his hand and waved it slightly, and the barrier protecting the cave entrance disappeared immediately. Wait here for a moment. I'll go talk to the people inside. Swart asked them to wait here and then walked into the cave behind him. Swart moved forward on the gravel. Every time the soles of his boots stepped on the stones, an echoing friction sound was made. The fishy wind brought the smell of rotten leaves to his face. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling of the cave are as sharp as cones. When water drops fall, they make tiny echoes in the puddles, which interweave with the sound of water leaking from the rock wall in the distance to form a teeth-grinding buzzing sound. Such an environment is really something that people want to avoid, but the current situation does not allow them to have a choice. As he went deeper, Swart saw a woman sitting against the wall and a man standing beside her like a statue. How does it feel? Swart squatted down under the man's wary gaze and examined the woman's wound. At this moment, there were 2 rows of bleeding tooth marks on the woman's abdomen, and the skin around the wounds glowed an ominous dark purple in the dim cave. You actually controlled the poison? Seeing this scene, Swart's eyes widened. You know, its aura is as uncontrollable as a flea. It seems to be just as you said, your black magic is naturally incompatible with aura. So it looks like you might actually be able to kill it once and for all. Swart's voice was filled with excitement. When he thought that he could finally escape the fate of guarding the seal, Swart wanted to jump up with Joy. It was not until the snake beside him kicked him that he came to his senses. Oh, sorry, I was so happy. I forgot you were injured. You better get better soon and kill it. As Swart spoke, he took out a bottle of healing potion from his arms and handed it over expectantly. Where did this come from? Alice didn't use it right away, but looked at him with a wary look. Oh, my old friend happened to come visit me, and this is what he brought. Swart understood the other party's vigilant nature. Don't worry, they are waiting outside now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I didn't let them come in directly. Hearing this, Alice took the potion. Your current identity is a bit sensitive, right? Swart looked at Alice and suddenly became serious after she took the potion. And if others knew that you and I had any connection, it would bring trouble to both of us. Alice looked at him calmly, listening quietly to what he wanted to say. So, in order to avoid causing trouble for both of us, Swart just smiled proudly. Let me help you disguise a little bit. I'm good at this. Is this guy really reliable? Kate touched her somewhat shriveled shoulder bag. She was still feeling bad for the recovery potion she had prepared with great difficulty. As he said, they can really kill that monster. Don't you have any doubts? Odile sat on a stone nearby and began to flip through his notebook again. Although he is usually not serious, he never exaggerates. That would be best. Just then, Swart came out of the cave. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Please come in with me. Everyone followed Swart into the cave. The environment here doesn't seem to be suitable for healing, it's too humid. Emily looked around and gave sincere advice, and Swart nodded without denying it. Because time is tight, we can only choose a shelter like this. The smell of damp moss here can help cover up the smell. You know, that guy has never given up looking for us. According to Swart's account, the group eventually reached the end of the cave. A few rays of sunlight shone through the cracks in the cave ceiling, where 2 figures were resting. Hey, I brought them here. Swart greeted them and the 2 looked at the crowd. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face stood aside, looking at them with a wary, snake-like gaze. Without saying a word, this reminded Blake inexplicably of the barbarian man he faced during the class placement test. The silver-haired woman sitting on the rock against the wall had a bandage wrapped around her abdomen, and seemed to be injured, but I don't know why. Blake always felt that the woman's eyes seemed to be always on him. Chapter 54. I'll stay and help you. Emily came to the injured silver-haired woman, squatted down and gave her a simple physical examination. The toxin seems to have been controlled. Although I don't know what method you used, it has been slowly dissipated. Only then did Blake realize that this girl who had not shown any outstanding performance in the battle just now was actually an academic researcher without any magical or combat talent. No wonder she follows Autolus around and acts as his assistant. After the examination, Emily bandaged the woman. But if we continue like this, it shouldn't take long to recover. After confirming that there was no problem, Swart and the man with the scar on his face both breathed a sigh of relief. After the life-threatening problem of the wounded was solved, everyone took a short rest in the cave. The cave, which was originally a bit narrow, seemed a bit crowded for a moment because so many people suddenly poured in. What are your plans for the next step? Blake looked at Swart and suddenly asked. You have to know that hiding here to heal injuries is just a temporary measure. If they don't evacuate immediately, it means that the other party still intends to completely eliminate the world python. It's more of a strategy than a strategy. Swart stroked his chin. It's better to say that we intend to kill it once and for all. You just said that you found a way to kill it completely, right? Well, the solution lies in her. Swart looked at the injured woman, but the latter seemed not to have heard him and just closed her eyes and rested. Blake looked at the woman resting against the wall, and then glanced at the man who was like a sentinel beside her. That man seems to be her follower, although he had just recalled. He did not find any impression of the two people in his memory. This shouldn't happen if what Swart said was true. Then someone who was able to defeat such a terrifying monster should not have no active role in the last swordmaster of Siaz. From this, Blake had been observing her quietly, but the woman hadn't said a word since entering the cave. Only when he first came in, there was a brief flash of emotion in the other person's eyes when he looked at him. Don't worry, she's very reliable. Since she promised it herself, then she must have a way to do it. Swart glanced at the silver-haired woman sitting, right? The woman ignored him. So what do you need from us? Blake's words suddenly caught the attention of the others, but Blake just looked at Swart with a sharp look. You took great pains to bring us here despite the intensive search by the other party, so you must have considered us in your plan. Everyone looked at Swart, and Swart had no intention of hiding anything. He nodded readily and looked at everyone. If possible, all you, including me, need to do is to help her temporarily block those controlled elf corpses. After these words were spoken, everyone was silent for a long time. They knew very well what Swart's words meant to them. They had to act as bait to create opportunities for the other side. This means that if a woman fails, they will be surrounded and helpless. How sure are you? Audiles asked after a moment's silence. 50%. After thinking for a moment, Swart held up 5 fingers and gave his estimated results. When this vague number came out, everyone had different expressions. The actual odds of winning may be higher than this. Seeing this, Swart vowed and promised, to be honest, we have already caused effective damage to the other party. That's why it didn't rush to chase us, but instead sent out puppets to harass us continuously. But she was also hurt. Kate interrupted him, glanced at the silver-haired woman, then turned to look at Swart with her arms folded. We just stumbled here by mistake. Why do we have to risk our lives and get involved in your operation? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly fell into an awkward situation. Because of her straightforward and even somewhat outspoken personality, although Kate's words were explicit, no one could speak up to stop her, because when faced with life-threatening issues, many people will make the most cautious choice. Although Kate's words were a bit selfish, they were not without reason. Valuing your own life is the true respect for life. Even Blake wasn't inclined to help the other party, not to mention the high risk factor, and even without their help, the situation probably wouldn't be that bad. In the original plot, although it is not known whether they succeeded or not, they at least controlled the impact of the poison gas to the vicinity of this valley. As for them, Blake looked at the 3 of them. The ending is unknown. At least they don't appear in the main storyline. It was impossible for him to tell them this heavy fact and persuade them to give up. You can leave now. The cold voice broke the silent atmosphere, like a shaky drop of water falling in a cave, making a harsh echo in the dark air. Everyone looked at the injured woman sitting on the ground. The woman just lowered her head, closed her eyes, and her voice was so calm that no accusation or complaint could be heard in it. I didn't count on you in the first place. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into complete and dead silence. Hey, you, Swart frowned and was about to say something when he was stopped by the other party's look. Finally, after a brief confrontation, Swart sighed slowly and looked at Blake and his group. Since our main force has said so, although there may be some difficulties, I will find a way to send you out of the barrier before the operation begins. Although they reached a conclusion through discussion, the atmosphere on the scene was obviously not as relaxed as when they first came in. Oh, by the way, Swart suddenly remembered something and looked at Blake. I remember you came to me for help with your magic problem? Well, that's true. Then let me help you take a look before I leave. Swart said, coming to Blake. Without waiting for Blake to speak, the other party grabbed his wrist and began to release subtle magic power to spy on his magic veins. Blake hesitated. He rejected the other party's request for help, but the other party still chose to help him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable at the time. Feeling that breath, Swart, who was touching Blake's wrist, suddenly frowned. He tilted his head slightly and the corner of his eye moved backwards. What's wrong? Audiles stood aside and saw that Swart's expression was not right. No, nothing. Swart turned around, shook his head, and squinted at Blake. You said before that the unknown aura in your body conflicted with the elves' blessing, right? At this point, Swart fell silent. You should also feel the presence of that breath, right? O'Deals asked. Swart nodded. Then do you know what that is? Swart thought for a moment and shook his head. I see, even Swart didn't know. Then can you help him extract that breath? Although it's a difficult problem, but it may be possible to do it. Swart looked a little embarrassed. He looked around and said, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to do this under the current conditions. Why do you say that? My equipment is basically stored in the basement of my house. Swart glanced meaningfully at the woman behind him, but it's probably already damaged. Swart looked at Blake and said, because the aura in your body is very weak, in order to completely extract it, you need at least some basic equipment to assist you, and it will also take a considerable amount of time. After these words were spoken, Blake and Autolus fell into a long silence at the same time. It was obvious that the current situation here did not allow Swart to leave, and the time cost is too precious for the current situation. In that case, I will stay and help you. After these words were spoken, Swart was stunned for a moment, and everyone looked at Blake in surprise. Hey, are you serious? What I'm saying is, how about we leave here first and then make a long-term plan? I agree with their views. Would you like to think about it again? Blake shook his head and looked at Swart. Since even Swart said this is a difficult problem, then it would be difficult to find someone who was more accomplished than him in magic stripping even if you search the entire empire. My abilities are limited, and there is no guarantee that I will be able to play a role in the plan, which means I will only provide the greatest help within my ability. Blake thought it necessary to make it clear up front. I'll decide whether to just turn around and leave depending on the situation. Swart did not answer immediately, but for some reason turned around and looked at the resting woman with a pair of questioning eyes, but the other party remained unmoved and did not make any statement. He had no choice but to look at the man next to the woman, but the other person's look of turning away made his eyes twitch. He looked back at Blake, then glanced at the sword at his waist, and finally nodded. As you said, you can choose to leave according to the circumstances. Seeing this, everyone wanted to persuade him. In that case, I'll stay too. Everyone turned their attention to Otis standing aside. O'Deal said calmly, in a way, he can be considered as my student. And I'm very interested in the monster's spiritual power. If possible, I hope to collect some and bring it back. At this moment, Swart looked at Autolus, his tears almost overflowing with excitement, and he opened his arms to hug him. It's great to have an old friend like you who I can rely on at a critical moment. Although I will never agree to you taking away Gad's cells, O'Deal stopped Swart by hitting him directly in the chest with his notebook. Then, under Swart's puzzled gaze, O'Deal's turned and walked up to Emily. Hand the notebook in your hand to the other person. Keep it safe. What do you mean by this? Emily looked at the notebook the other party handed over, then looked back at the other party, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. There are some unfinished assignments in it. Please finish them for me before I go back. Although Autolus's expression remained as calm as that of a scholar, Emily's hands began to tremble. She looked at the notebook in the other person's hand, then at the other person's face. She slowly stretched out her hand. He pushed the notebook back. I don't want your research results. Emily pushed up her glasses and shook her head resolutely. I will personally follow the path you have walked, even if I fall or go astray. She looked at O'Deal's and gave him a sudden competitive smile. In the end, I will definitely get ahead of you. Autolus looked at Emily and said nothing. Emily scratched her face and said embarrassedly, although I may not be able to help you, and I may even be a bit of a hindrance, so I will stay here and guard you. This way, if you come back here after getting injured, you can at least get treatment. In response, O'Deal still said nothing. He turned his head and looked at the other two, notebook in hand. Really, what do you mean? Before Autolus could make a move, Kate quickly stepped forward, snatched the notebook from his hand, and slapped him on the chest. Who would envy your shabby notebook? Only you treat it like a treasure and read it in your hands. And Kate seemed angry. What do you mean Blake is your student? Am I not? Are you insinuating he left me behind? Do you really want me to do something so humiliating? Hey! I left those guys behind and came back by myself. Do you want me to say that to those guys? You must be kidding. Looking at the angry Kate in front of him, O'Deals could only look at dimes in the end. The timid dark-skinned boy weakly raised his hand. Blake just saved my life. Otis glanced at the three people without saying a word, but silently put the notebook away again. When he turned around, he was stunned to see Swart in tears. Wow, what a deep friendship between friends and teachers and students. I am so moved. Oh, what's wrong with my damn tears? Swart grabbed the corner of O'Deal's clothes. I kind of regret not going to Sias College to be a teacher. Tell me. Is there a shortage of people there now? Ahem. There was a cough behind me. Swart's originally moved expression suddenly froze. Well, it's a pity that I'm unlikely to be a professor. Let's talk about this later. Swart patted his chest and made a promise. Don't worry. I will act with you. If anything unexpected happens, I will get you away safely even at the cost of my life. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Swart's resolute expression with heavy eyes. The other party's meaning was very clear. He had already prepared himself to risk his life. So when do we act? Swart did not answer, and everyone followed his gaze and looked at the woman who had been keeping her eyes closed from beginning to end. We can do it tomorrow. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her dark pupils glowing faintly in the dark cave. Chapter 55. Take action right away. The next day, everyone quietly stepped out of the cave when it was just dawn. There was a lot of fog floating in the forest in the early morning, which was undoubtedly a natural cover for their actions. There are 6 members in this expedition: Blake, Otilus, Kate, Swart, the silver-haired woman, and the scarred man. Emily and Dimes stayed in the cave, which was enchanted by Swart so that they could retreat there when necessary. The 6 people took advantage of the fog to travel through the woods. The damp fog was wrapped in the scent of pine needles. Swart's leather boots crushed rotten leaves, leaving footprints in the wet mud. Kate ran fast along the old locust tree, and the alchemical bottles on her waist collided with each other, making a slight sound. The silver-haired woman's cloak fluttered slightly in the wind. The 6 of them were like ghosts in the morning. Occasionally, the low howls and movement sounds of elves could be heard in the fog, but they were never able to catch the small team sneaking rapidly in the misty forest. Until Otilus reached out his hand, everyone stopped, relying on Otilus' perception ability. Everyone quickly discovered the opponent's first level of deployment. Swart poked his head out from behind the tree and looked around at the elves who were standing there motionless like statues. They are all low-level elves, but it is difficult to estimate their number. Owls and bats are hanging on the branches, and between the treetops, the fluffy tail of the snowfox elf hangs down. Its dark green vertical pupils flicker in the shadows, and its pointed ears tremble slightly to capture the slightest sound. On the slope, an elf in the form of a black panther was lying in a depression in the rock. Its dark purple fur had a metallic luster, and its claws were unconsciously digging into the ground, splashing dots of fluorescent light in the center of the clearing. The antlers of the deer elves grew buds that opened and closed, emitting light golden pollen with the morning mist. Wrapped in fog, the entire canyon seemed to be filled with countless small blue lights, and dense spots of light filled every inch of space. It is completely an orderly deployed army. This is just the periphery. We can't waste our energy here. Someone needs to lead them away. He knew very well that the current situation was one move affects the entire body. As long as any one of the opponents notices the movement, the others will rush to one point. The silver-haired woman suddenly gave the scarred man a look. The scarred man nodded in understanding, left everyone behind, crouched down, and moved quickly. Moving quickly, a bunch of crescent-shaped daggers flew towards the stationed elves, and the daggers exploded the moment they got close. As the elves fell one by one, the flying elves in the trees were the first to discover his trace. They all turned their heads, twitched their pointed ears slightly, and flapped their wings to chase after him. Walk! At the silver-haired woman's command, the rest of the people quickly set off, quickly slipping into the gap created by the scarred man and moving deeper into the forest. While moving quickly, Blake secretly looked at the silver-haired woman. The decisiveness of the order just given and the strategy of sacrificing the rook to save the king all reveal that the other party is a shrewd and decisive character. For some reason, this kind of person gave him an inexplicably familiar feeling. Suddenly, the other person seemed to be aware of his gaze and glanced at him. Only then did Blake silently look away. Stop. Otilus suddenly let out a low growl and his expression became serious. Everyone stopped and saw several deep figures appearing behind the fog in an open space not far away. Even without Otis's keen perception, others could sense the strong aura emanating from the other party, completely different from the low-level elves that were all over the mountains just now. Kate frowned. They are actually intermediate elves, and there are at least 10 of them? It's really amazing. Swart nodded. Kate suddenly looked at Swart. The other side has raised an army right under your nose, and you didn't even notice it? Swart scratched his head. To be honest, I usually only strip its spiritual power regularly and check the firmness of the seal. Other than that, I rarely go into the back mountain. You are such an incompetent guard. Swart changed the subject with a guilty conscience and said, the fact that they have deployed so many troops shows that the damage they caused last time has not yet fully healed. Now is a good opportunity for us. TSK, that's why I hate trouble. Well, what do you mean? Before Swart could speak, the alchemical potion in Kate's hands flew out. No fewer than 10 glass bottles drew parabolas in the air, and the moment the bottles hit the rock wall, a dazzling blue light burst out. A loud bang blew away the rubble, and the corrosive poisonous mist spread out like a spider web, causing the elves' scales that were touched to sizzle and their bodies to turn black in an instant. Purple smoke rose from the ground touched by the venom when this pack of potions was thrown down. Half of the guarding intermediate elves were instantly destroyed. Remember to compensate me with new potion later. After saying that, Kate jumped out and led the remaining elves away. Idiot, what are you going to do if you just throw everything out in one go? Otis snorted coldly, gave a look to a few people and then chased after them. Watching the two people leaving, Swart's mouth twitched. They say they are afraid of death, but why do they become crazier than each other when something happens? Don't waste time, keep up. The silver-haired woman looked forward through the mist with her deep eyes. Blake was shocked by the scene before him. In the deep canyon, a giant snake with purple light between its scales was coiled on the rock. As the snake's tongue moved, a fishy wind swept across the valley floor. Its vertical pupils reflected the fluorescent moss hanging from the cliff, and the purple light from its scales suddenly surged like a burning purple flame. No wonder Swart and the others gave each other the legendary name Midnight Python. Judging from the opponent's size, it can be compared with the final boss of the fourth act, Bone-Binding Earth Dragon. Finally, we found this guy. He hid really well. Swart curled his lips and prepared to quietly cast a magic barrier to trap the other party. In that case, now that those small fish have been lured away, it's time for us to take action. Something's not right. Swart paused and turned to look at Blake. The current situation is a little abnormal. With his experience in conquering various bosses many times, he was able to keenly sense any abnormalities. There are clearly several mid-level elves stationed outside, but there are no defenses around it. According to the ideas of the game designers, apart from the difficulties that need to be overcome when meeting the boss, the final boss will be surrounded by various elite monsters that interfere with the players. For example, in the third act, bloodthirsty Dracula will be surrounded by 7 vampire guards. Therefore, every boss subjugation battle is carried out as a team, because it is too difficult for players to defeat the boss individually. Could it be that it has already deployed all its military forces? Swart frowned. The silver-haired woman said nothing. Her eyes were fixed on the third-inch joint of the giant snake. There was a long sword stuck there, deeply embedded in it, and a faint black smoke was emanating from the area around the sword and the point where it was inserted. This time, several healing elves were trying to heal the wounds while slowly pulling out the swords. A moment. The woman exuded a terrifying aura of violence. To restrain its movements, clear. The woman's long silver hair merged into the mist, and her pitch-black cloak flew out. Chapter 56, The Battle of the Trapped Beast. The ground shook violently and gravel rolled down. Almost in an instant, the 3 people who had surrounded Gad were interrupted by this sudden change before they could launch an attack. Stand back. At the woman's cold shout, everyone retreated immediately. As the ground where the 3 people had just stood rose rapidly, a shadow tore through the soil like thunder. Sparks flew as its scales scraped against rocks. It was a giant lizard as tall as a 3-story building. In the midst of the canyon, the opponent's huge body was like a hill. However, at this moment its entire body was emitting a dark purple light, and the white bones in some parts of its body were clearly visible through the AIR.AS. The long tail swung, the entire open space was filled with dust and fog that covered the sky, and sharp rock spikes fell like rain. This is Earth Dragon? Swart quickly cast a barrier to cover the 3 people and widened his eyes. This guy can even get the corpse of a high-level elf? The woman gave him a cold look and said, "You should reflect on this. Swart, it seems like we've fallen into a trap. Facing the two behemoths at the same time, Swart took a deep breath and smiled bitterly before he finished his words. A black shadow rushed out from beside Swart. "That's Blake." He hardly hesitated and went straight up with his sword. I saw the sword in his hand flashing, continuously cutting off the rain of rocks falling from the sky, and leaping towards the opponent at lightning speed, almost in an instant. Blake was close to the Earth Dragon, which immediately stopped releasing the rock spike. Skill stomped the ground with its huge feet, and swept the surroundings with its tail wrapped in sharp rocks. Blake rolled on the ground to avoid the sweeping tail, and gravel flew past his ears. Damn it! Is that guy crazy? Don't miss the opportunities he creates and do what you need to do. The silver-haired woman took one look at Blake and immediately understood his intention, and a thick black aura burst out of her body. Blake knew very well that as long as he got rid of Gad, the Earth Dragon would naturally turn into a corpse. Take advantage of the gap when the rock spikes in the sky stop. Surrounded by a dark and murderous aura and thick white fog, the woman turned around and attacked the giant python. At the same time, the hurricane brought by the giant lizard's tail came, and lightning flashed in Blake's palm. The lightning condensed in the palm of his hand suddenly pierced into the soft armor under the belly of the Earth Dragon. That was the only flaw exposed when it broke through the ground just now. His move was not impulsive. He was very familiar with this kind of high-level reptile elf. Once it was brought close to the opponent and could not launch spiritual attacks, the opponent's only means of close combat attack was its tail covered with bone spurs. It will use its tail to smash the stone, and that gap is the best time to launch a surprise attack. Take advantage of the gap when Blake is restraining the Earth Dragon. Black air lingered in the woman's hand, and the sword that had penetrated deeply into Gad's joints suddenly burst out with strong black air, devouring the opponent. Like a flame, the giant python suddenly hissed in pain and tried to struggle, but green vines spewed out from the ground and wrapped around it tightly. Swart's hands trembled slightly. Hurry! This guy is too strong. Gad looked at the approaching woman, opened his snake mouth, and a stream of black and purple poisonous gas gushed out. The woman's fingertips flew, and the inky black air suddenly condensed into a barrier. When the poisonous gas collided with the black air, a dazzling purple light rose up in an instant, and the corrosive mist sizzled in the air. The black energy in the woman's other hand condensed into a huge sickle, and with a wave of her hand, she began to harvest Gad's snake head with its sharp white mucus teeth. But she was interrupted by a sudden attack of rock spikes. She had no choice but to retreat and dodge. This time, along with the rocks came sharp spikes that kept poking out of the ground. Swart was forced to end his magical restraints on Gad and jumped around to find cover to avoid the rain of stones. Blake looked at the huge lizard in front of him. This guy had completely given up defending against his attack at this moment, and instead released rock magic again to protect Gad. Blake stuck the sword into the ground, took a deep breath, and reached out towards it. The pendant on the neck glowed. An intermediate magic lightning mixed with multiple low-level magics attacked the opponent. In order to avoid causing a conflict of magic power in the body, Blake can only use the magic power stored in Fenrir's Tears to attack the opponent. Maximum output of magic power. Countless magic spells hit the opponent's body, and more holes appeared on his already broken body, revealing white bones with purple liquid dripping from them. But at this moment, it let Blake attack it and was determined to stop the woman from attacking Gad at the risk of its life. Forget that this is just a corpse that cannot feel pain. Swart made a click of his tongue, dodged the rock spikes, turned around and leaped in front of the Earth Dragon. I saw his palms bursting out with dazzling green light, and dark patterns were running wildly under his skin like spider webs. With a roar, tremendous magic power swept out like a tsunami. The ground cracked, and countless dark green chains broke out of the ground, wrapping around the Earth Dragon like living things. The rock cones it summoned were twisted and shattered by this force before they were fully formed. In a flash, a prismatic cage woven by magic trapped the Earth Dragon in the center. Mysterious runes flowed on the cage walls, emitting crackling electric currents that locked the Earth Dragon tightly inside. The solid barrier is erected with maximum efficiency. To maintain such a high-intensity barrier, even Swart's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. "I'll hold it back, you go and lend a hand." But when he turned around and shouted to Blake, he found that the other party had disappeared. The moment Swart came over, Blake had already rushed towards the direction where the woman and Gad were confronting each other. He realized Swart's intention at the first moment and immediately made the most suitable arrangements at the moment. "TSK, I'm suddenly a little envious of that guy Odell's. What's going on?" The silver sword slashed across the giant python's purple scales, accompanied by a sharp sound but only creating a string of sparks. Gad's muscles, like those covered in iron armor, suddenly tensed up, and his long tail swept across, splashing sand and gravel wherever it passed. Blake used the force to leap up, his boot soles stepping on the sharp rocks protruding from the rock wall, and turned the sword to pierce the python's eyes. The monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth, smelling mucus. Dripping, revealing 3 rows of barbed sharp teeth. Purple mist spewed out of the other person's mouth. At the critical moment, Blake in the air released the wind blade and slashed at the same time, turning around and drawing the sword. The cold light cut through the mist, and Blake's figure waving the sword drew a half-silver moon in the air. Get out of the way! A woman's cold voice sounded. Gad's python tail shattered the boulder that Blake had just stood on. Blake blocked it with his sword, but the huge impact force knocked him away. But his goal had been achieved. Seeing that Blake was out of range, the woman's hand slashed across the sky. The black aura that pressed forward like a dark cloud, carrying whispers of death, surged out and condensed into thousands of sword blades in the sky, forming a blade wall that covered the sky and the sun. As her hands suddenly clenched, a sharp sound of breaking through the air tore through the silence, and a black rainstorm poured down, cutting the air into fine and distorted ripples wherever it passed. Blake crawled out of the rubble and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at his hands. There are faint purple lines in the blood vessels. He didn't care about that now and looked up. Faced with the rain of pitch-black sharp blades, the giant python rolled wildly, plowing 3 deep grooves on the ground. The sound of its scales colliding with countless blades was so deafening that it hurt people's eardrums. Gad let out a deafening roar, and finally, under the woman's endless attack, the coiled snake body fell to the ground with a bang, but it still did not give up resistance. The purple spiritual energy it exhaled gradually solidified as it changed its strategy, turning into a purple barrier around it, blocking most of the attacks from the woman. Seeing this, Blake grasped the sword again with his hand covered with purple cracks. He rushed forward again like a flash of lightning. Seeing this, the woman frowned, trying to slow down the solidification of the black blade in the sky, because Blake had also entered the attack range. Keep going. Don't give it a chance to breathe. But Blake stopped the woman. The sharp sword blade, accompanied by continuous wind blades, continuously weakened the barrier, leaving cracks on the purple barrier. Seeing this, the woman took a deep breath and continued to attack. The black blades stuck in the ground turned into mist again, drifted to the sky above the giant snake's head, and then turned into sharp blades and smashed down again. Gad's python body twitched and tried to dodge, but the sword inserted into his inch instantly burst out with a stronger black energy, nailing him to the spot. Finally, accompanied by the crisp sound of glass cracking. But just before the barrier protecting the snake's body was about to shatter into pieces, it turned into purple mist and dissipated. The giant python actually took the initiative to remove the barrier that was protecting it. It let the black blade hit its scales and let out a roar towards the sky, almost in an instant. Along with a roar of pain, a mouthful of purple blood spurted out of its mouth. The next second, the long sword that had been deeply pierced into Gad's joints and had been hindering its movement suddenly bounced away. Purple liquid mixed with black gas gushed out of the wound, and the giant python actually pulled the sword out by force. Seeing this, the woman frowned, and a hint of red flashed in her black eyes. All the sharp blades in the sky bowed their heads and gathered together, transforming into a huge black sword. Seeing this, Blake quickly retreated. Just when the woman was about to deliver a crucial blow, Gad suddenly curled up his slender body, his tongue slightly sticking out, brewing something. Then, as Blake and the woman frowned, it swung its huge joint high up, and then slammed it to the ground, again and again. Snap! 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 Just as the two were still puzzled by its actions, Swat, who was struggling to maintain the earth dragon binding barrier in the distance, suddenly shouted, "Under your feet!" The two men quickly lowered their heads and found cracks on the ground. Cracks gradually spread from the ground where Gad kept beating to the ground beneath their feet. In an instant, the two of them understood each other's intentions, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the ground beneath my feet collapsed completely. The area of several dozen meters centered on Gad, Blake, and the silver-haired woman fell into the collapsed ground like a runaway elevator. Chapter 57. I give you medicine, you keep me safe. Tick tock, until a drop of cold water fell on the woman's face. The woman's brows slightly frowned, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. You're awake. In the dim light, the woman opened her eyes and looked at the dark cave ceiling. Then she followed the sound and saw the young man beside her and frowned. Just as she was about to sit up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her waist. It's best not to act rashly. The collapsed rock cone unfortunately pierced your waist. Although it didn't hit your vital parts, it took a lot of effort to stop your bleeding. The woman looked down at the blood-soaked bandage around her waist. The white gauze had turned dark brown, and tiny beads of blood were still oozing from the wound, which was rising and falling slightly with her breathing. She looked up at the collapsed hole above her head. A few dim rays of sunlight leaked through the rubble, like a torn spider web. She glanced around again and found that they seemed to be in a huge cave. The air was filled with a damp and rotten smell. From deep within the cave came the sound of an underground river gurgling, which mixed with the echo of water droplets falling overhead, creating a buzzing sound in the empty space. "I've just observed the surroundings. There shouldn't be any danger," Blake said. "This should be the space where the earth dragon came from." Blake bit the bandage and wrapped it around his left hand and arm, which were bleeding. Falling from such a height, with a cave full of stone cones below, it would be impossible to remain intact. "Where's Gad?" Blake shook his head. "I don't know. This place is huge and interconnected. If it's hidden, it might take a while to find it." It has to be said that, as a high level or even the highest level elf, Gad's thinking even surpasses that of humans to some extent. It seems that the battle just now caused it a lot of damage, so it hid immediately after it got underground. Black deduced, it shouldn't rashly attack us in the short term. Hearing this, the woman relaxed a little. "Take a short break. We will be moving soon, so we still need to have basic security. Our current position is not safe." After Blake bandaged his wound, he stood up and looked around. They are now at an intersection with many roads leading in all directions. If the other party rushes towards them recklessly, the probability of them being attacked is very high. In fact, he had originally planned to move the other party directly to a more secret place, but because of the other party's injuries, he did not act rashly. Although I don't want to admit it, this operation seems to have failed. The most urgent task is to get out of here and get in touch with the outside world. The woman said nothing, agreeing with Blake's opinion. Blake looked at the wound on her waist, thought for a moment, then took out a small iron reagent bottle from his waist and handed it to her. "Drink this." "What's this?" "It's a special recovery potion made by Kate. She gave it to me before the operation just in case." Although Kate has a somewhat sharp-tongued personality that makes her difficult to approach, as a member of the protagonist group, she still possesses some kindness. Harsh words, this word may be very appropriate to describe her. The woman didn't answer, instead glancing at Blake's drooping bandaged arm. "You don't want to drink?" Blake thought about it and shook his head. "You need to recover your basic mobility as soon as possible. The longer you stay here, the greater the risk." The woman looked unhappy when she realized that she seemed to be treated as a burden at the moment. "You can leave now." The woman looked at the other person with her cold, dark eyes and added, "According to the original agreement." Blake was stunned for a moment. It took him a moment to remember the condition he had agreed to stay and help, that was that he would decide whether to leave immediately depending on the situation. Judging from the current situation, it seems to fully meet the agreed conditions. "I can definitely say that I have done my best, and I will not be morally condemned even if I leave the other person alone now." Blake was silent, and the woman was silent too. "You are right." Blake finally sighed, hearing Blake's words. The woman looked away. Just when she thought Blake would leave immediately, unexpectedly, he unscrewed the stopper of the potion and handed it to her. The woman frowned and looked up at Blake with a questioning look. Blake shook his head and sighed in annoyance. "You seem to have forgotten the additional conditions of the agreement?" The woman didn't understand what the other party meant for a moment. Blake explained, "Our previous condition was that I would leave if danger was beyond my ability. The implicit condition of this agreement was that you would ensure our safe departure, as Swart promised." "Woman," Blake spread his hands, "and I can't use magic normally now, so it will be difficult if I get into trouble." Blake wasn't lying. Just now when facing the Earth Dragon and Gad, he had already used up the magic power stored in Fingal's Tears, without knowing where the exit is. If Gad, who has been hiding in the dark, waits for an opportunity to attack him, it will be quite difficult for him to deal with it in this complicated environment. Blake shook the potion in his hand. "In exchange, I'll give you the potion and you'll be responsible for escorting me out safely. How about that?" Faced with the deal suddenly proposed by Blake, the woman looked directly into Blake's eyes. No fluctuations could be seen in her dark pupils, but there was something hidden beneath the calm surface of the lake. Blake guessed that the other party was probably weighing the pros and cons. The next second, a sneer appeared on the woman's cold face, and that smile seemed to be mocking Blake's naivety. "Aren't you afraid that I'll just leave you behind after I recover?" Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Blake just shrugged his shoulders, looking a little indifferent. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Indeed, with the ability she had previously demonstrated, she could indeed do that. However, he was a little concerned about the moves the woman had used in the previous battle. The black aura that could condense into a sharp blade, so is it, she refining technique, but now is not the time to explore that. The next second, under the woman's puzzled gaze, Blake took out another even more inconspicuous small reagent bottle from his waist. After opening it, he didn't hesitate and directly dripped the bronze liquid inside into the recovery potion. After doing all this, Blake smiled and shook the bottle of recovery potion in his hand. I have added a hidden poison to this. Unfortunately, only I, who know the raw materials well, can make the antidote within the poison's duration. Looking at Blake with a smile on his face, the woman fell silent. Blake handed the potion bottle to the woman. How about it? Do you want to bet with me? The two looked at each other for a long time. Finally, the woman took the potion from Blake and drank it all. Chapter 58. To change your own destiny. While the woman was resting after taking the potion, Blake did not choose to leave too far, but wandered around, keeping an eye on his surroundings and observing the nearby environment. Blake walked on the wet ground covered with stagnant water. The mud was filled with rotten animal carcasses and half of the skeleton of some unknown animal. Beetles the size of knuckles were gnawing at the whitened ribs. He walked around, approaching one cave entrance after another, standing at the entrance and looking into the pitch-black interior. Each one looked like an abyss with no end in sight, until he came to a cave entrance. The breeze blowing from inside made him shiver silently. He reached out and carefully felt the airflow coming out from inside. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't just wandering around sightseeing, because I was soaked to the skin. I could clearly feel the slightest breeze. He picked up a stone from under his feet and threw it into the hole with force. The stones kept hitting the stone walls, and clear and crisp clicking sounds came from the cave until the sound gradually dissipated. But there was no obvious echo. Blake breathed a sigh of relief. This means that this hole may be connected to a relatively open space outside. Sound propagates relatively smoothly in an open space, while there will be more reflections and attenuation when propagating in a closed or narrow hole. What's wrong? Can you stand up now? After a while, Blake returned to his original position, looked at the woman sitting and leaned against her, and asked. The woman didn't say anything, she just slowly stood up with the help of the stone pillar. Although her movements were a little slow, the wound did not bleed. Blake was deeply touched when he saw this scene. I should have asked Kate for a few more bottles. However, looking at the other party's painful expression at the time, I estimated that I would be scolded by the other party if I made this request. After all, in this world, except for priests who are born with divine magic, one can only rely on recovery potions to heal trauma. Therefore, compared to having to report to the church and request a visit from the priest on duty, healing potions are more convenient and easier to carry. Therefore, highly effective therapeutic drugs have always attracted people to flock to them. Which way? The woman looked back at Blake and noticed that he had been looking towards the holes there. Blake pointed to the hole where he had just stopped. But we can't be sure that we can get out, and we don't know where Gad is hiding. If we happen to run into him, Blake glanced at the wound on her waist and said meaningfully, why don't you take a rest for a while? The woman walked right past Blake and said, the spiritual energy in this cave is denser than outside, it will recover faster. Blake sighed as he looked at the woman's back. What a tenacious and decisive woman. For some reason, the scene of someone pulling out a nail suddenly appeared in his mind. That scene was like a shadow, lingering in his mind. Blake pressed his aching left arm and followed. The two people's footsteps made crisp clacking sounds as they stepped on the water-filled ground. Apart from that, the only sound was the two people's faint breathing. The passage they chose was longer than Blake had expected. The two of them didn't know how long they had been walking, but still couldn't see the end. However, due to the increasingly obvious air current coming towards them, they did not turn back but chose to continue walking back. At the same time, the torch in Blake's hand illuminated the bumpy ground under their feet, saving them a lot of trouble. It was not easy to start a fire in this dark and humid environment, but he was fortunate that there were several pine trees that fell with the ground when the landslide just happened. Fortunately, the wood had not yet been contaminated by the humid air here. Blake wrapped some burning bandages around one end of the wood and then smeared some rotten animal fat on it. Although it smells a bit fishy, it can make it burn longer. With this fire, the two of them can move forward boldly until both of them were a little tired. They chose to stay and rest. In the dark cave, a little fire struggled to light up. The flame was weak and trembling at first, as if it would be swallowed by the darkness at any time, but it quickly stabilized its body, and the orange-red halo made the uneven texture on the rock wall appear bright and dim. Rest here for a while, and then look for an exit after you have recovered a little. The woman did not sit with Blake in front of the fire, but found a shadowy corner to sit down, untied the cloak she had been wearing, and threw it aside. This weak flame not only allows them to get warm in the dark and damp underground, but also collects some water droplets dripping from the cave to heat it and solve the water problem. Blake held a bowl of boiling water in a simple stone bowl and handed it to the woman. The woman glanced at it and shook her head in rejection. Blake didn't say anything, he just sat down around the campfire with his bowl and drank from the edge of the bowl. In this dark and humid environment, a mouthful of hot water went down his throat and made his body instantly warm up. Seeing Blake's relaxed brow, the woman glanced at him, then closed her eyes and began to rest. However, her sensitive hearing allowed her to easily hear the sound of hot air coming out of Blake's throat from time to time. This made her inexplicably irritated. However, after a while, she frowned when she heard the noise and slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the ground, and a bowl of hot water was brought to her again. Drinking something hot can replenish calories, but the fire alone is not enough. Blake put the bowl on the ground and turned directly back to sit in front of the wood fire. Of course, if you don't want to drink it, just leave it here. I'll drink it after it cools down. The woman glanced at Blake's back, then at the water on the ground. Finally he sighed and reached for the bowl. After a while, Blake suddenly turned back with his coat in his hands, and then, under the woman's puzzled gaze, he picked up the cloak he had put aside and returned to the flame again. The clothes are then spread out to dry because their clothes were soaked by the accumulated water on the ground of the cave when they fell, and the damp and cold environment here. If they were not dried quickly, they would easily catch a cold and develop symptoms of a cold and fever. Especially the wounds of the two people are extremely prone to infection in this situation. The woman sat in the shadows, looking at the boy standing by the fire holding up clothes. The flickering flames in her dark and turbid eyes flickered. Because there is no stand, drying can only be done in a primitive and clumsy way. Only after making sure that both sides of the clothes were dry and warm did Blake come back with the clothes and hand the cloak back to the other person. The woman took it and nodded in response. It seems it's unlikely to hear words of thanks from the other person. Blake did not show any dissatisfaction, but sat down next to the flame again and touched his bandaged left hand. Why are you here? Blake was stunned for a moment, and at first he wondered if he was hallucinating, but when he turned his head and met the gaze of the woman in the dark, he was sure that the other person was talking to him. Because he needs to deal with his own magic, you should have heard it in the cave before. Blake was a little confused as to why the other party asked this, since she was clearly present at the previous conversation between him and Swart. The woman just glanced at him. You should be a noble. Blake nodded, acknowledging the other party's guess. You don't really need to get yourself into danger for this. The woman touched the cloak, which smelled of warmth. Even if you can't use magic, you can still live a life of luxury. Hearing what the other party said, Blake smiled bitterly, and suddenly felt a sense of pain that he couldn't express. This is not necessarily the case, perhaps only he knew the tragic fate that originally belonged to Black Percival. He turned around and looked at the flickering flame that was almost burning out, and was silent for a moment. Maybe it's to change my destiny. In the end he chose to tell the truth. After these words were spoken, the woman sitting in the shadows behind him suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. You want to seek a job in the palace? For some reason, at this moment, the little warmth that had finally built up in the other person's tone seemed to return to freezing point again. Blake was stunned for a moment. It seemed that my words caused the other party to misunderstand. Working so hard is to change my destiny. Whether this sentence is placed here or in the original world, it seems to be instinctively interpreted as, I want to climb to a higher position. At some point, the two have become equal in the eyes of everyone. On the ground, Blake's shadow shook his head. I don't have that idea at the moment. Blackmore rubbed the thick bandages wrapped around his arms, the dim firelight struggling in his eyes. Sometimes, if there is still a chance for you to change the seemingly unsatisfactory ending that you can see at a glance, there is every reason to act, isn't it? The woman sitting in the shadows also fell silent. After a long time, he saw that there was silence behind him. Just when Blake thought that the other party had lost interest in continuing the conversation, the other party's voice sounded again. Don't get involved with the royal family, as a suggestion you can choose to ignore. Blake paused. A magnificent palace cannot hide its decay. In an instant, the flickering sparks finally went out. We should get going. A woman's cold voice echoed in the darkness. Chapter 59 Exit. Because they had used up all the wood that could be used for lighting, the two could only move forward in the dark. The wet stone wall rubbed against the back of my hand, and the sound of water drops falling on the ground echoed in the air. It was a little difficult to walk on the bumpy ground. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the two to feel the wind coming towards them. Where there is wind, there is an exit. Looks like we're almost there, Blake said. Before he finished speaking, a cold purple light suddenly flashed from the corner, like the half-open pupils of a giant beast in the dark night. Blake was about to move forward when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, which made him pause. "What's wrong?" The woman behind him frowned, thinking that something was happening ahead. "It's okay, keep going." Blake pressed the painful spot, shook his head, and continued walking in the direction of the light. The two men turned around the moss-covered stone pillar, and suddenly a view opened up in front of them. Hundreds of glowing stalactites hung from the dome of a huge cave. However, the next second, the scene before them stunned both of them. The purple crystals all over the ground emitted a strong purple light, which for a moment enveloped the huge cave as if it were daytime. If you look closely at these crystals, you can actually see the corpses of elves in various shapes curled up inside. The two-headed grey wolf maintained its pouncing posture, with a wisp of undigested animal hair hanging between its solidified sharp teeth. Under the twisted body of the three-eyed fox, its claws dug deeply into the crystal wall, as if making its last struggle. The strangest thing is the giant bat with a wingspan of 2 meters. Its filmy wings are imprisoned in the crystal, like a sealed demon. Each of these corpses is sealed in purple crystal, just like specimens in a freezer. In other words, in Gad's eyes, this is simply a large nurturing cabin. This would explain where the army of elves came from. "It seems that we have entered some extraordinary place," Blake said, looking around warily. Since this is the nursery where Gad is being nurtured, then Gad is most likely nearby. Considering his and the woman's current condition, this is not good news. Blake finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found nothing unusual. Then, just as Blake was considering what to do with these embryos, he suddenly noticed that the woman's palms had begun to brew a black aura. "Hello?" Blake quickly grabbed her wrist to stop her. In an instant, the black aura in his hand dissipated. The woman turned her head and looked at him coldly, with a hint of warning in her eyes. "Let go." And Blake had no intention of backing down. "If you make any noise, we'll have nowhere to escape when Gad arrives." Blake had already observed the surroundings. The huge space was completely closed. Apart from the hole they came from, there was no exit at all. But since there is wind blowing in here, it means there must be an exit connecting to the outside. They just haven't found it yet. He didn't know whether the woman's action came from confidence in her own strength or something else, but under the current circumstances, he must not easily arouse Gad's attention before finding the exit. The woman's eyes were cold and her pupils were icy cold, as if she would attack Blake in the next second. But Blake met that gaze without showing any weakness. The two of them now held different opinions on how to deal with these embryos, and neither was willing to give in for the time being. Finally, the coldness in the woman's eyes faded and she sighed. "I won't make too much noise." Blake was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the woman's calm eyes, he slowly withdrew his hand from the other's wrist. The woman seemed to be determined to keep her promise. She lowered her hand slowly, then squatted down and placed her hand gently on the ground. The moment her palm touched the wet rock surface, the ground suddenly cracked into spiderweb-like cracks. Dark black mist surged out from the cracks, spreading across the ground like boiling asphalt, passing over the purple crystals in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, the purple crystals instantly turned into purple mist, just like dry ice meeting boiling water. A thin black wall immediately rose around the woman and Blake, blocking the purple gas from approaching them. As the purple crystal that sealed the corpse dissipated, the elf's corpse and the crystal fell to the ground like a piece of meat. Some of the corpses turned into crystal and gas and dissipated the moment they hit the ground. The rest were only a matter of time. Only after all the crystals disappeared did the woman stop and slowly stand up. Her breathing was rapid and fragmented, and fine beads of sweat flowed down her temples, leaving crystal-clear marks on her pale cheeks. The ends of her hair had long been soaked with sweat, sticking wetly to her bluish skin. Her chest rose and fell violently with every breath she took, as if she would be completely crushed by the overdrawn energy. In the next second, Blake was about to go forward to help her, but was rejected by her directly. "Find the exit, don't waste time." Blake nodded, but still placed the woman behind a rock before turning to look for an exit. The woman looked at Blake's departing figure thoughtfully. After searching around and finding nothing, Blake finally came to the center of this huge cave. He raised his head slightly and looked around. It suddenly occurred to him that since they were now underground, they should look for an exit somewhere higher up. Finally, he fixed his sights on a high ledge. Blake squinted his eyes and keenly caught the silver light flashing in the depression of the rock platform. It was a faint cold light. Blake took a deep breath, drew his sword, and wedged the sharp tip of the sword into the crack in the rock wall. The vibration from the sword went straight to his spine along the palm of his hand. He used the hilt of the sword for leverage, and the soles of his boots made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the slippery limestone. The rubble of gravel fell, making crisp echoes in the darkness, and every inch upwards, sparks from the friction between the sword blade and the rock would illuminate his taut jawline. When he climbed up to the 3-story high ledge, his knees hit the protruding stone edge heavily. Blake stood up from his knees, leaning against a stalagmite. Finally, he found a crack with a faint glow in the jagged stalagmite array deep in the cave. He estimated the width of the crack and found it was wide enough for a person to pass through sideways. The moment he got closer, a breeze passed through the gap and blew directly on his face, carrying the cool and moist air of the night. He turned sideways and passed through the gap. The crack was very long. Blake bent his body, and the rubble and the unpolished walls on both sides kept rubbing against his chest and back, causing him pain. After an unknown amount of time, his head hit something soft, a mossy vine. He pushed the vine aside with all his strength, and the dazzling moonlight instantly poured down, covering him completely. The moment he passed through the crack, he looked up. There was a silent forest all around, and the moonlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves onto the ground, forming mottled spots of light. Seeing this, Blake breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the excitement in his heart, he immediately turned around and crossed the half-body wide gap again and went back. However, just as he was about to cross the crack again, he suddenly heard violent friction and collision sounds coming from inside. The sound was like a huge rock shattered by a strong impact. This made him suddenly realize that something was wrong. Although the sharp rock walls on both sides had worn his clothes, he still sped up his pace. The moment he passed through the gap and returned to the cave, the shaking ground and the scene before him made his pupils tremble. The woman who was supposed to be resting was now fighting with Gad. I've seen some feedback from the old guys saying that the update time is a bit weird. I think 12 o'clock is not too far off. Or you can suggest what time you want the update to be, and I'll see if there are enough people and I can change it. Chapter 60. Are you planning to give up? The woman was entangled with Gad, her black cloak turned into an afterimage as she moved at high speed. At this moment, she was holding 2 black blades, like a dancer moving through the shadow of death. When the giant python opened its bloody mouth and pounced at her, she spun around and leaped up, the blade cutting through the mist and creating sparks on the snake's scales. The fluttering black cloak and the dancing snake shadows intertwined. Every collision between the sharp blade and the scales emitted a thrilling crisp sound, leaving difficult to heal wounds emitting black air on the giant snake's body. The narrow environment of the cave prevented Gad from fully exerting his huge body, and for a moment he was completely helpless against the woman. The woman continues to drain the other person's energy until she finds an opportunity. Just when Blake breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Although it was not obvious, the woman's speed was gradually slowing down. The high-speed movement made it impossible for Gad to cope, and also caused great physical damage to the woman. Finally, at the moment the woman jumped up, the bandaged wound on her waist finally couldn't hold on. Like a dam breaking open, red blood gushed out, completely soaking her clothes in an instant. The sharp pain in her abdomen caused her to pause briefly in the air. But it was only a moment's pause, and Gad immediately seized the opportunity. The tail of the giant python suddenly swelled 3 times in thickness, sweeping across like an iron whip with a fishy wind. The woman in the air had nowhere to hide and could only turn sideways and swing her blade to block, but her knuckles were cracked and she flew out like a kite with a broken string. The friction between her bones and the air made a sharp whistling sound, and she slammed heavily into the stalactite-covered rock wall. In order to ensure the woman's death, Gad's twisted snake body coiled into a noose, and as its bloody tongue swallowed, a thick purple poisonous mist as thick as asphalt surged from its throat. It opened its huge mouth full of barbed fangs, and the poisonous mist condensed into a ferocious demonic pupil in midair, with dark purple lightning wandering in the center of the pupil. With Gad as the center, a huge poisonous fog corroded the surrounding ground and produced green smoke. The stalactites on the rock wall immediately melted into black slime, emitting a foul smell when they came into contact with the poisonous fog. The air was filled with a suffocating smell of decay, as if the god of death's scythe was approaching the woman's throat. At this critical moment, a huge fireball carrying rock fragments tore through the poisonous fog, and the scorching airwave blew away the rubble on the ground. The raging flames accurately hit Gad's scaly head, instantly exploding into a blinding flame. The snake head that was casting the spell was thrown to the side by the impact. The purple poison and the flame collided violently, sending up corrosive ashes all over the sky. The smell of burning was mixed with the fishy smell of snake blood. However, this attack did not cause much damage to it except interrupting its spellcasting, but instead aroused its anger. Gad turned his head, stared at the man in the distance with his angry vertical pupils, and roared with his huge mouth. Blake held the sword and kept moving around the giant snake, like an uncatchable ghost. Blake decided to continue with the woman's tactics and close the distance to consume the opponent, but Gad seems to have figured out how to deal with it. It endured the sharp blade that Blake had cut into its body, raised its head and sprayed poisonous smoke into the air. In an instant, poisonous rain fell. Blake could only quickly distance himself. In an instant, Gad seized the opportunity, swung his tail and directly smashed a huge rock. The flying rock flew towards the retreating Blake like a cannonball. The stone contained a huge impact force and carried Blake out, hitting a huge stalactite. The sharp stalagmite shattered with a sound, and the flying gravel mixed with the blood he coughed up formed dark red flowers on the ground. Under the protection of the black air, the woman flashed behind Gad. As soon as the woman touched the python's scales, a crack suddenly appeared on Gad's back, and a row of purple tentacles emerged from it. There was a flash of shock in the woman's eyes. The sticky tentacle wrapped around her wrist like lightning. The next second, the silver hair drew a sharp arc in the moonlight, and the woman was thrown out. Under the huge force, she rolled on the ground for several times and finally stopped. She looked down at the blood dripping from her waist, raised her head again, and her dark eyes trembled. At this moment, she saw clearly what the tentacle that suddenly appeared was. Gad's back suddenly cracked, and rusty armor fragments were the first to squeeze out in the oozing blood foam, followed by the pale arm bones. Those skeletons still maintained the posture of holding the sword, and the dried muscle fibers were entangled between the finger bones. This monster actually buried the bodies of the soldiers who died in the battle before into his body. Seeing this scene, she clenched her fists, and an unprecedented inky aura swept through her body like the abyss pouring back. At this moment, her eyes glowed blood red in the darkness, and lava-like blood was surging deep in her irises. But just as she was about to swing her arms, her body drooped limply like a puppet with its strings cut. Her body was already at its limit. At this moment, she was half kneeling on the ground, looking at the giant python that was slowly approaching her. Its tongue was slightly exposed, as if mocking her. Facing death, her crimson eyes remained calm. However, a self-deprecating smile could not be avoided on the corner of his mouth. Just when she was ready to accept her fate of death, suddenly, a breeze blew across the ground, and the stones beside my feet suddenly floated up. The woman frowned slightly, seemed to realize something, and turned her head suddenly. As the hurricane swept up the dust and lifted the rubble, a figure stood in the dust. The dust blew away, revealing a man's blood-stained face. Really, why are you kneeling there without moving? Are you planning to give up? Blake suddenly raised his hand, and a dark golden light rose from his palm. Among the broken bricks and cracked stones, azure pupils emerged stepping on the wind blade. The wind was howling all around. The gradually spreading wind formed a vortex around him, sweeping up sand and rocks and whistling them into the sky. Gradually, a huge blue wolf shadow emerged from the wind, its sharp claws tearing through the airflow, and its amber pupils glowing coldly in the shadows. The gray wolf in the south raised its head and howled towards the sky, which echoed throughout the entire cave. Before Jade could react, countless wind blades swept over in an instant, instantly weaving an impenetrable blade net around the giant python. And Jade suddenly raised his long body, and the collision of his scales against the wind blades made a sound of cutting metal. The giant python swung its barbed tail and swept across, but the wind blade cut its skin and purple blood gushed out. In rage, it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out poisonous purple smoke towards Blake. Just as it invaded Blake, the wind around Blake instantly turned into a powerful wind wall, blowing away the mist sprayed by Gad. The purple water splashing around made a crackling sound and emitted wisps of white smoke the moment it touched the rocks. In the face of the howling hurricane of the Wolf King, Gad, who had already been injured several times, fell into a disadvantage. But Blake's situation is not optimistic either. The black aura lingered around the Wolf King, and Blake's eyes were terrifyingly bloody red, as if blood would flow out of them in the next second, and the blood drops oozing from his bandaged hands were instantly swallowed up by the black aura. Even so, Blake waved his hands tremblingly. In an instant, Cordell's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the wind blade. The wind blade suddenly expanded and turned into a crescent-shaped arc of light that was 100 meters long, accurately slashing at the giant python's vital point. Instantly, Jared's scream of pain resounded throughout the entire space. Blake coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at the other person with bloodshot eyes. This wasn't enough to kill it, but he had done enough. It wasn't him who had the power to kill Gad. Get started! As his hoarse voice sounded, the long dormant black aura rose from the ground under Gad's body and turned into vines that tightly wrapped around the giant python. Almost at the same time, a huge black gate condensed from the top of the cave. Jade, who was tightly imprisoned by the wind pressure from above and the black vines, was like a prisoner on the guillotine, quietly waiting for his judgment. Swish, the guillotine falls, boom, with a loud bang. The dust cleared, the huge black sword was embedded straight into the ground. Thick purple-black liquid covered the ground, winding into strange totems on the rocky ground. The remaining body of the giant snake was still twisting wildly, and its scales rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. Wherever the tip of its tail swept, the rocks crumbled into pieces. In the distance, the huge snake head rolled down, the vertical lines in the snake's pupils suddenly shrank into needle points, and the cracked mandible made a cracking sound. Even though its head had been chopped off, its body continued to flap. This time, not only do all of its cells not die, but become more active. Blake couldn't help but sigh at the horrific life of this giant snake. Its self-healing ability has even surpassed bloodthirsty Dracula in some aspects, but its struggle is only temporary. As the woman used up her last bit of strength, she clenched her outstretched hand, and the huge sword that cut off her head instantly turned into thick black smoke, completely enveloping the broken gad. Wrap it tightly, until it is annihilated. The woman slowly walked to the black mist, her dark eyes fixed on the air mass in front of her. The thick black fog surged like a living thing, and from deep inside came the dull sound of metal and bones being crushed. It seemed that the other party had not given up struggling and was trying to break free, just like when it was on the ground just now. When faced with life-threatening situations, this giant snake burst out with an unprecedented survival instinct. At this moment, it only wanted to send its cells out. It firmly believes that even if it is just one cell, it will make a comeback in time, but women obviously won't give it a chance. Unlike the last time when she sealed it, this time she vowed to wipe it out completely, and this is also the purpose of her trip. She has always been a person who will not give up until she achieves her goal. Under the woman's vigilant gaze, the sound in the surging mist gradually faded away, until it fell into complete silence. Gradually, the black gas wrapped in purple smoke began to dissipate. The fog has cleared, and in its original place, nothing was left. This moment means that this ferocious giant python can only exist as a legend. A breath of relief slowly released from the woman's red lips. A hint of fatigue finally revealed in her eyes, which had always been deep. Slowly turned around, she looked over to Blake, who was lying on the ground. Chapter 61 ending. The warm sunlight shone on Blake's face, and Blake, who had regained a little consciousness, trembled his eyelashes and slowly opened his heavy eyelids. The cracked lips moved, a burning pain came from the throat, and then a sharp pain spread all over the body. After his blurry vision gradually became clear, he turned his head slightly and looked around. The sunlight shone through the window beside the bed, and the warm air was filled with a faint scent of mugwort. There was only a table and 2 stools in the simply furnished wooden house, but it was cleaned very cleanly. He glanced at the water glass on the table beside him and wanted to raise his arm to take it, but gave up after trying. He sighed softly. At this moment, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open. The two of them stared at each other. The person who came was Kate. She blinked. Awake? Blake said nothing. Isn't this obvious? Kate walked over, pulled a stool nearby and sat down beside the bed, saying casually, "To be honest, I thought you would be in a coma for at least a year or so." What an unlucky word. However, because of his understanding of Kate's character, Blake didn't take it to heart. "Where is this?" Blake noticed the bandages on her body. It must have been difficult for her to escape since she had lured away so many intermediate elves in one go. "In a villager's house," Kate said. "When we found you, you were almost dead. We were afraid that the carriage would kill you, so we couldn't take you away." Seeing that the other party was still speaking with such a sharp tongue, Blake silently swallowed the greeting that was about to come out of his mouth. At this moment, the door was pushed open again. As if anticipating Blake's awakening, the guests arrived one after another. This time it was Emily who appeared at the door, holding a jar with steam coming out through the gap in the stopper. "You're still awake?" Kate turned her back to him and waved her hand. "He's awake. I'm chatting with him." Emily was stunned for a moment. She was happy to see Blackton awake, but then she frowned and looked at Kate. "Why didn't you notify me immediately after you woke up?" Kate chose to pretend she didn't hear it, and Emily didn't ask any further questions, but put the jar down and began to check Blake's condition. "How is it? How do you feel now?" "Except that my whole body feels like it's falling apart. There's nothing else wrong with it," Blake said honestly. Emily sighed when she heard this. "That's good enough." "Haven't you figured out your situation yet?" Emily said as she lifted the quilt. Since Blake was not wearing any clothes, his bandaged chest was directly exposed to the air. Emily carefully cut open the gauze that tightly wrapped her chest with scissors. Blake finally understood Emily's worries and what Kate meant by, "I thought you would be in a coma for a year or two." Blake looked down and saw large, strange purple lines winding down along his collarbone, like parasitic vines growing wildly on his pale skin. The edge of the poison glowed with a strange fluorescence, rising and falling slightly with breathing, like some living thing wriggling under the blood vessels. Scary, isn't it? Emily smiled bitterly and said, "It was even worse than this at the beginning. The poison even spread to your neck." "Yeah, we didn't dare approach you when we saw you, you looked like a plague." Blake simply ignored Kate's venom. Emily threw the untied bandage aside and took the clay pot she had brought with her. The moment the cork was pulled out, a pungent herbal smell gushed out and instantly filled every corner of the wooden house. Kate jumped up, covering her nose and moving away with a look of resistance, but she didn't leave. Emily smeared the sticky green liquid on Blake's purple-lined chest and sighed. "To be honest, it's a miracle that you're still alive. The poison is spreading all over your body, and the magic power in your body is in chaos." At this point, Emily suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Kate. "By the way, Kate, could you please call Mr. Swart over?" Kate covered her nose, thought about it, and nodded. Then he turned and walked out of the house. "Swarth, is he still there?" Blake asked suddenly. "Yes, he helped you to clear the magic power in your body." Emily looked at Blake strangely. "Why do you ask?" "No, nothing." Blake said nothing. He just subconsciously wanted to check on the other party's condition. After all, in the original plot, as the mountain was surrounded by poisonous gas, Swart completely disappeared and faded from the player's sight. His plot seems to have changed. Seeing Blake lowering his eyes in thought, Emily did not ask any further questions. She thought he was thinking about his agreement with Swart, so she said, "Don't worry, he didn't run away. He was planning to fulfill his promise, but I don't know why he gave up in the end." Blake was stunned for a moment. In other words, the black aura is still in his body at this time. Doesn't he mean to say that he can't do that at the moment? Basic instruments are needed for assistance. He remembered what the other party said at the time. Emily smiled bitterly. "We helped dig some of his equipment out from under the rubble. It took quite a while." So that's how it is. Later, Blake learned from Emily that after Dad was completely destroyed, the elves' corpses controlled by it turned into puppets with their strings cut, fell to the ground and dissipated, and they were thus freed. However, because they were seriously injured and could not move rashly, they chose to stay in this village temporarily. During the conversation between the two, the wooden door was pushed open again, still Kate. But this time, he was followed by Swart, Autolus and Dimes. "Now everyone is here. How does it feel?" Autolus asked. Blake nodded. "As you can see, it's not bad." "I'm relieved to see you recover so quickly," Swart suddenly interrupted with a smile. "To be honest, I thought it would take some time for you to wake up." "When are you going to help?" "I have already helped him solve the problem, so it is only natural that the other party should fulfill his promise." But from Emily's words, the other party didn't seem to do that immediately. This made Blake a little concerned. After all, there was not much description of Swart in the plot, so Blake was not clear about his character. In response, Swart smiled. "You're talking about this. Originally, I was planning to take advantage of your recovery to help you remove the black aura from your body." Swart shrugged. "But obviously that can't be done." Blake frowned. "When we found you, the poison had already spread throughout your body. You were doomed to die." Pointing to Blake's chest, Swart explained, "But the black aura in your body was able to repel the poisonous spiritual power of Jada. It was it that helped you protect your heart at that time, which allowed you to hold on for a breath. It's thanks to this that the toxins in your body are receding so quickly." Swart paused. "At least until the poison is completely gone, I think it should remain in your body." Swart spread his hands. "Of course, if you were willing, I can serve you now. I always keep my promises. Otherwise, why would I guard this dangerous seal for so long?" After hearing what Swart said, Blake was no longer in a hurry to get rid of the black energy. "Oh right. Speaking of which." Blake suddenly remembered something. Who is that?" Blake then remembered that the other party had never revealed his name. His memory also stopped at the moment when the other party released the black mist to cover GAD. No one spoke. They ran away a long time ago. Kate on the side curled her lips. "We found you on a meadow in front of a mountain. There was no one there except you, even the man with the scar didn't come back." "So that's it." Blake said nothing. He actually cares a little about the other person's identity. For someone with such strength and performance, there is actually no role for her in the plot. He glanced at Swart beside him. Now that Swart has clearly survived, Does that mean her storyline has also been rewritten, but he didn't intend to dwell on it too much? Now that the problem of magic conflict in the body has been solved, then for now he should focus on the main storyline. Chapter 62. What is your relationship with that student? The few people stayed in the village and the valley for half a month. The purple lines that had spread across Blake's chest had completely disappeared by now, and his actions now were no different than before. He stood on a high slope, looking at the silent forest in front of him. After being destroyed by Gad, the forest seemed to have no vitality left. There's nothing left here. Otis, who was standing by, was holding a piece of animal bone and observing it, but soon lost interest and threw it aside. After a period of time, elves may be reborn from the aura of the air, but animals reproduce much more slowly. Odylus gave his own speculation. After a long time, this place may well become the second southern forest. The two then came to the grass field where everyone found the unconscious Blake. Blake came to a blocked mountain pass. The gap that was used to escape from the cave was now completely blocked by a landslide, probably because the collapse occurred during the fight with Jad. This means that this story can only be buried in the dust along with the annihilation of Gadwodil's side. What a pity, it seems that we can't get Gad's cells. It would be troublesome if that kind of thing remained, right? Not necessarily. Everything has two sides. Odylus still looked like a scholar, constantly making conjectures. If we can make use of the activity of Gad's cells, in addition to treating some difficult diseases, we can even create a non-living army. Really? As a professor, you actually made such an unethical suggestion. Black mourns the fact that Sias hired such an academic lunatic. Blake then left with Odylus. If he continued to investigate in this area, he was afraid that Odylus would really discover something unexpected and create something extraordinary. After returning to the village, Odylus took some crystals he found in the forest. Blake wasn't at all curious about what he was going to do. When he pushed open the door, he saw Swart, who had been waiting in the room for a long time. Next to him was a wooden box as big as half his body. You seem to be full of energy. Did you go for a walk? This weather is really suitable. The other party smiled kindly. Well, I went out for a walk for a while. With Odilius? Is that so? Then you have to be careful, he is a real lunatic. I agree with that. Blake said, sitting down in the chair across from Swart and unbuttoning his clothes to expose his chest. During this time, Swart has been helping Blake remove toxins from his body. Okay, now the toxins in your body have been completely cleared. In the room, Swart stared at Blake's chest and checked it over and over again, and said he would come here almost every day and use the method of extracting Gad's spiritual power to help Blake weaken the toxins in his body. Blake put his clothes on and buttoned them up silently. In fact, even without Swart checking, Blake could see his current condition. He turned his head and glanced at the attribute panel on the side that only he could see. Strength, 9 mental strength, 6 magic, 7 combat skills. LaRoche sword skills, proficient, magic skills, wine blade, low level, LV.3, fireball, low level, LV.3, lightning, low level, LV.3, lightning strike, intermediate level, LV.2 features, blessing of the south wind, poison resistance. He moved his eyes to the bottom column. Blessing of the south comes from the blessing that Cordless bestowed upon himself, but that is the poison resistance. Toxin resistance, after experiencing countless thrilling battles with toxins, the precious toxicity. Resistance is finally obtained. Effect, the damage caused by poison to you is greatly reduced, and the duration is significantly shortened. While poisoned, the negative effects you receive are weakened. As a game that is extremely realistic, it takes this factor into account. Just like taking an overdose of drugs and developing drug resistance, some seemingly random factors often contain unexpected intentions, and there are some special plots hidden in these details, which may even make people discover some unknown aspects of the characters that have already left. Players cannot reach all aspects from Leonardo's perspective. At this moment, he thought of the words the other party left for him: bring the story to the true ending. It seems that the other party summoned me here as a humble villain like Black Percival. Is there any special purpose? Seeing that Blake's eyes were looking to the side, Swart followed his gaze, but there were only a few piled up bottles and jars there. He frowned, wondering if the toxin had invaded the other person's nerves and caused him to have hallucinations. Speaking of which, it's time to think about serious matters. Hearing Swart's words, Blake turned around. After all, the toxins in your body have been dealt with. Now it's time to help you clear out the black aura that's been bothering you. Swart smiled. After all, this is why you came here, isn't it? Blake nodded. Indeed, after experiencing all the twists and turns, he almost forgot the reason why he was involved in this storm. Here? Well, it's troublesome, but it doesn't need to be too much of a hassle. Swart opened the wooden box beside him. A set of sophisticated alchemical refining equipment emits a cold metallic luster in the sunlight, the glass distillation tube refracts fine rainbow colors, and the surface of the brass crucible is engraved with mysterious runes. Swart installed a needle into one end of the clearing tube and wiped it with alcohol. Come on, please stretch out your arms. After Blake stretched out his arm, Swart quickly inserted the needle into the blood vessel. After fixing the needle, Swart stretched out his hand and placed it on Blake's chest. As the fluorescent green magic power radiated, Blake suddenly felt a gentle airflow through his body. As the air currents throughout the body moved, they finally converged on the arm where the needle was inserted. The black liquid flows from the needle through the clear tube, passes through the continuously running device, and finally flows into the transparent glass container. The process was very slow, and Blake kept watching the clock in the room. The whole process lasted nearly half an hour. Finally, Swart shook the glass in his hand with a tired look on his face and looked at it with squinted eyes. To be honest, this is the first time I've extracted something like this. Inside is a viscous liquid similar to petroleum. It's done. Go outside and try using the blessing again later. Swart seemed to be in a hurry. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, clapped his hands, put the instruments back into the wooden box one by one, and stood up. Then I won't bother you anymore. Is this true? You said you let me go? Swart's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you planning something again? He didn't believe that the woman in front of him could be so kind. He even thought at one point that she had not left it all these days, but was just watching him nearby. Even if he refused, she was already prepared to kidnap him by force. But now the other party wants to let me go. What a joke. He is not some innocent kid from the village. The woman glanced at him and asked, "Are you eager to go with me?" Well, that's not necessary. Since the other party has let me go, and there is nothing wrong with me, I should just take the pie in the sky. Oh, right. Swart suddenly remembered something. By the way, what is your relationship with that student? Swart pulled out the can of black liquid extracted from Blake's body from his pocket and shook it. The black magic in his body obviously comes from you. Even if you practice in the same way, the effects of the black magic will be different due to your different physiques. Swart stroked his chin. You have such an obvious rejection of spiritual power. Although there are not many users of black magic who have seen it, you are the only one. The woman didn't answer him. And after dealing with Gad, you didn't take me away immediately. Swart suddenly realized something. The corner of his mouth curved up, and he looked at the woman with a half-smile. Is it also because of that boy? You too, go pack your things. Wait, what do you mean? Swart immediately panicked, thinking that he would not have angered her if he had known. Hey! Didn't you say you wouldn't take me with you? Not with me. Chapter 63, The Beginning of the Crusade on a Moving Carriage. Swart rubbed his hands and leaned closer with a flattering look. By the way, how is the matter entrusted to you going? I have sent your letter of recommendation to the college. Audiles looked down at the notebook in his hand and said casually, there is no reply yet. It seems that Modern has been invited by the royal family to go to the palace to teach the court magicians. It may take more than a month for him to come back. Swart was a little worried when he heard this. Are you reliable? If you say so, then I will go directly with you guys. What if they don't accept me? Audiles glanced at him and said, it was you who insisted on coming along. Swart was speechless. In the carriage behind Odulson Swart, Emily was working on the development of a new healing potion. She seemed to have gained some inspiration from Swart's ability to remove magic. Deems and Kate were having their daily bickering. They seemed to have never gotten along, and just a small point of entry could trigger discussion and argument. Blake, on the other hand, lowered his eyes and looked out the window of the carriage, thinking about something. During the time he was recuperating in the village, he had been estimating the time and calculating the current progress of the plot. According to the time, the plot has just entered the 4th chapter of the 1st act. There was nothing to worry about at this stage. He was thinking about the 5th chapter that was coming soon, that is the battle to defeat the boss in the 1st act. That will be the first serious battle our protagonist will face, so he has to pay attention, because the boss of the first act, Nightmare, is not a monster with powerful destructive power. On the contrary, it does not even have a physical entity, but this still does not prevent it from being tricky. It can weave dreams to make sleeping people sink into its control without knowing it. No one knows where this tricky and ambiguous monster came from, but it once caused quite a stir in the empire. First people didn't take it seriously and simply attributed the actions of those being manipulated to sleepwalking. However, as more and more people began to sleepwalk, the rulers finally realized its seriousness, and several court magicians joined together to finally discover its existence and traces. However, because it always travels through the dreams of sleepers and has no physical entity, it is difficult to know where to start even if its existence is discovered. In the end, it was the humanoid plugin that took action. After some twists and turns, it was finally sealed in a mirror by the young modern. Using special means, this mirror was sealed in the Academy's forbidden room along with some other special items, but this does not mean that its harm has been completely eliminated. Over the years, it has been trying to break free from the shackles of the mirror, until Principal Modern had the opportunity to temporarily leave the Academy. It took the opportunity to break through the seal, and then pulled all the students in the Academy and even some professors who were not very good in mental strength into sleep. At this point, the final crusade of the first act began. Although this particular enemy is very tricky, many professors who are not manipulated are unable to deal with it, but our protagonist Leonardo, relying on the powerful mental strength of the fifth style of the Holy Sword, Heartsword style, that he had just comprehended, broke free from its restraints. Heartsword style, as the name suggests, it is a telekinetic / launched by the user's mental power. In actual combat, it can cause the opponent to pause for a short time, thus creating an opportunity for attack. But it cannot cause any physical damage, but it has an inherent inhibitory effect on Nightmare. The protagonist also used it to cause real damage to the Nightmare, and finally eliminated it after many twists and turns. For players who are new to the game, the first act is quite difficult. Even when he played it for the first time, he had to reload the game file and try many times before he found a guide. However, for Blake, who had already prepared countermeasures, it would not be difficult to deal with it as long as he mastered the method. He looked at his attribute panel, spiritual power, 6, but unfortunately, he is not Leonardo this time. If he waits passively, it will be difficult for him to stay awake in the nightmare. To be on the safe side, he had to stay awake when the plot happened. In this way, even if Leonardo encounters some insurmountable difficulties, he can inform the other party of the best response measures through various means. Having made up his mind, Blake stretched slightly in the crowded carriage. There is still nearly a full month left, so he still has plenty of time to prepare. He repeated this thought in his mind. This made him feel a little relieved. Inside Sias College, there is a room filled with a dark and eerie atmosphere. The air was filled with the scent of old parchment, mixed with the unique bitter aroma of some mysterious potion. The bronze candlestick in the corner had long been extinguished, and the solidified wax tears looked like twisted fingers. An unknown limb was soaked in a crystal bottle on the sandalwood stand, and half of a pearly wing was suspended in the turbid liquid. A dark figure was wandering silently in this enclosed space like a ghost. The bean-sized candle flame trembled between his fingers, and the amber halo pulled and distorted his shadow like ripples. The man in black held his breath and brushed his fingertips across the iron box covered with copper nails in the corner. The lion head buckle on the lid of the box suddenly made a slight clicking sound, which startled him so much that he quickly pulled his hand back, cold sweat already breaking out on his lower back. He looked towards the locked door vigilantly, and was relieved when he saw that no one noticed it. After hiding here for so long, that troublesome old man finally left. And it just so happens that the perceptive Odylus is not in the academy during this period. It's really lucky. The man in black looked around, alert for any traps that might be hidden in the dark. A ruby ring on his right index finger kept flashing in the dim room. The security barriers set up in various places in the room immediately lost their luster the moment the ring on his finger approached. The holy object is really powerful. In addition to ignoring the barrier, it can also break the seal. It is a great help. He couldn't help but feel thankful. Thanks to this special ring, they were able to ignore the external barrier and enter Sias College so easily. The man in black pulled his hat, and an old man's face was slightly revealed in the shadow. Since the plan to bring Cordless back has failed, then at least we should bring back something else of value. He muttered to himself, for this was also the reason why he went to so much trouble to sneak into this room that was sealed with multiple seals. Although he relied on the holy relic to ignore the risk of being discovered when breaking the seal, it still took him a lot of energy to avoid the irregular patrols. At this moment, he only hoped to find something valuable to take back. Only in this way would he not be held accountable when he returned in the tribe. Survivors who failed in the operation but returned alive would be regarded as deserters, and even if they were not punished, they would spend the rest of their lives in contempt and scorn of everyone. The man moved lightly and walked around the room where various devices were placed. Damn, what are these weird things? Don't they look like junk? Finally, the man complained about the various useless things inside. By the way, where is the Great Magic Book? Isn't it stored here? The man was suddenly stunned, his body tensed and he became alert to his surroundings, but he seemed to be the only living being in the whole room, which made him wonder if he was hallucinating because he was too nervous. Just as he turned around and hesitated about what to bring back. At this moment the man was finally sure that he was not hallucinating, but after looking around again, he was still the only one who might have made the sound in the huge room. That the sound of the wind, impossible. He looked around the room. There was not even a window. Even the only door leading to the outside was closed. Where did the wind come from? At this moment, a sense of unknown fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Who is speaking? He swallowed and murmured uncertainly in response. Bang, 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 bang. This time it became the sound of knocking on glass. That he held a candle and followed the sound. Finally, I turned my gaze to a mirror covered with white cloth in the corner. Chapter 64. Do you care about the gap between you and me? You have reached a level of proficiency in swordsmanship, faster than I expected. Alice sheathed her sword. Across from him was Blake, who was breathing rapidly. Originally, she and Blake had always used wooden swords for sparring, but as Blake's sword skills improved, the wooden sword could no longer meet the needs of high-intensity sparring. But even with his everyday sword, Blake could now do it, countering a few moves while defending against Alice's attacks. Blake wiped his sweat and looked at Alice, who was still breathing hard across from him, and he became suspicious. While taking a break outside the training ground, Blake took out a towel from his bag and wiped his sweat, then took out some water and sipped it while reviewing the sparring session in his mind. He could feel that Alice was not hiding anything. She was using exactly the same sword skills as him, but the effects were very different. What are you eating? Blake turned his head at this time and noticed that Alice was holding a package of oil paper and a piece of white pastry in her other hand. Sticky rice cake. Alice's thin lips moved slightly. She looked down at the thing in her hand, then looked at Blake, and then handed the oil paper to Blake. Want to eat? Blake looked at the several white pastries piled inside, thought about it, and reached out to take one. Then the master and servant sat and stood, eating cakes and watching the students sweating on the training ground. At this moment, Blake suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Alice. How long do you think it will take me to reach your level? Blake asked casually. This question made Alice silent for a moment. She seemed to be really thinking about this. If we can increase the opportunities for actual combat, if it's fast, it will take about 10 years. After a long moment, Alice replied. Blake remained silent. I was indeed thinking too beautifully. Thinking back to the last scene, the other party showed overwhelming strength against the protagonists. You have to know that the opponent has honed his sword skills on the battlefield. It is no exaggeration to say that the time it takes for the opponent to swing the sword to kill the enemy is even longer than the time it takes for the sword to be sheathed. Are you concerned about the gap between you and me? Alice glanced at him. Blake smiled casually. After all, you are half my teacher. Is there anything wrong with comparing yourself to a teacher? That's all? Well, that's all. Blake hummed softly, his eyes fixed on the training ground, his tone not really reflecting his true feelings. Under Blake's gaze, Leonardo and others were performing coordinated exercises in the center of the training ground. At the moment, it seems that the combination of Delaney's and Kate has temporarily suppressed Leonardo and Sarah. After all, childhood sweetheart Sarah is not set up to have strong combat capabilities, but her precognitive ability will still play a vital role in the future. Blake, who was concentrating on the field, did not notice the observant look from Alice beside him. Alice remained silent and glanced sideways at the boy with a slightly childish face. For a moment, the boy's face at this moment formed an inexplicable contrast with the hideous face covered in blood in the cave, but the only thing that is the same as his clear and inexplicably determined eyes. She suddenly recalled what he had said in the southern forest. It seemed as if there was really something supporting him and forcing him to move forward. After a while, after confirming Leonardo's progress, Blake stood up and left. Alice, who had not received any instructions, followed suit. After leaving the training ground, the two walked along the main road, bypassed the teaching building and came to a two-story building at the back. The Off-white exterior of the building looks as bright as new, with light gray lines neatly outlining the geometric contours and giving off a soft luster in the sun. When he arrived at the door, even though he knew it was not locked, he still reached out and knocked out of courtesy. "Come in." Blake then opened the door. The large space inside is divided into distinct areas. Neatly arranged modular tables and chairs were placed in the center, and more than 20 students were sitting in a circle, staring intently at the front. But if you look closely, you will find that almost most of the students attending the class are girls. This time, Swart was wearing a neat suit, standing in front of the liftable blackboard, tapping the operation panel with his fingertips, explaining something to them. Swart turned his head and saw that it was Blake. "Please wait a moment while I finish teaching this lesson to our beautiful ladies." Blake didn't say anything, just watched Swart's lecture quietly. Swart had only been there a week, and he had already taught the students more often than Odelson had in years. He seemed to really enjoy the course, and certainly the girls in their academy uniforms, different from his previous heroic image when facing Gad together. At this moment he completely turned into a playboy. Of course, the changes were not limited to his behavior, but even his face. At this moment, it was completely different from what Blake remembered. Odelus once said that the other party was very good at constantly changing his appearance to disguise himself. Maybe it was because he had lived alone in the mountain village for a long time, surrounded by only a few elderly hunters, but it seemed that he had no resistance to those girls in their youth. Thinking back to the first 2 days after he entered the academy, he hadn't revealed this side of him yet. When he first arrived at Sias College, since Principal Modern was not there at the time, it was Vice Principal Eichelin who handled the entry procedures for him. Eichelin is a kind yet strict middle-aged woman. She even prepared a spacious office for Swart to accommodate the instruments and equipment he brought with his carriage. But I don't know how she would feel if she knew that the other party used the room she specially cleaned to create opportunities for close contact with female students. Whenever Blake saw this scene, he would always fall into deep thought unconsciously. I don't know what kind of changes and impacts will be brought to Sias by having such a guy who has never been prominent in the plot come here to work. But just as Swart was about to leave Blake aside and continue teaching his students, he suddenly noticed Alice following behind Blake. Suddenly, the body trembled violently. Alice just looked at him with calm eyes. Just as Blake finished his thoughts, he looked up and was surprised to find that Swart had already asked all the girls to leave. Then the other party came forward warmly. I'm sorry. I'm really ashamed to have kept you waiting for so long." Swart wiped his face with his hand, and immediately changed his expression back to his original one, saying with a flattering smile, "I wonder what you want from me. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you. After all, you helped me solve this big problem." Ha ha ha. Blake frowned and looked at him strangely. "Didn't you ask me to come to you for regular checkups?" Swart slapped his head suddenly and then he remembered. "Oh, please sit down. Please sit down. I will check you right away. Oh, and this beautiful lady next to you, please sit down as well." Afterwards, Swart actively and carefully performed a full-body examination on Blake, even using several professional instruments. Alice just stood there quietly without saying a word from beginning to end. It was not until he completed the last check and confirmed that there was no problem that Swart finally breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, he felt as if he had been relieved from a heavy burden, and he looked as if he was thankful for surviving the disaster. "There are no more problems." Swart looked at Blake and nodded, his eyes secretly glancing at Alice beside him. "Well, thank you very much." Blake buttoned up his shirt silently. "Since there are no problems anymore, there is no point for them to stay here." "Of course I should, since there is nothing wrong with your body." Swart enthusiastically escorted Blake and Alice to the door and waved. "Well, if there is no special situation next time, you don't have to come over." "You don't have to come over, ha ha ha." Blake nodded. For some reason, the other party didn't seem to welcome him and was eager to send him away. Blake guessed that it might be because he interrupted his lecture. After guessing the reason, Blake did not stop and immediately left with Alice. Oh my God. Swart, standing at the window, watched the two people leave, stroking his chin. It's not that he's used to being strong, but that he's interested in this. Chapter 65, Nightmare, Subjugation Battle 1-inch. The library. Blake's figure appeared here as if he was punching in for work. Unlike his irregular schedule before reincarnation, his life as Blake now can be said to be full of plans. I get up at 6 in the morning and go for a morning run. After taking a cold shower, Alice will bring me breakfast, then I would rush back and forth between the classrooms. After lunch, I would practice swordsmanship with Alice until the afternoon class started. After dinner in the evening, sometimes he would practice magic in the training ground under the guidance of Alice, and sometimes he would go to the library to read. Instead of feeling tired, Blake felt fulfilled because of his tight schedule. Being busy will keep him from thinking about other things. Once you decide to stop by the student library, it's best to complete all the knowledge you plan to learn in one go. So he took down many books on the structure of magic circuits and the theory of magic chanting from the bookshelf and piled them on the table by the window, because each borrowing requires registration, and the number of books that can be borrowed at one time is limited. He will take as many books as he needs at one time with the determination to fight to the death with books. Blake piled up a lot of books and buried himself in reading frantically. Once the mind gets stuck in thinking, the concept of time will fade in the mind. Hello? The familiar voice sounded again, causing Blake to stop thinking and look up. Looking at the familiar smiling face in front of me, I can't help but feel close to it. Is it closing time? Blake looked out the window and realized that it was already very late, and Hills appeared in front of him at the right time to greet him. At this time, there were no other students studying hard around, so Hills had the time and energy to greet him. After realizing this, Blake closed the book and prepared to leave. No, I don't mean to drive you away. You can stay here. Of course, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Hills waved his hands hurriedly, seeming to be panicked that Blake had misunderstood his meaning, but her actions silenced Blake. So what is the purpose of the other party's sudden chat? Although she would usually glance at me intentionally or unintentionally when passing by me, she almost never actively disturbed me. Unable to figure out the other party's purpose, Blake finally chose to remain silent and leave the problem to the other party. Hills smiled and clasped his hands together. Although it is indeed time to clear the library, I am on night duty tonight, so you can read as long as you want. Blake was stunned for a moment. Won't it cause trouble? I don't know if this can be considered as using his power to make adjustments for me, although this is good news for him. After all, if he gives up halfway through studying, it will be difficult to fully regain the state and thoughts he has worked so hard to get into the next day. However, faced with the other party's sudden kindness, he was still a little overwhelmed for a moment. No, because I also plan to study all night. Since I have been absent from school for a long time, I need to work harder, so, Hill smiled and pointed to the seat opposite Blake. Can I sit opposite you? Only then did Blake notice that the other person was holding a thick book in his arms. From the cover, it seemed to be a book about blood magic. That is a very rare kind of magic. Seeing Black's silence, Hills explained, because I noticed that you have been working very hard, I thought that sitting with you would help me get into better shape. Hearing the other party say this, Blake nodded, reached out to tidy up the messy books on the table, and made room for the other party. Hills seemed very happy to get Blake's consent and sat down directly opposite him. By the way, I haven't seen you for a while, Hills suddenly asked, or are you studying on another floor of the library? Maybe because there was no one else around, Hills spoke in a very relaxed tone. Perhaps this was her state when she was relaxed. I was away for a while some time ago, doing some academic research with Professor O'Deals. After just a few conversations, Blake had already figured out her character. So Blake didn't have too much guard against her. After all, her friendly but non-offensive tone was really hard to dislike. So that's how it is. Is it Professor O'Deals? Hills looked very surprised, pinching his chin and muttering, I thought that few people could get close to him except Emily. Hearing the familiar name from the other party made Blake stunned for a moment. Oh, come to think of it, you should know Emily. She's a very gentle person. Hills looked up at Blake and smiled. So she did tell me some time ago that she was going out for a while. It seems that you two are going together. Blake nodded, indeed. Seeing how outstanding my old friends are now, I always feel that it is getting harder and harder to catch up with them. Hills murmured. There was a smile on her lips, but it didn't reach her heart, and a hint of loneliness flashed across her lowered eyes. This inexplicably made her smile at this moment seem a little bitter. Blake glanced at her and said nothing. He didn't know whether he should say something to comfort her. After all, he couldn't offer any advice to the other person regarding her psychological gap. Comfort given without empathy is, to some extent, suspected of being sarcasm, but Hills quickly adjusted her state, as if all those troubles were thrown behind her. I have to work harder. Hills clenched his fists and cheered himself up. It wasn't until she raised her head and noticed the gaze of Blake opposite her, and remembered her actions that seemed like she was talking to herself in his eyes just now, that a blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Then he silently put his hands down and smiled awkwardly. Then the two of them fell silent, each concentrating on the books in their hands, until two librarians who seemed to be students also came over. Hills, it's late, why don't you leave? Hills shook his head. It's my turn to be on duty tonight. I see. The two voices suddenly paused. Although Blake lowered his head at this time, he could clearly feel the two people's gazes on him. Hills, it's getting late. Why don't you go back? No one will come in this late anyway, so it doesn't matter if you go back. Facing the other party's proposal, Hills smiled and shook his head. That's not a good idea. After all, I get extra salary for staying here. The two of them felt a little ashamed of themselves because of Hill's upright and kind attitude. Then we might as well stay with you. At this time, another girl looked at Blake, who was burying his head, and said. Hills waved his hands hastily. No, I just happen to want to stay here and study. But even so. The girl hesitated. We are still worried about leaving you here alone. Hills was stunned for a moment when he heard this, tilted his head and blinked his eyes in confusion. What kind of danger could there be in the library? Having said that, Hills glanced at Blake across from him. And I'm not alone here. Two girls, this is the reason. This guy's notoriety is known throughout the entire academy. In that case, we'll leave first. If anything happens, you can press the alarm in the corridor. Originally, the two wanted to rescue him again, but under Hills's firm attitude, they left. Looking back every few steps after the two left, it seemed that Blake and Hills were the only two people left in the entire building. Finally, after all the staff had left, this was the only area in the entire library that still had lights on. The only sound that could be heard on the entire floor was the sound of two people flipping through books. In fact, Blake had already noticed the two girls' vigilant attitude towards him, but he was not angry. After all, he had long been accustomed to the aftereffects left by Blake. Originally he might have tried to apologize, but now he has long been accustomed to ignoring them, and they only care about Hills with pure goodwill. After a long time, Blake gradually noticed that the person flipping through the books on the other side was becoming less and less frequent, until it disappeared completely. He looked up and found that Hills, who was sitting opposite him, had fallen asleep on the table. At some point after thinking about it, Blake decided to wake the other person up. I have already planned to leave, so it would not be nice to leave her here. At least let her go back to the lounge. That's a place specially prepared for the staff who stay in the library. With this thought in mind, Blake called the other party twice, but the other party seemed to be sleeping very soundly and did not respond at all. Blake sighed, put away the book, stood up, walked to Hill's side, and patted him gently, but the other party still did not move. Blake frowned slightly after stretching out two fingers in front of the other person's nose and feeling the other person's even and slow breathing. Blake not only did not relax, but his brows frowned deeper. Something didn't seem right. Chapter 66, Nightmare, Subjugation Battle 2. Blake looked at the sleeping Hills, his expression gradually becoming solemn. By this time he had realized what had gone wrong. He walked quickly to the window of the library and looked out. There were no pedestrians coming and going in the college late at night. The night was exceptionally quiet at this time, too quiet to be normal, as if something had gone wrong. Counting the days until the final chapter of the first act, it should be a full half-month away, and no changes outside the plot should occur at this time. With this thought in mind, Blake turned back to Hills. Offended. After that, Blake's hand slowly moved towards the other's waist. I hope things are not what I think, but as Blake's slender fingers gently scratched the other's waist, as if feeling the itching sensation coming from his waist, Hills, who had fallen into a deep sleep, slowly raised the corners of his mouth and suddenly frowned. This made Blake's expression even more serious. Finally, the other person's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he laughed out loud in the library where only the two of them were. What's going on? Hills propped himself up with his arms, rubbed his eyes, looked around and saw Blake's grim expression. Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Are you ready to leave? Blake took a breath. We have to get out of here now. Blake took Hills, who was a little confused about the situation, out of the library and ran to the outskirts of the school. Although Hills was a little shocked and confused by Blake's sudden action, looking at the serious expression on the other party's face, he temporarily put the question he was about to ask on hold. The two of them rode nonstop until they arrived at the huge stone archway in the north of Sias College and then stopped. Or rather, he was stopped. It's already the band period. Why did you two choose to leave the academy at this time? Several guarding knights touched the swords at their waists and looked at the two with vigilant and unfriendly eyes. After experiencing the infiltration incident of the class placement test not long ago, the college has stepped up its inspection efforts. Sias University is like a huge castle, similar to an ancient county town. There are only 4 exits on the 4 sides of the high wall connecting to the outside. Therefore, there will be someone guarding each gate in shifts 24 hours a day. Well, that's true. If we go any further, we'll be out of the academy. Hills also turned his head and looked at Blake in confusion. Can you tell me now? What happened? What made you so nervous? Blake took a deep breath and turned to look at the knights who were standing guard in front of the gate. Excuse me, has your replacement not arrived yet? He didn't want to answer the other party's question because the situation was probably already quite serious. The knight looked at him warily, his hand already tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Why are you asking this? I'm very sorry. Although we are here at this time, we have no choice. Please believe that we are not suspicious people. Blake didn't know how to explain the current situation to the other party. Something seems to be wrong with the academy. If you can go and see it. Then you will believe what I say. But the knight had obviously regarded Blake and the other two as suspicious people, and warned them directly, now please don't act rashly, even though you are wearing school uniforms and do look like students. But before we thoroughly investigate your identities, if you make any suspicious moves, you will be greeted with more than just a warning. Just like that, because the identities of the two people could not be confirmed, the situation suddenly came to a stalemate. At this moment, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly rang out in the night, mixed with the crisp sound of wheels rolling over gravel. After hearing the sound, the guarding knights immediately stood on high alert, and two knights surrounded Blake and his companion. Gradually, Blake saw a carriage coming from a distance. Under the moonlight, the griffin totems carved on both sides of the carriage looked lifelike. The crimson velvet curtains hanging from the car windows fluttered in the wind, revealing the bright candlelight and luxurious brocade in the car. The cavalryman guarding the carriage had shiny silver armor that shone coldly in the moonlight. Finally, with the coachman pulling, the carriage and its entourage stopped in front of the huge archway of Sias College. As the carriage stopped, the driver slowly opened the door. As the carriage stopped, the driver slowly opened the door, and the silver door knocker made a clear sound. The crimson velvet curtain was lifted by slender fingers, and the skirt woven with pearls fell down the stairs first. Princess Sophia stepped out of the carriage holding the gilded carved handrail. Thank you for your hard work. After getting off the carriage, Sophia turned and gestured to the guards who followed. Under the moonlight, the other person's originally dazzling golden hair now appeared a soft silver white. After the guards left, she turned to the guards of Sias College and thanked them sincerely. Thank you very much. Being on duty late at night is hard work, but you also specially kept the lights on both sides of the archway for me. I came all the way here, and seeing the lights of the academy from afar, I feel more at ease. Faced with the supreme third princess bowing in thanks, everyone was flattered for a moment. You flatter me. We are just doing our duty. Sophia smiled dignifiedly. With you here, the peace of the academy has the most solid barrier. This loyalty to duty is more precious than any treasure. At this moment, Sophia suddenly noticed Blake and his companion who were surrounded by several guards and was stunned for a moment. Excuse me, who are these two, Your Highness? They want to leave the academy at such a late and critical time. Without knowing the safety of their identities, we can only detain them. Oh, so that's how it is. Sophia looked at Blake through the crowd with a smile on her lips. Blake looked at the other person and smiled awkwardly. No wonder the guards were still so alert even though it was late at night. All this was to welcome Sophia. Thank you for your hard work. I can vouch for these two. Sophia smiled and said, if anything goes wrong, I will take the corresponding responsibility. Since this is someone you know, Your Highness, then we will step down. As the captain of the guard waved his hand, the guards surrounding Blake and the other man dispersed and returned to their respective posts. After the guard left, Sophia walked slowly towards the two of them, facing the third princess. Hills on the side was a little nervous and at a loss for a moment. See, Your Highness. Hill's voice was trembling, and even his salute was a little flustered, but Sophia shook her head and smiled. There is no need for such complicated etiquette. Since we are back at the academy, we are classmates. At this moment, Sophia noticed Blake's gaze and looked down at her dress. I should have talked to you in school uniform, so you might feel more relaxed. But I just came back from dinner, so time may not allow it. Blake retracted his gaze and gave a symbolic compliment. Your dress is very elegant and fits you well. Thanks. Sophia nodded. By the way, why did you choose to go out at such a late hour? Her eyes lingered between the two of them. If you want a place where you won't be noticed, there should be a hotel in the academy that provides accommodation. After hearing this, Hills was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, his face reflected by the moonlight was flushed. No, no. It's not what you think. How could you think that? There is obviously some misunderstanding. Facing Hilsa's confused speech, Sophia turned her attention to Blake, who was worried, but at this moment, Blake was turning his head to look at the academy that had fallen into deathly silence, his expression indescribably solemn. Although I don't know what triggered the change in the plot, there is no doubt, the plot seems to have arrived ahead of schedule, but he was not passive about it. Although the ability of Nightmare has a very wide range of influence, its influence will continue to fade and weaken with the range of the center. Within the core range of its ability, it can forcibly pull the opponent into the dream it weaves, and it would be very easy to fall if there is no prior preparation. Fortunately, the library is located some distance away from the core student dormitory area, so as long as they don't fall asleep on their own initiative, the other party's ability will hardly affect them, and for those who are relatively less affected, there is actually an unexpected way to wake the other person up, that is, waking up with a smile. He once suspected whether this was a setting added by the producer out of some bad taste, but it turns out it actually works. Aren't you going to go back? Sophia looked at Blake and didn't seem to have any intention of going back. You may have to wait for now, and I suggest you be patient. Why? Sophia frowned. Just when she was about to ask, two armored guards hurriedly ran over here. No. It's bad. Chapter 67, Nightmare, Defeat Battle 3. The two guards ran out of breath. Are you here to take over the shift? Why are you here just now? And why are you so flustered? Are you trying to embarrass us in front of His Highness? The captain of the guard looked at the other party and scolded. No, yes. The guard pointed inside the academy, sleeping. Asleep. Of course I know you fell asleep. I guess that's the reason, otherwise why would you come so late? No. Yes, many people. Many people are asleep. The chief guard could no longer bear it. Do you want to see what time it is before you consider whether you want to say this? No. They are all soundly asleep. No matter how much we shout, they won't wake up. It's as if they have fainted. What on earth are you talking about? What did you just say? Sophia obviously heard the conversation between the two and immediately walked forward. Your Highness, go on, what did you just say? Perhaps because of Sophia's imperial power, the two guards forced themselves to calm down and think for a while. There is some logic in speaking. Because we have been suffering from insomnia recently, we walked outside together while patrolling and waiting for the shift change time. But when it was time to change the shift, many people were still asleep, so we went to call them, but no matter how we called out to them, they all seemed to faint. Sophia thought for a moment, could it be a case of collective food poisoning? Have any medical staff taken a look? There should be someone on duty at the clinic all day. The guard nodded. We thought so at first. But later, the medical staff we went to invite found many patrol soldiers who had passed out on the roadside. Even the medical staff in the clinic were also unconscious. What? Sophia frowned. Even she was a little confused for a moment when she heard about this situation. Have you visited the students' dormitories? What's going on there? But she still maintained the clarity that a decision maker should have, realizing that in this situation the first priority should be to ensure the safety of the students. It's not clear about the Amber Hall. We checked the Bronze Hall when we passed by it, the guard said. We can't go in directly because it's sealed. But we knocked on the door, but no maid on duty opened it. What? At this moment Sophia seemed to finally realize the seriousness of the matter. Come to think of it, we did see quite a few people sleeping in the corners along the way. Hill suddenly remembered the scenes he saw on the road. Although she was a little concerned at the time, she didn't think about it further because she was pulled by Blake and was busy on the road. But now that I think about it, it's really not normal. There are no beggars who sleep on the floor in ZN International Studies University. This moment, Sophia, who was thinking, suddenly figured something out and turned around to look straight at Blake. So that's why you're acting so strangely? Blake didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. The other party is a master at taking advantage of loopholes. Any trace of sleepiness or even a yawn may give the other party an opportunity to take advantage, so he must be cautious. Sophia's expression suddenly became serious. Then do you know the reason? Blake shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know that either. It's just that the unknown danger makes me want to stay away from it. Is that so? I don't know whether Sophia believed it or not. Could it be some kind of large-scale hypnotic magic? At this time, Hills on the side said weakly. Not really. Sophia shook her head. If it is really hypnotic magic, such a large area will definitely show signs of magic maintenance. What about mass poisoning? Hill's proposal was once again immediately rejected by Sophia. The academy has more than one restaurant, and the guards have a special staff restaurant. It would be too difficult to poison them at the same time, and the academy will also strictly control the ingredients. Blake looked at Sophia, who was thinking with her head down, and remained silent, although he really wanted to point out the way. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, he could not tell the other party directly. In order to avenge the hatred that modern had sealed it for decades, it trapped all the students in its cage in one breath. If it is not noticeable, in the deep dream it weaves, the student's consciousness has no concept of hunger or fatigue, but in reality their bodies are unable to do this. Once they go without food or water for a long time, their bodies will begin to fail. He couldn't tell the other party all of this directly. Even in the plot, Sophia was not on the list of members to defeat the boss in the final chapter of the first act. Sophia raised her head and looked at the guards. Can you please come with me to see what's going on? Upon hearing this, the captain of the guard had almost no hesitation. After leaving a few people behind, the rest of the people gathered together. We pledge to keep you safe. Sophia nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Just wait here for now. Sophia turned and looked at Blake and the others. There are guards left here. They should be responsible for protecting your safety. After saying that, Sophia hurried to the academy with a team of guards. How long do we have to wait here? Hills turned to look at Blake, who was lost in thought, feeling a little uneasy. After 2 years of absence, she obviously had never experienced this before. Unexpectedly, the next second, Blake suddenly said, "Don't move here." What do you mean? Hills was stunned. Blake looked at the gate of the academy. Because we don't know when the problem can be solved, so don't try to enter rashly. What about you? Hills realized something. Blake said nothing. That he had to go back now, just now. The appearance of Princess Sophia made him suddenly realize a serious problem. The early plot disrupted many things. Sophia in front of us is an example. In the original plot, she should have been trapped in a dream while being in the royal dormitory at the center of the affected area, but she escaped the influence of the nightmare by chance. Now the most important question is, where is Leonardo at this moment? Can his current abilities solve the trial that has come ahead of him? With such an uneasy mood, he finally decided to go and confirm it in person. Chapter 68, Nightmare. Defeat 4. Sophia led the guard team and moved towards the Bronze Hall while checking what they saw on the road. In fact, her judgment was correct. The students' dormitory, Bronze Hall, was indeed an important chaotic place in this crusade, different from the Amber Hall specially prepared for students in Class A and a few elites in each department, and the Royal Dormitory prepared for members of the royal family. Almost 70% of the students live there. Therefore, in the plot, it is also the core of the turmoil. The students, who were manipulated because they were deeply trapped in a dream, unconsciously released harmful magic around them, causing great chaos for a while. Blake looked up and saw the large words hanging high on the building. Amber Room. He is going to find the key person to solve the problem. When he arrived at the door, he noticed that the door of the Amber Museum was not locked, so he thought about it and walked in directly. The heavy door opened. A ray of moonlight came in through the crack in the door, casting Blake's shadow on the ground. The hall was completely dark, the lights in the corridor were not on, and there was only an inky silence all around. Being alert to his surroundings, Blake walked upstairs slowly. Leonardo's room should be on the 3rd floor. According to the original plot development, Leonardo should be deep in dream in his room, and if all goes well, he will resolve the crisis in his dream. But because the plot was advanced, he had to confirm it with his own eyes, and so he came to the door that he had visited countless times as Leonardo. What he didn't expect was that the door was not locked. He just pushed the half-closed door lightly and it opened. There was no one inside. Leonardo, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, was nowhere to be seen. This made Blake, who was standing at the door, take a deep breath. Broken. I remember that was Leonardo's room? In an instant, Blake turned around sharply, drew his sword and headed towards the source of the sound, but only Lelina, in her nightgown, was standing there, leaning against the wall. Don't worry, I'm not being controlled. Why are you here? Blake did not let his guard down. "It just so happens that I also live in a room on this floor." Lilina pointed to the room at the end of the corridor. "I just heard some noise and looked through the doorway, and then I saw you sneaking up to a door." After hearing the other party's explanation, he remembered that the other party was also a member of Class A. Naturally, you have the right to use the Amber Museum. This made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and the hand that was touching the hilt of the sword naturally loosened a little. "Since you found out, why didn't you come out earlier?" In response, Lilina narrowed her eyes and smiled like a fox. "Because I'm a little curious." Blake was stunned. "Curious?" Lilina nodded, her expression a little sour. "You actually came here alone at night in such a serious situation. This makes me curious about your purpose. I wonder if you have met some attractive girl without telling me." Looking at the other person's jealous face, Blake couldn't tell for a moment whether it was a performance or not. "Really? You rushed here in such a hurry just for a man?" Lilina looked a little depressed, as if she had already immersed herself in emotional disguise. "I thought he rushed here because he was worried about my safety." "You look so relaxed, it seems like there's no need for me to worry." Blake looked at the other person's relaxed tone and wondered if he had figured out the current situation. The current situation was obviously not suitable for him to waste time here. He had to figure out to what extent the plot was currently heading. "You don't have to worry too much. Almost all the awake people have rushed to the sports hall for shelter under the orders of the maids in the hall. Those who cannot be awakened have been cast under magic and locked in their rooms from the outside." Seeing Blake's serious expression, Lilina shrugged and said, "Didn't you notice that you didn't meet anyone when you came upstairs? You didn't go? Those people are so stupid." Lilina sighed. Without understanding the situation, it is safer to stay and hide in the room instead of running around. Blake, oh, I didn't mean that by you. Blake, oh, I'm really worried about you being silent, but I believe you won't hold a grudge against me for my slip of the tongue. Have you achieved your purpose of coming here? Lilina changed the subject and looked at the open door. Although I don't know why you care so much about that boy. So where are you going next? Faced with Lilina's question, Blake fell into silent thought for a while. The plot that was originally going smoothly went astray. This means that we can no longer continue to follow the plot step by step, but we must figure out the situation as quickly as possible and think about how to get the plot back on track. I don't really recommend you go back to the Bronze Hall. Lilina looked at the thoughtful Blake and thought he came from the Bronze Hall. Just now, I saw through the window of my room that there seemed to be quite a commotion in the Bronze Hall. I guess they are in some kind of trouble. As soon as Lilina said this, Blake immediately thought of something and woke up as if from a dream. It's a mess outside. I suggest you stay here and observe the situation. Ahem, I don't mind taking you in temporarily. Lilina coughed twice and pointed to her room with an evasive look. The walls of the Amber Hall are half a meter thick, so their stability and sturdiness are very reliable. The next second, Blake directly pressed down on Lilina's shoulders, with a gleam in his eyes. Lilina, you are such a genius. It's great to meet you here. I really don't mind being in the same room with you, but I hope you don't make the mistake, huh? Lilina was stunned for a moment at the sudden praise, and then her ears started to burn when she realized the other person's strong hands on her shoulders. I saw her fingertips rubbing the hem of her silk nightgown unnaturally, her eyes wandering to the winding reflections on the terrazzo floor. Even if you say so, I have nothing to say. It is indeed the case. Well, I can't just sit back and watch you when I meet you here. You know, we are still somewhat close in private. But I hope you don't misunderstand me. Go back to your room and lock the door. Believe me, the problem will be solved soon. Blake, who was thinking about something, didn't notice what Lilina did. After he finished speaking to her, he ran out. Huh? Hey! Wait! The other party suddenly turned and left. Lilina looked at his receding back and was about to say something but stopped herself after leaving the Amber Hall. Blake headed straight towards the Bronze Hall. Chapter 69, Nightmare, Defeat 5. When Blake arrived at the Bronze Hall, with the main entrance of the Bronze Hall of the student dormitory as the center, traces of magic are scattered around. The scars on the ground and the benches were caused by the wind blades, while the burn marks on the walls and the ground were traces of flame burning dye. In the midst of chaos and disorder, Sophia was commanding the guards to suppress the enemy without hurting them. Some professors and senior students who remained sober also joined the rescue and helped them relieve a lot of pressure, including Delaney's and Kate. They were already on the list for this crusade, but at this time they were in a dilemma of being exhausted. From this point of view, everything here seems to be developing within the controllable range of the plot. Can we say that, in addition to Sophia, who is not involved in the plot, the appearance of a figure instantly makes Blake feel overwhelmed? In the crowd, Blake instantly noticed Leonardo swinging his sword. The guy is currently working tirelessly to suppress the students who are out of control due to sleepwalking. What a brave and reliable figure, but he shouldn't be here now. Don't fall asleep where you'll pass out. If you feel tired, step down and let the person behind you take over temporarily. Fill the gap over there. Time for the Professor of Magic to cast the confinement spell. Damn it, this won't work. Sophia was directing the rescue efforts while assessing the tense situation at hand. More and more out of control students poured out of the bronze hall, making it impossible to get in to rescue the trapped students. The other party looked crazy, as if something was controlling them to attack the rescue team and prevent them from getting close to there. However, in order to avoid hurting the other party unconsciously, they can only adopt passive defensive control methods. However, as the number of wounded increases, if they continue like this, they will soon collapse due to exhaustion. And now some members of the rescue team have suddenly fallen to the ground and fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Too much precious time and energy had been wasted in the process. The first-year combat chief, Drainus, had lost more than half of his energy. The first-year alchemy chief, Kate, was running out of potions. The third-year magic chief, Morris, had also been injured and lost his combat effectiveness. Now only Leonardo, the second-year combat chief, is still struggling. Time is running out, and it is obviously unrealistic to expect external assistance in such a serious situation. I just received news that some professors were blocked by students on their way here, and some chose to stay in the gymnasium to ensure the safety of the students. There are also some professors who are devoting all their energy to solving the problem of nightmare. Although the culprit of this incident has been found, it cannot be dealt with for the time being. What a headache! Now they have broken through the siege and arrived at the entrance of the Bronze Hall. Considering those out-of-control students who have been controlled, it is obviously unrealistic to retreat with them. Sophia gritted her teeth. No matter what, she is now the leader of the team and must come up with the right strategy. Temporarily shrink the encirclement. This will effectively reduce the target and alleviate the problem of insufficient manpower. Sophia was stunned when she heard this and looked in the direction of the voice. Black Percival? Despite the tense and chaotic scene, someone in the crowd recognized him. Also, slow down your offensive. If you continue to advance like this, not only will you not be able to enter the Bronze Hall, but you will also face problems with your basic survival. Hey, this isn't the time for you to make sarcastic remarks. Even though he felt severe pain in his body, Morris, the head of the third-year Ministry of Magic, couldn't help but speak. Shut up and listen to him first. Unexpectedly, Kate on the side interrupted him directly. What? Morris was stunned and looked at this girl in surprise, who usually disliked everyone. She actually spoke up for Blake. You still don't know who he is, do you? Are you crazy to listen to him at this time? You talk too much. What he didn't expect was that even Delaney helped him speak up. If you're injured, stop talking and rest well. Morris wanted to say something, but the next second even Sophia gave a direct order. Narrow down with the wounded as the center, and don't think about controlling the opponent for the time being. The members inside and outside will alternately use magic to prevent the opponent from getting close. After receiving Sophia's instructions, everyone narrowed the target range in an orderly manner, and it turned out that this did reduce the pressure on everyone. After getting some buffer time, everyone gathered together again to discuss countermeasures. This is not a solution. Even if we can resist, what about the students who are controlled? Drainus held a huge sword, his strong body covered with scars. Even if you are unconscious, using your magic power like this crazily will eventually lead to your death from magic power exhaustion. What Delaney said was also what Sophia was worried about. She turned her head and looked at the indifferent middle-aged man beside her. Professor, is there any way to wake them up now? Professor Cyprins of the Ministry of Magic shook his head. We tried it, it didn't work. This person, who students usually fear, still has a cold expression even in this situation. Cyprin's words undoubtedly cast a shadow of gloom in everyone's heart. In this case, we still need to consider solving it from the source. Blake broke the silence again. You mean, nightmare? Sophia frowned. Blake nodded. This problem will be solved sooner or later. But it will take Principal Modern at least a day to get back. We don't have enough time. Then we'll try to solve it ourselves. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Ha, you are really arrogant. Finally, Morris sneered. Who wouldn't brag at this time? Sophia ignored him and stared at Blake seriously. Do you have any ideas? Blake took a deep breath and explained, since he travels through the students' dreams, why can't he try to solve it in the dreams? Blake spoke to Sophia, but his eyes were secretly looking at Leonardo beside him. But unlike the reaction he expected, everyone looked at each other in surprise after hearing his words. Finally, Kate spoke up. How could such a method exist? Even the principal hasn't found a way to eliminate it. Since physical methods don't work, what if it's a spiritual attack? Blake explained, it was mentioned in the magic and mental power theory class that the depth of each person's dream is related to mental power. Using mental attacks may be effective. After hearing this, Sophia fell into deep thought. Blake also remained silent, glancing at Leonardo out of the corner of his eye. He thought his hints should be enough at this point. After a while, Sophia looked up and said, this method may indeed work, but the cost of trial and error is too high. Success is often about finding opportunities in risk. Even if that's what you said, but, Sophia looked at everyone, is there anyone among you who is proficient in spiritual magic? As soon as these words came out, you looked at me and I looked at you. No one spoke, including Professor Cyprins, who was present. Mental magic could not be practiced and could only be understood through talent. Blake frowned. Blake was not surprised by everyone's reaction. What really puzzled him was that Leonardo was as indifferent as everyone else. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. He glanced at Leonardo, then at the embarrassed third-year head of the Ministry of Magic, Morris. Since the time has been advanced by half a month, due to the early start of the Chapter 5, Nightmare, Crusade, Leonardo had not had time to experience the conflict and intersection with Morris at the end of Chapter 4, therefore, he had no experience of fighting with Morris, nor did he have the opportunity to comprehend the heart-sword style. It seems that this method is doomed to fail. Looking at Blake, who had an ugly expression and fell silent, Sophia sighed. The atmosphere became depressed and solemn again. There is another way. After these words were spoken, everyone turned their attention to Blake again. Blake took a deep breath. In this case, there is only one last resort. Find the mirror that originally sealed it, and seal it back again. Only by getting that mirror and sealing the nightmare back again can this crisis be resolved. Is this possible? Since that guy has escaped, if I were him, the first thing I would do would be to destroy the cage that can bind him, Kate said. It's entirely possible. Someone immediately refuted it. This time it was not Blake who spoke, but Professor Cyprins. The principal has cast a special magical blessing on the mirror. Unless the other party is more proficient in magic than the principal, it will be impossible to destroy it. Blake said nothing. It is precisely because the mirror was blessed by Modern with the ability to be unbreakable that Nightmare is so afraid of it. So where is it now? Let's go get it. Morris shouted anxiously. Cyprins shook his head. I've already checked the closed room, and it's gone. Everyone was silent and lost their temper. Indeed, since it cannot be destroyed, it must be hidden. Sophia smiled bitterly. Maybe it's not as hard to find as you think. Everyone was stunned and looked at Blake. Blake turned his gaze to the bronze hall, which was tightly surrounded by crazy students. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand something. No wonder the other party is guarding the bronze hall to prevent us from getting close. Indeed. If it simply wanted to use the students as leverage, there would be no need to go to such great lengths to prevent us from entering. Seeing that everyone understood this at this time, Blake breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with the current predicament, we can only rely on existing resources and extremely limited conditions to solve the problem. The best solution is to take advantage of his privilege in this world. Information advantage. As a highly open game, The Last Swordmaster of Siaz does not have the concept of complete dilemma. In the plot, if the player does not use Heartsword style to give the nightmare the final blow, then he will not be able to destroy the opponent, but will wake up from the dream of this way the strategy will fall into a dead end. Taking this into consideration, the game's designers deliberately provided another route to pass the game, that is to go through the bronze hall guarded by manipulated students, go to the top floor, get the mirror that seals it, and seal it again. However, this clearance process is more difficult than the previous one in terms of both difficulty and time spent, because the manipulated students are invulnerable. Once those students are accidentally harmed, the final score will be deducted accordingly. Therefore, except for some skilled players and extremely confident players, basically no one will try this method. If due to an accident they fail to kill the opponent with heartsword style in one fell swoop, most people's first choice will be to choose to reload the game and restart gradually. Many people ignored this remedy. After seeing hope, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited again. Divide the expedition team into two groups. Sophia immediately arranged her tactics. Team 1 will be responsible for clearing the way and subsequently guarding the entrance of the Bronze Hall to prevent outsiders from returning. Another team will break through and enter the Bronze Hall to search for the mirror. I will lead the team into the Bronze Hall, said Sophia. Until these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Your Highness, I suggest you reconsider this. Yes, Your Highness Sophia, there is absolutely no need for you to put yourself in danger. That's enough, Sophia interrupted everyone. Since I made the action plan, I must be responsible for this action. Seeing this, everyone stopped talking and looked at Sophia with admiration and sympathy. Although it sounds like it's harder to stay behind, but it's not really the case. After entering the Bronze Hall, you will face more potential crises. In fact, in Blake's opinion, the raiding group is indeed more dangerous, since the other party is so afraid of the mirror that can seal it again, he will definitely guard it closely. I applied to join the breakthrough team. Everyone turned their attention to Leonardo, who was the first to express his opinion. There are people in there that I must protect. Until this moment, Blake suddenly understood. He did not follow other Amber Hall students to seek refuge in the sports hall but instead joined the rescue team organized by Sophia. In addition to his inner sense of responsibility and justice, another very important reason is that his childhood sweetheart Sarah is also trapped in the Bronze Hall. I'm joining the breakthrough group too. This time, everyone looked at the black-haired boy who spoke with surprise. This seemed totally out of character for him, but Blake's voice was calm. I see that some masters hope that the progress of the love line will be faster. To be honest, the current tentative plan is to have 3 or 4 female protagonists. As for the love line, my initial plan was indeed to advance it slowly. So I came to ask for your opinions, to see if I should speed it up or whose love line you want to see first. Chapter 70, Nightmare, Subjugation Battle 6. Under the personnel deployment arranged by Sophia, the expedition team was finally divided into 2 groups, the breakthrough team consisting of Blake, Sophia, Leonardo, and 2 elite 5-member combat units is responsible for entering the Bronze Hall to find the mirror that seals the nightmare. The reason why only 5 people were arranged was to eliminate unnecessary hidden dangers. If someone in the team loses consciousness and is manipulated by the other side, then they will face internal and external troubles. The third-year chief of the Ministry of Magic, Morris, would have been a good choice, but because he was injured, he had to stay outside. The remaining members formed the containment group. By the way, due to lack of physical strength, Delaney's and Kate also chose to stay outside, responsible for assisting Professor Cyprins and the remaining members of the guard team to suppress the out-of-control personnel as much as possible, including Leonardo. The number of members in the breakthrough team's combat unit has reached 3. The reason why so many combat units were chosen is that they have a keener sense and the ability to deal with emergencies. Another important reason is that in a place with limited space like the Bronze Hall, the use of magic would be greatly restricted. Now they were facing attacks from countless students. Fortunately, 3 professors from the Ministry of Magic jointly released a partition barrier to protect them and the wounded inside the barrier. Sophia checked the time, then he looked towards the dawn that had already appeared on the horizon. She turned her head and looked around at everyone who was already prepared, took a deep breath, and gave her final instructions. Everyone, although this operation will be very difficult, I only have one thing to say: the first thing to do is to make sure you survive. Everyone was ready, their faces solemn. That's it, action. As a small hole opened in the partition barrier, the 2 teams rushed out immediately with a clear purpose. At this moment, those out-of-control students seemed to have seen a loophole and swarmed in an instant. The members of the containment group protected Blake and his 5 companions inside, and continued to advance towards the gate of the Bronze Hall, clearing all obstacles for them. Even though they saw everyone working so hard, the 5 of them had to suppress the urge to step forward to Help, because the five of them must save their energy as much as possible at this moment. The Bronze Hall is where they can show their talents. Fortunately, the plan went smoothly compared with the previous all-member attack that took a long time to capture the city. This time we only need to escort a small target of 5 people, which makes the difficulty much lower. So Blake and his 5 companions quickly arrived at the huge iron gate of the Bronze Hall.
Hurry up and get in, Delaney shouted, holding up a heavy sword to block several controlled students.
Understood. Leonardo and the other 2 were members of the combat unit, standing in the front row of the team, assuming a fighting stance. As the door of the Bronze Hall was pushed open a crack, everyone rushed in quickly like ghosts, then the door was closed again. After entering, everyone was stunned. They originally thought that they would face a sneak attack from the enemy in the dark, but in fact they were shocked by the scene before them. The hall of the Bronze Hall was littered with traces of battle, knife marks, sword marks, and traces of magic remnants. Some out-of-control students were tied tightly to the stone pillars in the hall with ropes, while others were packed into piles like dumplings and laid on the floor of the hall. What on earth is? Sophia looked around, quickly thinking about the current situation.
These out-of-control students seem to have been controlled. Could it be that someone entered here in advance?
Blake said nothing. The Bronze Hall had a total of 6 floors, and the first 3 floors were not dangerous, which he knew very well, because most of the students on the first 3 floors had been sent out of the Bronze Hall to stop the rescue team. Therefore, the real challenge lies on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Only by overcoming these difficulties can they reach the storage room on the roof where the mirrors are stored.
Although we cannot tell what happened here, the only thing we can do now is to keep moving forward.
Sophia decided to move on after confirming the status of those students.
What the hell is going on? We're already on the 3rd floor, why is there still no one here? Finally, someone couldn't hold it anymore. That's a good thing, isn't it? That being said, it does make me feel uneasy. Boom. 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 Boom.
Boom. Before he finished speaking, the moment everyone stepped onto the 4th floor, as if sensing their arrival, the doors of the rooms on the 4th floor that were originally closed were knocked open almost at the same time. The crowd of B-pupae immediately attacked them.
Is it an ambush? Really? Is your mouth blessed?
While complaining, everyone began to respond in an orderly manner according to the plan. 3 members of the combat unit, including Leonardo, stood in the front.
They relied on the unsheathed swords in their hands to resist the enemy and drive them back into the room. The moment the opponent retreated back into the room, Blake and Sophia in the back responded to the magic cast by the opponent while quickly releasing magic power to seal the door from the outside. This saves them a lot of effort. In the end, with everyone's cooperation, the only sound left on the empty 4th floor was the sound of banging on the door, but it was all in vain. What Lilina said was right. Considering the possible risks in the future, the Amber Hall was built exceptionally solidly, and the same is true for the Bronze Hall. I have to say, the plan proposed by Blake is really efficient. Indeed, although I am still a little tired, I have saved a lot of energy. The 2 members of the combat unit wiped their sweat. In comparison, Leonardo was in much better condition. How did you come up with such a plan?
Everyone walked through the corridor and headed for the stairs at the end to the 5th floor.
Sophia suddenly looked at Blake and asked.
Because that's how the maids at the Amber House locked the unconscious students in their rooms.
I see.
No wonder you went to the person in charge of the Bronze Hall to ask for the room's management authority before the plan began.
Thank goodness you thought of this. It's really a great help.
Blake said nothing. This is actually a shortcut he found after countless hardships and countless reloads. Sophia lowered her head and thought, then we just need to use this method to solve the 5th and 6th floors. Blake glanced at her. If only it were that simple. However, the game Last Descendant of Xia's Sword Master can attract so many players, and its diverse challenges are one of its distinctive features. That is, unlike other level-breaking games, it does not have that kind of formulaic problem-solving method. Game designers carefully design interlocking plots and distinct dilemmas to increase the diversity of exploration and challenges for players. Just as Blake was thinking this, do not move. The moment everyone reached the 5th floor, Leonardo, who was at the front of the team, seemed to see something and suddenly stopped and signaled everyone to hide. Everyone stopped at the corner in front of the stairs and hid quickly.
What's wrong? Is there any situation ahead?
Sophia asked. Their time is very tight now, and stopping suddenly like this will aggravate the criticality of the situation.
This, you can see for yourself. For some reason, Leonardo's expression seemed very ugly at this moment. Hearing Leonardo's words, everyone leaned forward and looked towards the stairs. In the shadow of the moonlight, a big guy as strong as Dreamy Eyes was blocking the stairs in the corridor. As the moonlight made his outline clearer, everyone could see it more clearly. Under the torn heavy combat uniform, the lines of his strong muscles rose and fell with his breathing, and his left shoulder was wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage. Everyone was shocked until they saw the other person's face clearly. Are you kidding me? Hey, this joke is not funny, huh? Damn it. The man in front of him was none other than Professor Stanfordi from the combat department, this burly man who was in charge of the last semester's opening exam. The last time I saw him was in the combat skills class a few days ago. His muscles covered with scars were simply impressive, but I didn't expect that our meeting again would be in such an unfriendly way. What a joke. Even someone as determined as Professor Stanford could fall for it? A member of the combat unit has already lost hope. Seeing that even his mentor has fallen into the trap, what else can he do? Then it would be easy for them to manipulate us, wouldn't it? What's the point of what we are doing now? Hey, hang, watch your language. Sophia interrupted directly, giving a warning look. As the commander of the operation, this kind of negative emotion must never arise in the team. This will directly affect the success rate of the operation. If the other party can manipulate us so easily, then we won't even have a chance to get in here. Even in this situation, she was still able to calmly analyze the situation. It must be said that she does have excellent leadership talents. Blake thought about it and decided to cooperate with Sophia to stabilize the military morale. Nightmare can only use his manipulation power to pull into the dreamland those who are weak-willed and tired. He looked at the traces of battle that everyone had seen along the way. I guess Professor Stanford wanted to rescue them, but he was consumed by the endless supply of students, which led to his unfortunate defeat. Hearing what Blake said, the boy patted his cheeks and forced himself to cheer up. You're right. Once you relax, you will be controlled. Don't be discouraged. Come on, can you find a way to get around him? Leonardo took a deep breath, thought about it, and suggested. It's not possible. If you want to go up, you have to go through here. Sophia's face looked a little ugly. The royal family participated in the renovation of the Bronze Hall, so she is very familiar with the structure and routes here. Leonardo held the sword at his waist with a firm look in his eyes. Then we can only force our way in. In order to rescue Sarah on the 6th floor, he was confident that he could overcome any setbacks and hardships. The members of the other two combat units also adjusted their mindsets at this moment, ready to follow him and launching a surprise attack. You can't win. Leonardo looked sharply towards Blake. Blake calmly judged, unbeatable. Sophia also turned her head at this time and looked at Blake with a cold and slightly angry look. Black Percival. She was disgusted by those who were cowardly before fighting, even though she had just scolded Hang. Don't misunderstand me. Facing everyone's gaze, Blake's voice remained calm. I am just making a rational judgment based on the strength of both sides. Do you think just anyone can come here and take up the position of professor? Especially since he is a nominal professor in the combat department, his strength and combat experience are not comparable to ours now. The other party can easily move hundreds of kilograms of rock with one hand. Even if Delaney's is here, I'm afraid he can't do that. And considering the cramped environment here, the power of magic cannot be fully exerted. If it is forced to be used, it may also hurt nearby companions. Blake's words caused everyone to fall into silence. Then do you have any better idea? Leonardo looked at Blake and said in a deep voice, Are we going to give up just like that? If so, what about our companions who tried their best to send us here? What is the point of their efforts? It's not about giving up, but about avoiding direct conflict with it. Leonardo was puzzled. Her Highness Sophia just said that this is the only way to the top floor. Yes, that's true, and just because we can't get around it doesn't mean the other party can't move. When these words were spoken, everyone looked puzzled. Sophia was the only one who seemed to understand what Blake meant. So, your plan is? Blake turned to look at the figure that was blocking his way like a wall. I'll go and distract him. After these words were spoken, the crowd fell into even longer silence. Perhaps someone had already guessed Blake's plan when he just finished speaking,
but no one was willing to admit it, because everyone understands that this is undoubtedly a suicidal task for the attractor, but Blake took the initiative to take it all in an extremely natural and even indifferent attitude. No one spoke. Even Sophia was in inner hesitation, and Blake looked at her quietly. As the decision maker of this team, her orders were crucial. But you should know that this. Sophia looked at Blake, her struggling face showing an expression that made her want to say something but stop. Pushing a person's life to the edge of the cliff with your own hands, this seemed too heavy a burden for the third princess, who was known for her kindness and fairness. After all, she was only 20 years old. Give the order. But Blake looked at her with an almost completely calm gaze, and his tone did not sound urging. You are the person in charge of the operation. You have your own responsibilities to bear. Don't think about escaping. Make the choice you think is best. Even if someone may face injustice or even lose their life because of your decision, then carry on with the guilt and make the decision to the end. That's the responsibility you should shoulder. Blake's words caused Sophia to fall into silence for a long time. The others also waited quietly for her decision. Finally, Sophia sighed slowly and looked at Blake with a wry smile. How cruel. To others and to yourself, Blake just smiled and said nothing. Well, let's follow your plan. Understood. Blake immediately began to prepare. Every minute and every second was precious. Because of the changes in the plot personnel, he was not sure how long the people outside could hold out, but the same thing. Blake looked up and saw Sophia looking at him with a serious and solemn expression. You must survive. Faced with the solemn instructions, Blake lowered his eyes, calmly checked his equipment, and nodded. That's what I've been doing all along. Before the sound faded, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a residual image. At that moment, countless wind blades attacked the opponent along with Blake's figure leaping up with the sword in hand.